This young man had just woken up to find himself free-falling somewhere. He floated in mid-air, reading a notification. The Tower of Trials had selected suitable candidates from Earth. The Tower of Trials required Han Sung-yoon to choose the difficulty of his challenge. He had absolutely no idea what was going to happen, but at this point, only going all in could make him a legend. Han Sung-yoon confidently chose the highest difficulty. Just then, he was teleported to the first floor of the tower to begin his mission. The place he was standing in was a desert, a second version of the Sahara. Han Sung-yoon was equipped with a sword. It was so crappy it didn't even have a scabbard. But the reward was incredibly generous. A unique trait. Something Han Sung-yoon had trained 7 long years for and still couldn't obtain. Han Sung-yoon was thrilled. If this was some kind of game show with prizes, he was ready to go all out. First, Han Sung-yoon had to grab that sword to defend himself. But because he was busy admiring himself, the preparation time ran out. A Sand Golem burst out from underground, stunning our main character. This was the price for confidently choosing the hardest difficulty in the game. Even though he only needed to survive for 10 minutes, for a weakling like him, it felt like 10 years. Not only that, but if he failed, the gates of hell would open wide to welcome Han Sung-yoon. Now, what he thought was a game show with prizes had become a one-way survival game for our protagonist. Han Sung-yoon grabbed the sword and ran for his life. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best, but in this case, running away was the stupidest plan, as one step from the golem was equal to 10 of his. Furthermore, Han Sung-yoon was wearing long-sleeved clothes while running in the desert. It wouldn't be long before he'd start seeing that familiar oasis mirage before his eyes. It was just him and a crappy sword against his stone giant. One option was to run and die of exhaustion. The other was to fight and get slapped around like a child by the golem. Han Sung-yoon could only run headfirst into the desert, consumed by fear. The taunts of everyone he knew echoed in his ears. "You're nothing in this world." In the main character's eyes, the golem now looked like a giant version of his old boss, trying to crush him like a bug. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth in fury. He was determined not to be defeated so pathetically again, like when he was lying in the man's garbage. For the past 7 years, he hadn't been some slacker student. When it came to theory, he knew it all by heart. With golem-type monsters, you just need to destroy their energy core to defeat them. It sounds simple, but the energy core is always placed in a hard-to-reach spot, and the golem was 10 times his height. Fortunately, there was a hill in front of Han Sung-yoon. He decided to climb it to even out the height difference with the golem. After reaching the top, Han Sung-yoon used all his strength to jump onto the golem. The bright red energy core was right before his eyes, as if inviting him to strike it. So, he mustered all his strength and delivered a slash right into what looked like the golem's heart. But the next second, his entire body trembled uncontrollably as his slash was nothing more than a scratch. The golem, having its sensitive spot touched, roared in anger. Han Sung-yoon tried to slash again but was grabbed by the golem and thrown into the air. Its hand, made 100% of solid rock, left him bruised and battered. Facing the golem, Han Sung-yoon once again heard the words he had listened to for all those years. "You foolish failure." Faced with such humiliation, Han Sung-yoon screamed, "Stop it. Shut up, you bastards." He angrily threw his sword at the golem. As luck would have it, it stabbed the exact spot he had just slashed. A blinding red light burst out, along with the golem's roar. The system announced that the golem's energy core had been destroyed, which meant Han Sung-yoon had completed the mission. The golem vanished and he fell onto the sand. Although he had completed the mission, Han Sung-yoon's body was far from intact. Despite that, for the first time, he had defeated a monster. Han Sung-yoon felt proud and had more faith in his future career as a hunter. Just as promised at the beginning, the system granted Han Sung-yoon a unique trait called Necromancy. At that moment, a cluster of eerie black bones appeared where the Sand Golem had fallen. Han Sung-yoon curiously touched the bones. The system asked if he wanted to absorb the Sand Golem's soul. As soon as he accepted, the soul immediately entered Han Sung-yoon's body. This was the necromancy trait the system had gifted him. Upon absorbing the Sand Golem's soul, Han Sung-yoon's proficiency increased by 7%. Although it was a small number, he felt an unusually exhilarating sensation. The main character's first time seemed to be a difficult one. As a willow, the wisp-like flames suddenly entered his chest. Han Sung-yoon could feel the soul when he closed his eyes and breathed. Furthermore, if he absorbed the stats of the soul that entered him, he could permanently increase his own stats. At the same time, his stats increased by a tiny bit, but he felt a certain sympathy for some beauty queen whose life was turning a new page. This was the most exhilarating feeling our main character had experienced after 7 years of arduous training. After enduring all the petty gossip, he had regained confidence in his path as a hunter. A system portal opened after granting him his reward. Han Sung-yoon gulped. There was no way he could escape from here anyway, so he might as well just go with the system and level up. He thought he would be transported gently like in an elevator, but the system tossed him like a sandbag. He lay on the ground, aching, covered in blood, and his wounds were getting worse. Just when he thought he was about to collapse from his injuries, all his wounds vanished, and he was bursting with vitality as if he hadn't just been through a brutal fight. It turned out that the waiting room provided free healing after each trial. In the middle of the 300 square meter room, there was only a single bed, just big enough for him to lie on, but that was enough for him to get some rest. Han Sung-yoon wondered why he was the one chosen. Could it be that he was the main character of some crazy, surreal comic book? As if reading his mind, the system provided instructions for new players. There were as many as 5 commands, but Han Sung-yoon told himself that he had to survive first. He knew there would be another trial, but he didn't expect the second floor to open after only 24 hours. Han Sung-yoon curiously entered the community. The comment section was flooded with curses from people who had been dragged into the tower. While he was busy scrolling through the drama, an administrator joined the chat channel to announce the tower's rules. You use points like money, and you can give your points to your buddies. But most importantly, water here isn't free like it is on Earth. Han Sung-yoon shuddered at the thought of himself dying of dehydration before getting beaten up by some golem in the desert. The more difficult problem was that he thought he could go back, but now Han Sung-yoon was trapped in this survival tower, and beside him was only a crappy sword that didn't even have a scabbard. So, in order to survive, Han Sung-yoon equipped himself with more weapons for the next trial. Every hunter who enters the tower will lose all their stats, but Han Sung-yoon couldn't afford to be careless. He trained tirelessly for the next hunt. Although the waiting room could heal his injuries, it couldn't cure his hunger. After training all day, his stomach was protesting, but he had already spent all his money on sale items. You have to work to eat. Sung was determined to succeed in this trial so he could earn money to buy food. Another portal opened. Unlike the first floor, the second floor was an endless forest plain. Han Sung-yoon breathed in the fresh, clean air after escaping the stuffy waiting room. But this was just the calm before the storm, because his mission this time was to assassinate the orc chieftain within a time limit. Below Sung was a genuine orc village, where terrifying, burly green giants were just waiting to tear humans to pieces. That's why Han Sung-yoon was now anxiously hiding in the bushes. Looking at the guards, he figured these orcs also had hunters, just like the textbook said. They not only had quality, but also quantity. To defeat the entire orc village, you'd need at least an E-rank team. Feeling hopeless, Han Sung-yoon decided to sneak away quietly. But looking at the dry grass around him, Han Sung-yoon devised a plan with a sinister smile. He made a makeshift torch and tried throwing it into his system inventory, successfully storing it. Based on Han Sung-yoon's 7 years of engineering theory, orcs might look dim-witted, but they were actually quite diligent. The hunters would go out in the morning and return at night. That was the only time he could avoid the high-level orcs. To the orcs, the village was just a place to eat and sleep, and sometimes there were no guards on duty at all. Han Sung-yoon decided to set fire to the area around the village to attract the monsters, which would also buy him time to escape if the hunters returned. To get stronger, Han Sung-yoon decided to absorb a few of their souls. He stealthily approached a small, unassuming orc. Sung stabbed it straight through the back of its neck. He took down the young orc in one hit, absorbing its soul and increasing his proficiency by 9%. But the orc mother heard her child scream and suddenly appeared behind Sung. She unleashed a devastating blow aimed straight at Han Sung-yoon's head. Luckily, he had bought a shield beforehand to defend himself. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon quickly used the young orc's soul to boost his strength stat. Thanks to that, he used burst to finish off the orc mother. After absorbing enough souls, Han Sung-yoon began his search for the orc chieftain. Only 4 guards remained protecting the chieftain. He easily took them down one by one, but among them was one that was faster than the others. It exploited Han Sung-yoon's blind spot, taking him by surprise. Although he was ambushed, this was the last guard protecting the chieftain. Han Sung-yoon resolutely charged forward, landing a fatal blow right through its body. The chieftain didn't get to be in charge of the orcs for nothing. It used its staff to unleash a blaze of fire to incinerate Han Sung-yoon. It was confident it would defeat Han Sung-yoon with just that single attack, but it didn't know that he was protected by the protagonist's plot armor. Even so, Han Sung-yoon was severely injured by the explosion, but he also gained the fire-resistant skill. With this skill, he wasn't afraid of any damn orc. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and declared, "You're dead meat." The panicked chieftain continued to shoot fire in self-defense, but with his fire resistance, Han Sung-yoon easily broke through and sliced off both its hands. Without hands, it couldn't wield its staff and flaunt its power anymore. The chieftain ran fearfully into its hut. Annoyed, Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and took step after step into its thatched hut. He decisively slashed through the fabric, but the sight before him took him by surprise. Although its 2 arms were gone, the chieftain was still holding its 2 small, terrified children. Another one trembled as it hugged his leg, begging, its eyes welling with pitiful tears. Han Sung-yoon suddenly fell silent. This scene reminded him of his own deceased family. You might think he would soften up, but no. Han Sung-yoon finished off the little orc at his feet. Even if he became a ghost, he could never forget that the ones who killed his family were monsters, and he would definitely annihilate all of them. And so, Han Sung-yoon successfully cleared the second stage. He returned with his wooden shield covered in slash marks. He almost lost his life that time. From information in the community, he learned that the tower provided question vouchers to players. Players would use them to look up information and share it in chat rooms. That's how he found a way back to Earth. After clearing the 5th floor, returned stones would be sold, but only, allowing a few days back on Earth, along with some other rumors. Some ran his hands through his hair in frustration, knowing he could only use necromancy in the tower. If he had it on Earth, he'd already be a top-tier hunter. Pushing aside the negative thoughts, Han Sung-yoon focused on absorbing the souls he had acquired today to become even stronger. Suddenly, the surge in power made Han Sung-yoon hyperactive. He shot off like a speedster, even running along the walls of the room. This power made Han Sung-yoon so excited that he couldn't control himself and crashed straight into a wall. After getting some money, our hero went online shopping again. This time, his gear was much better, and he looked much sharper than before. After 24 hours, the 3rd floor opened. This time, it was a one-on-one duel. Han Sung-yoon stood bewildered in the middle of a cave, but the system announcement put him on high alert. His opponent was a shadow guard, which meant it could appear from anywhere. He immediately got into a ready stance. Han Sung-yoon silently observed his surroundings after the announcement, but he didn't see any sign of a knight. Suddenly, the shadow behind Han Sung-yoon moved and slashed him across the stomach. It chuckled smugly after its surprise appearance. It was the shadow guard, doppelganger, a formidable opponent with cunning tricks. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and retaliated with a kick, simultaneously creating distance so the doppelganger couldn't sneak up on him again. Han Sung-yoon activated his recovery skill, and as his mind cleared, he realized the doppelganger was mimicking his stance. To be sure, Han Sung-yoon charged forward to test it. Mid-attack, he swerved, jumping behind the doppelganger and slashing through it. The gash slowly healed. The doppelganger's contorting form gave him goosebumps. After recovering, it charged at Han Sung-yoon, also swerving to get behind him and strike. Han Sung-yoon kicked it before the doppelganger could slash him. Luckily, he had anticipated that it would copy him. Now he understood why it was called a shadow guard. Han Sung-yoon used his own weaknesses against it. As expected, the plan worked. Han Sung-yoon was confident he had this in the bag. But suddenly, the doppelganger's power surged, surprising him. In such a short time, it had mastered Han Sung-yoon's movements even better than he had. It quickly overwhelmed our protagonist. With only 1 minute left, Han Sung-yoon decided to try and finish it, activating the movement speed from his assassin's cloak. He rushed towards the doppelganger like a flash of lightning, so fast that it couldn't simulate his move in time, successfully landing a blow. Han Sung-yoon celebrated silently, thinking he had succeeded. Suddenly, the doppelganger's arm stretched out, and he easily sliced off Han Sung-yoon's sword arm. Fresh blood spurted out along with his agonized scream. He was growing exhausted, but his mind kept pushing him to persevere. His last few attacks had an effect, as the doppelganger was also exhausted and motionless. Han Sung-yoon realized this was his only chance to defeat it, but his arm and sword had been sent flying somewhere. With only 11 seconds left, failure meant death anyway. Han Sung-yoon decided to risk it all. He ran towards the doppelganger with all his might. It was surprised but couldn't move. Han Sung-yoon let out a yell and used his shield to slam its entire body away. The doppelganger was sent flying, crashing into the nearby rocks. Covered in wounds, it writhed on the ground in agony, its eyes wide as it stared at the one who was about to end it. Han Sung-yoon painstakingly dragged himself over to it, winding up his left arm. He gritted his teeth and brought it crashing down right on the center of its head. With a spray of blood, the doppelganger's head flew off, and Han Sung-yoon had successfully cleared the 3rd stage. Back in the waiting room, Han Sung-yoon's arm had been reattached, a feeling that was both strange and familiar. Han Sung-yoon tried punching the wall with his right hand, and it immediately cracked under the force of his blow. Han Sung-yoon smiled in satisfaction. This arm had fully recovered, just like before. After absorbing the doppelganger's soul, he could feel that its soul density was on a completely different level. Just as he thought, with its soul alone, he reached 100% proficiency for F rank, leveling up to E rank Necromancy. Reading about the new trait, he was shocked to find that he could now absorb the skills of any dead creature. Just like the recovery skill he'd obtained when he was on the brink of death, getting a new skill was no easy feat. After getting his bearings, he returned to the community of others, trapped in the tower. Everyone was buzzing about the integrated trial on the fourth floor. It might involve teamwork, or he might even have to fight other humans. Soon enough, the fourth floor opened. This time, the mission was to defeat the Goblin King before the other teams. Han Sung-yoon appeared on a magic circle with two other people. It had been so long since he'd seen another person that he was a bit taken aback. The girl, Lee Hai-yeon, spoke up to break the awkward silence. She introduced herself as an E-rank hunter specializing in support. The other was Kim Seung-hun, a D-rank hunter focused on close combat. When it was Han Sung-yoon's turn, he explained that he also specialized in close combat, but that he wasn't a hunter. Hearing this, Kim Seung-hun looked at him with disdain and said, "Just make sure you don't get in my way." Han Sung-yoon felt a sting in his heart, but he remained silent for a moment before saying, "I believe I can pull my own weight." Faced with Kim Seung-hun's rude attitude, he told himself he was used to it. Being in the tower for so long, he had forgotten how much Earth valued hunters. Even though Kim Seung-hun was annoying, he was a D-rank hunter, and his skills were probably decent. For now, they were a team and needed to survive. The group advanced into the Goblin Castle. As assigned, Kim Seung-hun would lead the charge, but it seemed he couldn't hold out for long, constantly cursing at Han Sung-yoon to hurry up and fight. Han Sung-yoon, at the rear, was cleaning up the stragglers. He had already taken care of all the goblins behind them. Meanwhile, Kim Seung-hun was still struggling with the goblin mob. He yelled at Lee Hai-yeon, "Where's my armor? Support me, now." Lee Hai-yeon was having a hard time as well. She had already used up all her talismans. When it was time for our hero to step up, Lee Hai-yeon panicked. "Wait a minute. If you leave, who's going to watch my back?" But when she glanced back, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Where Han Sung-yoon had been, there were only goblin corpses littered across the ground. Kim Seung-hun was fighting and cursing at the same time. A goblin with a spiked mace knocked his sword away. Another goblin took the opportunity to leap in and finish Kim Seung-hun off. In his absolute terror, he didn't forget to blame Han Sung-yoon. But the only one who could save him was the very person he had looked down on. Seeing this scene, Kim Seung-hun rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Han Sung-yoon cut a cool figure as he said coldly, "Kim Seung-hun, fall back. You're in my way." With that, Han Sung-yoon charged forward, swiftly and efficiently wiping out the goblin horde. He killed so many that he received the Goblin Hunter achievement from the system. After exterminating the goblins, Han Sung-yoon absorbed their souls. After absorbing enough of them, he acquired the Goblin's Owl's Eye skill. From now on, he could sense and detect objects within his line of sight. Han Sung-yoon returned to his teammates. When Kim Seung-hun saw him, he put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, sarcastically praising him for being carried by some higher power. His words left the other two looking on helplessly. Han Sung-yoon thanked him for the empty compliment and decided to take the lead. Kim Seung-hun would stay in the back to protect Lee Hai-yeon, while she would observe their surroundings and report any movement. After changing their formation, the three of them easily broke through the goblin ranks and pushed deeper inside. But the deeper they went, the fewer goblins they saw. Han Sung-yoon saw something in the distance and ran to check it out. When they arrived, they only found goblin corpses scattered all over the ground. That meant another team was one step ahead of them. If that team defeated the boss first, Han Sung-yoon's team would lose and face the penalty of death. Meanwhile, another team was fighting goblins. A guy wielding dual swords confidently leaped onto one of them, saying with an annoyed expression, "These monsters are so annoying. Let's just find the boss already." As soon as he finished, he jumped up and effortlessly eliminated the goblins that charged at him. A member of his team praised him. "You're amazing, Seung-jun." Seung-jun, far from thanking him, actually belittled his teammate. Jin-hoo, the one who had just praised him, was especially looked down upon by him. Seung-jun sent Jin-hoo to open the door to find the boss. Jin-hoo cursed under his breath as he went. However, because there were two teams in the area, the door couldn't be opened. A barrier surrounded their area. Only when one of the two teams was left standing could they access the final boss. Besides Seung-jun's team, there was Han Sung-yoon's. They had caught up to Seung-jun's progress. Before the showdown, Han Sung-yoon laid out their strategy. Seung-jun's team got here first, so they were definitely no pushovers. Han Sung-yoon asked Lee Hai-yeon for a strength buff and then moved forward. Until now, he had only fought monsters, but he had enough experience. He had to win this fight. With that thought, Han Sung-yoon took the initiative and started the fight. He shot forward like an arrow, leaving Seung-jun momentarily stunned. He hastily ordered Jin-hoo to use his toughest shield. A barrier enveloped the three of them, but Han Sung-yoon didn't back down. He used all his strength to slash Jin-hoo's shield in two. Jin-hoo himself was sent flying back as the shield shattered. Han Sung-yoon seized the opportunity to attack, taking out the two members besides Seung-jun. Now it was a one-on-one solo match between Han Sung-yoon and Seum-jun. No matter what move he made, Seum-jun was able to block it. This made Han Sung-yoon suspicious. Seum-jun's blocking stances were very strange, so Han Sung-yoon tried increasing his speed and power. Even when he attacked from behind, Seum-jun could still swing his sword reflexively. Han Sung-yoon stared in shock at the man's glowing red pupils and guessed that he could see through his every move. In that case, he just needed to block that line of sight. Han Sung-yoon used his shield as a screen. As expected, Seum-jun couldn't see his blade. Han Sung-yoon closed the distance and quickly finished him off with a single slash. This was a special mission the system had given him. The battle was over, but Han Sung-yoon's arm was trembling. He stood silently amidst the 3 human corpses. Lee Hae-yeon noticed, but Han Sung-yoon just replied, "I'm fine." After calming down, Kim Sang-hun decided to take on the goblin boss immediately, before other teams arrived. He easily defeated the giant goblin. The sight made Kim Seung-hun exclaim that the guy was a monster. The mission was complete, and now it was time for goodbyes. Lee Hae-yeon offered some words of encouragement and sent him a friend request. She also told Han Sung-yeon to find her at the White Silver Guild once he returned to Earth. Han Sung-yeon had no reaction to his first ever friend. What came next was something only he could decide. Should he absorb human souls? At a glance, this exclusive skill of his seemed ridiculously overpowered. But Sung-yoon knew that once he killed and absorbed a soul, he would cross a line of no return. In the end, however, his goal was still to become stronger. Although killing people wasn't his top priority, if the situation forced his hand, he wouldn't hesitate. Han Sung-yoon decided to absorb 3 human souls and continue his ascent in the tower. Back in the familiar waiting room, the system updated the player rankings. Han Sung-yoon was surprised to find himself ranked 16th in the tower, among the top 50 pioneers who would receive benefits on the 8th floor. After some thought, Sung-yoon decided to buy a return stone and go back to Earth for 3 days. He wanted to see if, upon his return, he would still be the same useless weakling he used to be. Instantly, a spatial rift opened beneath Sung-yoon's feet, sucking his whole body in as if he were melting. This system never let players travel normally. After the chaotic experience, our protagonist lay dazed on his familiar bed. Looking at his small rented room gave Han Sung-yoon a sense of peace. He was lying on a soft mattress again, not a stone slab like in the waiting room. But the smell of his own body after a week without showering made Han Sung-yoon grimace. In the waiting room, there was only a rectangular block to lie on. You couldn't even bathe. Han Sung-yoon shot up and was surprised to see the equipment from the tower at his feet. This meant players could bring equipment back to Earth, which also meant the market for items here would become much more diverse. Han Sung-yoon had to sell these items quickly before he lost his chance. Therefore, he had to become a hunter and get certified before he could sell them. Han Sung-yoon picked up his iPhone 14 Pro Max. He called the director of the training center. The man was annoyed by Han Sung-yoon's persistence, but surprisingly, this time, Han Sung-yoon asked to take the hunter qualification exam. Although the director was irritated, as long as money was involved, he was fine with it. Han Sung-yoon knew the man's greed like the back of his hand. After getting cleaned up, Han Sung-yoon admired himself in the mirror. He felt like all he needed was a mirror, not a girlfriend. But this was no time to be checking himself out. He got dressed and headed for the exam. Unfortunately, Han Sung-yoon couldn't catch a taxi, so he decided to parkour across the rooftops, arriving in the blink of an eye. Facing the man who had despised him to his core, Han Sung-yoon was no longer the insecure, weak person he used to be. Besides the director, Inspector Kim Y was also there to grade the test. Thanks to some strings being pulled, Han Sung-yoon was exempt from the written test and interview. He only needed to do the skills test. Han Sung-yoon was led into the practice room with a sword in his hand. The director instructed the inspector to pick the toughest opponents for Han Sung-yoon. There were 10 increasing difficulty levels to choose from. Last time, he chose level 1 and got completely wrecked by a tiny goblin. This time, after wiping out an entire goblin legion, he decided to pick level 10 just to round it out. This decision surprised the director. He started getting annoyed and cursed. This crazy bastard. At level 10, Sung-yoon's opponent was a fire phoenix. It used its predatory screech to reduce his speed by 25%. Han Sung-yoon's sword cracked the moment the phoenix screeched. It was all thanks to this friendly director. He was sure Sung-yoon would fail, but the sight of him trying so hard was an eyesore to the director. However, Han Sung-yoon was not the same man he was yesterday. Forged by the pressure of the survival tower, he would prove his true strength right here, right now. The training center director, Hwang Man-ho, had also had a difficult youth. He passed the hunter exam and thought he was the best. But in the world of hunters, natural talent is everything. He couldn't keep up with his peers. That massive wall caused Hwang Man-ho to stumble and stagnate. When he met Han Sung-yoon, who was in the same predicament but still tirelessly chased his passion, he found it incredibly irritating. The moment the sword broke was exactly when he hoped to see our protagonist give up. Han Sung-yoon didn't think this weapon would break so easily, unless someone had tampered with it. From above, Manho's smile grew increasingly sinister. He was confident that the crappy sword would cause Han Sung-yoon to fail. The phoenix relentlessly attacked with massive waves of lava. Han Sung-yoon didn't hesitate to try out a new skill from the 4th floor. He instantly accelerated, launching himself up to the ceiling. The phoenix took another deep breath to spew fire, but Han Sung-yoon was faster, darting towards it. He used the broken sword to stab straight into the fire phoenix's eye. It roared in pain. The sword was too short to finish it off. Han Sung-yoon used a floor tile, hurling it with all his might at the fire phoenix. With Han Sung-yoon's strength and speed, the tile flew through the air and tore the phoenix's head apart like it was tofu. The tile only stopped when it hit the wall between the two men above. Hwang Man-ho broke out in a cold sweat as he glanced at the tile, just 5 centimeters from his head. And just like that, Han Sung-yoon had become a C-rank hunter. This also meant he could enter dungeons and sell items. In his office, Hwang Man-ho was angrily chewing out the inspector. But the inspector had indeed manipulated the difficulty. He could only blame Han Sung-yoon for being as strong as Saitama. Just then, Han Sung-yoon walked in. He approached them, pretending to ask how the director was doing. Although the man was annoyed, he still forced a smile and congratulated him. But Han Sung-yoon knew all about his good intentions. He shot back that Hwang Man-ho had once called him talentless, yet here he was, a C-rank hunter, the same rank as the director. This implied that the director was the truly talentless one, which struck a hidden nerve in Hwang Man-ho, sending him into a rage. The director lunged forward, grabbing Han Sung-yoon and cursing, "You little brat." Han Sung-yoon easily dodged his punch and countered with a fist straight to the gut. "This is for self-defense," he said, "and this slap is revenge for everything you've done to me." As Sung-yoon left, the inspector ran after him and offered him a position as an exclusive hunter for the association. The base salary was 1 million, and possibly even more. Han Sung-yoon thought it wasn't bad, but he wasn't stupid enough to not realize the man had rigged his test. Money wasn't the issue for him, he just didn't want to work with untrustworthy people. 2 days later, the media started reporting on the phenomenon of the trial tower. The news quickly spread across the globe. Han Sung-yoon breathed a sigh of relief at his perfect timing. He had already sold all his items before news of the trial tower got out. Now that the return stone's cooldown was over, Han Sung-yoon was transported back to the Tower of Trials. He never felt so fired up. Sung-yoon reappeared on the stone bed in the waiting room. The items he brought from Earth were here as well. He neatly stored them in his personal locker. Sung-yoon stretched his muscles before heading to the 5th floor. A system notification popped up, informing him he'd received the Eye of Truth skill. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's eyes flashed with a purple light. He could now see the true nature of all things and could also distinguish truth from lies in speech. Han Sung-yoon was thrilled with this incredibly useful skill. It seemed returning to Earth for 3 days had been the right decision. Now that he had money, Han Sung-yoon went shopping, splurging on a thunder blade and a sharp shield that came with a special effect. When the time came, the system transported Sung-yoon to the 5th floor of the trial. This time, the mission was to eliminate the werewolf leader in the valley within 1 day. The system really knew how to pick a spot, dropping him right in the middle of a pack of aggressive wolves. They immediately lunged forward to tear their prey apart, but they were the ones being hunted by Sung-yoon. With his newly purchased gear, he easily blew away these lesser wolves. The larger wolves appeared instantly once their territory was invaded. They were 10 times stronger than the smaller ones, and they even bit their own kind in half. Facing these cold-blooded beasts, Han Sung-yoon's eyes lit up with excitement because he wouldn't have to waste time searching for them. Han Sung-yoon dove into the middle of the ferocious white wolves, decisively running his blade through their bones. After conquering the pack, Han Sung-yoon's swordsmanship skill increased significantly. He realized his skills didn't level up very well on the lower floors. So now it was time for a special segment, leveling up, like a god with Han Sung-yoon. As usual, he absorbed their souls after finishing them off. The 10% lightning effect he had rarely seemed to activate. Han Sung-yoon continued towards the center of the valley, but before him lay the scattered corpses of frenzied wolves. Brutal slashes had split their bodies in two, even leaving marks on the cliff walls. It was time to use the Eye of Truth. He could only tell that the slashes were made by someone with considerable skill. Just then, a wolf's howl made Han Sung-yoon freeze. He rushed toward the cave where the sound came from. Instantly, the massive corpse of a wolf was thrown out, its body covered in deep gashes. It was the wolf leader, Han Sung-yoon's mission target, but it had already been defeated before he arrived. At the same time, a challenger who had invaded from another dimension stepped out. Han Sung-yoon's mission now was to eliminate that invader. Things were getting more unpredictable. revealing that there were many other towers of trials in different dimensions. The invader was decked out in high-end armor and a sword. He taunted, "What's wrong?" Too scared to speak. "Looks like this is the end of the line for you." This was certainly an unexpected turn of events. Han Sung-yoon had never considered his mission being stolen, but at least the trial hadn't failed yet. The invader began to attack. Although his armor looked heavy, he moved with surprising agility. Han Sung-yoon didn't strike back yet. Instead, he kicked the wolf leader's corpse up in front of the invader, blocking his view, and then accelerated to get behind him. Han Sung-yoon appeared behind him like a ghost, thrusting his sword at the man's waist, but his blade couldn't penetrate the steel-like armor. At close range, the man easily launched an attack aimed at Han Sung-yoon. The new shield he'd just bought was shattered to pieces, and Han Sung-yoon was sent flying back in pain. A single blow had shattered Han Sung-yoon's left arm. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The invader was surprised he had managed to block his light sword, but Han Sung-yoon wouldn't take this lying down. He shouted in shock, "How were you able to invade my dimensional space?" The man sneered, calling him a total noob for not even knowing what a floor invasion was. Han Sung-yoon felt it was unfair that all the bad luck seemed to happen in his Tower of Trials. The invader decided he would give Han Sung-yoon the gentlest send-off possible. Facing his final moments, Han Sung-yoon waved his hand and hastily said, "Wait." He wanted to know more about this new concept of invading dimensional floors. Seeing as he was about to die anyway, the invader decided to enlighten him. The floor invasion ticket is only available starting on the 8th floor. Players can use the ticket to invade someone else's trial. As for the birth space, that was the dimension he came from, completely different from Han Sung-yoon's. To verify, Han Sung-yoon decided to use his Eye of Truth. Everything the man said was accurate, but the invader could somehow tell that Han Sung-yoon was scrutinizing him. This sent him into a rage, making him want to finish Sung-yoon off immediately. Han Sung-yoon gave a cold smirk. "What are you going to do?" The man was shocked by Han Sung-yoon's cocky attitude. How dare a chicken like him act so high and mighty? But Sung-yoon had a trump card. He had only been clutching his arm, pretending to be in pain, to get the invader to spill all that information. When Sung-yoon let go of his arm, his rapid recovery skill healed it as if it had never been broken. Though the invader was surprised, he was still confident he could finish Sung-yoon off. But he didn't know that Sung-yoon is the main character of this story. Actually, Sung-yoon had been absorbing the souls of the frenzied wolves this whole time, and power was continuously surging through his body. The invader was shocked to find that Han Sung-yoon was a swordsman who could both heal and buff himself at the same time. He had two of the most OP skills in the game. Now, Han Sung-yoon was finally getting serious. He accelerated and rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of slashes on the man. Furious at being overwhelmed by a 5th-floor challenger, the invader used an aura skill on his sword. He returned the same attacks Han Sung-yoon had just delivered. The powerful blade caused the surrounding boulders to crack and even split in two. Although Han Sung-yoon could dodge the dangerous aura, he needed to pierce that high-end armor to finish him. That's why Han Sung-yoon had been continuously building up a charge. He then activated lightning, and an electric current coursed through the invader's body, causing him to convulse in pain. Han Sung-yoon was pleased that his lightning had managed to penetrate the armor. The invader collapsed to the ground without any resistance. He couldn't understand how someone on the 5th floor like Sung-yoon could have so many skills. Han Sung-yoon could only say that the man had been too overconfident in his gear and the level difference between them. And now, it was time for the end. The invader pleaded in fear, "I'll answer any question you have." Han Sung-yoon replied coldly, "No need." And then, his blade decisively pierced the man's throat. His final words for Han Sung-yoon were, "You barbaric bastard." Han Sung-yoon himself felt a bit scared as he found himself killing more and more without hesitation. But this was something he had to do. The trial ended, and the invader's corpse began to fade away. Han Sung-yoon hurriedly absorbed it before it disappeared completely. Due to the invasion, the rewards had also changed. Han Sung-yoon received the A-rank skill, triple slash, plus a huge pile of bonus money. Afterwards, he returned to the familiar waiting room. He sat lost in thought, pondering the existence of other dimensions. Now, he had one more thing to be wary of in the future. To understand better, Han Sung-yoon decided to ask the admin about floor infiltration. A reply came quickly. Floor infiltration was only for level 8 players, and they could only invade the first level. However, they couldn't interfere with special challenges. Han Sung-yoon was about to ask more, but only the first question would be answered. He breathed a sigh of relief that he hadn't wasted his question. Now, it was time to repair his gear. He had brought Kaken's magic box all the way from Earth. Sung's shield was repaired to look brand new. One useless item he brought along was a cleansing stone. However, it got him totally high after he smoked it. Using it for a bath was a great idea. With over an hour to go before the 6th floor, Han Sung-yoon had some free time to check the rankings. After defeating the level 8 intruder, he had climbed to 3rd place. Right now, the community was in a heated debate about buying skills that resist adverse effects. The chat was currently in utter chaos after the 4th floor mission. Killing was gradually becoming commonplace. The one who ruined the 4th floor was Seum Jun. Although he changed his name, he was still being hunted. He was just a nobody. But he had created a wave of competition among the players. Han Sung-yoon decided to remember this name to stay away from the guy before he manipulated all the players into hunting him down. The time had come. The 6th floor opened with a mission to capture a nearby station within 50 minutes with your teammates. Before Han Sung-yoon was a vast ocean with countless stations floating on the surface. The system had finished assigning teammates, but Sung-yoon was still all alone. While he was standing there bewildered, a spear shot down from the sky, aimed right at the top of his head. Han Sung-yoon quickly snatched it with ease. The one who threw the spear was his idiotic teammate. The man was astonished that Han Sung-yoon could deal with a surprise attack so easily. Han Sung-yoon was surprised by this strange greeting, but it wasn't a greeting at all. The man was looking at him with eyes full of hatred. Currently, on the community board, rumors were spreading that killing people was the easiest way to get rewards. Han Sung-yoon looked around him. The sight of teammates slaughtering each other was horrifying. The inhumane spectacle and the screams filled Han Sung-yoon's ears. His teammate let out a laugh. "Now do you get it, you hypocrite?" While chaos reigned all around, these two girls shook hands like real teammates. But that was far from the truth. The short-haired girl quickly backstabbed her own teammate, sending her on her way. By taking down her teammate, she received a special skill called backstab. This performance didn't escape Han Sung-yoon's notice. The teammate took advantage of the moment while he was lost in thought, charging in for a sneak attack. Han Sung-yoon hadn't wanted to kill without reason, but since this guy was offering up his own life, he would gladly take it. This earned Han Sung-yoon a new achievement. Even so, he still didn't want to resort to senseless slaughter. The mission was to capture the station, and that's all he needed to do. Over here, a water-type mage was creating a sturdy magic shield. He smirked smugly. With his water attribute magic and a vast ocean, he was sure to be the boss, but that would only happen if he didn't run into Sung-yoon. At that moment, he was charging straight for the mage's station. Han Sung-yoon kicked the mage's magic shield. The mage just laughed harder, completely confident in his bulletproof shield. But a second later, that cheerful smile was replaced by a mouth full of blood. The shield might be bulletproof, but Han Sung-yoon was a person. One kick, and the guy was logged out for good. Although Han Sung-yoon thought he might have gone a bit overboard, this display terrified the people around them. They scattered, not daring to fight Han Sung-yoon. Now, he just needed to guard the station for the last 10 minutes. He learned a lesson about compassion on this 6th floor. Even a teammate could turn on you at any moment. As he was pondering this philosophy, intruders appeared. A team of 4 brazenly walked in. The 4 of them had combined 2 teams to gain an advantage over the others. And now, their target was Han Sung-yoon's station. The first 2 charged forward. The black-haired mage in the back activated Hearts in Sync, a skill that shared Kim Ji-hoon's pain with Han Sung-yoon. When Han Sung-yoon stabbed the man's arm, he felt a jolt of pain in his own arm. Meanwhile, this fat guy was scooping up seawater and splashing it on Sung-yoon. But the trial's seawater would lower his stats. The situation seemed to be getting worse and worse for Han Sung-yoon, but that would only happen if he were a side character. Han Sung-yoon dodged the large blade of the blonde-haired man. Then his hand grabbed the man's head. He slammed his head straight into the ground. The one-shot kill stunned the remaining 3. Some received the one-shot kill achievement, along with the scorn for the weak skill. This meant that anyone with lower stats couldn't do anything to him. This skill was demonstrated on the fat guy with the shield, whose stats were all far inferior to Sung-yoon's. The end he received was a knee straight to the face, followed by a kick down from the top of his head. This savage slaughter made the remaining 2 shudder as Sung-yoon walked towards them. Kim Ji-hoon was panicking, not knowing what to do, when the blonde man slashed his own leg. One slash, but 2 people felt the pain. Sung-yoon had forgotten that the black-haired guy had shared the pain with him. Kim Ji-hoon cursed in agony, but in the next second, his entire body was riddled with holes by the blonde man. Over here, Han Sung-yoon also staggered from the transferred pain. Han Sung-yoon had used a pain reduction skill, but it only worked by 15%. The only way out was to finish off that Kim Ji-hoon guy. Han Sung-yoon gathered all his strength and threw his shield. It flew in a straight line right through Kim Ji-hoon's neck. The pain of having his throat slit was transmitted to Han Sung-yoon, causing him unimaginable agony. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck. Although his head was still intact, the sensation felt incredibly real. The blonde man saw this as a golden opportunity to finish Han Sung-yoon, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Just as the blade came down, Han Sung-yoon blocked it with both hands. even as his arms were torn and gushing blood. In that moment, the blond man knew he was done for. He trembled uncontrollably. Han Sung-yun broke his sword and used the broken tip to end the blond man's life. He could only manage to curse one last time before completely losing consciousness. At the same time, the trial time was up. In the end, the winners were the ones who maintained their teams. Besides, though, there were still a few cases where cold-blooded killers won. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Han Sung-yun was also a bloodthirsty monster. Han Sung-yun returned to the waiting room and looked over his achievements. Most of the achievements he received were from killing. From that, he also received skills, points, and other rewards. This time, the 6th floor reward was a random box with a golden bow. Han Sung-yun didn't have high hopes for his luck. The box opened, and a cute creature landed on the ground, but it gave Han Sung-yun a rather unfriendly look. He lunged to grab it, but every time he got close, it would jump to another spot. Han Sung-yun sped up and finally caught the little green ball of fat. He laughed excitedly, but the blue furball opened its mouth and bit down hard on Han Sung-yun's hand. Tears welled up in his eyes from the pain as it jumped back, waiting. Han Sung-yun put on his most intimidating, kid-scaring face, wanting to grab it. He was about to go easy on it, seeing the cute blue fluff ball, but its teeth made him think twice. Han Sung-yun flipped into the air and brought down a critical hit straight on its head. A second later, its whole body exploded into hundreds of pieces, revealing the item hidden inside. It was a B-rank forged iron necklace with the Blessing of Steel effect. This skill increased his swordsmanship skills by 7% and absorbed 10% of physical damage. Han Sung-yun tried it on for a moment, but his mana was quickly depleted. Although the necklace had no cooldown, it required a constant supply of mana to maintain its effect. New information was announced. The waiting time for the Tower of Trials floor had been removed. The community was abuzz with discussion. However, this didn't change much. What people cared about was that the murderers wouldn't be able to act since the next stage was a solo match. Han Sung-yun had to be wary of such dangerous teammates. First, he needed to train a new skill that wouldn't be swayed by any other diverse skills. His Necromancy had reached rank D. Besides increasing his power, it also fortified his mana and created a defensive shield. To test the defensive skill, Han Sung-yun took out his sword, threw it to the ceiling, and waited for it to fall on his arm. The moment the sword touched his arm, it was blocked by the souls, or rather, they absorbed the damage. Han Sung-yun was quite surprised by this type of defensive shield. Each time he activated it, he would need a soul to take the hit, so from now on, he needed to keep a few souls in reserve for defense. Next, he was curious to check the trial rankings. Since he didn't kill many people on the 6th floor, he had dropped to 4th place. Although a bit disappointed, he only needed to be in the top 50. Itching for some action, Han Sung-yun decided to enter the next trial floor immediately. This trial required the player to overcome 3 challenges in 40 minutes to prove themselves. Han Sung-yun was teleported to a dark corridor. It was so quiet around him that he couldn't sense any other presence. At the end of the corridor, a blue light flashed. The teleportation gate took him to the first trial area. When he opened his eyes, the familiar sight of a sandy desert appeared. Something rose from deep beneath the sand. He realized the system intended for him to go through 3 trials he had already passed. With his current strength, Han Sung-yun was confident he could easily defeat the Sand Golem, but he immediately became hesitant when he saw the abnormally large Sand Golem. In his memory, the Sand Golem was only about a third of this one's size. The golem swung its sand-covered arm, then brought it down with immense pressure on the surrounding area. Han Sung-yun drew his sword and shield and ran up its body. He jumped around but still couldn't find the golem's core. While he was busy looking, it suddenly twisted its neck 180 degrees to the back, giving Han Sung-yun a good scare. It swung its other arm and snatched Han Sung-yun like a mosquito, clenching its solid stone hand to crush the person inside. But its arm crumbled under Han Sung-yun's sword strike. He could easily slash it. Could this be the only way to win? Han Sung-yun continued to jump, cutting through the Sand Golem's layers of rock and sand. Although everything was cut into pieces, it regenerated a second later as if nothing had happened. The Sand Golem was even more furious now, which seemed to boost its power. A punch from the Sand Golem came flying, but it was aimed at the ground. Han Sung-yun realized something was off and immediately dashed away. He had to dodge the attack while getting as far away as possible. The pressure the golem created on the ground was immense, but running wasn't fast enough. Everything around him collapsed, and both Sung-yun and the golem were buried in the sand. He looked at it irritably. Now he was starting to get a little annoyed. Han Sung-yun decided to continue fighting, using the 3-step slash he had just learned to sever the Sand Golem's parts. Without waiting for it to recover, Han Sung-yun kept slashing. He felt grateful to the intruder who had contributed to his combat experience. Wherever the Sand Golem regenerated, Han Sung-yun would slash it. He didn't stop even when its body was in pieces. After 10 minutes, he was drenched in sweat. Anyone would be sweating buckets, wearing thick clothes, and fighting in a desert as hot as a furnace. But he observed that the golem had somehow become smaller and cuter. The golem blushed shyly. It never expected to be called super-duper cute one day. The amount of sand that made up the golem's body was used as a resource, but it couldn't draw from the surrounding sand. That's why the golem had shrunk so noticeably. Han Sung-yoon gave it a sly look. "Hey, golem, want to lose some weight with me?" And so, the two of them began to exercise diligently. Personal trainer Han Sung-yoon, passionate about his job, helped the sand golem lose dozens of pounds in just a few minutes. As its body became smaller, the core on its back was clearly exposed. But with a slimmer body, the golem also moved faster. It could easily attack Han Sung-yoon at close range. The time limit for all 3 trials was only 40 minutes. Han Sung-yoon couldn't play this game of cat and mouse forever. He directly destroyed the core on the golem's back. The first trial ended. He had proven he could overcome his fear. As soon as the golem was destroyed, the system's gate opened again. Han Sung-yoon hurriedly tried to extract the sand golem's soul, but it was too late. Sung-yoon cursed. "This damn system doesn't give you any time to absorb anything." He was taken to trial number 2, the Orc Village. This was the aftermath of him killing the village chief. The hunters had returned to a scene of devastation. Seeing their chief's corpse before them, the hunters were filled with rage. They went berserk, roaring as they immediately charged toward the culprit, Han Sung-yoon. He didn't hesitate either, rushing forward to confront them. They were all defeated, leaving only the leader of the hunters. Han Sung-yoon looked at the grieving orc in front of him. "It hurts, doesn't it? Having to watch your family die." The orc became even more enraged. It mustered all its strength and lunged to punch Han Sung-yoon. But before the fist could land, the orc's head was severed from its neck. Han Sung-yoon immediately extracted the souls before the system could drag him away again. Luckily, this time he managed to absorb a few of the hunter's souls. The scene changed again, this time returning him to the ocean of the 6th floor. He thought the system would make him repeat the trials in order 1, 2, 3 since the previous 2 were from the 1st and 2nd floors. But on second thought, the tower made him fight orc hunters in a challenge called Intellect. He began to doubt the logic of this tower. First, Han Sung-yoon needed to heal up a bit after the grueling fight. The problem was, he didn't have a trash can in his inventory. Han Sung-yoon looked around and saw he was alone. Well, polluting the tower a little probably wouldn't hurt. Just then, the water level behind Han Sung-yoon rose unexpectedly, and all the stones on the water's surface also floated up. He thought to himself that he had only thrown a tiny vial, and the ocean was already this furious. Han Sung-yoon immediately ran to find the red chase tile he had captured on the 6th floor. Of course, he couldn't touch the seawater unless he wanted his stats reduced. Han Sung-yoon was moving faster now, confident that at this rate, he was sure to win. But the stone beneath Han Sung-yoon's feet suddenly shot into the air. Han Sung-yoon was soaked to the bone and exhausted. He cursed the tower. As expected, it didn't have a shred of logic. Even the stones were flying around randomly. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and activated his speed skill. He zipped forward, landing on the stones that were flung into the air, and in an instant, the checkpoint he needed to conquer was in sight. With 3 minutes left, he thought he was going to make it. But the whirlpool started to chase after Han Sung-yoon. Waterspouts rose up, targeting him directly instead of just tossing the stones around anymore. Han Sung-yoon weaved and dodged, swerving to avoid the waterspouts. He was getting close to the checkpoint, but right from behind, a powerful waterspout slammed straight into Han Sung-yoon's back, sending him flying. His entire body was crushed by the immense pressure of the vortex. Just when it seemed like the story was over, like your chances with your crush, the Blessing of Steel effect activated, and at the same time, the souls absorbed the physical damage for Han Sung-yoon. The orc hunter souls he had just absorbed were now being used as shields for Han Sung-yoon. Without them, his body would have been destroyed by that waterspout. Time was running out, so he continued to rush toward the red tile. To make matters worse, using the steel necklace had drained Han Sung-yoon's mana, and the instant acceleration effect was about to end. Han Sung-yoon pulled out an absorbed orc hunter's soul, restoring a bit of his strength. He was only 1 stone away from the checkpoint, but the tower just had to mess with him. A stone was lifted by a giant pillar of water, forming a wall right in front of Han Sung-yoon, while aggressive waterspouts closed in from behind. At this point, his only option was to take a risk. He decided to charge straight through the water pillar to reach the checkpoint. The waterspouts pursued him relentlessly, destroying the stone, launching Han Sung-yoon high into the air and annihilating the orc hunter soul. Han Sung-yoon tumbled through the air before free-falling toward the red tile. A loud crash echoed, along with the sound of his defensive souls being consumed. He lay flat amidst the rubble. Before his eyes, the swirling water spouts had stopped their pursuit. They weakened, eventually turning into a stream of water that poured down on Han Sung-yoon's head. He silently cursed this bullcrap trial. It just had to splash water on him at the very end to piss him off. Sung returned to the waiting room. He had nearly failed this trial. He had no idea what other horrors awaited on the 8th floor. Upon entering the 8th floor, a series of new functions were unlocked, but the one he cared about most was the aura. The trial tower presented 3 auras with a word of caution. Han Sung-yoon looked through the descriptions, and the system recommended the jewel aura for him. However, the hanger aura wasn't bad either. The last one, Mang, was the worst. Skipping over Mang, Han Sung-yoon ultimately chose the jewel aura. With jewel, he could choose one of 3 abilities: summon souls, triple his swordsmanship and magic skills, or create items and new skills. Given his necromancy, Han Sung-yoon decided to choose Soul Summoner, which came with the unique power of skill combination. Han Sung-yoon could combine 2 skills to create a new one, which was absolutely insane. He decided to pick his 2 weakest and most unrelated skills to combine, and the result left him speechless with amazement. Sung had obtained a powerful D-rank offensive skill. Although it had some restrictions, the fact that 2 F-rank skills combined into a D-rank one was a pleasant surprise. Our protagonist excitedly wanted to try again. However, Marksman's knowledge and fire resistance only produced an E-rank skill. Based on Han Sung-yoon's deduction, it seemed the more compatible the 2 skills were, the higher the rank of the resulting skill. He tiredly flopped onto his bed, never having imagined that one day he would have his own aura. This feeling of standing above others was so strange it made him question his own existence. Suddenly, remembering there was another reward, Han Sung-yoon shot back up to check it out. Graceful as the wind, an A-rank skill, increased movement speed by 10%, an effect that could stack 7 times. In return, the cooldown was 1 day. When stacked 7 times, Sung would get a 70% speed buff, making him move even faster than the Flash. What he liked most was that it didn't consume mana like that necklace did. As a man with a passion for speed, our protagonist couldn't pass up these boots that shine like polished suede. A quick browse through the system shop showed that most of the skills were both crappy and expensive. But Han Sung-yoon decided to buy the mana sensory skill anyway, simply because he had the money. He recalled how that guy, Kim Ji-hoon, had used something to share pain with him, giving him a tough time. If he had mana sense, Han Sung-yoon could prepare for situations like that. As soon as he activated it, mana sensory was engraved into his body. The sensation of all his mana being distributed and enhanced at once made Han Sung-yoon feel like his entire body was on fire. After it was complete, he felt like he was on a whole new level, a quantum leap compared to who he was 30 seconds ago. Han Sung-yoon's entire body felt as light as a feather. He lifted his leg and tried stomping hard on the floor. The floor beneath his foot shattered into pieces. Not only did it buff his mana, but it also increased his physical strength a bit. After equipping all his skills, Han Sung-yoon took a deep breath before making a decision. The 8th floor wouldn't be easy to deal with. He thought he'd return to Earth for a while to chill. Somewhere on the globe, a young man holding an iPhone 14 Pro Max was biting his nails, worried because he couldn't recruit any hunters. A fat, block-headed guy walked up and started mocking him, while demanding he hand over his gate entry pass. The fat guy had already recruited all the other hunters there, isolating the young man because he was just an E-rank hunter. The young man trembled with rage at their contemptuous insults. "Still have room in your group?" A strange voice rang out, piquing everyone's curiosity. Han Sung-yoon walked up and held out his driver's license, his C-rank hunter license, and asked to join the team. Needless to say, the E-rank hunter accepted immediately. But the fat guy grabbed Han Sung-yoon's shoulder, confused. "Didn't you see everyone else waiting? Were you sleeping?" Han Sung-yoon gave a half-smirk. "You know everything, except how to act right." He used his bloodthirsty gaze to warn the fat guy to get his greasy hand off him immediately. Han Sung-yoon's blood-red aura flared, causing the fat guy to instinctively pull his hand back. The lackeys on the side somehow misinterpreted the situation and thought their boss was overpowering Sung-yoon, which luckily saved the fat guy from losing face. He coughed lightly and found an excuse to slip away before Han Sung-yoon could question him again. Lee Won was tearing his hair out. Han Sung-yoon had just joined and was already picking a fight with that fat guy. But Han Sung-yoon paid it no mind, just wanting to enter the dungeon immediately. Besides, with Lee Won's reputation, no one else was going to join anyway. Lee Won pointed blankly. "I'm looking at you, so who are you looking at?" Was it really just going to be the 2 of them for a raid against monsters? Lee Won was now inside the dungeon, and he could feel the atmosphere here was different from the outside. Sung wasn't as excited. He was confident he could handle a D-rank dungeon. Realizing it was Sung's first time, Lee Won started explaining things to him. According to the theory Lee Won had learned, Higher-ranked hunters actually had a higher mortality rate. E-rank hunters knew their place and stayed in the back, while C-rank hunters got cocky and overconfident, and they always paid the price for it. Chua was worried because their team didn't even have a healer. On top of that, Han Sung-yoon's attitude was straight out of a textbook. To ensure their safety, Chua would lead the team. Although Han Sung-yoon wanted to be in front, he agreed. After all, he had never been inside a dungeon before. He wanted to see how experienced hunters fought and handled situations. Soon enough, an opportunity arose when they encountered a lizard man. Chua muttered a few lines he'd memorized from a textbook, then, according to plan, attracted its attention. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon would seize the opportunity to attack. That was the plan. But when it started, Chu just stood there waving his staff from a distance, which even left the lizardman confused. Han Sung-yoon had thought he was all talk, but he was only on Earth for 3 days, so he couldn't just stand there and watch him have a dance-off with that lizard. So, Han Sung-yoon activated his acceleration and charged straight at it. The triple slash easily finished off the mutated lizardman. Chabi was lagging for a moment. Han Sung-yoon spoke up, offering to take the lead because if they let Chu keep dancing, they'd be here until tomorrow. From the moment Han Sung-yoon took the lead, he killed every monster they came across. Witnessing this, Chebu felt like it was a lizardman massacre, not a dungeon exploration. After finishing it off, Han Sung-yoon pulled out the lizardman's mana core. Out of habit, he tossed it into Chu's already overflowing backpack of cores. While the two were busy talking, a lizard man suddenly charged out from behind Han Sung-yoon. He shook his head to clear some dandruff and unexpectedly dodged its spear. Then Han Sung-yoon used his versatile shield to send the lizard man to meet the lizard god. Han Sung-yoon faked a yawn and then absorbed the lizard man's souls. After all, he didn't want his unique skill to be discovered in such a lame way. But the D-rank monsters on Earth only increased his power by 0.7%. Han Sung-yoon was a little disappointed. The two entered the boss's room, and Chu couldn't help but get excited, even though he was just there to carry things. In the room, the Lizard King was sitting and waiting for Han Sung-yoon to butcher it. Cho got nervous and wanted to discuss a plan, but for Han Sung-yoon, who had main character plot armor, just charging forward was enough to win. Why bother with a plan and drag things out? The Lizard King charged forward, but its speed was the complete opposite of its massive body. Although this caught Han Sung-yoon by surprise, he had his own trump card. He activated acceleration and teleported behind the Lizard King, but he had forgotten that it had a tail twice as long as his body. Han Sung-yoon was swatted by its tail like a cow shooing away flies. The force sent Han Sung-yoon flying. Chua panicked, clutching his head and screaming his name into the night. He thought he was a goner, but he had used a soul to take the hit for him. The feeling of bloodlust surged again in the face of a formidable opponent. Over here, Chu's heart was pounding harder than when he touched his crush's hand. Han Sung-yoon glanced over and saw that the Lizard King's stone throne was cracked. He had a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, the Lizard King had become enraged. It let out a deafening roar and activated its slow movement skill. It felt as if chains were binding Han Sung-yoon's limbs, holding him back. This was the time for him to use his new, powerful breakthrough skill. Luckily, he had more magic than the Lizard King, so all of its effects were useless against him. The Lizard King's eyes widened in astonishment. It broke into a cold sweat, having used its ultimate move while its opponent remained completely unfazed. A groan came from Chu's direction. He didn't have a skill like Han Sung-yoon, so now he was tightly bound by those chains. He trembled and cried out to Han Sung-yoon for help, but this caught the Lizard King's attention. It immediately flew towards Cho, wanting to finish him off. Han Sung-yoon tried to keep up, but the distance was too great. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon remembered he had a few underlings waiting to be summoned. He immediately called out the skeletons, wrapped in a few pieces of cloth, to act as a shield. Lacking any endurance, they were immediately shattered by the Lizard King's attack. But that little bit of time was enough for Han Sung-yoon to use graceful. Like the wind, he flew in to finish off the Lizard King. The boss was defeated. Its soul belonged to Han Sung-yoon. He also received its Spirit Eye skill. Outside the gate, a manager was yawning, waiting. Normally, after the Vanguard Hunter team left the gate, the Association's raid team would enter to defeat the boss. But he was only assigned to follow the Vanguard team. If only he could manage the boss-killing raid team, he would receive countless bonuses, but that was just a dream, unless the team had an A-rank hunter who could clear it all in one go. Just then, Han Sung-yoon's team walked out. Seeing only 2 people, they assumed the team had only cleared half the dungeon before coming out. But a second later, the gate turned gray, which meant the dungeon's boss had been defeated. The manager scrambled on all fours over to Han Sung-yoon's team, wanting to confirm the truth. He introduced himself as the leader of the Hunter Association's gate management team, Sin Yuan. Chu guessed he was there to buy the ownership rights to the gate, but that was a decision for Han Sung-yoon to make since he had single-handedly cleared the dungeon. Shin Yun was shocked, certain that Han Sung-yoon must be an A-rank hunter, but he didn't care about rank. He only cared about the price they were offering him. Shin Yun thought for a moment and then offered a figure of 1 billion. At the same time, Lee Hae-yeon was struggling with a mountain of paperwork. After returning from the Tower of Trials, she was appointed by her superiors to be the team leader for managing mock challengers. In short, her job was to find outstanding hunters from the Tower of Trials. This was to create a breakthrough for the hunter community. But it wasn't easy, as all the people she found chose the easy difficulty in the tower. Thinking about this, Lee Hae-yeon remembered Han Sung-yoon, who had the ability to clear the 4th floor of the tower by himself. She regretted not making him an offer back then. But right at that moment, Han Sung-yoon sent a message asking to meet. Needless to say, Lee Hae-yeon felt like she had hit the jackpot. Han Sung-yoon was waiting in a coffee shop. Lee Hae-yeon opened the door and entered. Her rushed appearance made it obvious how eager she was to see him. As soon as she greeted him, she chided him for not answering her messages. Han Sung-yoon apologized and explained. His mind was only focused on one word, hunter. He didn't have time for love or text messages. Getting down to business, Han Sung-yoon contacted Lee Hae-yeon to ask her to recommend a guild for him. However, he wanted that guild to grant him 3 special privileges. 1 was the right to refuse a summons, 2 was no interference in his activities in the tower, and 3 was the ability to use dungeons anytime. After he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly froze. He felt that his requests were perhaps quite unreasonable. As expected, Lee Hae-yeon confirmed that no guild would ever agree to his conditions. Han Sung-yoon was a bit disappointed, but in the next second, Lee Hae-yeon grabbed his hand and made a plea for Han Sung-yoon to join her white-silver guild where they could meet his demands. At the dungeon gate, Lee Hae-yeon had just arrived at the registration area. At that exact moment, Han Sung-yoon came running. As soon as he stopped, the shockwave he created rushed forward. It was so strong that it nearly blew away their small tent. Lee Hae-yeon's mouth twitched. It had only been half a month since they last met, yet he had improved so much. The plan was to attack the dungeon in an hour, but Han Sung-yoon was feeling bored, so they decided to get right to it. Inside the dungeon was a field of ripe, golden wheat, with stalks that were as tall as they were. Lee Hae-yeon had been provided with the Queen's necklace by the guild, which created a shield and had an invisibility function. Therefore, Han Sung-yoon only needed to worry about himself. Suddenly, his spirit eye skill activated automatically, signaling danger. 3 strange objects were moving beneath the wheat stalks, heading straight for him. Just as they got close, he leaped into the air to avoid the grotesque monsters with razor-sharp teeth lunging straight for his heart. Lee Hae-yeon gasped in horror. They were deadly poisonous monsters, and more importantly, they shouldn't have been able to appear in a C-rank dungeon. Han Sung-yoon, however, wasn't as anxious. He calmly took them down one by one with ease. Lee Hae-yeon was even more astonished. Then she rejoiced, thinking she had finally found a father for her children. Han Sung-yoon fought tirelessly against the deadly poison demons, avoiding their bites so he wouldn't get poisoned. Just then, Thunder Flash activated on its own. He had even forgotten he possessed this skill. A deadly poison demon lunged from behind with its mouth wide open. It aimed to bite his head off. Luckily, Han Sung-yoon dodged, otherwise his head would have been squarely in its mouth. Han Sung-yoon grabbed its tail and slammed its entire body onto the ground, causing the stone tiles to crack. Han Sung-yoon waved his hand, beckoning Lee Hae-yeon over. He had cleared the path and was simply inviting her to proceed. Lee Hae-yeon was still frozen in astonishment at Han Sung-yoon's 1 versus 10 solo performance. These deadly poison demons were usually assigned to teams of C-rank hunters to eliminate. But just look at him, our protagonist could fight them off with just a shield, a sword, and his various skills. Lee Hae-yeon confidently asserted that Han Sung-yoon would continue to grow even stronger. Who knows, maybe he'd even become her husband someday. That would be a perfect 10. Han Sung-yoon took the opportunity to absorb the souls of the deadly poison demons, but his stats only increased by a small amount. He predicted the boss wouldn't be too overpowered. The boss room, however, was a completely different space. Steep cliffs and tangled tree trunks, narrow pathways, a suffocating feeling combined with an eerie silence made Lee Hae-yeon uneasy. They couldn't sense the presence of any living creature. At that moment, a beam of mana shot down straight at Lee Hae-yeon's head. The boss suddenly appeared with a ferocious, excited expression. This surprise greeting sent a shiver down their spines. Han Sung-yeon picked up Lee Hae-yeon and jumped away, but her mind was completely filled with his image. The deadly poison demon boss took a deep breath and spat a mana blast toward them. The wave of mana rushed right up behind them. A massive explosion shook the cave, and from the smoke, Sung-yoon's figure flew out. He was carrying Lee Hae-yeon, landing on a large tree high above. They had escaped the boss's line of sight. It was now looking around, searching for their bodies. Lee Hai-yoon wanted to give him a power buff. She could always check the skill later, but he refused. He explained that he only fled to save her, and that running away wasn't his style. He dove directly down behind the boss, startling it. Han Sung-yoon had stacked graceful as the wind 7 times, and now was the time to use it. Just as the boss was inhaling to gather mana, he closed the distance. Before the boss could even blink, Han Sung-yoon was underneath it, holding his sword. 3-step slash sliced the boss's entire body into 3 pieces. Lee Hai-yoon, witnessing this from above, tensed up completely. Now she was wondering who the real monster was. After leaving the boss room, Lee Hai-yoon declared that he had passed the test. She also warned him about something else. When he reached the trial tower, the difficulty would gradually increase over time. Those who chose a hard difficulty from the beginning could switch to an easier level. Lee Hai-yoon considered Han Sung-yoon's ridiculous growth rate. It was possible he had chosen a difficulty where the penalty was death. Although she had seen him fight twice, she still hoped he would be a little more careful and return in one piece to be her husband, her friend. That night was his last on Earth. For the past 3 days, Han Sung-yoon had been quite busy. However, he had also become more confident in himself. Returning to the tower for the 3rd time, he resolved to try even harder. As soon as he got to the waiting room, he headed for the trial. The 8th floor had branching paths for players. Han Sung-yoon wanted to increase the accuracy of his soul summoning, so he chose the combat path. He thought he'd get to fight right away, but it turned out Sung-yoon had the pioneer ability. Because of this, he got to meet a manager, the iron-blooded monarch. As soon as the notification appeared, the system whisked Sung-yoon away. The place he landed was the world of Iron Blood. The world of Iron Blood was the complete opposite of its name. The surrounding landscape was covered in thick white snow. Sung-yoon used the Eye of Truth to search for information, but the system only stated that this was where the iron-blooded monarch lived. The iron-blooded monarch communicated with him through messages. The person felt insulted that he was scrutinizing the place, then ordered him to follow the sword. The sword floated in mid-air, held by a stream of red mana. It led him to a simple wooden house. As soon as he stepped inside, Sung-yoon could feel a gaze fixed upon him. The iron-blooded monarch sat with their legs crossed on a chair, looking at him. "You finally arrived. Welcome, pioneer." The iron-blooded monarch introduced himself. He had expected some old man, but the monarch was actually a charismatic, pink-haired girl. Han Sung-yoon was also surprised as he observed the iron-blooded monarch. He was overwhelmed by her captivating beauty, but every rose has its thorns. As beautiful as she was also an administrator of this tower. Suddenly, the iron-blooded monarch appeared right in front of Han Sung-yoon. She examined him, and he was shocked because even though his eyes had been glued to her, he couldn't perceive her movements at all. The iron-blooded monarch grabbed a bottle of wine. She judged him to be just an ordinary person, even though his battles had left quite an impression on her. However, she only knew the results. No one could observe the trials below the 8th floor. The iron-blooded monarch sipped a glass of what looked like orange juice. Administrators are just subordinates of the tower. As long as she remained a subordinate of the tower, she could not harm Han Sung-yoon. This negotiation was a personal benefit for the pioneer. He could ask any question and receive an answer without needing a question ticket. Han Sung-yoon asked about the intruder on the 5th floor. The iron-blooded monarch smiled and explained, "By invading another floor, you can receive better rewards and benefits. Challengers from other worlds are usually people who have been in the tower for decades. When someone defeats them, they receive a huge reward. One day, this world's tower will merge with another world's tower." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon was confused, so she continued to explain. After the 20th floor, there will be many combined trials, which means Han Sung-yoon will encounter other intruders. His final question was, "What exactly is the trial tower?" The iron-blooded monarch pondered this. She had always wondered the same thing. Even an administrator like her knew nothing about it. She was once a challenger herself, one of those who had died on or above the 14th floor, given the privilege of being revived and becoming administrators. She had climbed the tower before, but none of the administrators who died ever reached the top. Sung clenched his fists, saying with disappointment, "I was looking forward to learning about the top of the tower." At the mention of the tower's peak, the iron-blooded monarch became annoyed, and she immediately grabbed Sung by the neck threateningly, her eyes glinting with danger. The top of the tower isn't something you can just speak of so lightly. Sung remained unfazed, a stark contrast to her fury. The iron-blooded monarch was surprised that he wasn't afraid at all. Han Sung-yoon grabbed the door and destroyed it, breaking free from the iron-blooded monarch's grasp. "I won't be so easily attacked by you," he stated coldly. The iron-blooded monarch's eyes widened in shock before she burst into hearty laughter. This was the first time anyone had dared to destroy an administrator's home. This boy was interesting. The iron-blooded monarch offered to form a master-disciple contract with Han Sung-yoon. Upon his return, Han Sung-yoon immediately checked the exclusive shop available after signing a contract with an administrator. Now, he could purchase items sold only by the iron-blooded monarch. However, the second page would only unlock after reaching the 10th floor. For now, with his initial SP, he could only choose one of 3 items to buy. Han Sung-yoon decided to buy the Unyielding Mind, an item that would help him make rational decisions in any situation, unswayed by his emotions. After equipping it, Han Sung-yoon entered the 8th floor, Theme Destruction. He needed to defeat a necromancer who summoned skeleton soldiers. He thought this stage would be easy, but Han Sung-yoon had to rub his eyes a few times because at his feet was a pile of bones so dense not even a mosquito could slip through. They were probably trying to overwhelm him with numbers, but he didn't care. He charged into the middle of the bony horde, causing the surrounding area to explode. White bone fragments shattered and flew everywhere. The skeletons began to swarm him, trying to bite and tear at their target, and Sung even let them slash at him to see what would happen. But it could be summed up in 2 words: too weak. He swung his fists, snapping their bones like twigs. However, because they were so weak, his proficiency only increased by 0.08. He felt bored, wasting his energy on these minions. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the distance. "Which bastard dares to wreak havoc in my sacred land?" Sung snapped his head toward the sound. That must be the boss. He immediately absorbed the death energy, and then summoned his own legion of skeletons. They would fight the tower's skeleton soldiers for him. As for Sung, he took off like the wind, breaking through the dense barrier of skeletons to find the boss. In the distance stood an ancient castle. Han Sung-yoon was sure that was the place. When he arrived, a skeleton wearing clothes to hide its malnourished body was holding a summoning book. Seeing Han Sung-yoon, it looked down on him, sneering that a lowly human would dare trespass in its magnificent castle. "You will pay dearly." As soon as it finished speaking, it summoned 2 gatekeeper monsters. Han Sung-yoon estimated they were on par with the Sand Golem, and he was unimpressed that the boss could only summon these 2 big boys. The boss was furious at being looked down upon by someone it despised and ordered the 2 behemoths to rip Sung's mouth apart. Sung activated his acceleration, taking off both their round heads in a single move. He then closed in on the boss, who could only stammer in astonishment. "What the hell?" Han Sung-yoon slashed across its body, cutting off its legs and making it fall to the ground. After defeating the 2 behemoths, his proficiency had increased by 1.2%. Han Sung-yoon was satisfied with this progress, but in the necromancer's eyes, he was nothing more than a bloodthirsty monster frantically grinding for experience points. Han Sung-yoon decided to end the 8th floor here, but then he glanced at the boss's fancy-looking summoning book. His smile gradually turned inhumane. Han Sung-yoon decided he had a few favors to ask of it. Han Sung-yoon tossed the summoning book to it and asked about its summoning ability. It turned out that every time a gatekeeper died, it could be resummoned after a few minutes. Han Sung-yoon demanded it summon one right now. The boss was about to question him, but was immediately threatened by Han Sung-yoon's sword, so it hastily got back to work. The 2 aggressive gatekeepers were summoned again just like before, and Sung easily dealt with them. The necromancer asked dazedly, "Is that enough?" But this was only the beginning. Han Sung-yoon ordered it to summon all of its gatekeepers, while he continuously killed them to gain experience points. The necromancer, whose labor was being exploited, was utterly indignant. "How much longer do I have to do this?" Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon was still engrossed in his slashing. "Of course, until I tell you to stop." Han Sung-yoon fought continuously to increase his proficiency, and finally, his necromancy skill reached 100% and leveled up to C rank. A weak voice sounded from behind him. "You crazed monster, I'll curse you even after I die." That was the 8th floor boss, exploited to the bone, quite literally, by the capitalist Sung. Han Sung-yoon approached to inspect it and saw that cracks were spreading across its body with each summoning. It had reached its limit. Although Sung wanted to play a little longer, it seemed he had to send it on its way. Before completely losing consciousness, the necromancer cursed, "Meeting you makes me sick, you damn human." And with that, the 8th floor was complete. Now, Han Sung-yoon's necromancy skill had a 20% chance of acquiring a skill from a soul. To him, the 8th floor had been pretty dull, but that didn't mean the 9th floor would be the same. He always prepared himself before a battle. Looking at his thunderclap sword, he realized his dagger mastery skill had already maxed out. It was time to find a new toy to replace the thunderclap sword. After browsing for a while and not finding any sword he liked, Han Sung-yoon decided to just create his own. He decided to combine 2 of his sword-related skills. Since his dagger mastery was D rank, the synthesis process would revolve around it. The result was the C rank skill Demon Hunter, which doubled his attack speed against non-human enemies. As expected, he loved this skill combination ability of his the most. With a bunch of skills in hand, Han Sung-yoon decided to combine them just one more time. So he combined them over and over, taking the new skill and combining it again. In the end, he obtained the Gray Blood skill, which granted him regeneration and pain reduction. To test his new skin, Han Sung-yoon decided to turn off the waiting room's recovery effect. He also absorbed all his souls, so he no longer had a shield. Han Sung-yoon then cut off his own arm to test it, and with a single slash, his left arm was severed, but it regenerated so instantly that he felt no pain. Sung felt as powerful as the main character of some other series, and as for his assassin's cloak, he would wear it until it fell apart before replacing it. At this point, waiting was just a waste of time, so he decided to enter the 9th floor immediately. The requirement was to eliminate all monsters within 1 day. However, as soon as he entered, the system warned him of an intruder, a challenger from the Murim world. He had even wiped out all of Han Sung-yoon's monsters. Now, he had to defeat this man to pass the 9th floor. Seeing Han Sung-yoon, the man stood atop the corpses of the monsters and spoke. "I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, Baek Sung-ho." The old man with white hair and a long beard introduced himself. He wanted to know Han Sung-yoon's name, but Sung-yoon knew for sure that invaders like him had no good intentions, so revealing his identity was pointless. The man muttered that it was the minimum courtesy between fellow martial artists. Han Sung-yoon was fed up with how bizarre people from other dimensions were. With that, the old man lifted his short sword and charged forward. Although he looked over 100 years old, his strength was not to be underestimated. He unleashed hundreds of sword strikes aimed at Sung-yoon. Sung-yoon also activated Grace of the Wind to block his attacks. Only the piercing sound of clashing metal could be heard. After the initial exchange, they both stepped back to size each other up. The old man smirked. "So, there are skilled fighters here too, huh? Forgive me for underestimating you." Sung-yoon let out a sigh. He was so tired of dealing with hypocrites. The man was definitely here just to kill him and take the reward. His attitude of wanting a fair duel was disgusting. It was then that the man revealed his killing intent through his cold eyes. Then, he raised his sword and activated the ability Sword Light. Waves of dark purple smoke enveloped the area. Han Sung-yoon was temporarily blinded for 5 seconds. The old man said his final words to him, "Farewell, nameless swordsman." While Sung-yoon was plunged into complete darkness, he used his mana resistance combo, causing the blinding effect's duration to drop to 2.5 seconds, along with Spirit Eye to see through the enemy's attacks. As soon as he used it, the old man's sword tip was right behind Han Sung-yoon's back. He quickly turned to dodge but was still grazed across the neck. At the same time, Sword Light ended, and Gray Blood activated, healing Han Sung-yoon's recent wound. Baek Seung-ho was surprised that Han Sung-yoon could dodge an attack in complete darkness. Sung-yoon didn't have time to answer, immediately charging forward to attack him. As soon as their swords clashed, the resulting shockwave cracked the ground around them. Han Sung-yoon spun and threw a kick, which Baek Seung-ho blocked with his sturdy knee, then swung his sword down from above, aiming for Han Sung-yoon's leg. Han Sung-yoon was also swinging his sword at the man's head. Baek Seung-ho used his hand to block Sung-yoon's sword arm, while Han Sung-yoon used his leg to pin down the old man's sword arm. Both attacks were blocked. You could say they were evenly matched. The old man muttered, "The dark magic you use is very strange." Han Sung-yoon didn't care what he said. His stats had increased, yet he was still just on par with the old man. This time, he wouldn't hold back. The man activated Sword Light again, trapping Han Sung-yoon in darkness. Han Sung-yoon cursed and used his mana resistance and Spirit Eye combo again. This time, the old man's sword strikes flew at him with astonishing speed. Han Sung-yoon blocked each strike but was still slashed across the back. Immediately, Blessing of Steel was activated. However, his shield still cracked into many pieces. It was fundamentally unable to fully block the attack. 2.5 seconds passed, and his vision returned to normal. Han Sung-yoon shattered a nearby boulder, obscuring Baek Seung-ho's vision. The old man split the huge boulder in front of him with a single sword strike, but Han Sung-yoon had already jumped back, creating distance between them. Baek Seung-ho turned around and, seeing that Han Sung-yoon had healed his wounds again, frowned and muttered, "More dark magic. I thought you were a skilled martial artist, but it seems you just borrow your power from elsewhere." Sung-yoon shook his wrist to check it and said, "Look who's talking. The sword light you use is also just a unique skill you got from the tower, and yet you act so high and mighty." Han Sung-yoon stacked Grace of the Wind 7 times and instantly closed the distance to Baek Seung-ho. The old man swung his sword to block in astonishment. The weight behind the blow made him struggle. Baek Seung-ho had cleared countless challenge floors, his sword stained with the blood of challengers from other worlds. Among them, those from Earth were the weakest of the weak, like pots of honey, unable to even touch a single hair on his head. Yet this time, Han Sung-yoon had cut through those silver strands. The old man's long hair flew in the wind, but his face was contorted with rage. Han Sung-yoon continued his assault until he had completely pushed him back. His wounds had healed, but Baek Seung-ho was struggling with a bloody face. The administrators were now placing their bets on Han Sung-yoon. Baek Seung-ho was furious at being at a disadvantage. He decided to activate his skills. His movement speed increased by 2.8 times for 1 minute. Han Sung-yoon sneered. Didn't you look down on magic? However, because Baek Seung-ho was an invader, he had to suffer the invader's penalty. All his stats were reduced by 8, and he was unable to use some of his skills. However, Sword Light was still effective. Han Sung-yoon was used to him spewing out that smoke and then sneak attacking him. He poured all his strength into the slash. He roared maniacally, "I'll cut you down." Han Sung-yoon used 3-step slash to counter him, and the clash created a blinding light from their mana. The blindness ended. Baek Seung-ho stood still while an exhausted Han Sung-yoon collapsed, but across the old man's torso was a decisive slash from Sung-yoon, and his whole body trembled. He could only manage 3 words. How can this be? Before his body fell to the ground in 2 pieces, Sung-yoon absorbed Baek Seung-ho's soul, and his stats increased by a whole 27%. Because there was an invader, the reward was changed to 6th Sense C+ rank. Han Sung-yoon judged this skill to be a higher rank than Monster's Instinct. He decided to return to the waiting room and check it later. Suddenly, the administrators frantically sent messages to Han Sung-yoon after witnessing his fight. After an update, they could now watch the trials from the 9th floor and above. Han Sung-yoon smiled proudly. In a way, this meant the administrators had acknowledged him. However, the iron-blooded tyrant monarch reminded him not to be swayed by other administrators, as the 2 of them had already signed a contract. Han Sung-yoon obediently agreed. The White Crane Sword Master requested to add their authority as a contractor to his exclusive shop. Han Sung-yoon's iron-blooded monarch also agreed. The administrators only grant authority to gain favor with their contractors. Han Sung-yoon was quite curious about this. He figured they would probably contact him again sometime. In the end, Han Sung-yoon decided to accept the White Crane Sword Master's request. He added Sword Chi Master to the shop. After returning, the system announced that Sung-yoon could now enter the common area. He wondered if the administrators could observe things in the common area. "Are you guys still watching?" he asked aloud. There was no response. Han Sung-yoon cleared his throat. "Well, I guess I'm the only one who knows how embarrassing that was, right?" The main character examined Sword Chi Master. It had the ability to infuse mana and use Sword Chi. To him, this skill was pretty solid. Having reached the 10th floor, he could now view the second page of the shop. 3 skills appeared. He thought they were all absolutely amazing. The only problem was he only had 2,000 SP. He needed to buy either Sword Chi, Master, or Bone Regeneration. Thinking back on the fight with that old man Baek Seung-ho, he was a powerhouse who fought like a madman to avoid being overwhelmed. Han Sung-yoon decided to buy the Sword Aura skill. After activating it, he swung his sword a few times to test it. Other skills channeled mana like a waterfall, but this skill was like a gentle stream, true to the aura in its name. It consumed 2% of his mana every minute, meaning he'd be completely drained in just 50 minutes. Han Sung-yoon immediately deactivated the effect, telling himself he needed to manage his mana carefully when using it. There was another reward, the 6th Sense. It simply enhanced all his senses to their peak. Finally, he decided to browse the community forums. There were quite a few comments about the Plaza here. One player recounted trading an authority with someone else. The Plaza was where countless contestants gathered to make deals with other administrators. Sensing something new and interesting, Han Sung-yoon decided to head to the Plaza to see what all the fuss was about. The Plaza was another dimension entirely. The main difference was that players appeared here in the flesh. Our guy was excitedly exploring the area, but unfortunately, he'd already caught the eye of some player hunters. While he was happily strolling along, he was suddenly hit by special effects that brought him to his knees. The player hunters appeared behind him, smirking sinisterly. The leader licked his blade mockingly. "A Korean, huh?" The Korean guy gritted his teeth. They hadn't even started the trial yet, and these thugs were already out robbing people. The girl behind him shouted indignantly, "Stop it. Are you even allowed to do this? Fine, let's make a trade." The leader let out a vile laugh. "If you leave all your items behind, I'll let one of you go." Just as they were about to make their move, a dark figure zipped past. The leader stared blankly, watching the black-cloaked person walk right by them as if nothing was happening. But they found it strange, unlike how things usually go in stories, so they called out, "Hey, Black Hat." The figure in the black hat turned around. Han Sung-yoon pulled down his hood. "Are you calling me?" When they saw he was also Korean, they broke into savage laughter. It seemed they thought Koreans were easy targets, so they launched an all-out attack on Han Sung-yoon. Han Sung-yoon sighed. He was just trying to keep a low profile. Did they forget he was the main character of a Korean manhwa? Han Sung-yoon raised a hand, neutralizing their attacks. The leader's eyes widened in shock. Han Sung-yoon struck instantly, killing them before they could even activate their skills. One of them used an ice shield, but it shattered under Han Sung-yoon's fist. The man panicked and begged, "Wait, I was wrong." Before he could even kneel to apologize, Han Sung-yoon's sword pierced through his throat. After absorbing their souls, Han Sung-yoon prepared to leave. The girl apologized for not being able to help. The Korean guy struck up a conversation, guessing that Han Sung-yoon was a rancor. Han Sung-yoon just hummed in agreement. Might as well let him think that. After all, he used to always be in the top 10. The guy immediately lit up, not forgetting to thank Han Sung-yoon for saving his life. Han Sung-yoon didn't pay it much mind. He only killed them to avoid future trouble for himself. He turned to leave decisively, but it seemed the guy still had something to say. He hesitated before asking for the 3 soulless corpses. Han Sung-yoon was confused, but the man promised to trade him a skill for them. He used Devour, and the corpses were sucked into a black hole in his palm. He looked as satisfied as if he'd just had a delicious meal. As promised, he gave Han Sung-yoon the Iron Wings skill from the administrator Gluttony. It allowed him to create wings on his back and fly. Sure enough, right at that moment, the White Crane Sword Master and the Iron-Blooded Monarch were complaining about Gluttony making an illegal trade with their Han Sung-yoon. Han Sung-yoon was speechless at the antics of these administrators, but the fact that they were fighting over players meant the players had something they wanted. The two of them were heading in the same direction anyway. The guy shared some information he had gathered. Currently, the dimensional worlds invading Earth are Ares and Miram. Han Sung-yoon had already met a guy from Ares in heavy-duty armor and another from Miram. Besides those, there were also worlds of elves, fairies, and beastmen. Chatting as they walked, they arrived at the community area. The man handed Han Sung-yoon a business card. It turned out he was the team manager of the Challenger management team from the Hunter Association. Han Sung-yoon might need his help later. After entering the public area, all statuses returned to normal. Challengers weren't allowed to fight each other here. The guy rubbed his hands together, deciding to head to the auction house for a bit. Han Sung-yoon also had a place to be, the arena. As Han Sung-yoon entered, he heard some frustrated young men yelling, "Lost again." This time the loss is huge. He thought to himself that this so-called arena looked just like a sports betting hall. The administrators seemed to feel the same way. There were seating booths up ahead, and Han Sung-yoon wondered if he was allowed to sit there. Only kids hesitate. An adult like him just sits down to be sure. The worst that could happen is getting kicked out. The arena system was activating, offering a choice between betting and fighting. The system notification was a bit confusing, so Han Sung-yoon read the details more carefully. The arena was divided into 2 systems, betting and fighting. Bettors would place wagers on the participants in the fights and could either lose money or earn points depending on the challenger they bet on. As for the fighters, they could challenge others to win rewards. Once a match was confirmed, the real names and rankings of the fighters would be announced. To confirm a match, Han Sung-yoon needed to wager a reward, such as a skill, item, or authority. If he won, he would receive rewards corresponding to the opponents he faced. Long story short, all Han Sung-yoon needed to remember was win and get rewards, lose and lose your wager. But how could a main character like him possibly lose? So, Han Sung-yoon hit participate to see if he could score some good loot. Meanwhile, outside, players were practically praying, having gotten to see Catherine, the Hellfire Witch, in person. She was a famous American hunter known for her achievements and a body hotter than Hellfire itself. Today was another day Catherine hadn't received a single challenge, which left her feeling bored. Being the strongest wasn't all fun and games, since Catherine had never lost a match. Her administrator giggled at how weak the other players were. Catherine felt like she was wasting her time and decided to leave. Just then, she received a challenge request from Han Sung-yoon. The newcomer who just entered the trial arena was challenging someone with a 17-win streak like her. This guy is interesting. Catherine decided to have a one-on-one match with him. Both were teleported to the arena. Catherine smiled and said, "I like your courage, but you should be more careful when picking your opponents." The match began. Arrogantly, Catherine decided to strike first with her Genesis Flame. With one hand, she summoned a giant fireball that looked scorching hot just by looking at it. The fireball shot towards Han Sung-yoon. He could have dodged it, but it had already locked onto him as its target. It wouldn't stop until it hit him. "It's over," Catherine smirked. Although she respected his courage, she believed Han Sung-yoon stood no chance in terms of power, but that was only because Han Sung-yoon hadn't used his skills yet. With his sword key mastery, he sliced the orb in half. If it wanted to chase him, he wouldn't give it the chance to. Damn. Catherine was utterly stunned, completely floored. "A lesson, huh? I'll be the one to give it to you." Han Sung-yoon laughed coldly. Now, the match would truly begin. In a cottage in the middle of a forest, a person of unknown gender with long, flowing silver hair was observing Han Sung-yoon through a water mirror. They smiled with satisfaction, seeing that Han Sung-yoon had mastered Sword Ki. It wasn't a waste to give him such a top-tier special skill. From now on, I need to get on his good side quickly. Perhaps Han Sung-yoon can resolve the long-standing grudge that this person couldn't settle themselves. Back in the arena, Catherine was still on the relentless offensive. Wherever she attacked, Han Sung-yoon dodged, but her attacks were incredibly annoying. Even when Han Sung-yoon leaped into the air, the flames still followed him. The only way was to slash through every single fireball. Dancing in the flames caused the hem of his cloak to catch fire. Han Sung-yoon immediately landed to get away from the fire. Without the blessing of the wind, he couldn't maximize his cloak's effects. While he was putting out the fire on his cloak, Catherine summoned 4 more fireballs in succession. How long do you think you can last? After putting out the fire, Han Sung-yoon brandished his sword again. The longer this dragged on, the higher his mana consumption would be, which was a disadvantage for him. It was time to counterattack. Han Sung-yoon absorbed Baek Sing's soul to increase some of his stats. He was quite surprised to obtain the B-rank skill, Lightning Sword Ki, which allowed him to execute a critical attack. Catherine grew annoyed by Han Sung-yoon's lack of focus. In that moment, she unleashed dozens of fire arrows aimed at him. Of the 36 stratagems, retreating is the best. He booked it, running from the descending arrows and slicing any that blocked his path in half. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon activated Blood Rush. It was the first time he'd used this skill, but he wouldn't know its effects if he didn't try. One try probably wouldn't kill him. Han Sung-yoon tensed his arm, gathering his strength, then unleashed a crescent-shaped slash that pierced through the giant fireball, startling Catherine. She hastily erected a magic shield, gritting her teeth to maintain it against the immense power. She never expected Han Sung-yoon's counterattack to come at such an unpredictable moment. Before she had even finished blocking his attack, he was already standing right behind her, with the tip of his sword pointed directly at the back of her neck. Catherine finally had to surrender, otherwise her head would have flown right off. After defeating Catherine, Han Sung-yoon received the skill, Sword Storm, and was teleported back to the common area of the 10th floor. Upon his return, Han Sung-yoon decided to remember Catherine's name. Even though he had only considered this practice and held back, she was quite strong. Plus, she burned his cloak. He had to remember her name to settle the score later. Now it was time to check his reward. The name Sword Storm sounded like it would be thousands of slashes at once, but it was just a single thrust. Turns out, this was the lesson she had for him. You can't judge a skill by its name. Today started off pretty smoothly, winning a match for experience, but the reward was a total rip-off. To avoid getting scammed again, Han Sung-yoon decided to fight another match. This time, his opponent was Owaki Yuji, ranked 11th in Japan. As soon as the match began, Owaki Yuji sighed. I was really looking forward to this match since you're ranked 3rd in Korea, but you look as ragged as a beggar. Your skills must be just as poor. Han Sung-yoon smirked, which made him frown. What the hell are you laughing at? I find it funny because I was thinking the same thing about you. Han Sung-yoon's reply pissed Yuji off. He thrust his 8-meter-long spear toward him. Han Sung-yoon easily dodged it, which disappointed him. The 11th ranked player in Japan is this weak. He's all flash and no substance. Han Sung-yoon unceremoniously knocked the show-off aside. Owaki Yuji took too much damage, so the match had to end. Naturally, the victory went to Han Sung-yoon. The more he fought, the more addicted he got. Han Sung-yoon challenged everyone from all corners. He won every match with terrifying speed, unintentionally earning the title of Master of Combat. Meanwhile, in China, a guy with an 8-pack was meditating in a lush green bamboo forest. No one dared to disturb him unless there was urgent news. And this time, the urgent news was the passing of Elder Baek Seung-ho. Before he died, he sent a message back to his clan, telling them about a place called Earth that had recently linked with their dimension. Baek Seung had tried to invade that dimension, and the result was him kicking the bucket. Just then, tremors began, growing stronger and stronger. The Yangzhou forest also rustled as if something was approaching. It was some monster, I don't know its name, just that it was freaking huge and had a nasty temper. The guy continued to meditate to meet his quota as the monster charged toward him. Finally, he moved one arm to summon his sword and said, "It's been 5 years since I stopped climbing the tower, hasn't it?" Just as the monster's claws slashed down, he flexed his leg muscles and leaped up. Even after meditating all day, his legs weren't numb, truly admirable. The 8-pack man dove down, plunging his sword straight into the beast's head, the force of his weight causing it to collapse instantly. His servants, witnessing his power, couldn't help but feel awestruck. To overwhelm a mythical creature in a single blow was truly terrifying. The young man pulled his sword from its head. He was tired of meditating, and conveniently, The appearance of the Earth dimension piqued his interest, especially since the one who could kill Elder Baek Seung-ho might give him a satisfying battle. Han Sung-yoon returned to the waiting room, flopping onto his newly upgraded bed, which now had a mattress. All his fatigue vanished. The waiting room truly lived up to its name as a cure-all. Today was a truly bountiful day. In addition to experience, Han Sung-yoon also got a new special skill, Iron Wings. It was a skill that created steel wings, allowing him to fly at high speeds. However, the wings needed a constant supply of mana to function. Just imagining himself soaring through the sky with angelic wings like a fairy from a storybook made Han Sung-yoon ecstatic. But that was just his dream for now. The dream would only become a reality when he had enough points to buy it. It's at times like these that you realize how good the rich have it. Setting aside the matter of the wings, Han Sung-yoon sat up to review his achievements for the day. He combined a few miscellaneous skills, and just like that, he sat for a full hour, diligently combining and recombining. Han Sung-yoon created 3 new skills: a B-rank counter shield, a C-rank movement speed skill called Secret Shadow Step, and also a C-rank attack skill, Chaotic Sword Tactic. The one that caught his eye was the counter shield. Han Sung-yoon raised his hand to try and activate it. The effect was cooler and smoother than the lame skills of a side character. The main character's aura really is something else. A new day began with a mission on the 10th floor, with a light difficulty level and a cooperation theme lasting for 3 hours. The condition for completion is to prevent the resurrection of the Dark Devouring King within the time limit, and if the entire team is wiped out before time runs out, then they're all toast. 4 doors opened, summoning the designated members based on their individual rankings. First rank Kim Seung-hun, second rank Oh Chil-soo, third rank Han Sung-yoon, and sixth rank Sung-jun. The team had 30 minutes to prepare for the boss fight. Oh Chil-soo ran towards Kim Seung-hun, looking as if they hadn't seen each other in ages. Han Sung-yoon sized up the 2 ranked above him, guessing they must have met in previous trials. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Seung-jun pointed at Han Sung-yoon and yelled, You're the guy I met on the 4th floor." Han Sung-yoon was completely baffled, getting caught in the crossfire for no reason. Just then, Kim Seung-hun looked at Seung-jun's expression and guessed that the meeting between those two hadn't been a pleasant one. Seung-jun was trembling, his face pale as a sheet. He said they had met during the cooperative trial on the 4th floor, and that Han Sung-yoon had killed people repeatedly to increase his own power. Seung-jun's life motto was that honesty gets you nowhere. He deliberately created conflicts by pitting others against each other, and then used that time to monopolize the rewards. That was his survival tactic, and it was truly effective in a harsh place like the trial tower. His administrator, the deceitful clown, would roar with laughter every time Seung-jun pulled off another one of his backstabbing schemes. Han Sung-yoon looked at the guy's chilling, unhinged expression and thought he looked insane. But that attitude was so convincing it even made him wonder for a second if he'd actually done something like that in the past. "I think you've misunderstood something," Han Sung-yoon began to say, but was cut off by Seung-jun. He claimed Han Sung-yoon had even ruthlessly turned on his own teammates to hog the rewards. Han Sung-yoon was really starting to get annoyed now, but the one who chose violence wasn't him, it was Kim Seung-hun. He summoned his divine hammer. Instead of having 4 disunited members, he figured this team would be better off with just 3 who were on the same page. Whoever was telling the truth would live, and the liar would be eliminated on the spot. "Simple as that," said Kim Seung-hun, a man who liked to keep things simple. Han Sung-yoon calculated the worst-case scenario. He'd have to fight all 3 of them at once, but of course, he didn't want that. "Everyone, chill out," Oh Chil-soo said. He was the only one who had kept a cool head this whole time, analyzing the situation. If Seung-jun had met Han Sung-yoon on the 4th floor, he would definitely know his real name. That's because nicknames were only implemented from the 5th floor's waiting room onward, and they supposedly met on the 4th floor. All he had to do was say Han Sung-yoon's real name, and the matter would be settled. Seung-jun was stunned, not expecting someone to be so sharp, but he wasn't one to be easily flustered. He preferred to be the one messing with others' heads. "My real name is Seung-jun," he bluffed. "It's not like there's any way to verify names here. Do you have anything to say?" Oh Chil-soo turned to ask Han Sung-yoon. It was true. There were no ID cards here to prove one's identity. "But I have something else, even though I didn't want to use it. His hunter's license." Han Sung-yoon had just happened to grab it while returning to Earth. Who knew it would come in handy in a situation like this? Even Seung-jun couldn't have imagined someone would bring a hunter's license from Earth into the tower to prove their identity. His deceptive trick had been exposed. Kim Seung-hun was just waiting for this moment to execute justice, eliminate the liar, and clear Han Sung-yoon's name. Seung-jun gritted his teeth and thought, "I really screwed up this time." Han Sung-yoon raised a hand to stop Kim Seung-hun. Since this was his business, he would handle it himself. Being falsely accused was really getting on his nerves. Seung-jun thought all three of them would gang up on him, but in the end, only Han Sung-yoon stepped up. He smirked, thinking what an idiot Han Sung-yoon was. As long as he took down Han Sung-yoon, the other two couldn't do anything to him, no matter how much they hated him. It would be too difficult for just two people to clear a four-person trial on their own. Before they fought, Han Sung-yoon tried to teach him about the word responsibility. But Seung-jun couldn't give a damn about responsibility. All he cared about was survival. He summoned his grimoire. "You're not the only one with power." Vines of the swamp spirit sprouted up, wrapping around Han Sung-yoon's legs. But unfortunately for him, Han Sung-yoon had the mana resistance skill, allowing him to break free from the vines and charge toward him. Seung-jun erected a shield to block. This situation was truly unexpected, but he was able to defend against Han Sung-yoon's attack. The force of the blow made the ground crack and shatter. Kim Seung-hun told Oh Cheol-soo it would be better to keep their distance if they didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. Although Oh Cheol-soo wanted to get closer to feel the heat from the young guys, Kim Seung-hun told him, "Not a chance. It's better to be careful. Die, you bastard." Seung-jun launched mana orbs at Han Sung-yoon. "This is too easy," he said, dodging every single one before landing a devastating punch on him. Even though he was in pain, Seung-jun still grinned from ear to ear. It seems the hunter has become the hunted, hasn't he? When Han Sung-yoon looked back, the orbs he had launched had converged into a magic circle. After a few seconds of aiming, it unleashed a massive bolt of lightning straight down on Han Sung-yoon. Seung-jun laughed triumphantly. "You were acting so tough a moment ago. Go on, run your mouth now." "Huh? What the?" He was suddenly bewildered. Han Sung-yoon said, "You're still way too green." How could the 6th-ranked player expect to beat the 3rd-ranked, who also had protagonist plot armor? He activated his counter shield. It absorbed 25% of the damage and released it in a single blow. Now, Seung-jun was about to get back exactly what he dished out. It's just the law of life. Seung-jun broke out in a cold sweat. This was not part of the script he'd imagined. He couldn't believe Han Sung-yoon had blocked his ultimate move. Han Sung-yoon shot towards Seung-jun like an arrow. His only option was to erect giant rock shields to surround Han Sung-yoon and trap him. Han Sung-yoon sliced through the rock walls. He could even cut through fire, so this was nothing. Oh Cheol-soo watched Han Sung-yoon and asked Kim Seung-hun if he knew who he was, but Kim Seung-hun didn't know, nor had he ever seen anyone like him among the high-ranking hunters. Because Kim Seung-hun didn't know him, Oh Cheol-soo assumed Han Sung-yoon was just an ordinary person until they saw how he fought. Kim Seung-hun noted that he might not be ranked among the high-tier hunters, but there was one thing he was sure of. Han Sung-yoon wasn't using his full strength. In fact, Han Sung-yoon's true power might even be on par with his own. Oh Cheol-soo was surprised that someone so strong was ranked lower than both of them. But that was just a ranking based on stats alone. If Han Sung-yoon hadn't relied on his teammates in previous trials, his abilities might have been underestimated. At this point, Seung-jun had no way to defend himself. Han Sung-yoon slashed the arm he was using to hold the book. He collapsed at the tip of Han Sung-yoon's sword. Kim Seung-hun was surprised that he didn't finish him off. Instead, he calmly subdued him. "Wait," Seung-jun said, his face turning pale. He threatened him, saying he couldn't kill him, because killing someone would mean failing the trial. This floor's challenge involves 4 top-ranked players. Since survival is the goal, the tower definitely wouldn't make it so easy that they could pass even with one person missing. Han Sung-yoon hadn't considered that, so he turned to look at the other two. They said they wouldn't interfere and would let him handle it as he saw fit. Meanwhile, that guy Seung-jun pulled out a sword, preparing a surprise attack on Han Sung-yoon, but his speed was 1,000,000,000 times slower than his. Han Sung-yoon split Seung-jun's head in 2 with a single slash, but not a drop of blood fell because it was just an illusion. Seung-jun had planned to keep his trump card hidden, but Han Sung-yoon had already struck him. So now, all he could do was risk it all. Seung-jun launched chains toward Han Sung-yoon. He used his shield to block, but the chains curved and wrapped around his back. Han Sung-yoon activated his water glide skill. Moving like a wave, he increased his movement speed by 40%. The very instant Seung-jun's attack detonated, he was already in front of him with his counter shield raised. Compared to tackling the trial with only 3 people, having a two-faced hypocrite like him along was far more dangerous. Han Sung-yoon activated his counter skill. All the damage he'd accumulated since the start of the fight was sent right back at Seung-jun, and just like that, he was obliterated. Seung-jun left behind an old vampire count's cloak and a heavenly blood demon sword. Both items were a lower grade than what he was currently using, so Han Sung-yoon decided he'd study them later. The other two jumped down after observing. Oh Cheol-soo couldn't stop praising him, his eyes filled with admiration. The whole thing took place in just 20 minutes. Now they had 10 minutes to go check out the situation inside. All right, let's go. Kim Seung-hun led the group in. At the entrance stood a magnificent, giant stone statue of a knight on horseback, held in place by chains. As they walked, Oh Chul-su said, "Whoa, that statue is huge. It's not going to come alive or anything, right?" "In this tower, it probably will," Kim Sung-hun replied. Han Sung-yun just observed silently, noticing the crowned head that the knight statue was carrying. After walking through the massive palace for a while, they reached a vast hall. Around them were 3 other stone statues, also bound tightly by chains, which gave Oh Chul-su a bad feeling. Most importantly, there was a headless statue sitting on a throne, likely the Dark Tyrant King, the boss for this trial. The break time was over. The Dark Legion would now appear, and they needed to prevent the resurrection of the Dark Tyrant King. Just then, as Oh Chul-su had feared, the 3 statues broke free from their chains and awakened. Kim Seung-hun was just itching for a fight. It had been a while since he'd gotten a good workout. Han Sung-yun said, "I've been observing them. Each statue is carrying a crowned head on its back. We can't let them place those heads and complete the Tyrant King's body." Kim Seung-hun nodded. "If that's the case, then we'll each take one." A fight between the 3 stone knight statues and the top 3 players of the tower server. Who would you bet on? Han Sung-yun decided to take this stone statue down in a single blow using his sword aura. But first, he had to parry one of its attacks. As their swords clashed, Han Sung-yun realized it was also using sword aura. It seemed this opponent wasn't going to be a pushover. He wondered if the others were doing okay. Oh, they were doing great. Kim Seung-hun had just taken a hit and was currently sailing through the air. The knight statue seized the opportunity to dash toward the Tyrant King, moving with incredible speed despite weighing several tons. But Kim Seung-hun wasn't about to let it get its way. He grabbed a rock and hurled it straight at the statue. By the time the knight realized what was happening, the rock hit it and sent it flying. Kim Seung-hun cursed, "These bastards are all boss level. Don't let your guard down." "I think you were the only one who let his guard down." Heh. Oh Chul-su chuckled and put on a wizard's hat. He really couldn't stand this hat, but whenever he put this hat on, it meant Oh Chul-su was getting serious. He fired magic arrows straight at the charging stone knight. Despite being made of stone, it nimbly dodged 3 arrows and closed in on Oh Chul-su. He, however, didn't panic like a typical mage would. Everyone thinks the easiest way to defeat a mage is with close-quarters combat, but that only works on rookies. Oh Chul-su, however, was a physical mage. He transformed his bow into a scythe. Han Sung-yun was quite surprised. He was used to fighting alongside people as weak as snails, so seeing 2 truly capable allies made his blood boil with excitement. Now, Han Sung-yun could focus on his own task without worry. But first, he had to dodge this thing's attack. Han Sung-yun spun around in the rubble, using his long legs to kick stones at the statue, then activated his wind-like dash skill. He slipped between the stone statue's legs and got behind it before it could react, then combined his wild blade skill with his lightning sword, shattering the Dark Tyrant King's head that was on the stone knight's back. On the other side, Kim Seung-hun used lightning burst to trap his knight in a storm of thunder, and the head on its back also shattered into pieces. Only Oh Chul-su's statue was left, and he was proving that you should never underestimate a male mage because he could unleash physical attacks on par with anyone. With his scythe, he sliced the knight in 2, along with the head on its back. Suddenly, the statues roared and started running towards the main gate. It seemed like they were retreating, so the 3 gave chase. Without the heads, the Dark Tyrant King would have to remain dormant. Suddenly, Han Sung-yun heard a clattering sound. The stone statues knelt down, all 3 forming a straight line. A horse galloped onto the path they created, leaping right over our 3 heroes' heads. It was the knight on horseback from the entrance. Kim Seung-hun whipped around to chase after it, but it was no use. It was on a horse, while they were on foot. Han Sung-yun gritted his teeth, took his stance, and hurled his sword at it. The tyrant's head was an instant from being placed when, suddenly, Han Sung-yun's sword pierced it, shattering it to bits. The crown fell to the ground, much to the knight's shock, and its eyes began to glow bright red. A furious, bitter roar followed. Oh Chul-su jumped for joy. Han Sung-yun also heaved a sigh of relief. That was a close call. They almost had to fight the boss. The knight picked up the crown and placed it on its own head, then took its weapon and stabbed itself through the throat. The 3 of them were stunned, with no idea what was happening. All they knew was that they had to stop it, and fast. The knight was severing its own head to place on the body of the Dark Tyrant King. The 3 of them charged forward to attack, but the head was successfully placed. A massive explosion sent them all flying backward. The condition had been met. The Dark Tyrant King was being resurrected, and now their mission was to defeat it if they didn't want to die. The Dark Tyrant King possessed an invulnerability passive. All damage from challengers with lower stats would be nullified. Han Sung-yoon had never heard of a monster with a passive skill like that before. As expected of the boss of those insanely tough knights, the Dark Tyrant King raised its hand, summoned a sword, and brought it down in a strike that cracked the very ground. This monstrous ability left Han Sung-yoon at a loss. If it was immune to damage, what the hell were they supposed to do? While he was lost in thought, the Dark Tyrant King appeared behind him out of nowhere. It swung its blade in a wide arc. Han Sung-yoon dodged quickly but still took a hit, and fresh blood sprayed out. Luckily, he was able to heal himself. Things were getting complicated because this wasn't ending quickly. Was there really no way to win this? His gaze fell upon the 3 remaining knights, who were just standing there waiting to be slaughtered. Oh Cheol-soo and Kim Seung-hun ran over to him. They suggested taking out the knights first, otherwise they'd all run out of stamina. Han Sung-yoon made a request. He needed them to block the Dark Tyrant King's attacks. Kim Seung-hun was confused. They couldn't even damage the thing. Wouldn't it make more sense to just take care of those knights? Han Sung-yoon didn't know how to convince them, so he could only say that he knew of a way to defeat the Dark Tyrant King. Kim Seung-hun was silent for a few seconds, then decided to trust him. It would be tough for the two of them to hold off the Tyrant King, so Han Sung-yoon had to be quick. If he didn't want to see 2 more corpses, that is. After they left, it was time for Han Sung-yoon to give these 3 knights a proper beatdown. Kim Seung-hun activated Lightning Burst and aimed it at the Dark Tyrant King. But of course, it didn't take a single point of damage. Just as Kim Seung-hun expected, that was completely useless. In fact, it even triggered another one of the Tyrant King's special skills. Both of them were slammed to the ground as if the gravity of the entire planet was pressing down on their backs. Then, a massive slash came from the Tyrant King. Kim Seung-hun activated his mana resistance skill, successfully breaking free from its control, but Oh Cheol-soo couldn't. At that exact moment, Kim Seung-hun jumped in front of him to block the blow. Fresh blood dripped from inside Kim Seung-hun's mask as he collapsed to his knees. "Hey, are you okay?" Oh Cheol-soo caught him, his voice filled with desperate worry, because standing before them was the Dark Tyrant King, raising its sword high, preparing to split both their skulls. This was the perfect moment for Han Sung-yoon to make his entrance. He used his counter shield to block the sword, apologizing to his 2 teammates for being late. Han Sung-yoon had absorbed the souls of the knights, and his stats began to skyrocket, putting him on par with the Dark Tyrant King. The counter shield absorbed and returned the blow, forcing the Tyrant King to pull its sword back. Han Sung-yoon unleashed a crescent moon slash with his lightning sword key, hoping it would be enough to reach the Dark Tyrant King's heart. The Tyrant King blocked the attack with both hands. Although the attack had high damage, it only caused its hands to crack slightly, but at least it had an effect. The Dark Tyrant King roared in a frenzy. It activated its control skill again, and Han Sung-yoon was immediately forced to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he activated mana resistance and pushed back with all his might, slowly getting to his feet as all restrictions were lifted. He used his counter shield to defend once more. The situation was truly hanging by a thread, but Han Sung-yoon couldn't stop smiling. Was this the thrill of impending victory? Was this the burning fire of his desire to become stronger? On the sidelines, Oh Cheol-soo and Kim Seung-hun were watching the fight. What they saw in Han Sung-yoon was a monster. Kim Seung-hun also felt strange having to hide behind someone, but he was also happy for Han Sung-yoon for becoming a top-tier player. After a while, the counter shield had charged up enough damage. Now, it was time for Han Sung-yoon to return everything he'd been given. If he closed the distance and focused the energy, the shield's power would increase significantly. He got as close as he possibly could and unleashed the attack. It pierced right through the Dark Tyrant King's arm. Before it could even recover from the shock of losing an arm, Han Sung-yoon charged forward, all of his skills ready. He sliced its head clean off with a single sword strike, finishing the Dark Tyrant King and completing the mission. Elsewhere, the iron-blooded monarch was watching Han Sung-yoon with great interest. She couldn't believe a challenger with so much potential had made a contract with her. Ordinary challengers trying to climb the tower would prepare meticulously to avoid any risks, and after spending half their youth, they still wouldn't have cleared a single floor. But Han Sung-yoon was completely different. He even came from another dimension, yet he was considered the embodiment of the will to grow stronger. However, this wasn't entirely beneficial for her. Surely, the other administrators would also be interested in Han Sung-yoon. She needed to secure his support before any of the others took notice, and then she could finally achieve the wish she had longed for. After defeating the Dark Tyrant King, Han Sung-yoon received a pile of rewards for being the biggest contributor to the special mission. Oh Cheol-soo was completely stunned by his victory. Han Sung-yoon's performance was no different from that of a hacker. He just said he got lucky because he had a skill that was useful for this particular mission. He couldn't exactly say it was because he was the main character, could he? Kim Seung-han didn't care how he did it. He just knew that his eyes had been opened today, so he decided to send Han Sung-yoon a friend request. After becoming friends, the three of them returned to the waiting room. After this trial, over 1,000 people survived. A new category called Dimensional Travel opened up. Han Sung-yoon guessed it would probably let him travel to places like Murim or Ares, but doing so would be nothing short of suicide. In addition, a few skills were expanded. Han Sung-yoon could now chat with administrators in the waiting room and visit their domains. Furthermore, he could also establish additional contracts, but only with one administrator at a time, and he could terminate them at any time. He found it confusing, because if that was the case, wouldn't the administrators be the ones at a disadvantage? But in this tower, you could never be sure of anything. For now, he decided to organize the items he'd received today. First up was a potion of skill proficiency, which helped him increase his skills proficiency by up to 20%. Han Sung-yoon was thirsty, so he chugged the whole thing down, then increased the proficiency of his Grace of the Wind special skill. After adding another 20%, the skill ranked up and now had a 7-stack effect. The cooldown also disappeared, allowing him to glide across the ground as fast as the wind at all times. Next, he absorbed the Dark Tyrant King's soul, permanently increasing his stats and acquiring a special skill called Mana Manipulation. Thanks to this skill, any restrictions related to his Mana Manipulation ability would be removed, but its proficiency could only be increased through personal enlightenment. Frequency of use wouldn't help at all. In short, Han Sung-yoon was now a magical genius, but just reading the description, he couldn't quite imagine how it worked. Suddenly, 2 invitations popped up before his eyes. Both the Iron-Blooded Monarch and the White Crane Sword Master were inviting him to their domains. Han Sung-yoon was extremely surprised by the 2 sudden invitations, but he decided to go to the Iron-Blooded Monarch's domain. Having just finished a bath, the Iron-Blooded Monarch opened the door and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, I knew you'd come to my place." It turns out the 2 of them made a bet on who you would visit. The Iron-Blooded Monarch won the bet, so she's going to treat him to a few snacks to pass the time. Han Sung-yoon sighed. He felt something was off when both of them sent an invitation at the same time. Turns out, he was just a part of their game. As he walked into the house, Han Sung-yoon asked the Iron-Blooded Monarch about mana application. She was a little surprised that he already had such an amazing skill. Still, having a great skill without knowing how to use it is pretty useless, so she decided to give him a quick rundown. With the mana application skill, she told him to try and channel all the magical power within his body. Han Sung-yoon focused with all his might. Suddenly, his entire body erupted with power, feeling like a high-voltage current was running through him. His mana circuits were being powerfully enhanced by the skill. The mana circuit skill was also enhanced, making him feel as though his physical strength had increased tenfold. Han Sung-yoon threw a punch at the ground to test its power, and the surrounding white snow was instantly blasted away. The gust of wind was so strong it even blew the towel right off the Iron-Blooded Monarch. Inside the house, she continued to tease him. "I never thought you'd be the type to do something so shameless." Han Sung-yoon choked on his water. It's true what they say. If one person isn't embarrassed, the other one has to be. Anyway, the Iron-Blooded Monarch advised him to try activating his magic skills one by one, combining them with mana application whenever he had free time. Once he fully understood how to enhance mana application, it would cause his other magic skills to level up as well. Han Sung-yoon nodded, curious as to why she had summoned him today. The Iron-Blooded Monarch explained the new expansion mechanic for the 11th floor's waiting room. He could now visit her domain without going through the tower, but that wasn't the real reason the waiting room was expanded. The real reason is so that administrators can proactively train their challengers. And as for what that means, behold. The Iron-Blooded Monarch commanded the system to use domain intervention and gifted him a unique skill called Iron-Blooded Monarch Sword. Han Sung-yoon was shocked to suddenly receive a free unique skill, but he knew that in this world, nothing is ever truly free. The Iron-Blooded Monarch had served the tower long enough to be granted this privilege. The reason she chose him was because she saw Han Sung-yoon's potential. Administrators are rewarded by nurturing their chosen challengers, but their motives aren't exactly benevolent. They only invest in challengers for the sake of their own ultimate desire. Before Han Sung-yoon could even grasp what an ultimate desire was, the system flared up with a notification. The White Crane Sword Master was repeatedly requesting that he visit her domain. The Iron-Blooded Monarch chuckled, guessing that someone was getting impatient, and with that, their conversation came to an end. After all, she had already given him her unique skill. Han Sung-yoon bid her farewell and stepped into a forest within the White Crane Sword Master's domain. He realized it was the perfect place to train. He was also quite curious about the training method the Iron-Blooded Monarch had mentioned, so he decided to try it right away. Han Sung-yoon used 3-step slash combined with mana application, and its proficiency increased by 8%. He continued to enhance his other skills, including counter shield. Finally, He tried with sword key, but it wouldn't activate through mana application, leaving him disappointed. He had intended to level up 3-step slash via sword key, but no matter how many times he tried, it failed. Could it be because sword key was a unique skill, preventing him from leveling it up? Just then, the White Crane Sword Master sent another message, urging him to hurry over. Han Sung-yoon decided to save sword key for later and went to meet her. Based on the nickname and the way the White Crane Sword Master spoke, Han Sung-yoon pictured an old man with a long white beard, much like Baek Seung-ho. Deep in the forest, there was a single-story house, and in the middle of the main hall, a girl with long, snow-white hair was waiting for him. "You finally arrived. I am the administrator, the White Crane Sword Master." Han Sung-yoon was dumbfounded. So much for the old man. This was a girl who, despite her youthful appearance, was clearly not naive. Seeing him just standing there, the White Crane Sword Master asked if something was wrong. Han Sung-yoon just said he found it interesting to finally meet an online friend in person. She gestured for him to sit down so they could talk without getting tired. The moment he sat down, Han Sung-yoon felt incredibly refreshed. The cool, natural breeze felt even better than an air conditioner. Now he understood why she chose to sit out here on the veranda instead of inside. The White Crane Sword Master chuckled. She had been observing him from this very spot, starting from when Han Sung-yoon fought Baek Seung-ho on the 9th floor. Han Sung-yoon found it strange that she would give her unique skill to a novice challenger like him, but the White Crane Sword Master didn't see it that way. Even though Baek Seung-ho had yet to achieve light sword ki, he was still a highly skilled swordsman in the Mirim, and although he lost a portion of his strength upon entering the tower, defeating a challenger like Baek Seung-ho was an incredible achievement. The reason the White Crane Sword Master knew all of this so clearly was because she had a contract with Baek Seung-ho. Han Sung-yoon broke into a cold sweat. If that was the case, she might hold a grudge against him. As if reading his thoughts, she told Han Sung-yoon that he didn't need to be so guarded. She had formed contracts with many challengers, but she had never invited any of them to her home like this except for him. "You've probably figured it out already, so I'll be direct." The White Crane Sword Master looked at him seriously. "Please, form an additional contract with me." Han Sung-yoon wasn't surprised. He was only interested in what he would get in return. If he agreed, the White Crane Sword Master would make him her disciple. An administrator can only ever take a single disciple in their entire lifetime. Inside the tower, that person would be known as an administrator's disciple, which meant he would have formed a very special contract. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon would be able to purchase all of that administrator's skills. Han Sung-yoon finally understood why a master-disciple contract was so important, but it was strange that the iron-blooded monarch had never explained any of this to him. He'd already been her disciple for a long time, so he just figured she was getting a bit forgetful. Besides, an additional contract could be cancelled at any time. He wondered why the White Crane Sword Master would entrust her once-in-a-lifetime contract to him, when it seemed so disadvantageous for her. The White Crane Sword Master admitted that just like the iron-blooded monarch, they chose him to fulfill their ultimate desires. "I require the sharpest of swords, a blade that will never rust nor shatter, and you have the potential to become that very blade." All Han Sung-yoon could focus on was the ultimate desire that both administrators had mentioned. He immediately asked her what it was. "They are regrets born from our pasts and our memories. At the same time, they are a special privilege granted to administrators by the Tower. Much like the Tower of Trials, it is a challenge that can only be bestowed upon a challenger who has formed a contract with that administrator. And when that desire is fulfilled, the administrator receives a great reward. If my ultimate desire comes true, Han Sung-yoon, you may even be able to change the past." "What? Me?" he asked again, just to be sure. After all, you can't just believe a woman's words so easily. The higher you climb the tower, the more you will understand. When that time comes, you will know whether or not I was telling the truth." The White Crane Sword Master replied. Han Sung-yoon felt that made sense. In the real world, it might be hard to believe, but in this tower, that kind of thing was entirely possible. However, he was still wondering just how high he'd have to climb to make her wish come true. The White Crane Sword Master scratched her ear. "Oh, that's simple. The very top floor of this trial tower." Han Sung-yoon broke into a cold sweat. The top floor, and she calls it simple. In the end, he still agreed to form a contract with the White Crane Sword Master. The girl jumped for joy. "That's a wise decision. You won't regret it." Han Sung-yoon had no idea if it was a wise decision or not, but he figured he'd just see how things played out. He had already guessed that he would have to climb to the highest floor of the tower to fulfill an administrator's wish. After becoming a true disciple of the White Crane Sword Master, the effectiveness of his authority and skills from the Mirim dimension would increase by 10%, and he'd also get a slight mana boost. He was different from his old self now. Han Sung-yoon was the disciple of 2 administrators and had received some extra points. Han Sung-yoon couldn't wait for the day he becomes stronger. On top of all that, he also received a special gift from the White Crane Sword Master. But did you happen to hear anything from her? About the person who's looking for you? The White Crane Sword Master asked curiously. Han Sung-yoon didn't know anything either. Was another beautiful girl looking for him now? The White Crane Sword Master shook her head. She didn't know what the iron-blooded monarch was thinking anymore, but it seemed she trusted him completely. The White Crane Sword Master did too, but she still had to tell him something, and it would cost him some question tickets. Han Sung-yoon nodded. After all, he never used the question tickets and had a huge pile of them anyway. Immediately, the system deducted all of his question tickets. Han Sung-yoon was shocked, wondering just how important this information was to cost so many tickets. The White Crane Sword Master explained that in the Murim dimension, there's a powerful organization called the Murim Alliance and the BHC, and the person he defeated on the 9th floor was their patriarch. Therefore, someone from the Murim dimension is now looking for him. After hearing this, Han Sung-yoon assumed this person was definitely seeking revenge for their patriarch. No, the White Crane Sword Master said. The Murim Alliance is in chaos right now because of the war to claim the patriarch's position. The one who wants to kill you is the sword dragon from the Namgong family. The Azure Sky Sword Dragon, Namgong Hyuk. He's a genius who made a name for himself among the martial arts masters who have lived in the Murim dimension for centuries. He's using revenge as an excuse to find Han Sung-yoon. But the real reason is that he's curious about the one who managed to kill the patriarch. The White Crane Sword Master didn't know when Namgong Hyuk would arrive or if he was already here. But if he ran into him, he should be prepared to lose his life. After hearing everything, Han Sung-yoon was transported back to the waiting room. To sum it up, some murder-crazed guy from Murim was now looking for him, even though they were the ones who invaded his floor first. What a headache. Han Sung-yoon finally had enough money to buy the chail, also known as the fairy wings. After that, he bought a return stone. For now, his immediate goal was to get stronger as fast as possible before he ran into that Namgong Hyuk guy. After returning to Earth, the first thing Han Sung-yoon picked up was his brand new iPhone 15 Pro Max, which had several hundred missed calls from Lee Hae-yeon. She was begging him to come to the Hunter Association immediately. Sensing that it was urgent, Han Sung-yoon used the Chol to fly to the association at lightning speed. At that moment, countless hunters were gathered at the association, having been mobilized immediately. Just then, a giant fly buzzed overhead. When it landed, it turned out to be Han Sung-yoon. After making a cool landing that left everyone stunned, he apologized and skipped away. Inside, Lee Hae-yeon and another staff member were waiting for him. Han Sung-yoon got straight to the point. "Why'd you blow up my phone?" Lee Hae-yeon explained that something huge had happened in Japan. She was afraid he would go there by himself, so she called him here first. They needed to discuss things further, but the situation was already so bad that they dove right into the issue. On the screen was a video filmed and sent by Japanese hunters. The location was Shinjuku, Tokyo. A massive wave of energy was erupting from a gate. The Japanese Hunter Association had sent a team of 7 A-rank hunters to the scene. A humanoid figure stepped out of the gate and took down 6 of the A-rank hunters in just a few seconds. Right now, everyone believed he was a challenger from another world who had come to invade their Earth dimension. Han Sung-yoon felt a sense of unease. What a coincidence! Right after he'd heard the news from the White Crane Sword Master. All the hunters had left the area because it was an incredibly complex situation. Most countries were trying to protect their own hunters, so they weren't sending anyone to help Japan. Their own country, Korea, was no different. No one was being dispatched to provide aid. Finally, there was a video from the sole survivor. On the screen was the image of a crazed killer with a cold voice. The Azure Sky Sword Dragon, Namgong Hyuk, has come for revenge for Baek Sung-ho. Tell them that. The name Namgong Hyuk. It was exactly the guy who was looking for him. He never expected to have to face him so soon. Suddenly, Lee Hae-yeon tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Why do you look so tense? You don't have to go, you know. Besides, it's been a while since we've seen each other. How about we go get something to eat first?" Lee Hae-yeon was hoping he wouldn't go, but Han Sung-yoon told them, "Reply to Japan's request. Tell them I'm going to Shinjuku." Lee Hae-yeon froze. She suddenly became upset and asked him, "Why do you always do such reckless things? You have to think about other people's feelings, too." "Thank you for worrying about me," Han Sung-yoon said. "I have to go because he's looking for me." Since he was a child, Namgong Hyuk had always wondered why no one could understand the voice of the sword. During a simple sparring session, he had ruthlessly injured a subordinate. Sword Key at the age of 13. "You've already surpassed me in my youth." His father was the sword saint. Faced with his son's talent, he gave him only one piece of advice. Martial arts were not meant to harm others, but to be part of a path to enlightenment. You cannot injure others without reason. Namgong Hyuk didn't answer. He just kept climbing the tower, day after day, all the way to the 20th floor. While others celebrated his achievement, Namgung Hyuk was not satisfied. His ambition couldn't be fulfilled just by climbing the tower, so he eventually found a way to obtain dimensional invasion tickets. From then on, he walked a path to satisfy his ambition to destroy others. It was the only thing that made him happy. But the longer it went on, the less satisfaction he got from killing pitiful weaklings. And roaming the martial world just to kill people wasn't allowed. When he heard the news that Han Sung-yoon had defeated the patriarch of the Murim Alliance, he felt that this guy might actually be interesting or at least last longer than the others. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon arrived in Japan and was given the most extravagant welcome. Someone invited him into a waiting room, and inside were Oh Chul-soo and Kim Sung-hun. After their last joint effort on the 10th floor, they were finally reunited. Han Sung-yoon heard from the association that the two of them were here, but he didn't expect them to participate. Moreover, it seemed these were all the people who responded to Japan's request for aid. Kim Seung-hun heard there was one more person from America, but they'd have to wait. Han Sung-yoon felt that the three of them could be on par with S-rank hunters, but that Namgung Hyuk guy was an unidentified monster who could probably take down all three of them. Hopefully, the person from America would be stronger than them. Just then, the door opened. Han Sung-yoon looked over and was surprised to see it was Catherine. Catherine hadn't wanted to meet him again like this. She just wanted to see him on a more normal day. Our first meeting wasn't exactly normal, either. So we don't need to be now, he said coldly, which annoyed Catherine. Are they a bickering couple? Kim Sung-hun commented. Han Sung-yoon immediately denied it. Never in a million years. I'm sticking to the single life. The president of the Japanese Hunter Association, Arachika, entered to introduce herself and welcome them. Han Sung-yoon had thought she was just a regular staff member, but it turned out she held the highest position. As it turned out, no more support would be coming to Japan. The situation was much more serious than she thought, so they were likely regulating the dispatch of hunters for aid. Oh, Cheol-su was shocked that only 4 countries in the entire world had agreed to help. This made Ari feel so helpless, she was trembling. She bowed a full 90 degrees, thanking the 4 of them for coming to help when the rest of the world had turned its back on them. Please, raise your head, President. Now is not the time to bow. Hearing Kim Seung-hun say that, Catherine thought that while he seemed cold on the outside, he was actually very warm on the inside. Instead of bowing, you should just increase our reward. His next words left everyone stunned. That's right. I might seem cold and unapproachable, but if you double the reward, I'll be Japan's best friend. Han Sung-yoon didn't come here to be a saint or a hero. He came for the reward and the growth he'd gained from taking Namgung Hyuk's life. Yes, all right. I got too emotional, the president said. She stated that Namgung Hyuk was indeed a rare and unusual monster, so she decided to double their reward. Moreover, the situation wasn't hopeless because they had a chance to win. That chance was Catherine's ability, which could turn the tables. She possesses Annihilation Flame. If a stronger opponent touches the flame, the special skill will activate. All of their stats will be reduced by 10, and one random skill will be sealed. They might be able to win with Annihilation Flame, but only if he touches the flame. In other words, they needed to create a situation where Catherine could activate it. Just then, a helicopter carrying China's S-rank hunter, Peng Bai-mu, arrived to provide support, but he immediately ran into Namgung Hyuk. It seemed the two were having a deep conversation, but no one could hear it except the readers. Are you Han Sung-yoon? Namgung Hyuk spoke. Peng Bai-mu smirked and announced his name, origin, and gender, declaring he'd show him what's what for messing with someone from the Earth dimension. Namgung Hyuk sighed. He didn't get why these nobodies kept coming after him instead of Han Sung-yoon. Activate speed. Before he could finish, Peng Bai-mu rushed in with a surprise punch. Namgung Hyuk mumbled, a martial artist? Huh. Interesting. His ovary-exploding smile was enough to make even Peng Bai-mu swoon, followed by a fierce hand-to-hand brawl between the two. At that moment, the helicopter carrying the other 4 arrived. Oh Chul-soo cursed when he saw that Peng Bai-mu guy fighting alone. Otherwise, they could have formed a 5-man Power Rangers team. Han Sung-yoon suddenly asked, Catherine, can you land safely if we jump from here? Because I have a grand idea. About that, Catherine has a skill that negates fall damage. That's enough for me. If this works, we can deal a ton of damage to him in a single blow. And that'll be the moment for Catherine to activate Annihilation Flame. That's the whole plan. Now it's time to act. Han Sung-yoon grabbed Catherine, activated his angel wings, and dove down. Oh, Chul-soo clicked his tongue, seeing how he still just does whatever he wants. But that's what makes it fun. The two of them also jumped down after Han Sung-yoon took off. Do you have a brain? In a situation like this, who just flies off like that without any explanation? Catherine fumed. but her eyes welled up with tears when he didn't even seem to be listening to her. Right now, Han Sung-yoon was only focused on the fact that Peng Bai-mu was drawing Nam Gung-hyuk's attention, and this was their chance. And now, the two of them had to split up. Han Sung-yoon would go first. Meanwhile, Peng Bai-mu was gritting his teeth and enduring, as Nam Gung-hyuk had the upper hand. He shattered his shield with a look of contempt. What kind of martial arts is this? You can't even infuse your weapon in fists. Next came a move like the 18 dragons subduing palms from Nam Gung-hyuk, and Peng Bai-mu didn't even have time to gasp. Just then, he noticed a giant red fly heading towards him. It was Han Sung-yoon's counter shield. In a single attack, concentrated from the sky, it took Nam Gung-hyuk by surprise, making him cough up a ton of blood. The backs of his hands, which he used to block, swelled up as big as his brain. And the one who caused this was none other than Han Sung-yoon. He dusted off his clothes and sighed. I never want to try a thrill ride like falling from the sky again. Who are you? Nam Gung-hyuk gritted his teeth, furious about being hit by such a painful sneak attack. Han Sung-yoon smirked. I'm the one you've been looking for all this time. Han Sung-yoon activated lingering blood before the battle to heal his injuries. After his self-introduction, he immediately used sword ki. Nam Gung-hyuk suddenly began to tremble with rage. He had been searching for his identity all this time, only to be disappointed that he could only use a pseudo-sword ki. He slammed his fists together so hard that the blood clots on them burst, his face scrunching up like a monkey's butt as he said, I am extremely enraged. Oh, and what about it? Han Sung-yoon immediately charged forward, needing to take advantage of the fact that he was unarmed. Nam Gung-hyuk raised his hand and summoned a sword, surprising Han Sung-yoon. The two clashed, and his counter shield shattered after just one hit. Luckily, Han Sung-yoon hadn't charged in headfirst, or he would have been a goner. Activating lingering blood to heal, he thought the aerial attack from before would have dealt a ton of damage to him. Now he couldn't even use the special property of his counter shield anymore. So that was the true sword ki the old masters always talked about. Nam Gung-hyuk grew even more irritated seeing him heal using magic from the tower. But Han Sung-yoon didn't care. He just needed to win. He unleashed a slash of light sword ki. Nam Gung-hyuk stood still, waiting for the attack to reach him, then swung his hand and cut it in two. Just then, Oh Cheol-soo and Kim Sung-hun charged out, but before they could even get close, he leaped back 3 meters to dodge. Unfortunately for him, he landed right where Catherine was. She had been waiting there all afternoon, and immediately activated Annihilation Flame. A huge explosion proved that the flame hadn't hit him. Oh Cheol-soo immediately pointed upwards and said, He's up there. Nam Gung-hyuk stood on a utility pole and said in annoyance, You insects, you dare ruin my fun. He prepared to descend with a blow that their experienced hunter's instincts told them if they didn't dodge now, they'd meet their maker. So the three of them scattered, running as far as they could. A beam of light descended like an atomic bomb. Flashing back a bit, the White Crane Sword Master had taught Han Sung-yoon a secret family technique, which was a pure mana transfer. On the other hand, it wasn't just a simple transfer. It maintained a sense of connection. After their hands parted, the first thing Han Sung-yoon truly felt was the mana transfer, and the second was a feeling as if she were inside him. The White Crane Sword Master smiled. Good, now you can apply it to your sword. However, try it after you leave this place, because here you can't be put at a disadvantage due to the administrator's intervention. And now was the time for him to try it and catch Nam Gung-hyuk by surprise. Han Sung-yoon was the first person from Earth to use the human sword unity, successfully neutralizing his opponent's attack. He felt a perfect sense of sword ki in his hand and turned to check on his three companions. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon had used an attack of the same level to cancel out Nam Gung-hyuk's slash. Catherine felt that both of them were monsters. Ha ha ha. Nam Gung-hyuk's laughter rang out, surprising the entire group. He laughed as if he'd just found a new favorite toy. That's how you should react. I thought I was going to be disappointed again. When he was a child, he realized that the more effort he put into building a sandcastle, the more fun it was to destroy it. Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, felt that Nam Gung-hyuk wasn't just strong, but also mentally ill. He had been knocked back by that psychopath. Though he didn't want to show off, Han Sung-yoon could only tell the three of them to stay back for their own safety. If another situation like the last one happened, he'd just lose more mana protecting them. It was a bit heartbreaking, but Kim Seung-hun agreed. To think that after the 10th floor trial, he was once again completely useless to Han Sung-yoon. But when we get a chance, we'll execute the fire plan. Be careful, Kim Seung-hun said before leaving. Now, only Han Sung-yoon and Nam Gung-hyuk were left, clashing in midair. The clash was so powerful that the surrounding houses and cars were all destroyed. Their speeds were so fast that they just looked like two streaks of light as they moved. The gloomy, dark sky was punctuated by several deafening explosions. Now, Oh Cheol-soo understood why he told them to back off. Standing so far away, the wind still blew his hat right off. Catherine felt that Han Sung-yun was on par with Namgung Hyuk, but Kim Seung-hun saw that he was at a disadvantage. If this dragged on any longer, he could die. And he was right. Han Sung-yun thought he could be his equal if he leveled up his sword Kai. But now, he was being completely overwhelmed. The White Crane Sword Master had rated Namgung Hyuk's swordsmanship as A rank, while his was only C rank. Even setting swordsmanship aside, the man was still a true monster, far too strong for him. Finally, Han Sung-yun collapsed. He said mockingly, "What? Is that all you've got?" He had used too many points on recovery, so using any more on stamina would affect his combat ability. Just then, Catherine threw him a bottle of plum wine to restore his stamina. Han Sung-yun caught it, opened the cap, and was about to chug it when Namgung Hyuk kicked him away and snatched the bottle. "This stuff is good. I'll take it." "Hehe. You dirty son of a bitch." Oh Cheol-soo couldn't help but curse. While Han Sung-yun was bruised and battered, it was his opponent who got a slight stamina recovery. Namgung Hyuk pursed his lips. Humans always cling to some small shred of hope. "You're no different, Han Sung-yun." Thoughts like, "I can do this. Just give it my all. If I fight to the very end, I can win. I can survive." Things like that made Namgung Hyuk tremble with laughter. His greatest pleasure was tearing those thoughts to shreds. Watching the moment Han Sung-yun's expression change from optimistic to tragic was his favorite form of entertainment. Namgung Hyuk charged, attacking Han Sung-yun frantically, but he wasn't satisfied. He hated that his eyes were still so full of hope. He gritted his teeth in anger and threw a powerful punch, sending Han Sung-yun tumbling across the ground. His body trembled, unable to get up, more pathetic than when he first started climbing the tower. Namgung Hyuk approached with an enraged look on his face, unable to understand why he still had that look in his eyes even though he no longer had the strength to move. If that's how it's going to be, he would just have to destroy Han Sung-yun's eyes. Namgung Hyuk wanted to see him fall into despair. Han Sung-yun cried out in pain as his eyes were stained a deep crimson. His recovery ability had used up his stamina points and had now reached its limit. If he focused all of his strength, he could launch one more attack. But now he couldn't see anything. There was no way to land an accurate blow. What in the world was he supposed to do now? Just then, the other three rushed towards Han Sung-yun, but he knew if they came, they would just be throwing their lives away. "Don't come here," he screamed, but that accidentally made Namgung Hyuk realize something. His eyes flashed with bloodlust. "So, your comrades are the reason you can still maintain that look in your eyes." Catherine unleashed Fire Quell, but he was already behind her somehow, landing a clean slash right down her spine. Sung-hun immediately charged forward but couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. Instead, he got kicked in the head, his entire face slamming into the ground. Han Sung-yun could only hear the sounds and the screams of his teammates, but that somehow made it even more painful. Namgung Hyuk grabbed Catherine by the hair and dragged her in front of Han Sung-yun. He held his blade to her throat to threaten him. "I can smell your friend cooking." "Ha ha. Stop it, you sick bastard." Han Sung-yun shouted helplessly. This reaction excited Namgung Hyuk. This was the exact expression he wanted to see from him. The more pain he was in, the more pleasure he felt. While he was laughing with his eyes shut tight, Oh Cheol-soo rushed in, froze his arm, and pulled Catherine away. She needed emergency treatment right now. Namgung Hyuk gritted his teeth, furious that his game was interrupted. He shattered the ice and charged at them like a wild beast. Oh Cheol-soo encased Catherine in a sphere of ice and threw her as far away as he could. Then he would go invisible again. Invisibility. Oh Cheol-soo chanted, but Namgung Hyuk had already grabbed his head and slashed straight through his body. Kim Seung-hun lay on the ground, unable to get up, and Han Sung-yun couldn't even see a thing. He cursed himself for being just as weak as he was 7 years ago, unable to protect anyone. Swarms of rats scurried out. Even the sewer rats could sense that this battle was a disaster. The only attack he had left was Han Sung-yun's final gamble. He used all the souls he possessed to restore his stamina. Meanwhile, Namgung Hyuk had just cut off one of Kim Seung-hun's arms. "Stop it, you sick bastard," Han Sung-yun said. "No," Namgung Hyuk replied. This was the only way he could experience true pleasure. Just then, Peng Bai Mu appeared with a fire annihilation fist aimed straight at his stomach. Thanks to the fire annihilation, his sword ki and fire sword were sealed for 10 minutes. "I'm a hero of China, Peng Bai Mu, and I'm still alive. You piece of trash." Peng Bai Mu shouted, but he'd appeared a little late, hadn't he? He came and went as fast as the wind. After using Catherine's fire, he scooped her up and ran before Namgung Hyuk could grab them both. Namgung Hyuk gritted his teeth. He knew he should have dealt with them before fighting Han Sung-yun. There was only one way to avoid being interrupted. He summoned the heroic arena. Dozens of giant swords fell from the sky, surrounding the two of them and creating a combat zone with a 30-meter radius. No one besides Han Sung-yoon and himself could enter. Although Namgung-hyuk's sword key was sealed, he could still use his battle key. And how could a blind man possibly dodge it? Han Sung-yoon tilted his head, avoiding his punch. He himself didn't know when he'd acquired the spirit eye. It was something that allowed him to see attacks that were outside his field of vision. He once thought that was its only purpose, but now he could see every single stone of the 30-meter wall that had been erected around them. After losing his eyes, Han Sung-yoon could see so much more. It turned out he had never once used the spirit eye correctly. Now, it was as if Han Sung-yoon had opened a third eye, also known as the true spirit eye, something that could only be activated in a life or death battle, a place where his very survival depended on his combat senses. The sixth sense, something Han Sung-yoon had completely forgotten he possessed, had evolved. And it made his senses even sharper. On top of that, after getting beaten black and blue, his corrupted blood even leveled up. Namgung-hyuk immediately jumped back defensively. He felt that now, Han Sung-yoon could fight him on equal footing. When he saw Han Sung-yoon charge forward, Namgung-hyuk felt a flicker of hesitation for the first time. He didn't understand why his martial arts had suddenly improved and why his blade was so much sharper. Han Sung-yoon moved into a blind spot and activated secret shadow steps, increasing his movement speed and stacking 7 uses of the dash, like the wind skill. Plus, he had the 10th stack of chaotic sword dance, but he still felt they weren't on the same level. He was still the one in danger. His mana was almost depleted, and in 10 more minutes, his opponent's skills would be unsealed. He had to end the battle while Fire Quell was still in effect. The only thing that could turn the tide in a close-quarters fight was the element of surprise. Han Sung-yoon tensed up and threw his sword at Namgung-hyuk. It was a little surprising, but he could dodge it. "You've made a foolish choice, you idiot." Taking advantage of the fact that he was unarmed, Namgung-hyuk threw a punch. Han Sung-yoon leaned backward to dodge, and at the same time, summoned the iron-blooded sword that had just been engraved into his soul. A sword shot out from Han Sung-yoon's body. Namgung-hyuk was caught off guard and was pierced straight through the abdomen. Fresh blood sprayed out, a truly satisfying sight. The sword had even struck his dantian, so he had to retreat quickly to fully recover. Just then, Fire Quell wore off, and the heroic arena could no longer be maintained. Namgung-hyuk pulled the sword from his body. "I have played around for too long. Next time, I will end this fight." He opened a portal. Peng Bai-mu guessed he was trying to return to the martial dimension. At that moment, they all sensed that if he wasn't eliminated here, the Earth would suffer unimaginable consequences. "Don't let him escape. Stop him." The 4 of them charged toward Namgung-hyuk at once. He was about to step through the portal when he heard the word escape, which really ticked him off. Flame Sword. Namgung-hyuk left them with an equally powerful parting gift for daring to say he was running away. The 4 of them, charging forward with momentum, couldn't avoid it. The tremor was so powerful that the surrounding skyscrapers came crashing down. But the 4 of them were still completely unharmed because Han Sung-yoon had appeared in the nick of time. However, his song of counterattack was nullified, and as a result, his left arm was incinerated. Catherine couldn't contain her worry, but Han Sung-yoon refused to let Namgung-hyuk leave. He glared at him with eyes filled with killing intent. "I could have finished you with one blow from the very beginning. Did you really expect this outcome?" Han Sung-yoon was seething but couldn't retort, as he was in a weaker position. Before leaving, Namgung-hyuk didn't forget to say "see you later." A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. After that, Han Sung-yoon also collapsed. On the other side, after returning, Namgung-hyuk couldn't hold on any longer either. His servants hurriedly summoned the royal physician. All Namgung-hyuk could remember was Han Sung-yoon's face. He would definitely make him wish he were dead. At a hospital in Tokyo, Han Sung-yoon finally woke up after being unconscious for several hours. The association's chairwoman was keeping watch by his bedside. She was filled with remorse when she saw his severe injuries. "I don't know how to express my gratitude for your sacrifice. Activate weakened blood." Han Sung-yoon's arm grew back in the blink of an eye, leaving the chairwoman gaping in astonishment. "I'm fine," Han Sung-yoon said while removing his bandages, showing off his 8-pack abs. He then went to find the others, starting with Catherine. Unfortunately, he walked in just as she was bandaging the wound on her back, so Han Sung-yoon saw everything he wasn't supposed to. Meanwhile, Oh Chol-soo was hobbling on crutches, cursing up a storm, but his face lit up when he saw Han Sung-yoon. However, the 5-fingered print of Catherine's hand was on his cheek. "Looks like she's still plenty healthy, so there's nothing to worry about." The only one he hadn't seen yet was Kim Seung-hun. When Oh Chol-soo heard him mention his name, his expression fell because Kim Seung-hun's right arm had been crippled. At that moment, the one-armed man was standing on the rooftop enjoying the breeze. He once again praised Han Sung-yoon for his unbelievable recovery ability. As for Kim Seung-hun, his right arm was beyond saving. Han Sung-yoon felt guilty, believing he wasn't strong enough to defeat Nam-gong-hyuk. Kim Seung-hun used his prosthetic arm skill to comfort him. At least he could still hold a weapon. Han Sung-yoon had climbed the tower just to become stronger. It seemed he had been manipulated, causing his worldview to become narrow. Kim Seung-hun didn't think that was necessarily a bad thing, but he was certain that it would help him become even stronger. But the strong must help the weak. That was Kim Se-ong's life philosophy. Han Sung-yoon had also learned a lot from this decisive battle. He remembered something important that he had long forgotten. Kim Seung-hun was also relieved that someone as strong as him wasn't some evil maniac. Although he couldn't read Han Sung-yoon's thoughts during their first meeting in the tower, Kim Seung-hun took off his mask to have a smoke, offering Han Sung-yoon a cigarette as well. He said no to alcohol, but his face showed surprise when he saw what was behind Kim Seung-hun's mask. You're. Han Sung-yoon stammered. Kim Seung-hun forgot he hadn't introduced himself by his title yet. As for what it is, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. In the days that followed, they took a photo to commemorate the event. Han Sung-yoon gave an interview before saying goodbye and even gave Catherine a small gift. When he put on the repaired cloak, he noticed a difference in the hem, which proved it had been slightly upgraded during its restoration. The equipment was all in top condition. Thanks to him preventing a great disaster, this kind of service wasn't too surprising. The past 3 days had been pure chaos. Han Sung-yoon really didn't want to get famous this way. As soon as he made it to the top, he saw videos of the battle spreading like wildfire online. Turns out, it was from a recording from a Japanese Hunter Association helicopter. Some of the comments mentioned the Shadow Blade title that Kim Seung-hun told him about. But Han Sung-yoon still couldn't believe he was the Thunder Emperor, known as the strongest hero among South Korea's 30 S-rank hunters. He had cleared gates that other S-rank hunters couldn't even touch, so it wasn't wrong to call him a hero. Kim Seung-hun had told him to get in touch if anything happened. You could even see it as a recruitment offer, meaning Han Sung-yoon could contact him for any reason at all. Just then, his time on Earth ran out, and Han Sung-yoon returned to the Tower of Trials. Maybe one day, he would become strong enough to be worthy of the title Shadow Blade. After returning to the waiting room, Han Sung-yoon was lost in thought. After the battle with Nam-gong-hyuk, he realized he lacked stamina. Blood weakness was one of the most powerful healing skills he currently had, but it wouldn't activate if his stamina was too low. Because of that, it was time for Han Sung-yoon to get another stamina recovery skill. After browsing the shop for a while, he still couldn't find a suitable skill. For him, the best way to solve this problem was to just buy them all. A stamina recovery skill was added. The feeling of shopping was the best, but also the hardest on the wallet. After buying a bunch of skills, Han Sung-yoon still had some points left over. He then opened the skill combination window, combining things that had similar effects. First up were the sunlight absorption and moonlight absorption skills. This created photosynthesis, which increased his recovery ability by 200% when exposed to sunlight or moonlight, and allowed the user to absorb mana through light. Now, he would mix Call of Blood and photosynthesis, creating Blood Pact, which let the user drain HP, stamina, and mana from the blood of creatures they killed. But for Han Sung-yoon, this skill wasn't very effective. The skill's rank didn't increase, and it even lost the advantages of photosynthesis. The best way to solve this was to buy another Call of Blood skill and combine it with Blood Pact to see what the hell would happen. After a bit of gacha rolling, the B-rank Seeker of Blood's Truth was created. The user could drain life force, stamina, and mana from a creature's blood and gain powerful blood control. In addition, the user's own blood would also regenerate automatically over time. It sounded a bit confusing, so Han Sung-yoon decided to test it out immediately. He cut his own hand and commanded the drops of blood. To his surprise, they actually obeyed and could even form any shape he wanted, and he could even draw blood without directly cutting his flesh. However, he still needed to make a cut if he wanted to use a large amount of blood quickly. Looks like this is going to be an overpowered skill. Han Sung-yoon was very satisfied. Since he still had some break time left, he decided to upgrade his Eye of Truth, combining it with another skill to create Fire Dragon's Eye, which allowed him to see things that were normally invisible. It also let him see item information and when others were lying. Han Sung-yoon activated Fire Dragon's Eye and looked at himself in the mirror. A second-hand vampire counts tailcoat, a pair of shoes with worn-out soles from being worn since the beginning of the story. This was all information he couldn't see before. Finally, there was the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. When the sword Fire Blood art reached its maximum level, a special move would be unlocked. Speaking of sword fire, Han Sung-yoon remembered the ultimate move Nam-gong-hyuk used to destroy the entire Shinjuku area. It must be that only those who reached that level could awaken the true power of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. He had just thought it was a high-quality sword, He never expected it to hide such immense power. Well, when you get a good item, you have to use it right away. Han Sung-yoon immediately proceeded to the 11th floor, which had the theme of purification of the mind. This trial would last for 7 days, with the condition of completing the 7th trial within that time. Of course, if you failed, it was a one-way trip to the afterlife. The moment Han Sung-yoon teleported, someone was there to greet him. Welcome to the Temple of Purification. From now on, you will undergo trials given by the gods to be purified. These trials will continue until you die. Even though you're just a puny explorer, since you dared to accept the trials of the gods, you will have to face the consequences. The wild-looking man standing on one leg smirked. Han Sung-yoon asked how to pass the first trial, which only made the guy look down on him even more. Because not even the 7 ruling gods know the rules of the trials in the arena. Oh, I don't know how a foolish explorer like you even made it this far, but I suppose I have to explain, he said. The trial has only one simple requirement. Prove your body, your faith, and your mind. The easiest is the body. The harder one is the mind, which is also the most difficult trial. The method is basic. In each room, a high-ranking bishop will be waiting for Han Sung-yoon. You just need to advance to the next room by either killing or persuading that person. So I just need to get past them, no matter the method? Han Sung-yoon asked again, but the man didn't give any more details and directly started the first trial. He rushed forward to fight Han Sung-yoon hand-to-hand. He guessed the man was at the level of someone who'd earned the title of pioneer. He used pressure to force out a drop of blood, then shot it at the dark-skinned guy like a bullet. The blood bullet hit him right between the eyes, stunning him completely before he died on the spot. Han Sung-yoon also felt that this skill was truly insane. He was just glad it had fallen into his hands. He then absorbed the soul of the man, Bishop Jo-han. The other administrators found this interesting and decided to watch him. Looking at their nicknames, he guessed they were just curious because this trial was related to the gods. Han Sung-yoon picked up an item that dropped from Jo-han. He activated his dragon's eye to see more details. It was a mirror containing the divine power of the high-ranking bishop, Jo-han. It could be used to create a one-time use divine shield. However, its hidden ability was to guide a user who could prove their destiny. Han Sung-yoon couldn't understand its meaning just by hearing it, so he decided to put it in his bag and move on, just hoping for more trials of the body since he wasn't good at persuading people. As soon as he opened the next door, Han Sung-yoon heard a sarcastic voice. An outsider whose name I don't even know managed to get here so quickly. Jo-han must be past his prime. A female martial monk was sitting on a chair in the middle of the room. She was the bishop for the second trial. She introduced herself as Ren, then kicked things off by unexpectedly throwing the chair she was sitting on at him. Han Sung-yoon caught the chair, proving that this was a trial of the body with such a violent opening. Ren charged forward. To be more precise, Ren swung her blade, and he recognized it as sword ki, but it felt as if he had used it before. Han Sung-yoon used his lightning sword ki to send a crescent-shaped slash towards Ren, severely injuring her, but what she was interested in was the aura he used. Basically, a normal challenger can't master aura, so Ren was quite surprised since it was a holy power granted by God to priests. She just didn't expect that he, with not a single trace of holy power, could control such a high-level sword aura skill. Afterwards, Ren's wounds healed in an instant. Her damage was truly lethal and came with some kind of annoying holy power. From what he'd heard from the first priest, there was no need to kill the bishop to pass the trial, so he wanted to try persuading Ren. She didn't know either, but to persuade a woman, you'd need at least 7 tongues. How many of these physical trials were there? Han Sung-yoon asked politely, but Ren didn't answer and found his relaxed attitude, as if he was sure he'd win, even more annoying. Just win. Then you can do whatever the hell you want. Ren charged forward, swinging her sword. Han Sung-yoon stood still, waiting for her to get close, then activated his acceleration, knocking her sword away and pinning her to the wall. Quiet. Don't piss me off. Ren didn't understand what had just happened in that split second. While he continued to ask about the trial's progress, "Are you planning on taking something with you?" Ren asked. The administrators all narrowed their eyes, waiting for his decision. But Han Sung-yoon had long since adopted a monk-like mentality and had no interest in the opposite sex. "Why do you ask? Who would come all this way just for that?" Han Sung-yoon asked back. In her eyes, he was just like a clueless deer. According to Ren, there were 2 more physical trials. The trials of faith would begin on the 5th and 6th stages, and the final one would be a trial of divine power. But she said he should give up sooner rather than later, because no one had ever passed the 7th trial. Anyone who reached that stage would either go insane or die from bleeding out of every orifice. Han Sung-yoon used his fire dragon's eye and knew she wasn't lying, so he had no choice but to believe her. Ren wanted to say her last words before she passed. Fighting him was the most exhilarating match she'd ever had, but there was no way for him to pass this stage without finishing her off. Han Sung-yoon wondered why she wasn't afraid of death. Ren laughed joyfully. Afraid of what? I'll just return to the tower, that's all. Swoosh. Han Sung-yoon sliced her head in two. For some reason, he felt utterly disgusted and had to get out of there quickly. At the next door, a bald, heavily bearded old man was waiting. He pointed the tip of his sword at him in greeting, introducing himself as Lucilian, the blade of the divine trial. Lucilian summoned an aura blade, and a golden fire lit up in Han Sung-yoon's eyes. Though it was unstable, he was sure it was a fire sword. A fire sword on just the third stage meant that from now on, he'd have to risk his life. After exchanging a few blows, Han Sung-yoon found it strange. Lucilian's physical abilities and techniques were no match for his, but his sword aura was constantly being dissipated. When he saw Nam Gung-hyuk's sword, he thought it was a high-level skill, but perhaps it was just because he was so strong. Lucilian's fire sword skill, however, wasn't anything high-class. Even if your aura is strong, you cannot destroy this sword. The only ones capable of doing that are those who can control even the things that cannot be seen, Lucilian said resolutely. He was weaker than him, but could use a fire sword. This felt exactly like seeing dumber kids get higher test scores than him. So damn annoying. Things that cannot be seen? What the hell is that? He had to destroy that sword, no matter the cost. Han Sung-yoon charged forward recklessly. He had only one goal, to destroy that sword and win, even as Lucilian muttered on about faith in God. Finally, the sword was cut in two. So much for all that talk during a fight. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon realized something. The difference between sword aura and a fire sword was their source. The power of the fire sword stemmed from the user's will, a will strong enough to bear that burden. Haha! Lucilian burst out laughing, causing more blood to spurt from his mouth. His eyes sparkled like an anime character from the last century. Your sword aura is the real deal. It's more stable than mine, because my fire sword is merely borrowed from the divine trial. But I think you have completed the test. Han Sung-yoon didn't understand why the man looked so happy. Could it be that Lucilian cared more about his achievement than his own death? It seemed he had some purpose, whether it was fanaticism or faith. Lucilian's hands trembled. He could sense that he had proven his martial prowess. Just keep moving forward like this. Han Sung-yoon sliced the old man's head off, still talking so much even when he's about to die. After collecting the old man's soul, his proficiency with the C-rank soul collector reached 100%. Han Sung-yoon leveled up to B-rank soul collector. Every time he ranked up, he was curious about the new skill he would receive. The side effect allowed Han Sung-yoon to obtain one authority from a stronger opponent upon defeating them. As expected, Soul Collector never disappointed him. If it was this awesome at B rank, what would it be like if he reached A rank or S rank? Looking at his impressive status window satisfied, Han Sung-yoon. Back when he was a trainee, he never imagined he could reach this level. From Lucilian's soul, Han Sung-yoon received the skill Indomitable Will, which increased his physical abilities and concentration when facing stronger opponents. Han Sung-yoon confidently entered the fourth door, but the empty room inside made him even more wary. A being with angel wings appeared above Han Sung-yoon's head. It was a young boy with dark circles under his eyes from staying up all night gaming, but the administrators all warned him to be careful. Han Sung-yoon slashed at the ceiling, but the boy had already landed. Seeing his attitude, the boy guessed Han Sung-yoon wasn't fond of small talk. Then let's begin the trial. Before the fight, he provided his resume. Training priest Kiran, an opponent stronger than Han Sung-yoon, so Indomitable Will was activated. Han Sung-yoon could feel an energy level far beyond the previous three bishops. Kiran summoned a shard of a mirror and shot it at him at the speed of light. Han Sung-yoon leaped aside to dodge it, but the mirror shards behind him reflected and came back at him. Luckily, he instantly used his fire dragon's eye to block the light beam. It reflected off the mirror and caused damage. So, he needed to attack Kiran before those light beams could be fired. Han Sung-yoon stomped his foot and leaped up. Kiran flapped his wings furiously, creating a level 13 gust of wind that blew him back to the ground. Then he immediately used a fire sword to attack, forcing Han Sung-yoon to grit his teeth and defend. It turned out this was Kiran's surefire strategy: attack from a distance with beams of light. Even if he managed to block them, he would be wounded by the reflections from mirrors placed all over, attacking from his blind spots. Kiran used his wings to create wind from above, breaking his opponent's balance, then counterattacked with a fire sword, a truly difficult move to handle. Besides, breaking the mirrors was not an option, as it would only create smaller fragments. The reflected beams of light just kept multiplying, and he only had two eyes. Han Sung-yoon's two masters were on pins and needles, but he remained calm. Kiran continued his assault, unleashing four beams of light. They reflected off every corner of the mirrors and aimed straight for Han Sung-yoon. A huge explosion erupted in a cloud of smoke and dust, but not a single piece of flesh or skin fell. It was all absorbed by the counter shield. That last attack alone had charged the shield with enough energy, so all Han Sung-yoon had to do was release it, sending Kieran's own damaging attack right back at him to make him taste the pain of those weaker than him. What in the world is this? I see no evidence that you've studied magic. Could you have been granted divine authority? Kieran muttered. Han Sung-yoon had no idea what divine authority or holy power even was. Kieran nodded, finally declaring that Han Sung-yoon had neither fled nor lost the battle. He had qualified to complete the entire trial of physical proof. Han Sung-yoon absorbed his soul and took one of his powers, holy power, which was then engraved onto Han Sung-yoon's own soul. Han Sung-yoon vaguely understood that holy power was a type of energy the bishops here used, similar to mana. After obtaining it, he could feel the energy in his heart, but was unable to move it. And of course, it was different from mana. The reaction of his two masters made Han Sung-yoon curious about just how ridiculously powerful holy power really was. If he had this too, could he become the ruler of the world? Arriving at the fifth gate, an old woman, not even a meter tall, was waiting for him. "Welcome, martial arts fanatic." Han Sung-yoon asked what she meant. The old woman explained that his sole purpose was to win and win again, to constantly grow stronger, and one day become the most powerful being. It was true that Han Sung-yoon wanted to be stronger, but becoming the most powerful person in the world was a bit of a stretch. Suddenly, she was standing right next to him, speaking as if she had read his thoughts. "I am not exaggerating. That is merely the final outcome of your efforts." Han Sung-yoon warily swung his sword, but her voice echoed again, this time from above his head, before she suddenly appeared right in front of him. "Don't lose control. This trial is not about proving your physical abilities. Its purpose is to prove your faith." The faster Han Sung-yoon slashed, the more he missed. Her movements were impossible, but not entirely. There was only one possibility. She resided within his consciousness. Thousands of her withered, old arms reached out, grabbing his limbs. Han Sung-yoon felt the strength being drained from his entire body. The old woman's slimy mouth opened wide before his eyes and swallowed him whole like a hamburger. She chewed on him for a bit, then spat him out and said curtly, "Approved." Han Sung-yoon was still dazed, thinking he was inside her stomach, when he heard that he had successfully passed the fifth gate. "You may go now, for the fifth trial begins with meta-awareness." In other words, only those with a powerful will are capable of looking directly into their own inner selves. She had sensed that powerful will within him, a resolute will that would crush anyone just to become stronger. So, I do remember that feeling after all, the desire to become stronger, no matter who you have to kill. That desire, hidden deep within you, layer by layer. She raised her hands, speaking as if in a trance. Han Sung-yoon was silent, not knowing what to say, even when she told him to send her to the afterlife. No. Han Sung-yoon's blunt refusal startled her. Since he had already passed this gate, killing another person would be pointless. You had to ask something so obvious. How unexpected. Ho ho. Had I known, I would have made you go through the entire trial. Hearing this made Han Sung-yoon want to chop that white-haired head right off. Finally, she stopped talking, patted his shoulder, and wished him a smooth journey ahead. Han Sung-yoon proceeded deeper into the corridor, and the further he went, the darker and murkier it became. The darkness gradually seeped through the mirrored surface, and soon, he was falling into a pitch-black void where he couldn't even see his hand in front of his face. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear, startling Han Sung-yoon. He immediately swung his sword defensively. Again, he thought to himself, "Yes, you've guessed correctly." The person replied, having read his thoughts, because Han Sung-yoon had once again entered the realm of consciousness. The old woman from before, Henia, had planted a seed in him, which was what allowed him to enter this realm. So that's what she did when she patted his shoulder. How careless of him. "But you don't need to worry too much. I am guarding your physical body for you," the sixth bishop said. But he felt this was even more worrisome. After she threatened to cut off his family jewels, Han Sung-yoon felt intimidated. He immediately asked in the most polite way possible how to prove his faith. The nun laughed with satisfaction. "Now that's a good boy." According to her, he was currently in the realm of consciousness, and all he had to do to pass this trial was look directly into his own perception. A person's perception is heavily influenced by their faith, but he didn't need to worry about this, as the sensation was just like closing your eyes and falling into a dark void. In short, if you can perceive the essence within the realm of perception, a place where nothing can normally be seen, you will pass. All right then. In the name of Ain, as the examining nun, I declare the sixth trial has begun. As she finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon's entire body plunged into dark water. Luckily, he reacted quickly enough to avoid choking. From the outside, Ain whispered into his ear. "Surprised? The pain feels quite real, doesn't it? You'll have to find a solution quickly, or you'll get to experience the sensation of drowning in your own perception. When things get tough, there are always skills." Han Sung-yoon activated Mind Like a Rock, regaining his composure. The skill felt quite good, and he could sense that something had just brushed past his fingertips. Aim was quite surprised by his resolve. She hadn't expected him to react by moving his physical body while his mind was lost in the realm of consciousness. Aim backed away from Han Sung-yoon, because in the real world, he was wildly swinging his sword. She silently told herself she had to keep the fact that she was almost killed by him a secret. After that, his physical senses started to return, albeit slowly. However, 2 hours had passed on the outside. Ain was astonished, saying that this was a monstrously fast speed. Inside, Han Sung-yoon panicked because time in the real world was passing much faster. If he remained trapped here, 7 days would pass in no time, and he would die for exceeding the time limit. He tried to feel his body and managed to activate the fire dragon's eye, allowing him to see everything around him. But now, it was a sea of blood. Aang clutched her head in frustration, unable to believe it. What in the world is this? Why has the realm of consciousness, which is supposed to be hazy, suddenly become so vivid? Not only that, but Han Sung-yoon had also sprouted 2 pairs of wings, which intimidated her even more. He had never seen a human with such strange wings before. Inside his consciousness, Han Sung-yoon was flying at the speed of light with his iron wings. He passed through a realm of perception, but he had no idea what it symbolized, only that it was distorted and terrifying. A moment later, he stopped at a circle made of swords. Han Sung-yoon grabbed one of them, slashed away everything around him, and simultaneously returned to reality. He stared blankly at the wreckage he had caused. But was this really supposed to prove his faith? It didn't seem to have a damn thing to do with it. Proving one's faith is the path to acknowledging oneself. Aang explained that this is because humans often don't understand their own beliefs and sometimes don't even know what they believe or think. The purpose of this trial was to confront the mindscape created from his own process of thought, belief, and action. Having overcome his dark past and become stronger without losing his humanity, that was what she read from his inner world. However, sometimes being honest with your own desires is the right way to go. That's why, this time, Aang had to say goodbye to Han Sung-yoon. He confidently opened the 7th door, the final door of the trial. An eye on the ceiling stared right into his. That was when the god of scrutiny began observing Han Sung-yoon. He remembered Ren saying that no one had ever passed the 7th trial, and now Han Sung-yoon was being pressed down, unable to move a muscle. Han Sung-yoon felt his eyes growing heavier and heavier, like someone who hadn't slept. But he knew this was the feeling of a tiny creature encountering a supreme being, one that he could not resist. His body automatically gave up on survival and accepted that gaze. This was a god. It felt just like that time when he was helpless as his family was taken from him. Han Sung-yoon had suffered too much, and he didn't want to continue enduring it. He powerfully stabbed into the palm of his own hand. He used the pain to stay conscious while simultaneously activating weak blood to reduce damage. I won't just stand by helplessly and let people trample all over me anymore, he roared as he tried to find a solution. In this tower, there's a solution for everything, right? Maybe he had to slash that eye. At the very least, he had to try. Han Sung-yoon used his lightning sword aura to unleash a crescent-shaped slash. God or whatever, I'll cut them all down. The slash flew toward the eye and simply vanished like a puff of smoke. Han Sung-yoon was gradually losing consciousness, which infuriated him. His courage had impressed the god of scrutiny. He was very pleased to have finally met a challenger with such a strong spirit after so long, so he demanded that he prove himself. And with that, the 7th door was truly opened. The eye vanished, leaving only Han Sung-yoon behind. His entire body was drenched in sweat, his body still remembering the shock of facing a divine being, something he had just witnessed for the first time. A mirror appeared. Curious, Han Sung-yoon stepped closer. Inside was an image of his future self. The tower began to link the 2 entities and synchronize them. Han Sung-yoon touched the mirror to begin the trial of mental verification. The synchronization rate with the entity in the mirror would gradually increase. Han Sung-yoon fell into the infinite space of the mirror. He was then dropped into the first trial room, where Johan was crying and looking for his mirror. A brilliant light flashed behind him. Han Sung-yoon was transported to another place, Christmas time in Korea. Before him stood his future self. This version of him walked into an alley and injured himself with his own hands. Then, his fresh blood was controlled like a weapon, taking the lives of countless innocent people. Han Sung-yoon was enraged by the actions of his mirrored self. At that moment, the synchronization rate began to increase, causing a pain in his chest so intense it felt like it would shatter into 100 pieces. This feeling was a disgusting mix of guilt, madness, and rage. Was it you? Johan's moan echoed in his ear. He clamped his hands on Han Sung-yoon's head and cast a spell. All of his skills that interface with his mind had been sealed by him. Han Sung-yoon immediately sliced Johan's ghostly head in 2, but the barrier didn't disappear. During a mental trial, protecting one's spirit is paramount. But with his mental fortitude skill sealed, how was he supposed to fight? Just then, a bright red light erupted from the alley below. His mirrored self laughed in satisfaction, holding the life force of others in his hand. If I knew it'd be like this, I would have acted sooner. The synchronization rate increased to 20%, dealing a mental blow to Han Sung-yoon. He fell into an abnormal state of chi deviation, the pain so severe that he coughed up blood. He couldn't believe that ruthless murderer was his future self. It was true he was obsessed with power, but he could never do something so inhuman. Due to the effects of the chi deviation, his proficiency with the mana circuit continuously dropped, making him feel as if he were being burned from the inside out. Just then, another future of Han Sung-yoon appeared. He went to the world of Murim and called for the Alliance leader, promising to spare the lives of the others. The Alliance leader, Li Jin-kang, appeared. He had heard of a madman called the Demon Sword who had appeared in the Murim world. What followed was an earth-shattering brawl between the two. In the end, the Murim world was bathed in a sea of blood that day. Li Jin-kang had also lost. Before being finished off, he asked him if he felt any shame for killing the people he promised to spare, and his answer was no, because to him, they were just weeds on the roadside, contributing to his resources for conquest. The synchronization rate increased by another 10%. Han Sung-yoon felt even more chaotic. Throughout the time the locations in the mirror shifted, his other selves were killed thousands of times, growing stronger each time. He was no different from a monster wearing a mask of madness, focused only on becoming stronger. A crazed monster who had never known defeat. The synchronization rate increased relentlessly, reaching 50%. Now, Han Sung-yoon could even feel the satisfaction of killing, intertwined with the guilt and outrage he felt back in Korea. On a stormy night, Kim Seung-hun kicked down the rooftop door with a furious rage. You think you can just leave after doing all this messed up stuff? The future version of Han Sung-yoon was carrying Pang Bai-mu's corpse, but his face was completely emotionless. Lee Ha-yeon trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face as she screamed, "Why? Why did you choose to kill people to get stronger? What's the reason? You're asking such a meaningless question. I kill people because it helps my growth, that's all." He laughed with glee, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Kim Seung-hun took off his mask and stepped forward. Today was a day of heavy rain and roaring thunder, perfect for him to use his power. With the weather on his side, today he would definitely deliver divine punishment. Han Sung-yoon's doppelganger calmly stood waiting for Kim Seung-hun to charge. It's true that he couldn't have considered him an easy opponent, but that was only in the past. A single slash split Sung-hun in two so fast that he couldn't even react. His bisected body fell before Lee Ha-yeon's eyes, leaving her speechless. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon was trying to crawl through a viscous sea of blood. If he made one mistake, he would be swallowed by this madman's mind. He was only halfway synchronized, and his mind already felt like it was being torn in two. The synchronization increased, weakening Han Sung-yoon's mana circuit even more. He frantically slashed at the void, but it was useless. Synchronization increased to 70%. The mental shock was so great that Han Sung-yoon could no longer distinguish between pain and pleasure. He sank into the pool of blood as if he were about to become one with it, a foolish smile on his face, his eyes dazed. A memory suddenly flooded back. He had swiped a mirror filled with Johan's holy power earlier. He struggled to pull it out to create a holy shield, reducing the mental interference and protecting his mind. The barrier surrounding Han Sung-yoon's head was finally lifted. The altered state vanished. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon's doppelganger suddenly froze just before finishing off Lee Ha-yeon. From within its body, Han Sung-yoon tore himself out and declared, "I will not let myself be consumed." The system announced that he had completed the forging of his will and had also proven that his faith would never waver. The end of the mental examination was also when he returned to the mirror. It turned out that he had been standing in front of it and screaming like a madman the whole time. His two masters felt relieved that Han Sung-yoon had returned to normal. The examining god was very pleased with his performance and wanted to meet Han Sung-yoon. The stone steps beneath his feet cracked and disappeared. Han Sung-yoon was forcibly summoned to the divine realm. Of course, this required the tower's permission, and the administrators could no longer observe him. After a moment, Han Sung-yoon opened his eyes to find himself standing in a place he couldn't tell was the sea or the sky. A beam of light appeared, forming a transcendent body with a voice that seemed to originate from his own mind. "Who are you? Why do I sense divine power from you?" It was the examining god. He felt it was strange looking directly at Han Sung-yoon, wondering if he was a divine replica created by the tower. Han Sung-yoon didn't know what a divine replica was, so he asked. According to the examining god, they are the administrators. He just wanted to make sure if he had received divine power through a contract with the tower. "I'm not an administrator, I'm just a challenger," he answered honestly. The god also felt he was different from the administrators because the divine power he possessed was his own, and the tower had become more interesting in his absence. The tower must have realized that they cannot create authentic things by using replicas, so the tower created a pseudo-true being by using an apostle of a divine replica. Then the examining god came to the conclusion that Han Sung-yoon was not an ordinary being. What? Han Sung-yoon was astonished. He didn't quite understand. The god's words made it seem like he had done something extraordinary, but all he did was steal from Kirin. He asked again, "How important is divine power?" The god muttered more incomprehensible sentences. "You really don't know the answer. When you yourself have extracted divine power, I thought you had removed all traces of the god because you already knew. It seems you're completely clueless." Han Sung-yoon honestly said that he had obtained it by accident, which made the god even more confused. Accidentally. And yet you were able to completely remove all traces of the god from the divine power I bestowed upon my servant. The examining god stated that him obtaining Kirin's divine power was not a coincidence, but a matter of cause and effect. Furthermore, he was sure that the Tower of Trials had great expectations for him, but it seemed the tower was listening to their conversation. It became angry when the god let those things slip. He immediately stopped the conversation and said he would watch over his journey ahead. "I still have a few things I want to ask. What will happen to me in the future?" Han Sung-yoon still wanted more answers, but his head suddenly throbbed with pain. The god said that when you look too deeply into the future also looks back at you, waiting for an opportunity to invade your mind, and he warned Han Sung-yoon to be wary of that. Han Sung-yoon wanted to talk more, but the examining god couldn't continue. No matter which god it was, the tower was still a very difficult entity to negotiate with. He told him to meet at the Temple of Examination next time. Finally, the god left Han Sung-yoon with a piece of advice. "Don't trust the other gods. They now consider you an enemy." After that, Han Sung-yoon was transported back to the waiting room with a pile of rewards. He recalled the dreamlike conversation with a transcendent being. He had told him that absorbing Kirin's divine power was a matter of cause and effect. That meant the tower wanted him to do it. Moreover, he also said the tower placed very high expectations on a challenger like him. Assuming the tower was behind everything, from him being able to make a contract with an administrator to being able to extract divine power from Kirin, what was their purpose? Han Sung-yoon pieced together the fragmented clues: the administrators, divine replicas, divine power creating a pseudo-true being, and finally, don't trust the other gods. After racking his brain for a while, Han Sung-yoon's conclusion was that he didn't understand a damn thing. This feeling was so frustrating. Fortunately, even if the gods considered him an enemy, they couldn't do anything to him thanks to the tower. The dimensional Earth had been registered as an official tower climbing dimension, so a protection feature against invading dimensions had been added. Challengers from other dimensions would now receive a penalty. After being granted permission to observe Han Sung-yoon again, his two masters were overjoyed. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon recalled the examining god calling the administrators divine replicas. So that means they're also a type of god. If so, could he trust them? Han Sung-yoon bit his lip helplessly. Right now, he couldn't trust anyone. Damn it. To test his theory, he went directly into the iron-blooded monarch's domain. When the iron-blooded monarch saw him, she rushed out to ask about his well-being. But Han Sung-yoon didn't say a word, directly attacking her with his sword, leaving the iron-blooded monarch stunned. He asked coldly, "Are all of you administrators cooperating with the tower to use me?" Hearing his question, the iron-blooded monarch immediately understood the problem. He was probably still under the influence of the psychological test. Han Sung-yoon continued to attack, after which the iron-blooded monarch said, "Snap out of it. Stop tripping." Han Sung-yoon shot out sharp shards of clotted blood. He was sure there was some kind of connection between the administrators and the tower to exploit challengers. "That makes no sense at all," the iron-blooded monarch said as she swatted away his blood projectiles. "Get a grip on yourself, Han Sung-yoon. Why do you keep telling me to get a grip? I'm perfectly sane." Han Sung-yoon laughed like a maniac, just like his future self. The iron-blooded monarch signaled for him to stop, but Han Sung-yoon said, "Not a chance," and just like that, half of her house was burned to the ground. Messing with her house was crossing the line. The iron-blooded monarch gritted her teeth in frustration, summoning a swarm of swords from the sky to rain down. Han Sung-yoon managed to coolly dodge them all, but she had already appeared behind him without him noticing and grabbed him by the head. "Where do you think you're going?" A second later, Han Sung-yoon's entire face was buried in the snow, yet he still managed to swing his arm and cut off a bit of the iron-blooded monarch's hair. This time, she lost her patience, creating a barrier of swords to block him. Half a day later, Han Sung-yoon was muttering, "I'm sorry. I'm sane now, so please, could you untie me?" His entire body was tied up and hung like a cocoon in front of the iron-blooded monarch. Of course, she couldn't keep him tied up forever, but she was still afraid he'd blow up her entire house next time. She figured that the person she saw when Han Sung-yoon thought he was sane was actually a remnant of the abyss that hadn't been completely purged from his body. and it had temporarily changed his personality. Even if he became twisted, his questions and doubts were still his own. So now, the iron-blooded monarch would answer them for him. No one could read the tower's intentions, not even the administrators. As for the tower, expecting anything from him, not a chance. After saying that, she untied Han Sung-yoon in the laziest way possible. From what she knew, the tower had never revealed its intentions to the challengers. Therefore, the idea that the tower expected anything from a challenger was completely absurd. Han Sung-yoon said that the god of scrutiny had told him so. The corner of the iron-blooded monarch's mouth twitched, so that was the solid foundation for his belief. As I said, I'm also a subordinate of the tower, the iron-blooded monarch said. She felt relieved when he finally sat down to drink some tea. This is a specialty made from the urine of a black dragon, so it's quite rare. Han Sung-yoon's face turned pale. He'd have preferred she didn't tell him. He recounted that the god of scrutiny had also said that the administrators were divine copies created through a contract with the tower. But the iron-blooded monarch couldn't tell him about that now. He would find out soon enough. Han Sung-yoon's final question was about the ultimate desire of the administrators. After all, the White Crane's sword master had already spilled the beans about it to him. But why hadn't she, his master, said anything? Because I was afraid, said the iron-blooded monarch. She saw that he was underestimating himself, obsessed with his own growth. So she knew that he would throw himself at those desperate wishes like a moth to a flame for the sake of his growth. It's because I have no talent, Han Sung-yoon said sadly. The iron-blooded monarch didn't know how he defined talent, but he would soon discover his own abilities. Everything would be revealed in the 12th floor trial. After that, Han Sung-yoon returned to the waiting room. He was always obsessed with the word talent, something no one could change. In the world of hunters, there were 3 types of aptitudes: skill acquisition, stat growth, and trait awakening. They were known as the 3 gifts of a hunter. But Han Sung-yoon, since birth, aside from being the main character, possessed none of those talents. He couldn't acquire skills, his stats didn't increase, and he couldn't even awaken a single trait. After joining the Tower of Trials, many things changed, but the truth remained the same. He was a talentless failure who couldn't grow because of his trait. The iron-blooded monarch must have been mistaken about his talent. If he had something like that, he would have become a famous hunter even without coming to this tower. The trial on the 12th floor was a battle against oneself. He needed to fight and win against a copy of himself. Han Sung-yoon sighed. Overthinking wouldn't solve anything. In short, this trial was an opportunity to improve his combat skills. Right now, he needed a little power boost. Han Sung-yoon took out 3 skill proficiency potions. One he already had, one was a gift from the Japanese government, and one was from Catherine. He chose to enhance mana application because it was the foundation for all his other skills. After increasing its proficiency, Han Sung-yoon then used mana application to further increase the proficiency of his other skills. As for the reward from the 11th floor, it was an old mirror of verification. When he infused magic into it, the exclusive effect Residual Thought would activate for the first time. Additionally, it could help him obtain skills deeply ingrained in those residual thoughts for a limited time. However, only the lucky ones could get it. Han Sung-yoon activated the mirror. Just as he thought, what remained in his mind was his future self. The mirror randomly gave him a skill deeply ingrained in his subconscious, combat focus. Han Sung-yoon combined it with a skill he already had to level up combat focus. The new effect was an increase in concentration by 20 times, but if he used it too much, he would need a corresponding recovery ability. Han Sung-yoon was satisfied with this result, then entered the 12th floor trial with the theme Overcoming Limits. For 48 hours, with the condition of killing his own copy, Han Sung-yoon was teleported to a dark palace. The dark god had created a guardian to deal with the intruder, which was him. It was a perfect copy of Han Sung-yoon, from head to toe. According to the iron-blooded monarch's warning, the copy also had all his experience, all the tactics he used, and Han Sung-yoon's talent. All right, it's time to confer my own talent. Han Sung-yoon doubled his concentration, and it felt like time around him was slowing down. So this was the combat focus skill. Activating Boiling Sword Key, he leaped up and slashed down. There was a blinding explosion. The copy dodged after using the Iron Blood Sword. Han Sung-yoon could easily guess that he would use the Iron Blood Sword, followed by the counter shield, because that was its only combo. But what he thought was only half right. The copy transformed the counter shield into a sword, using a dual-wielding style that even the real him had never used in actual combat. Because transforming the counter shield cost a lot of mana and spiritual energy, he never used this method. So why would it use such a disadvantageous strategy? Dual-wielding wasn't impossible, but this was a battle for survival. He couldn't even understand his own copy. If you think you can win against the real deal like me with that, you're dreaming. Han Sung-yoon exchanged a few blows with it, and although it wasn't obvious, he could feel that he was the one at a disadvantage in terms of skill. But why? Was it because of indomitable will? He had an advantage in items, but that also helped it activate its own. Now its physical strength was greater than his, and if it increased its concentration to the maximum level, that stat would become transcendent. But the bigger problem now was that the swordsmanship he used was none other than Namgung Hyuk's. His sword skills were able to push him back. Han Sung-yoon had only faced him once, but he always clearly remembered those fanatical eyes, that arrogant attitude that looked down on everything. Namgung didn't rely on special skills or abilities, but purely on swordsmanship. It made him wonder if the pinnacle of swordsmanship could surpass skills. He didn't use any skills, so he figured he couldn't learn that sword technique. So this was the true talent the iron-blooded monarch mentioned. From this moment on, his clone was already stronger than him. The indomitable will was activated. The system judged him to be at a disadvantage even though Han Sung-yoon had the upper hand with items. His clone was gradually improving while he was the real one. Han Sung-yoon couldn't swallow this anger. He increased his concentration tenfold to fight him, but he was the one who ended up bleeding. Han Sung-yoon could see clearly that he was a monster, not his clone. He increased his concentration again, this time 15-fold, successfully getting behind him and landing a retaliatory strike. Then, he used his fairy wings to fly at maximum speed, combining it with 17 times his concentration to pour everything into a single moment. Gotcha. The clone sat on the ground. He held out one hand, putting pressure on his own blood vessels, and blew up his arm to obstruct Han Sung-yoon's vision. Then he vanished behind the spray of fresh blood. While Han Sung-yoon was busy looking for him, a light flashed from behind. The clone was using a strange new technique that shot out from his sword, looking like a cannon aimed straight at Han Sung-yoon. He was stunned. Is this really the end for me? Not yet. He's the main character. After all, Han Sung-yoon managed to increase his concentration 20-fold in time, entering the over-limit concentration state. He dusted off his face and swore, "Damn it, that was close. Does a knockoff bastard like you dare mess with the real deal?" Don't mind his dazed expression. Everyone, a side effect of the over-limit concentration state is mental instability. After hearing Han Sung-yoon's taunt and confident tone, his clone charged forward again, attacking at the speed of light. Before he could even prepare, the tip of the blood sword appeared right before Han Sung-yoon's astonished eyes. The immense force from him sent Han Sung-yoon flying backward, creating a long streak of light. His impact with the wall created a thick cloud of dust and sent shattered rock fragments flying. Just as things started to clear up, Sung-yoon reappeared, clenching a fist that dripped blood, his eyes sharp. He threw his hand forward, and dense mana appeared. Those drops of blood flew straight ahead, following the direction of his finger. The clone immediately moved quickly to dodge. The rays of crimson mana shot straight into the pillars behind him, creating sounds of destruction. His eyes suddenly flashed with confusion as he looked over. A single drop of blood had struck the clone's shoulder, a successful counterattack. He was slammed into the wall, shattering the pillar and sending rocks flying. Han Sung-yoon smiled slyly and asked in a mocking tone, "How's that taste?" Before he could get an answer, the clone's smoldering figure appeared behind him, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Han Sung-yoon realized this, and his smile vanished. The lightning-fast clash was impossible to see clearly. There was only a blinding flash of energy. It appeared right in the middle of the arena. The two figures skidded away in opposite directions. A wound appeared on the clone's shoulder, but a green healing light immediately appeared, quickly mending it. Han Sung-yoon still acted very confident, but with a hint of worry. He looked over and remarked, "You're strong, you bastard." Elsewhere, the iron-blooded monarch was sitting and watching through a white magic circle in front of her. Seeing the challenger's current predicament, she couldn't remain calm. She slammed her teacup down on the table and exclaimed, "Again." The iron-blooded monarch clutched her head and sighed, "How strange. I'm not allowed to interfere, but I can't just stand by and watch like this." She looked behind her, a sly smile spreading across her face. "I'm a little worried about the tower's reaction." Immediately, the system displayed a notification that it was contacting the challenger, Sung-yoon. The screen in front of her instantly shattered. The iron-blooded monarch was seen covering her face and letting out a soft growl as the tower immediately intervened. The administrator's message was temporarily disabled to prevent interference. The iron-blooded monarch continued to smile with satisfaction. "Please forgive me. I just wanted to give him a little clue." Back inside the tower floor, Han Sung-yoon stared at his bent-back finger with a look of shock. Then, his left hand lost control and punched him in the face, making Sung-yoon's eyes flash red. That punch sent him skidding backward. The clone stood there, looking utterly confused. Han Sung-yoon smiled as he adjusted his fingers back into place. He muttered, "Damn it, that was dangerous. Right in the middle of a battle, too." He yelled in anger, "Stop touching this body and know your damn place." But deep inside Han Sung-yoon's sea of consciousness, something seemed to be holding him back, trying to control his body. Even as he struggled, he couldn't help but cry out. Again, tendrils of fresh blood clung to his body. Han Sung-yoon groaned loudly. I thought I was done with that annoying future self after the last trial. This is so frustrating. He swung his arm violently, trying to break free from the control. His sea of consciousness, already crimson with blood, now swirled with vortexes of black blood. Suddenly, a warning voice echoed, startling Han Sung-yoon. I'm fighting because you're about to die, and yet you show no gratitude. A different version of Han Sung-yoon appeared in his mind. He had no choice but to curse him. You bastard. This was his future self. Han Sung-yoon continued to struggle and scream, Get out of my body right now, damn it. As he gritted his teeth in defiance, the voice of his future self rang out again. You still don't get it, you idiot. Take a good look at the situation. He smiled sinisterly and jeered. You've trained for so long and have even climbed to the 12th floor of this tower, and you can't even face yourself. Han Sung-yoon hung his head low, his annoyance clear on his face. His future self continued to mock him. The poor bastard couldn't take the insults anymore. He clenched his fist and fought back with a question. So what? Han Sung-yoon's hand broke free from the control and aimed straight for his face. In response, his future self raised 2 fingers and flicked them lightly. Instantly, numerous pillars of blood erupted from below, forming bars. They created a cage of black blood, trapping Sung-yoon inside while he just laughed coldly, turned, and walked away. He furiously pounded his fists against the bars in front of him, screaming, Where do you think you're going? Get over here, you bastard. In reply, his future self called Sung-yoon a madman. He stood there dumbfounded, listening to his lecture. Should I teach you something? If you don't get rid of that habit of relying on your skills, you can't use true techniques. You got that, you fool? The future self simply walked on, continuing his lecture. You should just live out the rest of your life quietly and watch. His body slowly sank into the sea of consciousness, along with the declaration, From now on, I will control your body, you pitiful thing. He left Sung standing there, clutching the bars and screaming endlessly. Outside the tower floor, a slash carrying light blue mana shot towards the clone. He quickly raised his twin swords to block it, but his body was still pushed back. The future self now stood there, sword in hand, his eyes glowing intensely. He mumbled, All right, I see what's going on. I know that feeling. Just then, the system displayed a notification, much to his confusion. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch has sent an item, the Black Dragon Pedestal Essence, a spiritual elixir created after refining black dragon fluid. When used, spiritual power and resistance will be strengthened, and the mind will be cleared. Inside the sea of consciousness, Sung was startled, his eyes widening as if he'd realized something. Using all his strength, he grabbed the bars and pulled them apart to escape. Han Sung-yoon tried to use what little energy he had to regain control of his left arm, which slightly angered the clone of Han Sung-yoon. While he controlled his left hand to retrieve the newly sent item from the system inventory, the clone stood there scolding. This bastard is at it again. Han Sung-yoon successfully took out the Black Dragon Pedestal Essence. He opened his mouth, trying to use it, but unfortunately, the clone rushed forward and sliced off that arm with his blood sword, sending it flying out of his control along with the severed hand. In the sea of consciousness, Sung struggled, kicking his legs to jump up, and his physical body acted in kind. Along with that was Sung's mouth, open as wide as possible. Somehow, he used all his strength to bite and shatter the vial. Having absorbed the Black Dragon Pedestal Essence, the clone slid far back. It looked at Sung dumbfoundedly, its eyes showing utter disbelief. As for Sung, after biting through the glass vial, he coughed up small fragments. Han Sung-yoon gave a cold smile, wiped the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand, and said in a low, provocative tone, I'm back, he thought to himself. While another version of me is fighting, I can feel everything. Han Sung-yoon widened his stance, lowered his center of gravity, feeling a sense of letting go. Letting go of my reliance on skills. Then he raised his sword and told himself, if my doppelganger can do it, so can I. Mana erupted from beneath Sung's feet, surging intensely to create a pillar of light. Along with it came a notification that the player's concentration had increased 20-fold. He gritted his teeth as the rushing thoughts and the mad ego of Han Sung-yoon began to awaken. He stood there and sighed. He, the one who had once been tormented by those primal thoughts, had finally achieved enlightenment in that seemingly eternal moment. At that exact time, the clone remained expressionless. It continued to charge straight at Sung with its twin swords. He gracefully turned to dodge the thrust, his speed so great that it left a faint afterimage. He told himself he could no longer depend on the skills he had collected so far. Han Sung-yoon instantly switched from defense to offense, dodging to one side and lunging forward. I have to shed everything and adapt, regardless of common sense. The tip of the clone's sword was now right before his eyes. The system announced, due to independent enlightenment, Proficiency in magic control has increased by 10 points. As Han Sung-yoon let go of his stubbornness, the blood sword merely sliced off a lock of his hair. At that moment, he achieved enlightenment. Your stamina has increased by 1. Han Sung-yoon stood there with his newfound understanding, finally freeing himself from all these illusions. The system announced, "You have achieved a state of trance. Your mana has increased by 4. Along with this came a double dose of joy. The player was now facing an enemy they could completely defeat. The indomitable will skill has been nullified. The clone's expressionless face darkened. Han Sung-yoon smirked, his eyes flashing as his glowing sword rushed towards his opponent, while he thought to himself, "I'll turn the tables from here." In the blink of an eye, he left his original position and launched a counterattack. Han Sung-yoon attacked the clone with sharp, zigzagging mana slashes, pushing it back and giving it no chance to fight back. As he slashed, he thought to himself, acquiring swordsmanship like Namgung Hyuk's at this level feels pretty strange. It's like being a real swordsman. The relentless attacks forced the clone onto the defensive, making it constantly retreat. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon attacked without stopping. With a determined gaze, he thought, the fastest speed I can achieve is by using graceful as the wind and instant acceleration. Just when it seemed like he had succeeded, the clone suddenly stopped, kicked hard against a pillar, and changed its direction of movement. Although Han Sung-yoon managed to unleash a horizontal slash, the clone had successfully moved behind him. The clone leaped up, crossed its 2 blood swords, and executed a cross-shaped slash aimed at his back. Han Sung-yoon spun like a whirlwind, deftly weaving between the 2 sharp streams of sword aura. Immediately after neutralizing the sneak attack, ignoring the shattered rock and debris behind him, he landed gently with a smile. The clone's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it had no emotions, it couldn't help but be surprised at how easily he had neutralized the attack. As if not wanting to give Han Sung-yoon a chance to breathe, the clone rushed forward again to continue its assault. He quickly unleashed a slash in response, thinking, fighting the clone like this is making everything clearer. Now I'm seeing him from an observer's perspective as he uses his skills. That's how I'm starting to understand the very essence of those skills. Han Sung-yoon smiled with satisfaction after figuring everything out, not to mention fighting at such an incredible speed. He then unleashed a vertical slash, forcing the clone to raise its twin swords to parry. The immense force caused the stone floor to sink, and the clone's face contorted. Han Sung-yoon continued to observe the clone's every move as everything became clearer and clearer. After it attacked, he dodged, satisfied. Furthermore, I'm gradually perfecting this foundation. I can even sense all the unnecessary movements that can be eliminated from the clone's swordplay. A faint image of Namgung Hyuk appeared behind the clone, using a similar sword technique. Sung silently assessed his opponent. He can't fully execute Namgung Hyuk's true swordsmanship. Due to his limited proficiency, he's only focused on mimicking Namgung Hyuk's actions. Just then, the special skill Iron-Blooded Monarch's Sword was activated. He affirmed to himself when that happened. A will of disbelief can weaken the fire attribute of sword aura, allowing me to slash through anything. Holding another Iron-Blood sword in his hand, Han Sung-yoon was more confident than ever. In this situation, it's like I'm training with Namgung Hyuk's swordsmanship. He immediately channeled his familiar blue mana into the Iron-Blooded Monarch sword. At the same time, he reminded himself to focus more on strengthening his flame sword skill. Right after that, a counter-slash sent the clone staggering back. Han Sung-yoon's slash carved a deep wound into the clone's shoulder. Immediately after, he raised his hand, activating the ranged Blood Claw skill. His blood energy instantly condensed into sharp projectiles surrounding the clone. In the blink of an eye, they shot straight towards it. Whistling sounds cut through the air as the clone stared blankly. With a wave of its hand, it gathered its blood energy, forming a stream of power aimed straight at him. A huge explosion erupted from the impact right where Han Sung-yoon stood. A familiar, brilliant light flashed. And after the smoke cleared, the clone was still in shock when Han Sung-yoon appeared behind it. Another successful strike landed, sending blood spraying against the brilliant light. On the clone's shoulder, the wound was glowing, and a shield had appeared in its hand. The clone looked down at the injury, its face twisting in extreme discomfort. Then, it exhaled, and the wound began to heal, recovering completely. Determined, Han Sung-yoon charged forward again, thinking to himself, so it countered my attack by instantly spinning its shield in a circle. Just then, the shield in the clone's hand vanished, replaced by a sword. It stood there, spinning the sword in a circular motion. Han Sung-yoon followed through with his slash. The 2 blades clashed, creating a piercing sound and a flash of light. But to his surprise, his sword was repelled by the clone's circle of sword energy. Han Sung-yoon thought in shock, what the hell is this? The image of the clone's sword technique became clearer. He couldn't understand. The ferocity and raw power in its swordsmanship, which had been so apparent just a moment ago, had transformed into a soft style where every stroke flowed with the current of its energy. Blood trickled from the hand Han Sung-yoon used to grip his iron-blooded sword. He silently realized that the soft sword was another skill Namgong Hyukong had revealed before. Can this thing really imitate me to this extent? Unbelievable. I know it's copying my own talent, but this is a real pain. He immediately tossed his sword aside, thinking, I guess I can't win, without taking a risk. Instantly, the counter-shield skill activated. Blood energy radiated out, enveloping his sword like a true shield. Seeing this, the clone froze in astonishment. Han Sung-yoon shot at his sharp glare and asked, Why so surprised? He declared in a cold, firm voice, Anything you can do, I can do, too. With that, Han Sung-yoon charged straight at the clone. He fearlessly unleashed a flurry of techniques. Continuous streams of sword energy forced the clone backward as it desperately tried to defend. It was a powerful clash, one force on the offensive and the other on the defensive. A blinding light erupted at the point of impact between them. Han Sung-yoon realized, just as I thought, this clone's sword skill is just a superficial copy. In that case, what's a little risk? The moment he finished the thought, he spun around, turning his back to the clone, then suddenly launched a kick straight into its chest. The powerful kick sent the clone flying, but it was no pushover. Even while reeling, it managed to unleash a counterslash. A long streak of sword energy tore across the ground, destroying everything in its path. Its target was Han Sung-yoon, who was desperately running ahead of it. He used all his speed to try and escape the energy wave, silently realizing that it had taken his last attack with a reinforced blood sword. However, the damage had been nullified by its counter-shield. Han Sung-yoon then turned and raised his blood sword as streams of blood energy began to gather. This meant he needed to perform a different technique. He raised the iron-blooded monarch sword, but it suddenly snapped in two. He mused, or maybe that's just what I'm thinking. Of course, the counter-shield will shatter if it takes a direct hit to the center. Without hesitation, he simply let go, dropping the broken piece of the sword. The blood energy on the sword seemed to dissipate, mirroring the thoughts in his mind. Clone, if you're really me, then when the energy released from the sword's backlash is unleashed, my fatal attack will be ready, and you'll see that as an opportunity. Just as he predicted. Sensing an opening, the clone shot down with a cold smile, its eyes glinting with killing intent. It brought a massive wave of energy crashing down on Han Sung-yoon's position. The ground around him shattered from the shockwave. But at that moment, Han Sung-yoon suddenly broke into a wide grin. Now that I've achieved my goal, I'm at my strongest. Insanely strong, in fact. However, it was strange that he then allowed the clone to land a kick, sending him flying backward. Whether it was intentional or not, he tumbled several times from the blow. He quickly landed, regained his balance, and knelt there, looking on. Before he could even recover, the clone's shadow appeared with a killing blow, striking down before Han Sung-yoon could react. It seemed he was cornered, but no. Han Sung-yoon gave a sly, cold smirk and raised his glowing hand, filled with a sense of triumph. Gotcha. The blood sword from earlier suddenly pierced through the clone's chest, causing it to scream in agony as blood gushed out. An arm made of blood was firmly gripping the sword embedded in the clone's body. Its eyes were vacant, its face a mask of confusion. It was the iron-blooded monarch sword that Han Sung-yoon had discarded, combined with this clone's own impatience. It gritted its teeth as sweat beaded on its face. He smiled, satisfied, thinking to himself, by taking advantage of those two things, I'll secure my victory. Now for the finale. As he finished the thought, he charged toward the kneeling clone. Unexpectedly, it stood up and let out a piercing shriek, even with the sword still impaled in its body. It charged forward, and the energy radiating from it took Han Sung-yoon by surprise. The clone's body mutated, becoming massive and ferocious. It turned towards him, and Han Sung-yoon could only wonder, what the hell is going on? The clone rushed toward him with enormous, sharp-clawed hands. It attacked with wild abandon, causing the ground to shake and shatter. Han Sung-yoon had to move quickly to dodge, not daring to look back. Suddenly, in a horrifying display, the clone bit off the tips of 4 of its fingers and held them in its mouth. Then, using its internal energy, it launched them forward. The severed fingertips flew like daggers. Their target was Han Sung-yoon. He used all his agility, weaving back and forth to dodge them. Han Sung-yoon thought worriedly, what is this thing now? Even its attack pattern has changed. This is going to be tough. Before him now was the thick wall of the tower, a heavy-duty obstacle. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Sung-yoon raised his hands to shield his head and face, then decisively smashed through the wall and leaped out. Right behind him, the clone's gigantic hand was closing in fast. The distance between them closed in an instant. While Han Sung-yoon was still trying to process what was happening, the blinding light from the clone's palm momentarily dazed him. An explosion immediately followed, sending flesh and blood scattering everywhere. He stood there, raising his arm to shield his face. The clone reappeared, its eyes glowing with murderous intent, its arm completely restored by blue mana. After the dust settled, Han Sung-yoon stood there with a large shield in his hand. It was this shield that had blocked the brunt of that deadly attack. He let out a sigh of relief, watching the shield on his arm fade as he thought to himself, good thing counter shield just came off cooldown. Han Sung-yoon gripped his sword tightly, challenging the clone with a sharp gaze. What are you waiting for? Come and get me. Without a moment's hesitation, not wanting to keep its opponent waiting, it lunged toward him. Han Sung-yoon blocked an incredibly powerful kick from the clone, but the moment they made contact, its leg instantly exploded. He cursed under his breath. That damn monster, it's lost its mind. But it didn't stop there. While its exploded leg was still regenerating, the clone threw a punch, blowing up its own arm in the process. Witnessing it repeatedly use this self-destruct ability, he now recognized it as body explosion. Han Sung-yoon focused his gaze. This kind of attack could be a nasty surprise in close-quarters combat. He watched its large body continuously glow red and explode, thinking to himself, however, if you keep going berserk like that, you'll just lose a massive amount of stamina from blood debility. And he was right. After using so much energy, the clone's steps became shaky and unsteady. Looking at its shriveling, withering body, Han Sung-yoon was certain that as soon as its strength ran out, the attacks would stop. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword, unleashing a slash that sliced off the clone's arm. Han Sung-yoon once again declared with confidence, there's no need to drag this out any longer. Let's end this. Just as he finished speaking, the clone suddenly gritted its teeth and growled, its eyes flashing with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, it executed a 3-step jump with a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Han Sung-yoon exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Not even a challenger could keep up with that speed. He immediately leaped from his position, jumping down along the walls in pursuit. Just as he was about to close the distance, a deadly red light suddenly appeared in front of him, forcing him to a halt. The clone was there, raising both hands to gather the surrounding blood energy. A blinding, blood-red aura manifested with a demonic presence. Using the last of its strength, it spun around and threw a spiraling punch, saturated with murderous blood energy. Han Sung-yoon quickly raised his arm, using his shield to block the blow. At the point of impact, a flash of light and dark blood energy shot out in all directions, accompanied by a piercing sound. The force was so immense that it sent his body sliding backward. However, Han Sung-yoon remained calm, letting out a small laugh. He silently assessed the situation. Damn monster. What was that power? That was insane. At that exact moment, the cooldown finished. The counter-shield skill was ready to retaliate. The absorbed damage was ready. He immediately thrust his hand forward. An orb of energy gathered in his hand. The power absorbed by the counter-shield was now fully enhanced. Han Sung-yoon looked over with a cold expression and declared confidently, die. Across from him, the monster clone was still mindlessly roaring as it charged forward. He flicked his wrist, tossing the energy orb toward it. It looked small and radiant, but it contained unimaginable power. Then, Han Sung-yoon gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, raised it high, and prepared to unleash a powerful baseball swing. At the point of impact between the sword and the energy sphere, a blinding light erupted. Immediately after, the sphere was sent flying at high speed, smashing directly into the clone's face. The impact was so powerful it deformed its face, sending teeth and flesh flying everywhere. There was no more time to play around. Han Sung-yoon glanced over and finished it with an icy tone, release. Instantly, a system notification appeared. The counter-shield skill has released all of its absorbed damage at once. A horrific explosion occurred, and the force it unleashed sliced the nearby buildings in half. After the blinding light faded, all that remained was the image of a headless clone, its head having been blown to bits. A series of notifications appeared. Congratulations, you have cleared the 12th floor of the Trial Tower. The Crown of Ashes of the Ancient Emperor Hu has been placed in your inventory as an achievement reward. You have received 80,000 points as an achievement reward. You have received 3,500 items as an achievement reward. You have received the skill, Dying Breath, as an additional reward. Please move to the waiting room. Alongside that, the proficiency of the skill, Counter Shield, has reached 100%. The rank of the Counter Shield skill has increased. Han Sung-yoon finally let out a long sigh of relief. Immediately after, the Combat Focus skill deactivated. Combat Focus has exceeded its usage limit and needs to recharge. Suddenly, something surged up from his stomach, causing his cheeks to bulge. Han Sung-yoon bent over and coughed up a sizable mouthful of blood, each cough racked with pain. The fresh blood that splattered onto the floor was dark, mingling with the sound of the wind whistling through the tower. The Blood Debility skill has been activated, he told himself. Blood Debility can cure the negative effects caused by Combat Focus. His body was recovering. He felt a sense of relief, without a cheat skill. Like blood debility, I never would have made it this far. Han Sung-yoon looked ahead and wondered, when will I be able to climb the tower without this much effort? Was that even possible from the beginning? Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred over the clone's corpse. An orb of blood appeared above it and began to absorb the surrounding blood energy. Han Sung-yoon looked on, a bit confused, and hesitated. My soul is a little different than usual. Interesting. A message from an administrator appeared. The restriction that prevented assistance and communication has been disabled. The message stated that the administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, had complained about the penalty she received just for giving her contractor a cup of tea. The administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, said you better treat her well in the future. Without hesitation, Han Sung-yoon muttered an affirmation, of course. He spoke up to thank her, thinking to himself, I've accidentally learned another piece of information. If administrators interfere too much with their contractors, they get penalized. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon remembered when the iron-blooded monarch had sent him an item, the B-grade Black Dragon's elixir, an elixir made from the blood of a black dragon. After use, mental power and resistance will increase, and the mind will be enlightened. While he was still lost in thought, Han Sung-yoon froze in astonishment. All previously restricted messages from the administrators would now be displayed. Before him now were countless message screens from everyone. The administrator, the masterless wandering knight, is astonished by your talent. The administrator, left hand of the Blood Clan's tyrant king, was curious where a monster like you came from. The administrator, the millennial dragon slayer, was terrified by the difficulty of the 12th floor and your ability to overcome it, and many other messages followed. His eyes widened in surprise as he thought to himself, all the administrators are watching me. Some were astonished by Han Sung-yoon's talent as well as the difficulty of this floor, calling him a monster. The administrator, the hero who died 7 times, looked at you with an exhausted expression, asking how could a monster like you appear on the 12th floor. The administrator, the Slayer King, asked if it was really you who had challenged the 12th floor. The administrator, soldier of the ruined world, said your growth was too terrifying and lamented that it would be hard to be surprised anymore. Meanwhile, others doubted whether Han Sung-yoon was truly the one challenging the 12th floor. Among them, one message caught his particular attention. The administrator, the only Holy Knight's slave, has their eyes on you. The administrator, the fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, is staring intently at you. The administrator, the seeker of divinity, has high expectations for you. Han Sung-yoon grimaced, thinking, the administrators, who say whatever they please and disappear the moment they lose interest, are sending me messages for no reason. He stood there, looking up, and asked why everyone was acting this way. Why? Han Sung-yoon wondered, of all people, why me? Someone who has already signed a contract. Why are they trying to impress me? His eyes lit up as if he realized something. Could it be that the administrator's system has expanded and they can now send me requests? As Han Sung-yoon stood there lost in thought, their attitude towards him was slowly proving his speculations to be correct. A grin unconsciously spread across his face, full of amusement. Looking at the pile of messages before him, Han Sung-yoon murmured, come to think of it, if the system expands later, it will be beneficial for the administrators who haven't signed a provisional contract with me. After some calculation, he spoke up. Do you all think it's appropriate to just bombard me with messages like this? Han Sung-yoon continued, please provide the traits I'm requesting. That way, I can remember those who do when the system expands later. There was an immediate response from them. The administrator, the millennial dragon slayer, was annoyed by the challenger's arrogance. The administrator, the fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, scoffed and said there was no chance. The administrator, soldier of the ruined world, said you were being too confident and should know your place. He smiled with satisfaction. As you all know, it's first come, first served. I'll only accept offers from 3 of you. Han Sung-yoon's declaration sent the administrators into a sudden, flustered panic. They responded quickly. The administrator, the fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, has added a trait to the unique store of the provisional contract. The administrator, soldier of the ruined world, has added a trait to the unique store of the provisional contract. The administrator, the millennial dragon slayer, has added a trait to the unique store of the provisional contract. After receiving the traits, he remained perfectly calm. Han Sung-yoon glanced at the blood essence next to him, deep in thought. And now, only one truly important thing remained. The orb on the clone's corpse was still there, continuously radiating a dense energy. He looked down, assessing it. An enemy who not only had the same stats, but also the same skills and traits. What will I get after absorbing its soul? Right after that, the system announced that you have absorbed the soul of the fake Han Sung-yoon. Proficiency has increased by 28%. He stood on the spot, raising his hand to absorb every last bit. Following that was an extremely important notification. The soul of the fake Han Sung-yoon has perfectly merged with the soul of Challenger Sung. The holy power trait has met its conditions and is now activating, attempting to extract divinity. His eyes widened in disbelief as he repeated, "Extracting divinity?" A series of messages appeared. By absorbing the soul of the fake Han Sung-yoon, your stats have been permanently enhanced. Strength, agility, stamina, magic power, and tenacity have all increased by 10. The blood essence from the clone's soul was still spreading through the air. The system notifications continued. The skills of the fake Han Sung-yoon have been acquired. You have obtained the skill, Light Sword Aura B. You already possess this skill. Merging skill proficiency. The proficiency of the skill, Light Sword Aura B, has reached 100%. The skill, Light Sword Aura B, has leveled up. He stood there calmly, accepting his rewards for successfully clearing the trial. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in front of him, startling Han Sung-yoon, who silently wondered, what was that just now? The source of the light was the soul of the fake Han Sung-yoon, which had perfectly harmonized with the soul of Challenger Han Sung-yoon. The holy power trait has met its conditions and has been activated, now extracting divinity. This stunned him once again, as he thought to himself, extracting divinity. An immediate notification followed, divinity extraction successful. The rank of the holy power C+ trait has increased by 1. You now possess the holy power B trait, enabling divinity conversion and myth accumulation. Han Sung-yoon was utterly baffled. What? Divinity conversion and myth accumulation. Whatever they are, it's all absurd. Could it be? Along with the clone's body from that time, the holy power C+ trait had been deeply ingrained into the user Han Sung-yoon's soul. He indifferently realized that he had ignored it because he didn't know how to use it. A light now appeared in the middle of Han Sung-yoon's chest, and behind him, a mysterious magic circle materialized. He wondered, holy power, can I finally use it? Then, a series of notifications appeared. You have entered the 13th floor waiting room, commencing system expansion. Global communities based on nationality have been merged. You can now participate in communities of different difficulties. Members in the unified trial will no longer be separated by country. Global rankings by country will be fully integrated. You can now view the rankings for various difficulties. Han Sung-yoon reached a hand toward the screen, thinking, so now I'll meet foreigners in the trials too. It's just a system expansion. He closed his eyes, falling into deep thought. But at this rate, an image of Earth and other planets in the galaxy appeared in his mind. Eventually, even the dimensions themselves will merge. The notifications showed no sign of stopping as another blue screen appeared. The information on it made Han Sung-yoon's eyes widen with intense focus, and he was thoroughly impressed. The main content was the trial rankings for the 12th floor. From top to bottom, the rankings were SSS Rank Hunter, SS Plus Archmage, Kim Sung-hun SS, Catherine SS, Blood Crazed Sword SS, The Time Witch of the Tower, SS, Tarkovsky S+. Han Sung-yoon walked towards the tower, the two long flaps of his cloak fluttering to either side. To become the strongest, perhaps that was the reason he climbed this tower, and it was also his goal. Han Sung-yoon told himself, I'm one step closer to that goal. At least, I'm already the strongest among the challengers from Earth. However, at this very moment, images of challengers from other places appeared. Dimensions like Kali or the martial world have been in the Tower of Trials for a long time. He realized that compared to those dimensions, Earth was just a new dimension, and the weakest one at that. There was only one way to change this. Unless the average level on Earth increased, they would once again become prey for other dimensions. But that just made Han Sung-yoon even more driven and determined. Then and now, what he needed was unparalleled power that no one could stop. Han Sung-yoon stood there and quickly waved his hand to open his inventory. The information for the Crown of Ashes of the Ancient Emperor appeared. Willpower plus 30%. The Crown of Ashes was used in ancient rituals by the Ancient Emperor, who worshipped the god of darkness. When worn, you will be crowned as the Spirit King upon use. The item's durability is consumed, and it will be destroyed when its durability runs out. After reading, he was a little puzzled. Spirit King, huh? Looking at the item's level, it seemed powerful, but the description was vague. Next was the additional reward for completing the quest. Skill. Death throws B plus proficiency 0, basic effect, fatal damage can be nullified. However, upon activation, death throws consumes 88% of the user's stamina and requires 1 week to recover. Secondary effect. Upon activation, senses are amplified for a short time and the effects of other skills are also enhanced. Han Sung-yoon was quite surprised, his stunned face letting out an O as he thought to himself, a skill that can help me escape death once? His eyes were thoughtful. It was true that it took a week to recover, but considering the effect, that wasn't much of a penalty at all. Han Sung-yoon smirked and mumbled, and in this trial, besides the rewards, There are also the perks I stole from the administrators. The system then prompted him. Please select from the following perks. Iron-blooded tyrant, white crane sword master, support perk. Perk details, upper blood technique. Price 3,000 points. Description, power bestowed upon those chosen by a god. The recipient has become a savior through many ages. Without a pact with a god, the only effects are suppressing divinity and strengthening one's physical vessel. Perk details, Grace of the Hero C+, price 3,000 points. Description, power bestowed upon those chosen by a god. The recipient has become a savior through many ages. Without a pact with a god, the only effects are suppressing divinity and strengthening one's physical vessel. Perk details, Rapid Mana Recovery C+, price 3,000 points. Description, when mana drops below half, you can recover it by absorbing it from nature. However, if overused, you may damage your meridians or vital chi and blood. For example, one of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Faced with so many choices, Han Sung-yoon began to think. All 3 were C+ grade perks, so they were quite a bargain. He smiled slyly and decided to spend the money. I guess I'll buy all 3. After he tapped the screen, the system announced, you have purchased the perk Upper Blood Technique. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the perk Grace of the Hero C+. 3,000 points have been deducted. You have purchased the perk Rapid Mana Recovery C+. 3,000 points have been deducted. Just then, a series of messages arrived from the administrator fallen descendant of the blood demon cult, the administrator warrior of the fallen world, and the administrator dragon slayer after 1,000 years. They all reminded him at the same time, don't forget my help. He could only reply with a weary tone, all right, I'll keep it in mind. Han Sung-yoon was still mulling over some questions before returning to the waiting room. When I absorbed my own soul, divinity extraction suddenly appeared. He could clearly feel the energy in his heart, something he had never had before activating divinity extraction. This must be holy power. Right then, Han Sung-yoon lowered his center of gravity, clenched his fists, and looked up, preparing to strike. A golden light was predominant, with a few fragments of divinity seeming to shatter. Then, he thought something incredible would happen, but the result was a surprising silence. Han Sung-yoon leaned on his hand and sighed, just as I expected. It's exactly the same as when I practiced before coming to the waiting room. My body has just been enlightened. I can't use any special abilities yet. The images of Ren, Leslian, and Kiran appeared in his mind. Han Sung-yoon realized that he couldn't copy the healing and enhancement skills those priests use on the 11th floor. He looked visibly annoyed. This is so frustrating. I had high hopes. I wonder if they'd even let me use them. Afterwards, Han Sung-yoon immediately sat down to meditate, telling himself, calm down, clear your mind. That damn personality of yours is coming back. Suddenly, there was a notification from the administrator, White Crane Sword Master. She winked and said she would teach him holy power, claiming she'd be a better master than the iron-blooded tyrant, and invited him to her administrator's space. He coldly refused. No, thank you. The reply came almost instantly. The administrator, White Crane Sword Master, is crying because you refused to form a pact with her. The administrator, White Crane Sword Master, asks how you could refuse her, and says that if you come to see her, she will teach you how to use it. Han Sung-yoon replied in a cold voice, when I need it, I'll learn it then. He smiled and looked to the side, his eyes filled with confidence as he declared, I'd rather learn on my own than depend on others. The administrator, White Crane Sword Master, lost her enthusiasm and disappointment, saying, if that's what you want, then fine. Han Sung-yoon pressed his lips together and thought, instead of holy power, for now. I'll be back soon. He remembered the image of He-wook and reminded himself, I need to focus on becoming even stronger. His eyes showed intense determination, at least until I can kill Nam Gung-hyuk. That guy was like an inner demon in his heart right now. No matter what happened, Nam Gung-hyuk would come looking for Han Sung-yoon again. He looked at the screen and said to himself, so, shall we check out the perks I stole from the administrators now? Perk details. Upper Blood Technique, price 3,000 points. Description, only descendants of the blood demon cult can learn this technique. It can replace magic with internal energy, allowing you to strongly inherit the properties of magic in combat. It will strengthen your fighting spirit using all the energy and blood in your body. Han Sung-yoon thought, the one I'm curious about is the Upper Blood Technique. He immediately activated the Upper Blood Technique. His entire body began to change as his blood and chi boiled. He gritted his teeth, but a stream of blood and chi still escaped from his mouth. He froze for a moment. His eyes widened, his hair stood on end, and a dense energy radiated from him. It feels like I've become someone born to fight. My blood is boiling. That's right, this is what I need. But it seemed things weren't going smoothly. The side effect appeared instantly. Han Sung-yoon clutched his face, crying out in pain. It turned out the nature of his inner demon had emerged at the same time, along with his somewhat savage expression. It took control of his body, pinched his own face, and asked him, "You little brat, are you having fun all by yourself?" Han Sung-yoon grew anxious, breaking out in a cold sweat as his mind raced. What the hell is going on? How can that damn nature of his awaken in the same body? This has never happened before. At that moment, he was holding the iron blood sword in his hand. The evil nature within Sung swung the sword at himself, laughing manically and shouting, "Die, you bastard." He couldn't just stand there and submit. He quickly pulled out the sword from his inventory with his other hand, then blocked his own attack. The two personalities within him fought fiercely. Sung roared, "If I die, you'll die too, you psycho." His inner demon laughed a chilling, demonic laugh. "Fool, I'm getting rid of you because I can't have you." He grimaced, struggling to hold on. At the same time, he thought to himself, "Damn it, I didn't see this coming. What do I do?" Just then, the blood energy he had absorbed earlier appeared, enveloping both swords. Han Sung-yoon realized, is the sword absorbing the blood energy created by the Supreme Blood Technique? The system then appeared, Supreme Blood Technique. When the user reaches the Fire Sword realm and maximizes their blood energy, the ultimate skill will be unlocked. His eyes widened in realization. That's right. With that, Han Sung-yoon grabbed the blade with his bare hand, causing blood to spurt out. Then, instead of continuing the fight, he deliberately deflected it slightly and sheathed the sword. Han Sung-yoon shouted, his gaze fixed on his other shoulder, the one his inner demon was controlling, along with the gleaming tip of the sword in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he grit his teeth against the pain and stabbed himself, fresh blood gushing from the wound. Han Sung-yoon yelled as the blood energy from the wound was absorbed into the sword. He told himself, "I used the blood energy to push that bastard out." Along with his curse, the sword began to fill itself with blood energy. Immediately after, something unexpected happened. The conditions have been met, and the true power of the Supreme Blood Technique has been unlocked. The item's name has changed to True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Han Sung-yoon was quite surprised when the system notified him that specialized blood-draining slots had been created. The wound on his chest was also starting to heal. He raised the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, and 3 new symbols appeared. Those were probably the specialized blood-draining slots the system had just mentioned. As soon as he got the upgraded weapon, Han Sung-yoon quickly used the skill Fire Dragon's Eye. As soon as it activated, dragon scales appeared around his eyes. The information for the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword appeared. A+, reaction speed plus 15%, attack speed plus 15%. A famous sword that was once the heirloom of the Blood Demon cult. When the selected target is killed by the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, blood absorption will suck the opponent's blood into the blade and increase its stats. A random skill will be imbued into the blade. A maximum of 3 skills can be imbued by blood absorption. And aside from the skill cooldown time, there is no other cost. Depending on the number of unsealed tiers, hidden skills will be revealed. If Challenger Sung uses it, the unique effect Blood Absorption can be activated. He looked at the skill slots before him, marveling inwardly. I can imbue skills into the sword. Up to 3 of them, and it costs nothing but the cooldown time. Han Sung-yoon smiled with delight. This was a growth-type item that had never been seen before. The system immediately announced the start of the 13th floor trial. Difficulty: hard. Trial theme: strategic battle. Time remaining: 14 days. Trial completion condition: cooperate with your teammates during that time and kill the vampire count. Trial failure condition: all members are killed or time runs out. Trial completion reward: random A+ rank skill book. Trial failure penalty: death. After taking in all the information, Han Sung-yoon was a little curious. A team trial? Recalling some images of people who were his teammates in the past, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. I don't have good experiences with team trials, but there was something more appealing at the moment. A random skill book, and an A+ rank one at that. In a mysterious space, 4 teleportation gates appeared around a circle, along with a system announcement, displaying the 13th floor trial map marking the city occupied by the vampires, marking the clerics hiding in the city occupied by the vampires, marking the vampire count's location in the city occupied by the vampires, and establishing the trial members. At this moment, Han Sung-yoon stepped out, still feeling quite annoyed. This is a pain. Now I have to find some clerics or something. We can't just go into the city and kill anyone who comes at us. He thought deeply. Then again, I'm strong enough to massacre an entire city now. I think that might work. At the same time, someone new appeared from another gate. The system updated the information. Team members have been established. To suit the gameplay, the team members' aliases will be displayed. The red-haired guy who had just arrived complained, "Damn it. I was wondering why the system was expanding. So it's a team trial. He was Tarkovsky. It didn't stop there. A third person appeared. He was the legendary ninja, Saki. He arrived with a bright smile and a greeting. Hello, we meet again. Finally, there was the tower mage, David Taylor. Holding a pipe in his hand, he replied, "A pleasure to meet you." Han Sung-yoon frowned, his mind flashing with thoughts about those aliases. He recalled the rankings and realized they were all high-ranking players. And I think I've seen the Japanese guy's name at a higher rank before. David was about to smoke his pipe when he suddenly turned his head. The entire group stood there, staring at a wrecked dining table covered in corpses. The old man said, "I can smell blood." David continued to ask, "Is this a vampire's great hall?" At the same time, someone was hanging upside down above them, silently observing. When they heard his question, a group of vampires appeared behind them, their eyes glinting with murderous intent and a thirst for death. One replied, "That's right." The two of them rushed madly toward David to attack, simultaneously sneering, "Here comes dessert. Thanks for the meal." Instantly, a large hand grabbed the young vampire's head. Beside him, Saki also moved like a flash of lightning, appearing behind the other female vampire. In the blink of an eye, Tarkovsky had sliced the kid's head clean off. On the other side, with a small ninja dagger, Saki had also unleashed a flurry of slashes to finish off the remaining one. He turned to look at Tarkovsky and remarked, "I had a feeling. So you really are from the largest guild in Russia." The man replied calmly, "It's not like I was trying to hide it. That's right. I am the master of the KPDM guild, Tarkovsky." Saki quickly spun the knife in his hand and replied with a smile, "I knew it. I'm Saki, an S-rank hunter from the Japanese Hunter Association." Hearing this, the man looked over and smiled in praise. "You're more famous than I am. The only S-rank hunter in Japan." The young man replied with an innocent smile, "Just call me Saki." Saki then stepped forward and added, "Anyway, everyone's ready, right? I can feel the vampires. They saw their comrades get killed, so they'll be rushing over here soon." At that moment, David also spoke up. "You don't have to worry about that. I've set up a magic barrier, so they can't get near us." Hearing this, he was quietly amazed, then asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" The old man took a drag of his cigarette and replied, "I am David Taylor, an unknown mage from the clock tower." Hearing this, Saki said, "Is that the place known as the most powerful magic tower in the world?" Tarkovsky added, "He's a retired archmage who got dragged into this tower. What terrible luck." David smiled calmly and replied, "I actually think it's quite fortunate. Mysterious things like this tower are always an interesting research topic for mages." All this time, Han Sung-yoon had been practically invisible in their eyes. Only now did he have a chance to chime in. He introduced himself. "And I'm Han Sung-yoon, a C-rank hunter from South Korea." Right after, looking out the window from inside the room, David observed and said, "I've heard a few things about the 13th floor trial from the administrators. Even the weakest of the Blood Clan can easily defeat a C-rank hunter." His voice dropped to an eerie whisper, "And a Blood Clan count possesses abilities far superior to an S-rank hunter. His regenerative ability makes him nearly impossible to kill." David started talking about the method to clear the floor. "So, as the tower says, we need to rescue the priests who are in hiding, and with their help, we can pass the trial." Tarkovsky, sitting in a chair by the fireplace, looked a bit confused. "This city is full of the Blood Clan. How are we supposed to get in?" The old man replied, "It's very dangerous to go in there." Saki agreed. "That's right. It would take a lot of effort." Being just a C-rank, Han Sung-yoon remained silent, listening to their planning. "First, Saki, if you use your stealth skill and gather some of them into small groups, I'll set up a barrier to block their tracks, and then we can take care of that group all at once. I think that's the most effective way." Someone immediately agreed, and his face darkened as he listened. "Good. Then if we're fast, we can pass the 13th floor in 10 days. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "No, if we're that slow, we won't get the bonus reward." He boldly and quietly walked towards the fireplace, then placed his hands on Tarkovsky's and Saki's chairs. Trembling slightly, he offered his opinion. "Everyone, I think we're mistaken about something, but completing the trial like that is really inefficient." David frowned, glancing over at him with a quizzical look. "Inefficient? Do you have a better way, then?" Han Sung-yoon smiled and replied, "Of course, the most efficient way." The old man maintained his suspicious gaze on him and asked, "And what way is that?" Tarkovsky looked up with the same question. "I'm also curious if there's a more effective method than the one everyone has agreed on." Saki, sitting beside him, said with a slightly mocking and challenging tone, acting like you're the world's #1 ranker, "Do you have some secret to completing the trial?" Han Sung-yoon stood there and uttered 3 words, "Shut up and charge." Saki was taken aback and asked again, "Shut up and what else?" Meanwhile, David still hadn't grasped the situation. "What did you just say?" Han Sung-yoon immediately took out his supreme blood demon sword and held it in his hand. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he slashed straight at the door behind him. He stood there and slammed his hand against the door after shattering it. The solid stone door slowly tipped outward. As it fell to the ground with a thud, behind Han Sung-yoon was an army of the Blood Clan. They had been standing ready in the courtyard the whole time. Ignoring their snarls, he raised his hand and smiled, declaring, "We can finish this trial by shutting up and charging. Just kill them all." Upon seeing Han Sung-yoon, the Blood Clan immediately snarled in confusion. "Human? Where did those humans come from?" They rushed forward with weapons in hand, shouting, "I don't care, just eat them. Fresh blood." The three team members were shocked, exclaiming in unison, "Are you crazy? Are you that eager to die?" Han Sung-yoon couldn't care less. He gave a cold smile, his eyes flashing with excitement as he yelled, "So, shall we begin the plan to clear this floor?" While Han Sung-yoon charged out the main door, on the other side, the Blood Clan rushed in through the windows to ambush the three people inside. One of them swung its weapon, but the figure in front of it blurred as if it were disappearing, leaving the creature a bit confused. They looked at each other, frowning in confusion. He vanished. "Watch out, those humans are using magic." It turned out to be David's magic. While Tarkovsky was a bit surprised, the old man spoke up. "Hiding a whole group takes a lot of energy." David cursed under his breath. "Why are there always crazy idiots who love to throw away my efforts in these trials? This is so infuriating." Outside, he was still preparing to fight the entire massive horde of the Blood Clan by himself. At the same time, David's voice rang out. "It's very unfortunate, but it's best we abandon Han Sung-yoon and retreat." He appeared completely calm, ready to face them. "So you all have the basic blood manipulation skills, like blood detection." The Blood Clan lunged forward with their claws out, driven by an intense hunger. "Become our meal, human." Han Sung-yoon still hadn't reacted to the rain of blood swords before him. Saki turned his head to look, wondering to himself, why did he decide to risk his life like that? Suddenly, his gaze froze. A bright light flashed over there. Saki immediately called out to the other two, then pointed towards Han Sung-yoon and shouted, "Everyone, look!" On his side, he calmly raised a hand, exuding the aura of a powerful master. The skill Assassin Tracker Blood Needles activated, and a barrage of razor-sharp blood needles appeared in front of Han Sung-yoon. The Blood Clan members were stunned and asked each other, "What? Blood manipulation? If he can control blood, doesn't that make him one of us?" Another group spoke up worriedly. "His blood control is even stronger than ours." "Impossible." Looking at them, Han Sung-yoon just flashed a satisfied smile. He swiped his hand down, directing the blood needles. Just like that, the Blood Clan members were pierced through by their own manifested blood and vital energy inside the Blood City. At that moment, cries of agony echoed everywhere. While Han Sung-yoon savored the moment with a sinister laugh and absorbed their blood energy, he was surrounded by the wails of the Blood Clan. "Damn it, that monster. We need reinforcements." David stood there in deep thought. When facing an enemy many times stronger, tactics become useless. He stared in astonishment at the young man before him and wondered, there's no way such a brutal method could succeed, and yet it did, or am I just too weak? David stood there with a solemn air. He gripped the staff in his hand tightly. David was a high-ranking combat mage who had been on the front lines for a long time. His brain was trying to work at its absolute full potential. He was an intelligent man. Under the twilight sky, the power of these mysterious figures was further enhanced. Even in the trial tower, by using superior tactics, he always achieved great results and cleared each floor with minimal time and casualties. Because of that, he always had a respected voice in the hunter community. As usual, on the 13th floor, he had also devised a pretty good strategy with his intelligence. Right now, there's no better strategy. However, Han Sung-yoon suddenly spoke up with a cold expression, saying just a few short words. His words stunned David. The old man couldn't stop thinking, what is he saying? A strategy is the first thing we need to solve a problem. In the next second, he used his innate skill to destroy the wall in front of them. Not only that, but Han Sung-yoon also flashed a brilliant smile and announced, "We can clear this trial if we just shut up and charge in. All we have to do is finish them all." In a flash, he sent the wicked beings in this place to their agonizing doom. This sight astonished Tarkovsky. He couldn't help but question it. Is he even human? Then, he suddenly made a suggestion. "At this rate, let's just forget the plan. It's best if we go support Han Sung-yoon, right?" The moment he finished speaking, Sakio immediately replied, "I agree." Suddenly, David raised a bony hand. He spoke quietly. "Wait." His caution was at its peak. His eyes narrowed slightly, his voice carrying its usual confidence. "I know that guy who charged in is powerful. However, he's now facing countless members of the Bloodkin." David then growled out each word. "This is a city of the Bloodkin. One person can't possibly handle this city alone. The image of a mighty warrior quickly flashed through his mind. He explained that in the past, countless hunters with monstrous strength have appeared in the tower. So why did the party-based hunting model develop and spread? It's because no matter how strong you are, countless swords can still appear at a brave warrior's back. In battle, you have to face countless unforeseen circumstances. Back in the present, David's words momentarily stunned Takaski and Sakio. That's impossible if we work alone, isn't it? The image of Han Sung-yoon, all alone, fending off countless attacks from the enemy, appeared before their eyes. His face still held its usual calm. However, Han Sung-yoon's right arm was quickly grabbed by the horde of bloodkin. Not only that, his left arm was no exception. He was now completely restrained by his opponents. They rushed toward him with triumphant looks, taunting him. One human is about to die. However, Han Sung-yoon remained perfectly calm, a deadly glint appearing in his eyes. In a flash, his arms swelled abnormally and looked like they were about to explode. This caught the bloodkin completely off guard. They were sent flying, letting out blood-curdling screams. And just like that, in the dark night, he had taken down the group of bloodkin in a mere moment. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in. The skill Weaken Blood has been activated. His two arms are gradually recovering. This surprised even Han Sung-yoon, who thought to himself, if I keep attacking this way, I'll have to keep using recovery items. Body Explosion is a good skill, but it consumes too many recovery resources. Meanwhile, the lucky ones who survived. His attack were now left crippled. One of them had his arm blown off. He yelled in fury, how can a mere human interfere with the power granted to us by the war god? At the same time, someone else was trembling uncontrollably. He held his head and stammered, An apostle. Hearing this word, the remaining ones unconsciously cried out in terror. What? An apostle? At this point, they were clearly terrified. A few even began to clasp their hands and pray. That quiet voice spoke up again. He said he's an apostle. The guardian god of humanity sent an apostle. The god is angry because we killed all the humans in the city. War god, please save your followers. These words also made Han Sung-yoon pause to think. He frowned slightly, pondering. An apostle of a god. Is delusion a trait of the bloodkin? Suddenly, a large hand with sharp claws slammed down on that person's head, along with a furious voice. You weaklings. He quickly pointed forward, jeering as he said, look at him. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Han Sung-yoon was so shocked that his jaw dropped and he gasped for air. The guy didn't forget to emphasize, he's panting already. This scene delighted those present. In an instant, they shouted in unison. That human is tired. The next second, led by their ringleader, they all rushed towards Han Sung-yoon at high speed. Now's our chance to attack. Suddenly, a blazing red orb appeared in his hand, and it was growing larger and larger. This scene astonished the bloodkin, who all shouted at once, what is that? Somehow, the number of orbs in Han Sung-yoon's hand had increased from 1 to 4. He asked them with amusement, these things. In the next second, he threw them straight into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had crushed them to pieces. With that, a massive amount of power was released from his body. He didn't forget to point out, these are your people. Suddenly, the sound of his system notification rang in his ear. By using a bloodkin soul, you have recovered stamina. By using a bloodkin soul, you have recovered mana. Han Sung-yoon let out a grotesque smile and emphasized, recovery complete. Time to continue the fight. In just a moment, the bloodkin screamed out in pain. They were continuously taken down by Han Sung-yoon in an instant. Above, the 3 party members were watching. This scene left Sakio so stunned that he couldn't help but praise him. He really is a talented challenger. It seems close combat is his forte. Right after, Tarkovsky replied, I agree. He's not getting tired at all. In fact, he's getting even stronger. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. I'm going to help. Even Sakio was swayed by his words. He said, even though I believe safety comes first, I want to help Han Sung-yoon too. Suddenly, the system delivered a series of notifications. Using all remaining souls to replenish stamina, strength increased by 3, speed increased by 2, stamina increased by 4, magic power increased by 5. At this moment, Han Sung-yoon's entire body was radiating a powerful energy. He thought to himself, if I just compare the growth rate, this is even better than when I absorbed the soul of my clone. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon gave a triumphant smile and looked ahead with an amused expression. And when I defeat the Bloodkin Count, there will be some fun things waiting for me. All of a sudden, a system notification rang in his ear. The administrator tyrant of the deep sea is interested in you. The administrator leader of the traders is very pleased with you and is giggling. The administrator demon of the night says that you are a challenger more evil than a demon, and that the devils are starting to tremble in fear. The administrator dragon slayer born after 1,000 years is laughing at your excellence and says you have the potential of a hero. The administrator, fallen descendant of the blood demon god. The Hierophant praised you, surprised by the magic you wielded. The administrator of the decaying world said you were well worth investing in and gave a satisfied smile. This got Han Sung-yoon excited, thinking, nice. The administrators seem to be noticing me. It can't hurt to make a good impression on them. Suddenly, he noticed something beside him. Surprised, Han Sung-yoon blurted out, I thought you guys went to find the cleric. Right after, David responded to him. Our apologies. From now on, we'll follow you, so please give us your orders. Saki approved of this. I agree. Even Tarkovsky couldn't just stand by. He added, to be honest, I didn't have much faith in your decision, but you've really surprised me. Han Sung-yoon quickly responded to these words. So, you all see my strategy was effective, right? Suddenly, his expression became wary as the system's sound rang out again. The skill, Sixth Sense, has been activated. The entire sky was quickly dyed a brilliant red. The bloody hue spreading over the city grew deeper and deeper. Han Sung-yoon stood there with a confident smirk. He thought to himself, the blood count. Tarkovsky, stunned, unconsciously exclaimed, such immense magic. The blood count can wield this much magic? David suggested it must be a unique innate ability. But the question is he strong enough to control that power perfectly? Saki asked, so what do we do? At this rate, we're all going to die. Hearing this, an expression of disbelief slowly appeared on Han Sung-yoon's face as he reflected. The hunters I once admired have now become people who need my protection. I never thought I'd become this strong. Immediately after, his voice rang out, startling everyone present. Everyone, get ready to run from here, find the cleric, and bring them back. Hearing this, Saki couldn't help but speak up. Yes, the cleric. I don't think we need to do that. Just then, Han Sung-yoon emphasized every word with a serious expression. I'm serious. If you all stay, you'll just get in my way because I can't protect you. He told himself, the truth is, I can't protect all three of them. With that said, Han Sung-yoon quickly spun around. A thought flashed through his mind. I need to hunt the blood count alone to absorb his soul. The more damage I contribute to killing him, the higher the chance I have of absorbing his soul. Hearing Han Sung-yoon say this, the others had no intention of protesting. Tarkovsky replied cheerfully, we'll listen to you, even though I'm a little annoyed that I'm basically a useless bystander. Even David couldn't hide his surprise, saying, we'll bring the cleric, so just try to hold on. With that said, they quickly ran from the area as fast as they could. Only then did Han Sung-yoon speak softly. Well then, a powerful wave quickly appeared in midair. His ice-cold voice began to echo through the space. Shall we begin? The system announced. The skill Combat Focuses has been activated. The user's concentration is increased by 5 times. The unique skill Supreme Blood Art has been activated. Immediately, a powerful stream of magic radiated from his entire body. He was constantly making strange movements. His whole body was now emitting a powerful killing intent. The skill, False Blood Inheritance, has been forcefully activated. It will interfere with all blood control abilities within the skill's area of effect. Just like that, a massive explosion engulfed the entire area in a crimson color. Meanwhile, in a dark room, someone was sitting imposingly. Suddenly, he shouted with a face full of fury. His nails dug into the throne, deforming it in an instant. How does a mere human dare to oppose me? His voice echoed endlessly outside. By now, the crimson tide had risen higher than the rooftops. I went to great lengths to maintain this city for my own use. The blood count pointed forward. Baring his sharp fangs, he growled. But today, I will turn it into a hellscape. A crimson tide then crashed down upon the surrounding areas. The sight momentarily stunned Han Sung-yoon. A thought flashed through his mind. He's stronger than I expected. Han Sung-yoon's expression became more and more strained. He muttered softly, I don't think I can face him. I'm done for. Servants were struggling to hold up a large platter of grapes when a hand suddenly reached out and gently plucked one. He casually opened his mouth wide to enjoy the sweet fruit, while the servants continued to strain under the weight. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and the white-haired man was none other than the vampire Count C. He didn't know when it all began. He just fought and fought and fought. More and more, fighting became his entire life. Like all other ambitious beings, by the time he came to, he found himself standing atop countless corpses, his ambition reaching for the very heavens. Seeing C's body riddled with wounds, the god of combat chose him as his promising disciple. The ultimate desire of C's race was to destroy the 4-nation human alliance. They slaughtered countless humans and destroyed 3 nations, to the point that the monument of life, the very foundation of the 4-nation alliance, was stained red with blood. And if they could completely conquer this final nation, he would be recognized by the god of combat as a true disciple. And then, C would reach the pinnacle, becoming the king of vampires. Just then, a frantic subordinate burst in and stammered, "Count, there's trouble." These words enraged C. He furrowed his brow and listened intently. "Your forces are being killed. To be precise, they're being slaughtered by a single human." Immediately, servants struggled to bring him a large mirror. Before the horrific scene, a loud voice suddenly boomed. "What did you say?" Say sat there with an imposing posture, every word he uttered as cold as ice, making his subordinate tremble in fear. "I've already dealt with all the so-called warriors. Which empire sent this one?" The steward stood there timidly, stammering his reply. He just appeared out of nowhere. This only enraged Say further. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Out of nowhere? My troops are being slaughtered out of nowhere. How is that possible? Those useless soldiers." The next second, he roared with a furious expression. "How could they just appear in the middle of the city and avoid the eyes of all my troops?" Along with C's rage, a few unlucky subordinates were instantly killed. The ones fortunate enough to survive repeatedly begged, "Count, please, calm yourself." These words not only failed to calm C down, but on the contrary, caused the fury within him to surge even higher. He screamed incessantly, "I only needed to completely conquer this city to be recognized as the true disciple. He ruined everything. How dare he? A lowly, insignificant human. A crimson tide was waiting to crash down upon this place. I was trying to maintain this city for later use." The next moment, under Say's control, it surged downward like a beast unleashed. But now, I'll turn this place into a living hell. Witnessing this spectacle, even Han Sung-yoon was astonished, thinking to himself, "It's bigger than I imagined." His expression grew increasingly strained as he muttered, "There's no way I can block this. I'm screwed." In the blink of an eye, to avoid unnecessary losses, Han Sung-yoon quickly fled the scene. As he ran, he glanced back, surveying his surroundings. A thought suddenly flooded his mind. I should just abandon this city to save my teammates. Just then, he saw David's group standing inside a magic barrier. This made him cry out in joy. On the other side, the powerful current had caught up to him. He started running as fast as he could, simultaneously raising a hand to cast a spell. Incredibly, Han Sung-yoon decided to turn back and create a massive shield to block the onslaught of the blood tide. However, it wasn't that simple. The powerful torrent of blood continued to pour over the edges of the shield. Now looking exhausted, he gritted his teeth with a determined expression. In this crucial moment, he kept telling himself, "Just a little longer." Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's shield shattered in an instant. This caused him to freeze for a few seconds. Immediately after, he was thrown backward by the force of the current. A massive deluge crashed down below. It submerged nearly all the buildings in the area. But just a moment later, it receded strangely. On a nearby cliff, only traces of blood remained. The smoke then began to clear. Han Sung-yoon lay exhausted amidst the rubble. Suddenly, Tarkovsky's voice rang out. "Han Sung-yoon, are you okay?" He quickly responded with a question of his own. "How is everyone?" Hearing this, David also confirmed, "We're all fine." At that moment, Saki reached a hand out to him, replying with a cheerful face, "It's all thanks to you standing in its way. I really thought we were all going to die." Suddenly, everyone's gaze shifted in the same direction. Undisguised astonishment was on everyone's face. Just then, Say landed aggressively in front of them. He stood there with a surprised expression, a thought quickly flashing through his mind. Surprising, to think they actually survived that attack. But the next second, his expression twisted into one of rage. Say furrowed his brow. "So, you didn't just get here by dumb luck, huh?" He began sizing up the people present. That weak, naive one and those three who are still unharmed must be the key members. The next moment, Say began to cast a completely new spell. He raised his hands to his head and crossed them. A sharp blade materialized on his left arm. Say furiously issued a challenge. "You inferior humans, I will tear you to shreds." His words left everyone present stunned and frozen. It's unclear when Han Sung-yoon had recovered, but he stepped forward imposingly. His deep voice rang out, "Everyone, fall back. I'll face him." At this dangerous moment, David and Tarkovsky quickly began to flee. He didn't forget to call back, "All right, we're falling back. Call us if you need us." However, Say shouted arrogantly, "Who gave you permission? I won't let you leave." In an instant, he dashed toward David's group with incredible speed, kicking up rocks and dust in his wake. Say glared ahead furiously, his face now a mask of pure anger. He simply zipped right past him. This astonished him, making him wonder, did something just fly past me? As he flew by where he was standing, Say glanced over, wondering to himself, when did this guy get here? The moment their eyes met, he didn't hesitate to speak provocatively. "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Be careful what you wish for'?" Not only that, Han Sung-yoon even gave a relaxed, smug smile. I'm going to give you an answer to everything you just said." These words made C change his target and charge at him like a moth to a flame. His piercing scream began to ring out. "You madman!" Meanwhile, he calmly stated, first of all, but was cut off by his opponent. "How dare you act so high and mighty in front of me?" At this critical moment, he steeled himself, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and his cold voice rang out, "I'll tear you to shreds." In a flash, C let out in a blood-curdling. This scene caught the attention of David's group. They turned their astonished gazes toward Han Sung-yoon. The entire group was dumbfounded, watching as C was sliced in two. Suddenly, his voice brought them back to reality. "Everyone, find the priests, now." Saki unconsciously blurted out with a naive expression, "But you already killed him. Do we still need to?" Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon fell silent for a moment before asking a question back. "Doesn't something seem off?" He looked at C's fallen body and stressed. "The message for completing the 13th floor's trial should have appeared by now, right? But there hasn't been any notification." Right after he said that, the body began to move. At the same time, a system notification sound came through. "Skill, Fire Dragon's Eye has been activated. The pieces of the vampire count, say, are reassembling through regenerative power." This scene made Tarkovsky scream in terror. No, he's regenerating even from that state. Even David was no exception. Impossible. Only Saki remained calm, pointing to the side. She spoke up. "With the city this devastated, the priests are probably all dead. How about we fight alongside you to take it down?" But Han Sung-yoon replied to her curtly, "No, I'll hold him off. The rest of you, go find the priests or any holy relics and bring them here." A thought began to form in his mind. "Sorry, but I have to kill this boss by myself." Immediately, David agreed. "If you say so, then all right." Saki beside him quickly added, "I'll do the best I can." Meanwhile, Sei's body was rapidly regenerating. In just a few short seconds, he was reborn with his body completely intact, his eyes glowing crimson. C screamed, his eyes burning with rage. "You bastard! How dare you? How dare you do this to me?" Now facing him, Han Sung-yoon was unusually calm. He slowly analyzed everything. The creature's regenerative ability was truly astounding. His recovery skills and strength are definitely stronger than I thought. However, unlike me, this opponent just charges forward aggressively like a wild beast. Faced with this attack, Han Sung-yoon skillfully dodged. He was still deep in thought, but his combat ability was much stronger than his opponent's. Suddenly, Sei shouted with a ferocious expression, "You insect." Immediately after, he lifted countless large boulders into the air. Just like that, Sei controlled them, sending them hurtling towards Han Sung-yoon in an instant. With his sharp reflexes, he was able to deftly dodge them all. However, beyond Han Sung-yoon's expectations, those rocks had the ability to change direction. They relentlessly chased after him without letting up. At this point, Han Sung-yoon was out of options. He could only cover his head and endure the onslaught. In a flash, a series of explosions rang out continuously. Witnessing this scene, C excitedly exclaimed, "How's that, human? I'm a cut above you." Without C noticing, Han Sung-yoon had appeared behind him, causing the man to freeze on the spot. He calmly replied to the opponent's previous question in a composed voice, "Yeah, I know. Thanks to that, I learned a new skill." Hearing this, C whipped around, his face a mask of utter shock. He let out a loud scream as cracks began to appear on his face. Immediately after, something both strange and familiar began to appear in the air. Han Sung-yoon stood there, quietly observing as C's cells rained down. He couldn't hide the horror in his heart as he silently lamented. "I sliced him even thinner than last time and he still recovered. This is giving me goosebumps. It's impossible." Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's gaze turned vacant as he looked ahead. Could this challenge truly be impossible without the help of priests? The entire city was now shrouded in gloom, with columns of black smoke rising endlessly. In this state, it would be a miracle if anyone was still alive. Meanwhile, Sei's body began to regenerate again. This time, he reappeared even larger than before, a grotesque smile on his lips in which made Han Sung-yoon flinch and curse under his breath. What a pain. Sei stood there with a bizarre smile, ceaselessly provoking his opponent. "You think you can kill me? Not a chance." Immediately after, Sung-yoon's reply made him freeze in curiosity. A look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes, and his smile carried an unconcealable smugness. "I'm just curious. How many times do I have to kill you before you actually stay dead?" His expression and words at that moment left Sei completely frozen on the spot. He unconsciously gritted his teeth in pure rage, his hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably as a thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, am I scared?" At that thought, Sei gritted his teeth even harder. He raised his hand to the sky, his face darkening. His deep voice echoed throughout the space. "Don't look down on me. I am the one who will become the vampire king. However, C was quickly struck down again by the tip of Han Sung-yoon's sword. He calmly stated, 3. Immediately after, Sei's body vanished into thin air, but he was able to simply regenerate once more. He raised a hand to his forehead and mumbled, "Don't think you can win just by hurting me." Without letting his opponent finish, Han Sung-yoon launched his next powerful strike. He counted excitedly, 4. Every time he was struck down, he regenerated. C calmly taunted, "It's useless. You're not a true warrior. You can't kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, his body was split in two. Along with it, Han Sung-yoon's voice rang out, 5. The two of them continued to cause a commotion across a large area. C declared, "As long as you're human, you can't escape the limits of your stamina. You'll tire out and fall soon enough." Immediately after, it was his turn to count. 6. Han Sung-yoon tried to take down his opponent in as many ways as possible, this time with a face-splitting technique. 7. C angrily pointed at him and yelled, "You really are a legendary warrior. How can you use mana without getting exhausted?" Just like that, a second later, he was chopped into many small pieces. The sound of his counting echoed. 8. At that very moment, a system notification announced, "You have earned the achievement Artist on the battlefield. Rank D torture technique skill has been activated." Han Sung-yoon stood there with a curious expression, unable to stop himself from mumbling, should I go with sliced meat or minced meat?" At this point, Sei turned on his heel and fled for his life, unable to stop thinking, he's a monster. He ran in a straight line, not daring to look back, just get away first. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon was perched on a nearby pillar, casually speaking, "I told you, I'd return every word you ever said to me." The next second, Han Sung-yoon summoned a sword, a gleeful smile spreading across his face. "Who said you could leave? I'm not letting you go." This sudden move terrified his opponent. C started screaming his head off. "You cruel, twisted psycho." Before he could finish his sentence, Han Sung-yoon swung his sword forcefully and counted in a cold voice, 9. By now, he was completely terrified, his voice softening a few degrees. "Stop. We can negotiate. We have to negotiate. No, let's make a deal. I'll give you anything you want." But Sung-yoon paid his words no mind, continuing to attack and count. 10. C screamed helplessly, "I said I'll give you anything. Money, fame, whatever you want." His cells continued to fall apart as Sung-yoon's voice remained as calm as ever. 11. Only C was so scared he started to stammer, "Just kill me. I can't live like this." This horrifying scene repeated itself for the 12th time. Along with his wail, "You're not a warrior. You're just a twisted, rotten murderer." At that moment, a system notification sound came through. "You have earned the achievement Origin of Fury. The pain amplification skill has been activated." Tears streamed down C's face as he begged nonstop, "Stop. I surrender. I'll do whatever you want." Unfortunately for him, Sung-yoon didn't care at all. He yelled in frustration, "Can you just shut up and die already? How many more times can you recover?" Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon noticed something nearby, and a gleeful smile began to appear on his face. Han Sung-yoon gestured to the regenerating C and said excitedly, "Hey kid, get over here." Although he hadn't fully regenerated, he didn't dare hesitate, rushing over with a respectful tone. "Yes, sir." C stood with his head bowed to the ground, while Han Sung-yoon stood beside him, constantly mumbling, "There's a way to free you. If you cooperate, I'll let you die. What do you say?" He was now so desperate, he stuttered, "What do I have to do?" Immediately after, the system announced that the counter shield skill had been activated. A pillar of light energy suddenly shot up from the ground. Sung-yoon's voice rang out crisply, a variation of the counter shield. A crucifix stood towering there. It's called the counter scarecrow. It stood between him and C. This thing made C's eyes fill with guilt. His voice rang out, "Just keep hitting that until I tell you to stop." Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon kept wondering, "Why aren't you attacking yet? Do you want to live?" Immediately after, Sei hastily scrambled to his feet to do as he was told. He replied in an obedient tone, "I'll attack right now." At this point, he was extremely uncomfortable, unable to avoid his disgruntled thoughts. This whole series of events today, from start to finish, I don't understand any of it. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon just stood calmly to the side with his arms crossed. Sei was still wondering. There was no sign that this insane human would suddenly appear and slaughter the most powerful force in vampire history. No matter how I think about it, it's bizarre. He suddenly swung a powerful blow towards the counter scarecrow. At that very moment, a large streak of light appeared in the air. It successfully drew C's attention. He continued to land critical blows, thinking, could this be a trial from the gods? A human possessing the unique ability of blood control was already strange enough. Just like that, mottled spots began to appear on the cross as the vampires gradually became complacent. They want to tighten the rules. This must be the savior of the vampires. He wants to train us to be more vigilant. A beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the cross. Suddenly, the system announced that the countershield skill could now withstand accumulated damage. At this moment, Han Sung-yun finally spoke slowly. That's enough. His words froze the opponent in place, but Han Sung-yun's expression turned dark. Immediately after, his voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Well then, it's time to die. This expression made C fall into deep thought. Savior, my ass. An enormous stream of power from the cross began to rush towards him like a storm. The next second, he was trapped inside a large sphere. Han Sung-yun didn't hesitate to say, "If you stay alive, no matter how many times I kill you." He was trying to launch his sword strike at Se as accurately as possible. In an instant, the sphere completely exploded the moment the sword touched it. A massive flash of light quickly spread outwards. Along with the system's notification sound, the countershield skill released all of its absorbed damage at once. At this point, Sung-yun thought, I just need to obliterate you so that not a single piece is left. Meanwhile, C shouted in excitement, I can finally die. A giant pillar of light struck the ground immediately after. He just calmly turned his gaze towards it, waiting in silence. At this crucial moment, the system announced, Congratulations, you have cleared the 13th floor of the trial tower. Your completion reward, a random A+ skill book, has been sent to your inventory. Your completion reward is 90,000 points. Your completion reward is 4,000 items. Your completion reward is 5,000 items. Please move to the waiting room. Only then could Han Sung-yun finally let out a satisfied smile. He quietly reassured himself, I managed to kill him. Han Sung-yun slowly lowered his sword into a nearby pool of fresh blood. Now then, I can absorb C's blood. When blood-sucking, if you designate and kill a target with the heavenly blood demon sword, you can absorb the target's blood with the sword, strengthening the item's unique abilities and learning a new skill. The remains of C were continuously sucked into his sword. The unique skill of the true heavenly blood demon sword, blood-sucking, has been activated. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire Count C, the item's level has increased to level A3001400. Upon absorbing the blood of the vampire Count C, the skill Blood Enhancement C+ has been stored in the specialized blood-sucking slot. An information panel suddenly appeared on the screen. Specialized blood-sucking slot, skill, Blood Enhancement C+. Description: acquired by absorbing the blood of the vampire Count C. You can enhance blood related to blood control immunity. The effects when using mana and enhancing blood related to blood control immunity, resistance, and control are also strengthened. Instantly, the image of a blood drop was inlaid into a slot on the blood demon sword. Han Sung-yun followed suit, reaching his hand forward without hesitation. True Heavenly Blood Demon Sword skill, Blood Enhancement C+, has been activated. Suddenly, his eyes flew wide open. Countless crimson swords appeared all at once in the air. This scene made him ponder for a long while. A vampire count, and my blood control skill is even stronger than his. Han Sung-yun stood in the middle of it all, looking like he was enjoying himself. It feels as if I was once the vampire king. A smug expression appeared on his face, though the downside is that I might be misunderstood. As C's power entered his body, the system announced, You have absorbed the soul of the vampire Count C and will continuously strengthen your unique abilities. Strength +5, Agility +4, Stamina +6, Mana +7, Resistance +5. A yellow flash of light appeared before him immediately after. You have seized the divinity of the vampire Count C's soul. Conditions for the Holy Power special skill have been met. Activating unique ability, extracting divinity. This scene made Sung-yun's eyes widen in astonishment. He couldn't help but think, extracting divinity. Didn't I see this notification once before, when I absorbed Lucifer's soul? The system informed him that divinity extraction was successful. The Holy Power special skill B- has been upgraded. When you accumulate mythology through the Holy Power special skill B, the rank will increase rapidly. Han Sung-yun stood there, spreading his arms wide and telling himself, I didn't know back then, but the condition for extracting divinity is whether or not the soul possesses holy power. A small sphere appeared in his mind at that moment. In the past, it had been mercilessly crushed by C. He thought, I can't extract divinity from an ordinary vampire, so it probably only applies to holy power of the same level as mine. At this thought, an awkward expression appeared on Han Sung-yun's face. There are still so many uncertainties. Every time something related to holy power comes up, it gives me a headache. The system kept sending new notifications, leaving him utterly stunned. Absorbing one of the skills of the vampire Count C. You have absorbed the skill Charm C because you are absorbing a soul stronger than the user. The evaluation for special skill extraction will now begin. Han Sung-yun stood there, focusing on the screen and letting out a humph. He just stood there with a sad expression, muttering constantly. Strong enemy. Enemy that can't be dealt with. What kind of evaluation standard is this? Is it subjective? But the very next second, Han Sung-yoon's expression became incredibly serious. A thought quickly consumed his mind, but it's not like I don't know. Souls related to gods or apostles are all considered high grade. Finally, a notification appeared. Evaluation successful. It has been confirmed that the vampire Count C possesses the special skill to extract the special skills of souls. Sung's eyes widened in amazement at the next message from the system. The acquired special skill was engraved into player Sung's soul. He couldn't help but wonder as he reread the information. Acquire trust. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. Someone had just called Sung-yoon's name. The owner of that voice was none other than Sakyo. He excitedly reported that the clerics were using a protection skill to defend the citizens. There are more survivors than I thought. Tarkovsky was reassuring the crowd. Don't worry, the vampires have been eradicated. Following him were innocent civilians, cheering with joy. I can't believe he defeated the vampire count all by himself. You're our hero. The hero himself is here. God has blessed us. A messenger from the great divine. Thank you for saving us. Amidst the lively chatter and laughter, a system notification sounded. The Acquire Trust special skill has detected a strong sense of trust directed at the player. The sight made Han Sung-yoon thoughtful. He stood there, watching them with a happy gaze. Are the people placing their trust in me? But Han Sung-yoon's expression was pensive. So, it seems even trust within an illusion is still considered trust. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curved up into a perfect smirk. I have to make the most of this opportunity. Han Sung-yoon planted his sword on the ground as a system notification appeared. Charisma skills C- has been activated. The people there began to cheer for him without hesitation. Your recognition has become stronger. Your influence over others has grown. But I'm not lying. You have obtained the achievement. I'm not lying. Magic power +1. Sung stood there proudly, savoring the happy moment. The special skill, Acquire Trust, has activated over a wide area, gathering the trust of those around you. The special skill, Holy Power, has activated over a wide area, calculating a myth based on the actual outcome versus the faith of the believers. Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he heard the final notification. Myth, Vampire Eradicator has been completed. Han Sung-yoon stood there, a solemn look on his face as a radiant aura shone around him. The system's notifications echoed ceaselessly in his ears. Myth, Blood Fiend Eradicator has been activated. The recovery nullification effect is beginning to link with a holy relic. The purification effect is beginning to link with a holy relic. An image of the Count's fierce expression flashed in his mind, making him reflect. Because I ended the Bloodkin Count's endless regeneration cycle, I received the recovery nullification effect. And because I caused a massacre in the Bloodkin's city, I received the purification effect. At this thought, Han Sung-yoon suddenly let out an excited smile. So, I finally understand the nature of accumulating myths. The faith he acquired in this battle, combined with his holy power skill, took the form of a myth, creating a new special skill within his existing ones. Han Sung-yoon's heart pounded excitedly as his mind raced. I've never used it before, but judging by the way this holy power is gushing out, it seems that activating a myth will consume the holy power within my heart. Just then, the system announced. Insufficient legend and faith. The accumulated faith will be stored for the next myth. This news only served to make Han Sung-yoon even more confident. I guess the process of acquiring faith is over now, he thought. The Acquire Faith special skill has been deactivated. He stood there, hands on his hips. While the others still bowed their heads in reverence, Sung was lost in thought. At that moment, the floor came to a peaceful conclusion. To one side, Sakyo and Tarkovsky happily waved goodbye before entering the teleportation gate. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught his attention. I once thought you were just a foolish little brat, but it seems I've greatly underestimated your abilities. The speaker was none other than David. He cordially extended his hand. Please, allow me to apologize. Han Sung-yoon accepted the friendly handshake and replied, It's nothing. Just then, a system message popped up in front of him. The God of War has noticed the demise of his potential vessels. The moment he saw the message, Han Sung-yoon collapsed to his knees. The God of War has become aware of your presence. The God of War has sensed your holy power, and his hostility is rising. This sudden action stunned David. He asked repeatedly, What's wrong? Cold sweat was now pouring down Sung-yoon's face. Han Sung-yoon wondered to himself, the God of War? In that instant, the ground began to crack open, and a strange light emanated from the fissures. Once again, the innocent civilians were engulfed in a sea of flames. The system's notifications began to chime relentlessly. You have entered a sacred ground. The sight of innocent people falling into lava sent Sung into a panic. What is happening? He clenched his teeth a powerful killing intent radiating from him. The trial was supposed to be over. At that same moment, a look of extreme anxiety spread across David's face. All he could see was bubbling lava, which made him scream in terror. My portal. Just as the words left his mouth, Sung, who was right beside him, shouted something important. Mage of England, shake my hand one more time. In a flash, he decisively flung David towards the portal. Han Sung-yoon's sudden action stunned the other man. He grumbled to himself. He's not very subtle, but I'll admit his solution is effective. Meanwhile, the cliffs continued to crumble, with many civilians still trapped on them. Han Sung-yoon moved forward, calmly saying, "Step aside." Then, he powerfully punched the ground, causing it to shatter. The entire area was now engulfed in violent flames. The system's voice suddenly rang out, counter-shield skill activated. Before being fully teleported, David thought to himself, his expression a little somber. I don't know if he's a warrior or not, but if a hero still exists in this inhumane world, then that hero would probably look just like him. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon was constantly shouting for everyone to run to the safe zone. Just as his body was about to pass through the teleportation gate, David couldn't help but reach out a hand. I hope you make it out of there safely. To him, Sung, the hero of Earth, now looked like a Superman. Meanwhile, Sung was still yelling, I can't hold on for much longer. Hurry up and get through the gate. Suddenly, a pensive look crossed Sung's face as a thought quickly flooded his mind. Perhaps I was hoping for too much. They aren't showing any additional faith. What a waste of time. I still need to enter the gate. The system just keeps bombarding me with notifications. The god of war was disgusted that a mere mortal possessed divinity. Suddenly, the nearby townspeople screamed out, their faces twisted in agony. My head. The next second, they exploded into thin air. While the voice still echoed, my head felt like it was about to burst. This sight left Han Sung-yoon utterly terrified. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Now, he was the only one left, surrounded by countless cold, lifeless bodies. Han Sung-yoon stood there, stunned, ignoring the system's continuous announcements. The god of war said that the beasts nurtured by the Tower of Trials had the audacity to cross the line. This absurdity filled him with rage. He repeated his opponent's words. Cross the line, you say. Immediately after, a powerful killing intent erupted from Han Sung-yoon's entire body. He emphasized every word. You're the one who crossed the line, you bastard. As long as I'm under the tower's protection, you can't touch me, right? If you've got nothing else to say, then goodbye. With that, Han Sung-yoon turned his back and walked into his teleportation gate, ignoring the system's constant wailing. The god of war was laughing, a sinister smile on his face as Han Sung-yoon told himself, I have to get stronger. The god of war said he can't wait to see the death that awaits him. Han Sung-yoon's face was now etched with fierce determination, a look that said even the gods couldn't afford to deal with him carelessly. The moment the gate closed, the system messages flooded in. You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room. Expanding system. Unique items from the challenge floor have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Various potions have been added to the contractor's private inventory. Your acquired experience will be accumulated. Han Sung-yoon calmly wiped the dried bloodstains from his face. He let out a helpless sigh. It was just a space created by the tower. After all, he shouldn't get emotional over things that might not even be real. His contemplative gaze remained fixed straight ahead. The god of war. To think I've picked a fight with the god of all mankind. Just then, the system issued a warning. Do not trust the other gods. They will view you as an enemy. This gave Han Sung-yoon pause. So this is probably how it's going to be, The image of his solitary figure came to mind. Whatever. No point worrying about things I can't control. I should just focus on what I can do. With a pensive look, Han Sung-yoon picked up a nearby piece of stone. A moment later, only his clothes were left behind. The system displayed the contractor's private inventory. Points, minus 11,500. Skill list, special skill list. Item list. Contractors, Iron-Blooded Monarch and White Crane Sword Master. You have purchased the S-Rank Special Skill Path of the Swordsman for minus 10,000 points. Details for S-Rank Special Skill Path of the Swordsman. Cost, 10,000 points. Description. For those caught in the conflict between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger. This is a special skill exclusive to sword wielders. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and achieving independent enlightenment will become easier. Han Sung-yoon was then transported to a completely unfamiliar place. According to the system, he had entered a forest. He quickly approached the White Crane Sword Master. She spoke calmly. It's been a while, hasn't it, Sung-yoon? Soon after, the two of them sat down together. I heard from that woman. You've made an enemy of the prized son of the Namgung Hyukong clan, haven't you? After a moment, he slowly replied to her, Yeah. Somehow, That's how things turned out. His words stunned her for a moment, but she quickly adjusted. I assume you used your points to buy my special skill because of Namgong Haikon, then. At this, Han Sung-yoon replied, that's right. At his words, the White Crane Swordmaster said, then you've made the right decision. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and her tone changed slightly. By all normal standards, I'd have to call you a genius, Sung-yoon. You managed to learn swordsmanship forms naturally, without any formal training or enlightenment. It goes beyond simple mimicry, you could say. An image of Sung-yoon fighting flashed through the White Crane Swordmaster's mind. What's more, during the 12th floor trial, you not only perceived sword intent but even modified it into a dual sword technique. Her words made him wonder. I just have a bit of a knack for mimicry, that's all. The two sat there, talking things over. She continued, the fact that you could improve just by observing a bit of the Namgung Hukong clan's footwork tells me you have the potential to become a grandmaster. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon exclaimed in astonishment, a grandmaster. Meanwhile, the White Crane Sword Master calmly explained, I wouldn't even be surprised if you were the first to establish your own sword school. The more she said, the more stunned he became. Is it really that serious? Just then, the White Crane Sword Master gave a radiant smile and said, your decision to choose this special skill was absolutely the right one. Because anything you learn and have an epiphany about will become a useful skill in the tower. I will teach you everything. Suddenly, her voice faltered and her gaze turned melancholic. But, I have one condition. The sight left Han Sung-yoon stunned for a moment, as the White Crane Sword Master asked, do you wish to enter into a master-disciple relationship with me? Immediately, he calmly accepted her offer. All right. I'll take you as my master. His words threw the White Crane Sword Master into a panic. She flusteredly said, Sung-yoon, I don't mean to force you. You can think it over carefully. But he held up a hand and declared firmly, no, I've made my decision. Hearing this, she didn't press the issue further and said calmly, if that's what you wish, then I won't refuse. Sung-yoon, however, was lost in his own thoughts. The White Crane Sword Master had reached the 40th floor of the tower. There was absolutely no reason for him to refuse a master like her. Suddenly, the White Crane Sword Master stressed again, don't you regret this later? This prompted a surprised response from him. Are you planning to treat me so badly that I'll regret it? Is that what you're saying? At that, she raised her voice. An image of a man standing on a high rock cliff suddenly appeared. The White Crane Sword Master spoke calmly. You only get one master in your life, especially for people of the martial world who value righteousness, so I hope you won't come to regret this. Han Sung-yoon replied nonchalantly, if you're that worried about it, then I'll definitely have no regrets. Meanwhile, his mind was screaming, how many people in the entire martial world are even worthy of being my master? Just then, the White Crane Sword Master stood up and spoke with an elegant grace. Then, let's follow procedure. I will formally introduce myself again before you conduct the discipleship ceremony. She stood there, her face serious. I am the 17th head of the Bai Clan Sword School, the greatest master of the previous generation. The White Crane Sword Master's words left Han Sung-yoon speechless for a moment. I am the White Crane Sword Master, and you will become my disciple. His mind was screaming. The greatest master in the martial world. He quickly bowed his head, accepting her as his master. Simply put, martial arts are divided into mind arts and body arts. Mind arts are techniques for refining external mana and drawing it into the body. After this refinement process, the mana stored in the body becomes internal energy. Body arts are techniques for using the physical body, including anti-gravity techniques and swordsmanship that corresponds with the practitioner's footwork. That's the gist of martial arts. There are also types of martial arts that focus on using special psychic energies. But after hearing all this, a question naturally arose. Han Sung-yoon suddenly wondered, is the blood god cultivation technique considered a mind art? Immediately, he voiced his question. I have a few questions. There wouldn't be a problem if I used another mind art that I've already learned, right? His words made the White Crane Sword Master's face darken, and her voice grew colder. What did you just say? You've already learned another mind art? She then pressed him continuously. Explain in detail. Hurry up. Hearing this, he hastily replied, after your explanation, it occurred to me that I know something similar to a mind art. When did her eyes become so cloudy with suspicion? She growled, similar. Don't tell me you know how to cultivate and use aura. Did you learn it from the iron-blooded monarch? Her reaction stunned Han Sung-yoon, who thought to himself, cultivating aura, is that another branch of mind arts? He repeatedly denied it. No, that's not it. Suddenly, the White Crane Sword Master interrogated him. I'm not the type to break my promises. Her words made him freeze on the spot. I can't trust you. Let me check. Instantly, she touched his abdomen, making him scream in his mind. Wait, Seeing the White Crane Sword Master forcefully lift his shirt, he screamed internally, "Hey, Master!" Immediately after, Han Sung-yoon cried out with a shocked expression, "Master!" However, the White Crane Sword Master calmly replied, "Be quiet for a moment." A look of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes as she saw something, and it seemed he could guess what it was. The White Crane Sword Master spoke immediately. "When I filter out the pure mana, there's no trace that you've ever learned a mind art." Han Sung-yoon hesitated slightly. Well, that. Images from the past resurfaced in his mind. The Blood God cultivation technique was actually a special skill sponsored by an administrator. That person was called the fallen successor of someone from the 12th floor. I've used it quite often, because it enhances my combat senses when I activate the Blood God cultivation technique. Back in the present, the White Crane Sword Master was so flustered that her cheeks turned red. She stammered, "That's an authority, not a mind art." Of course, it seems like the mind arts you've learned over time have fused into that special skill. But in any case, you can't call it a mind art. Immediately, Han Sung-yoon replied, "I understand." Then, he spoke hesitantly. "But, Master, how much longer are you going to stay in this position?" As soon as he finished speaking, the White Crane Sword Master's face flushed crimson. She rushed away from him without looking back. She ran to a pillar and pressed her face against it, her face burning red, and stammered, "I'm sorry, I was rude." Han Sung-yoon replied blankly, "It's okay." The White Crane Sword Master kept her back to him. A dark aura radiated from her, but I still don't like it. She turned her head, her eyes ice cold. The fact that some mutt from the blood cult is sponsoring a lowly mind art as a special skill. Han Sung-yoon, his face still bewildered, thought, "I think I need to change my opinion of this White Crane Sword Master." The two of them stood by a bamboo bed. She looked at him and said, "But it just occurred to me. It might actually be better that you haven't learned a mind art." The White Crane Sword Master continued, "You can gather mana without a mind art, and if you learn a large number of mind arts through different authorities, you could surely use them interchangeably without conflict. Is that okay?" he asked. Her face blushing, she assured him, "It's fine, because my martial art doesn't rely too heavily on mind arts. However, a mind art is very important for the master-disciple relationship, so what just happened?" The White Crane Sword Master began to teach him. "First, I will teach you swordsmanship. Watch carefully and try to replicate it," he replied attentively. "All right." He watched as she prepared to draw her sword, and the system's voice rang in his head. Combat concentration skill activated. Concentration has increased tenfold. The White Crane Sword Master decisively drew her sharp blade, a wave of power emanating from it. With her sword drawn, she moved swiftly. Each sword form was executed one after another with incredible grace. Han Sung-yoon watched her, thinking, "This is different from her usual gentle demeanor. Her current appearance is something I've never seen before. She truly is a martial arts master, and quite belligerent." The White Crane Sword Master's face was serious. "I will show you the most basic of the 7 forms of the White Sword, the White Sword Sea Cleaver." Her sword seemed to dance as the White Crane Sword Master moved through the bamboo grove, causing the bamboo stalks to bend before gently falling to the ground. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened in amazement, his focus absolute. "If you couldn't see it clearly, I sincerely apologize. I tried to go as slowly as I could." Han Sung-yoon walked past the White Crane Sword Master and replied, "It's fine. I'll start replicating it now." He swung his sword just as she had, and gradually got a feeling. It was as if space itself was unavoidable, so the only way was to pull it closer and cut it. Immediately after he swung his sword, the bamboo stalks twisted, and sharp streaks of light sliced through them. His eyes lit up as he muttered to himself, "Something like this, right?" He turned to await the White Crane Sword Master's comment. "I did my best to replicate it. What do you think?" Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, her voice filled with disbelief. "This is absurd. Every generation produces many geniuses. These people have an innate ability to absorb information, and from that, they achieve things far beyond ordinary people. A genius demonstrates the pinnacle of ability through understanding, judgment, and absorption. However, any genius still needs to practice, whether a little or a lot." Han Sung-yoon, still full of anticipation, turned back to ask, "But did I do it right?" The White Crane Sword Master clutched her head, screaming internally, "What in the world is this?" To be able to replicate it to this extent after seeing it just once, she looked at him appraisingly and said, "It seems you don't understand its magnificence." The White Crane Sword Master explained the move she had just used. The 7 forms of the White Sword is a martial art that uses principles far more complex than the Azure Sky Sword style that Namgung Hyuk uses. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon's curiosity was piqued. "The Azure Sky Sword style," she said, "the 2 moves you copied from the Namgung Hyuk sect. Azure Sky Light Sword, and Azure Sky Reno Sword are part of the Azure Sky Sword style. He was startled, wondering if those were the skills Namgung Hyuk had used before. The White Crane Sword Master was intrigued, not to mention how it transcended the basic principles of fast and slow that the Azure Sky Sword style used. And it's a style that uses complex principles to manipulate space itself, yet you were able to instantly copy the sea-cleaving white sword without any issue, just by watching once, and it's no different from my demonstration. Johan Dung was stunned, not knowing how to respond. He mumbled to himself, "The principles of fast and slow are nothing to me." The White Crane Sword Master smiled and praised him. "You truly are a genius with sharp intuition." She added, "I've never seen anyone learn a skill just by watching. Most have to learn through experience and self-assessment." Despite the praise, he showed no sign of happiness. Johan Dung was still a bit curious. "Even if you say that, I still don't quite understand what you mean." The White Crane Sword Master smiled, pointing at him with certainty. "One day, you might be able to learn a vast number of martial arts in this world." A martial arts manual full of techniques appeared. Normally, martial arts must be understood and recreated using a foundational manual. While transferring mana to him, she said, "However, you don't need any manual. You only need to see something once to replicate it all. I will help you learn how to use mana." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon thought about the future. Movement techniques, fist arts, levitation skills, and even grappling. He would learn everything he could, and the most useful of all would be swordsmanship, the 7 tides of the white sword. Han Sung-yoon powerfully executed a move, the sea-cleaving white sword, which seized space and severed it, making it impossible for an opponent to dodge. The void-piercing white sword, an incredibly powerful stabbing technique that could penetrate any defense. The void-annihilating white sword, a defensive skill that distorted the surrounding space. The White Crane Sword Master jumped up and clapped to cheer him on. Han Sung-yoon scratched his head and smiled shyly after finishing the exercise. He stood before the White Crane Sword Master and spoke, "I have learned a great deal. Thank you, Master." Her face filled with joy, and she savored the word Master in her mind. "If you think so, then that's good." He bowed deeply to the White Crane Sword Master. "Then, I will take my leave here." She seemed a bit reluctant. "You're leaving already? Why don't you stay a little longer?" Han Sung-yoon turned to leave. "I will come back to see you later." Looking back at the still joyful White Crane Sword Master, he whispered, "Take care, Master." She stood there with an amused expression, clearing her throat lightly. "All right, you take care too, Johan Dung. With your talent combined with diligent training, your future is certainly limitless." As soon as the portal opened, the system's notification sound rang out. "You have arrived at the 14th floor waiting room." In another room, Han Sung-yoon walked slowly. He couldn't help but think, "I've learned a lot already. It's a bit embarrassing that I couldn't learn all 7 techniques of the 7 forms of the white sword, but my current level doesn't allow it." Suddenly, a skull appeared, causing the system to warn Demon Slayer B+. Witnessing this, Han Sung-yoon was no longer surprised at all. On the contrary, he calmly came to a conclusion about the Demon Slayer skill. "Although my swordsmanship has improved a lot, compared to Namgung Hyuk's Azure Sky Sword style and my master's 7 forms of the white sword, I'm still severely lacking." Looking at the system log, Han Sung-yoon fell silent. "I'll create a skill using the Path of the Sword King Authority." S-rank authority details. For those immersed in the conflict between growing stronger to survive and living to grow stronger, this is an authority exclusive to sword users. You can develop independent sword-related skills, and achieving independent enlightenment will become easier. Iron-blooded sword authority activated. Combat focus skill activated. Vivid images of battles flash through his mind one after another. Using the Azure Sky Sword style together with the 7 forms of the white sword as a dual-wielding style. Back then, he had used his sharp sword to solve every problem, which had helped him perfect it more than ever. His face at that time was one of pure resolve. But if I want to develop it into a skill, it's still lacking in many ways. He recalled that the White Crane Sword Master had once shared that to develop a skill, it needed to be a system recognized as a skill. These words made Han Sung-yoon fall into deep thought once more. "All right, I'll use the 7 forms of the white sword as the foundation, and whenever I want, I can combine it with the Azure Sky Sword style. At the same time, attacking with 2 swords is an excellent defensive technique. Tens of thousands of cuts in space, thousands of thoughts flashing and repeating in your mind." His expression turned complex as he heard the system notification, and the Path of the Sword King Authority has been activated. Skill, Divine Serpent Sword Style, rank A- has been created. Skill details, Divine Serpent Sword Style, rank A-, proficiency, 0%. Description: a sword style developed by combining the 7 arts of the white sword and the Azure Sky Sword style. Base effect when using a sword. Additional modifications will be added to the basic techniques of the 7 arts of the White Sword and the Azure Sky Sword style, and the effectiveness of the basic techniques will be enhanced. Detailed effect when using dual-wielding techniques. A portion of the basic techniques of the 7 arts of the White Sword will have their attack speed and power doubled. Seeing this, Han Sung-yoon couldn't hide his joy and thought, a skill has finally manifested. He slowly raised a hand to his chin, but while I like that it has some modifications, it seems a bit sluggish. Suddenly, a book fell down. The system then explained, inventory. Reward for the 13th floor trial, random skill book, rank A+. This skill book allows you to randomly obtain 1 B+ rank skill. This is a skill that can only be used by the trial participant and cannot be transferred to others. Han Sung-yoon quickly picked it up and flipped through the pages. He muttered to himself, let's try using it. I got nothing to lose, anyway. Immediately after, the system's notification chimed once again. You've used the random skill book, rank A+, and obtained a random B+ skill. The Hero's Blessing Authority is being activated. Your luck will temporarily increase rapidly. Skill, Blood Spirit Demon Sword, rank B+ has been acquired. Skill details, Blood Spirit Demon Sword, rank B+. Proficiency, 0%. Description, a mysterious sword art that can only be learned by the successor of the Blood Demon cult. Base effect, when you use a sword, demonic elements will seep into the blade, causing a destructive effect on all living creatures. Detailed effect, when using the skill's basic techniques, a special dual combo effect will activate, and the effectiveness of the basic techniques will be doubled. This information made him fall into a pensive state. A moment later, a series of notifications immediately appeared. Unique ability, skill combination has been activated. The skill, Fairy Dragon Sword Style, has begun synthesizing. The ability, Hero's Blessing, has been activated. Your luck will be temporarily and rapidly increased. Skill combination complete. You have manifested a new skill. A brilliant golden sword appeared, creating a powerful shockwave. The skill, Fairy Dragon Demonic Sword, S- rank, has been manifested. Han Sung-yoon calmly stepped into the portal. A system notification rang out. Beginning the 14th floor trial. Difficulty, very hard. The theme of the current trial is underwater combat. Time remaining, 7 days. The condition for clearing the trial is to hunt all monsters at the bottom of the lake within the specified time. The trial failure conditions are the challenger being killed or the time limit expiring. The reward for clearing the trial is the Boots of the Wind Spirit, A+ rank. The penalty for failure is death. His eyes couldn't hide his astonishment as he looked ahead. You have encountered a powerful opponent, difficult for a player to handle. Skill, Indomitable will activated. Before him now stood a long-haired young man with a majestic air. He spoke. Just how long were you planning on making this young master wait? You didn't come to find me even after I killed all these monsters, so I was starting to think I came here by mistake. Right after, he flashed a brilliant smile that left Han Sung-yoon momentarily stunned. Namgung Hyuk. Immediately after, he returned the gesture with a smirk. At that moment, new information echoed from the system. Skill, Instant Acceleration has been activated. Skill, Combat Focus has been activated. Skill, Grace of the Wind has been activated. All speeds increased by 70%. Current skill link progress, 77. The unique effect of the C+ rank speed boots is enhancing your instantaneous speed. In an instant, Sung-yoon shot forward with incredible speed. The two clashed in mid-air, right above the center of the lake. A blinding flash of oppressive energy erupted at the point of impact. Its shockwaves sent lake water spraying everywhere. As the two immense energies collided, Hyuk realized something and exclaimed, "Fire sword." While launching his attack, he asked, "How are you able to use that?" In response, Han Sung-yoon was completely calm. "What? Are you surprised already? The real show is just getting started." The moment he finished speaking, the space around them fluctuated violently, and the pressure from the clash blew away everything nearby. Han Sung-yoon, with dual swords in hand, appeared extremely confident, skillfully weaving them together to unleash his techniques. On the other side, though a bit pensive, Hyuk, with his years of combat experience, was still parrying with ease. He immediately followed up with a powerful kick toward the man, sending a helpless Namgung Hyuk into a freefall. He managed to twist his body to land on his feet, almost instantly regaining his balance and looking up towards Sung-yoon. Just then, Namgung Hyuk frowned slightly. A thin cut had appeared on his face, with blood trickling from it. The attack wasn't over. 3 streams of sword energy were flying down from above. They were already quite close to him. In the blink of an eye, the ground shattered as a blinding blue light erupted. As things gradually settled, debris was left hovering in the air. Hyuk stood there, struggling to neutralize the deadly attack from above. Han Sung-yoon taunted him. "So, what do you think of the S-rank sword skill I just showed you?" The man stood by the lake looking up, as rocks and dirt now slowly fell from the sky. The mountain behind Hyuk had been carved into pieces by those 3 streams of sword energy, wiping out the swarms of monsters floating on the water's surface. Because of this, the lake water had turned blood red. Skill details: Fairy Dragon Demonic Sword Style, S- rank. Proficiency, 0%. Description: a fusion of several supreme martial arts and divine powers, giving birth to the ultimate demonic sword technique. Effect: the blade is imbued with an extremely powerful demonic attribute, inflicting continuous damage on any living target until it falls. Special effect detail: Twin Chain Strike will randomly activate, adding extra streams of sword energy aimed at the opponent. Twin Chain Strike effect fires an additional 2 to 3 sword beams that attack simultaneously with the initial strike. All sword beams have equal power. Han Sung-yoon smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, this was already a powerful move, and now it has this effect on top of it. He looked at Namgung Hyuk with a sarcastic smile and remarked, that scar on your cheek will torment you until the day you die. At this, the man's gaze hardened, staring daggers at Sung-yoon, filled with killing intent. He could feel the blood trickling down his face. Namgung Hyuk raised 2 fingers, conjuring a purple flame while letting out a cold snort. The man frowned, directly using the flame in his hand to cauterize the wound on his face, and coldly retorted, over this little scratch. Immediately after, Namgung Hyuk shot from his position, skimming across the lake's surface toward the opposite shore where Han Sung-yoon stood. He attacked furiously, slashing horizontally and vertically. He used his nimble footwork and dual swords to both dodge and block. However, Namgung Hyuk still held the offensive. In an instant, Sung-yoon was pushed back, forced onto the defensive. After launching a slash at his legs, the man asked, the sword style you're using, and your lightness skill, they all belong to the Murim Alliance. Why were you hiding your martial arts before? Han Sung-yoon counterattacked while replying, I wasn't hiding it. I was genuinely afraid I might die fighting you. So I spent all of yesterday learning it. The answer truly astonished Namgung Hyuk. His eyes widened when he realized just how quickly he could grasp things. As if to confirm his doubts, Namgung Hyuk charged forward, gritting his teeth and sneering. You're just a damn braggart. Another slash, imbued with golden energy, followed his sarcastic voice. The way you talk about learning all those martial arts in a single day tells me you're either spouting nonsense or you're insane. Han Sung-yoon spun to dodge, smiling as he replied, believe it or not, that's up to you. Then, the two closed in on each other, clashing face to face where their swords met. A pillar of light erupted, spreading immense energy all around and causing the lake water to surge violently. Han Sung-yoon continued in a proud tone, but someone once told me that I'm a martial arts genius. The two were now literally head-to-head, their foreheads pressed together. In contrast to Hyuk's scowl, he smiled and added, oh, and that's not all. I can do much more than this. Immediately after, Han Sung-yoon unleashed a slash that sent the man reeling backward. Without giving Namgung Hyuk time to recover, he quickly leaped up and delivered a powerful follow-up strike. He soon had him cornered on the opposite shore, much to the man's astonishment. Hyuk's eyes widened as if he recognized something, and he stammered, This sword style is. He gritted his teeth in fury and cursed, you bastard. Namgung Hyuk's face darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he snarled. You really have no sense of your place. How dare you secretly learn the Namgung family's swordsmanship? In response, Han Sung-yoon replied with a smirk. Instead of blaming me, you should be blaming yourself for not making it harder to copy. If I could replicate it after seeing you perform it just once, is that really my fault? He continued his taunt. Your mistake was not being able to bring out the full potential of the Namgung family's swordsmanship. These words successfully enraged the monster within Namgung Hyuk. He roared, then swung his sword wildly and charged decisively toward Han Sung-yoon. Looking at Namgung Hyuk's fighting spirit, he couldn't help but marvel silently. Truly astonishing. Observing his movements, Han Sung-yoon assessed. His swordsmanship, light foot technique, and even his unconventional movements have changed. He leaped backward to dodge, thinking to himself, but you probably wouldn't dream that you're teaching me an advanced lesson right now. Han Sung-yoon smiled calculatingly. I'll learn it well, so I can teach you a lesson later. But just then, Namgung Hyuk's left hand pointed to the sky, and a beam of purple light appeared right there. He shouted, Mighty combat. And instantly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky, while materialized sword energy appeared, surrounding his neck. Han Sung-yoon paused, his eyes intensely focused on the new technique Namgung Hyuk was unleashing. Giant swords of energy fell from above, plunging straight into the lake's surface. A deep purple mana also emerged, enveloping the surrounding area. It immediately formed an octagonal cage. This was the special characteristic of Mighty Combat. creating a battle domain with a 30-meter radius. Everyone except Han Sung-yoon and Nam Gong-hyuk was barred from entering the battle domain. He stood there with a sinister smile, a murderous glint in his eyes, and growled, "Got you now, you bastard." But just a second later, his smile vanished. From the lake's surface, what rose up wasn't water, but blood. He swung the blood sword in his hand and replied coldly, "Do you know what people on Earth call what you just did?" Nam Gong-hyuk's brows furrowed in astonishment. He looked completely bewildered. He pointed his sword tip toward where Nam Gong-hyuk was standing, unleashing his blood energy with the declaration, "It's called giving you a taste of your own medicine." He raised his sword to his face, trying to defend himself, and couldn't help but wonder. He's learned martial arts, but he can use magic too. Inside the octagonal cage of mighty combat, blood energy was spreading, turning the entire space within a blood-red color. Immediately after, along with Nam Gong-hyuk's pained cry, Han Sung-yoon's blood sword struck him in the stomach. But it didn't stop there. The sword energy swirled to slash at Nam Gong-hyuk's arm. He quickly crossed his arms in front of him, trying to block. Cries rang out continuously. However, it wasn't long before Nam Gong-hyuk's body was knocked upward. He instinctively realized something was wrong, his face filled with bewilderment. Nam Gong-hyuk's back hit the height limit of the formation. He cursed worriedly. Damn it! The system suddenly displayed a notification. User is forcibly breaking the characteristics of mighty combat. The sword energy and the barrier of the octagonal cage began to dissipate. Before he could even regain his balance, Han Sung-yoon's figure appeared behind him. He delivered a blow to Nam Gong-hyuk that sent his body flying like a ball. The force was so strong that the trajectory of Nam Gong-hyuk's body created a long streak of light across the sky. Following that was a massive tremor as he hit the ground, a shockwave that seemed to split the quiet forest in two. The ground where Nam Gong-hyuk's body skidded was torn into a large trench. Han Sung-yoon quickly closed the distance and appeared in front of him, while Nam Gong-hyuk was staggering to his feet. Looking at his disheveled state, he offered a scornful remark. "I bet a martial arts genius like you never thought this day would come, did you?" Nam Gong-hyuk's whole body suddenly trembled as he let out a strange, guttural cough. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his chilling gaze fixed on him. Han Sung-yoon looked confused, a sense of unease growing inside him. What's this? Did he suddenly go insane? Nam Gong-hyuk covered his face and glanced over, still laughing as he remarked, "How interesting. I don't know how you did it, but to learn so many martial arts and become this strong in such a short time, it makes me so happy." He took an item out of his inventory and continued to praise him. "The fact that you can also use magic is truly astonishing. I admit, you are very strong." Han Sung-yoon rushed forward to attack, his face full of worry. As he unleashed a stream of sword energy, he shouted, "You think I'm just going to let you do that?" But at the same time, Nam Gong-hyuk crushed the item in his hand. Just as his killing blow was about to hit him in the face, the item finished activating. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted in the middle of the forest, the powerful shockwave shaking the very fabric of space. The item Nam Gong-hyuk had just used was a tier challenge penalty removal stone. This A-rank item is used to restore reduced stats and remove skill restrictions caused by the penalty for challenging a lower tier. As soon as the explosion ended, the dust and smoke slowly began to clear, revealing the surrounding trees, which had been stripped bare. Nam Gong-hyuk's silent footsteps were heard once again, and he was now enveloped in a thin layer of mana. He raised an arm engraved with a cross-shaped seal and said to Han Sung-yoon, "Have you ever been curious?" From a stream of purple spiritual energy, a mighty dragon with gleaming eyes appeared. Its origin was the very sword in Nam Gong-hyuk's hand. He asked, "Do you want to know why I'm called the Azure Sky Dragon Sword?" It was only then that Han Sung-yoon vaguely realized the danger. All he could think was, "Oh, crap." Nam Gong-hyuk calmly explained, "Enhanced sword energy isn't something a lowlife like you gets to see often." He struck straight at him. "Consider this an honor." The purple light gradually rushed toward him. Han Sung-yoon recalled the words of the White Crane Sword Master. "I'm talking about how to use ki, or in other words, how to enchant your sword with magic. Sword ki is a technique for adding properties depending on the type of sword. For example, fire magic is an attribute you can add to your swordsmanship, but that's just the beginning. Enhancing sword ki is the next stage." The purple light radiated through the forest. Han Sung-yoon thought to himself that the nature of Nam Gong-hyuk's skill was an ultimate ability that allowed the user to flexibly use various elemental magics from the surroundings in their attacks. The sword energy he unleashed now formed a purple dragon. It was gradually closing in on him. Han Sung-yoon thought, to be able to see enhanced sword ki this early. He bent down slightly, dodging Nam Gong-hyuk's attack. Han Sung-yoon assessed the situation. "I didn't think it would be this powerful just from hearing the explanation. What an insane technique." Watching the dragon coiling around, he mused. The sword energy strikes continuously and in increasing numbers, making it very difficult for me to get close to him. Han Sung-yoon began to assess the dragon, not to mention the agile movements of its reinforced sword aura. This is way too dangerous. He theorized that it was as if the sword had transformed into a living, breathing dragon. Han Sung-yoon used his sword to block the charging dragon, and the impact created a blinding flash of light. He gripped his sword so tightly that blood seeped from his hand unconsciously. The sheer force of the blow sent Han Sung-yoon flying backward. His swords were crossed in front of his chest. As he blocked the blow, he thought, I figured this guy was, at best, a little stronger than the Blood Clan. I never imagined he'd be this powerful. Han Sung-yoon used the enlightened sword aura technique, recalling a similar feeling from when his master, the White Crane Sword Master, was teaching him. But he also wondered, it feels like other martial artists have skipped this crucial stage. Maybe they struggled too much during their enlightenment and couldn't grasp it. This bastard is just too strong. Just then, Namgung-hyuk landed with a ground-shaking thud. Now it was his turn to sneer. Where'd all that bravado from earlier go? Han Sung-yoon was tense but forced a smile, thinking to himself, I should have just gone all out from the start and finished him. Damn it. He gathered his strength, telling himself, I just wanted to test the waters a bit before finishing him off. Now things are going to get complicated. Immediately, Han Sung-yoon activated the Supreme Blood technique, and a crimson aura flared around him. Han Sung-yoon declared, Get ready. I'm coming at you with everything I've got. Namgung-hyuk charged, scoffing, Do your worst, you bastard. From the other side, he charged as well, an enhancement technique already prepared. His opponent again materialized his sword aura, unleashing a purple dragon toward Han Sung-yoon. He quickly countered with white annihilation of the void. The two streams of sword aura, one blue and one red, clashed violently, much to Namgung-hyuk's astonishment. He roared in anger. What? Did you go and steal sword techniques from somewhere else? All of your pathetic efforts are useless against my reinforced sword aura. The powerful stream of mana, shaped like a dragon's head, lunged forward, ready to devour Han Sung-yoon. Just then, a notification appeared, combat focus skill activated. The player's focus was amplified 20 times, like a shot of adrenaline, and he quickly dodged. In the next instant, Han Sung-yoon gracefully slipped behind Namgung-hyuk. Seizing the opportunity, he tightened his grip on his sword and lunged, thinking, Perfect, I'm behind him, now. But Namgung-hyuk was no pushover. He redirected his sword aura to block the fatal strike. Another blinding flash erupted. The force of the counterattack slammed Han Sung-yoon into the ground, shattering the earth beneath him. He collapsed to his knees in agony. Han Sung-yoon coughed up a mouthful of blood and struggled to look up, realizing his internal energy was in chaos. As he looked up, the light caught the look of utter astonishment on his face. Before he could recover, the dragon charged at him again. Fortunately, using his masterful footwork, he spun and somersaulted to the right, dodging the attack. But just then, the sword aura morphed into a sharp spike and shot toward his stomach. He swung his sword, struggling to parry with a horizontal slash. Though he avoided a fatal wound, Namgung-hyuk's attack still managed to sever one of his legs. He grimaced, thinking, Did his reinforced sword aura just fuse with my white annihilation of the void? He immediately activated the blood renewal skill to regenerate. Just then, Namgung-hyuk appeared behind Han Sung-yoon without warning. Han Sung-yoon grimaced and spun around, only to be met with a powerful kick to the gut. The blow sent him flying into the ground, where he skidded for a long distance, kicking up dirt and debris. But it didn't stop there. His momentum carried him onto the nearby lake, where he skipped across the water's surface like a flat stone. His body finally crashed to a halt against the cliff on the far side of the lake. At the same time, thanks to his skill, his severed leg had already regenerated. Han Sung-yoon coughed up another mouthful of blood in agony, his eyes vacant with a hint of fear. Before he could even get to his feet, Namgung-hyuk was already charging at him with his sword. The man grinned maliciously and screamed, Die! His sword aura, crackling with lightning, formed a purple dragon and slammed directly into Han Sung-yoon. All he could do was throw up his arm to defend himself. The attack was so powerful it shattered the mountain behind him, his fresh blood staining the lake water. Namgung-hyuk stood there calmly, watching Han Sung-yoon kneeling on the opposite shore. He spoke with a hint of disbelief, You're still standing? Han Sung-yoon looked over, ragged and panting, the upper part of his clothes completely disintegrated by the attack, revealing his muscular physique. He continued, a note of surprise in his voice, I have to admit, I'm impressed. I never thought you'd be able to fight me for this long. Namgung-hyuk raised his sword to the sky, gathering even more sword aura, and declared confidently, But this is where it ends. He laughed like a madman, shouting with glee, I've had a blast. Han Sung-yun. He forced himself to his feet, covered in blood, his sword hand trembling, but he still managed to respond. After struggling so hard to reach this level of strength, Han Sung-yun pointed his sword forward. A sphere of energy materialized at the tip, pushing back against his opponent's sword aura. He roared in defiance, "You think I'll let you kill me that easily?" Then a notification popped up. Retaliation shield skill activated, releasing all stored damage. Where the two forces, one red, one purple, collided, a blinding light erupted, radiating immense power. Namgung-hyuk didn't hesitate to switch up his killing move. He kicked off the surface of the water, lunging toward Han Sung-yun. In the blink of an eye, there in the middle of the lake, Namgung-hyuk's sword suddenly pierced straight through his throat. He laughed maniacally, roaring in excitement. "Yes, that's the face I wanted to see. Now, off with your head." And just as he said it, horrifically, Han Sung-yun's head flew into the air, a look of pure shock frozen on his face. Just then, the light returned to his eyes. At the same time, a series of notifications appeared, announcing the activation of the skill. Death's Door. Nullifies all life-threatening critical damage. All senses are greatly amplified for a short duration, and all skills will reach their maximum proficiency level. Cooldown time, 1 week. Immediately afterward, as if pulled by a magnet, Han Sung-yun's head flew back toward his neck. Miraculously, his body instantly healed. Han Sung-yun thought to himself, "Death's Door. It was a skill I got as a reward from the 12th floor's trial. The moment I take fatal damage and my life is at risk, the damage is nullified. I can't believe I had to use it here." Having narrowly cheated death, he let out a loud cry, gasping for breath. Witnessing this, Namgung-hyuk exclaimed in utter shock, "What?" As a crown materialized, he thought. There was another reward on the 12th floor. That is the crown of the ancient king Atrox. Unique skill, Magic B+, activated. While using the ancient king's crown, the user's mind will be clouded. Skill, Mind Like a Rock, activates. Han Sung-yun immediately placed it on his head and declared to himself, "Let's go all in." The item's stats appeared. Ashen Crown of the Ancient King, Ajay, willpower plus 30%. A crown made from the ashes of an ancient king who worshipped a god of darkness. When equipped, the user's mind becomes unstable, and the crown will quickly disintegrate bit by bit. In return, the user can cast magic at will until the crown completely vanishes. Along with that, Han Sung-yun's deep voice gave a command. "I command you, my vassals." Behind Han Sung-yun, numerous strange beasts appeared, a considerable number of them. He finished with the thought of crushing the man, and the beasts immediately charged towards Namgung-hyuk. Seeing this, he became enraged, veins popping on his head. "You bastard! Use necromancy too?" Namgung-hyuk killed them all with a single blow and declared, "You can never defeat me with this kind of pathetic magic." Veins spread across his face as Namgung-hyuk reached for Han Sung-yun with one hand, while the other firmly gripped his sword. In a flash, he had grabbed him by the neck. Han Sung-yun was shocked, a flicker of fear in his eyes, as Namgung-hyuk growled, "Let's see if you can revive again." As the man's sword aimed straight for his head, Han Sung-yun wore an incredibly calm expression. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch his face, it suddenly began to waver. Many more veins appeared on Namgung-hyuk's face. His eyes were bloodshot and his hand was trembling. He asked angrily, "My body?" Han Sung-yun gently grabbed Namgung-hyuk's shaking wrist, and the man asked in terror, "What did you do to me?" Looking at Namgung-hyuk, kneeling before him, he gazed down with contempt and said coldly, "I already told you." His voice was firm, declaring that the scar would haunt him until his death. At the same time, a beast with sharp teeth appeared behind Namgung-hyuk. A second later, his body was being torn apart by the swamp monsters, fresh blood splattering gruesomely as he screamed in agony. Since he was a child, Namgung-hyuk had always been despised by his father for his incompetence. Day after day, he had to live with the torment of the harsh words that came from that man's mouth. He can't even perform the basic stances. How could the Namgung clan produce such an idiot like him? He would constantly yell and curse, rudely questioning the mother right in front of Namgung-hyuk. Is he truly my flesh and blood? Back then, all he could do was cower in a corner, silently listening to every insult. Namgung-hyuk thought bitterly, "I just like swinging a sword, that's all." He trained tirelessly with his sword, each slash so sharp that no one would believe it came from a child. Because Namgung-hyuk believed that before learning any stances, one must first master the path of the sword. Until one day, he met his grandfather. From the very first glance, the old man recognized his talent, truly a genius. Namgung-hyuk emotionally recalled, "That was the first time I met my grandfather." Through the hazy mist of memory, he calmly reminisced about that fateful moment from long ago. "After that, I was raised by my grandfather, the greatest swordsman of his time. Namgung Hayuk slowly continued. Because of that, my swordsmanship flourished more and more. When he had grown up, he excitedly returned to his family's estate. He called out loudly, "Father." Namgung Hayuk carried the corpses of his enemies, threw them down in front of his father, and held his head high to show off his achievement. "I've taken care of all the blood cult bastards who pretended to be traveling here." Namgung Hayuk proudly declared, "Look, father, your son has become this strong." But the man flatly dismissed him, treating all of Namgung Hayuk's efforts as worthless. "Get rid of those ugly things. Why have you been killing so much lately? Spend some of that energy cultivating your mind and character." He turned away sharply, leaving behind a cruel remark. "If you don't want to turn into a bloodthirsty monster." Those words were like a dagger straight to the heart, leaving a deep-seated resentment in Namgung Hayuk. Returning to the present, his eyes suddenly turned red, wet with bitter tears, while the beasts continued to tear his body apart. At this moment, Han Sung-yoon's ashen crown was destroyed. At the same time, a notification sounded. All durability of the ashen crown of the ancient King Aja has been consumed. The ashen crown of the ancient King Aja has been destroyed. Namgung Hayuk decisively unleashed a finishing blow, and in an instant, the beasts were thrown from the water by a terrifying force, creating horrifying chaos. He was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. Namgung Hayuk had not yet drawn his last breath. Lying there, barely breathing, his blood spread into the current. Han Sung-yoon blurted out in confusion, "You're still alive." The man pleaded weakly, "Finish me." He didn't rush to act, instead calmly sitting down on a rock to observe. Han Sung-yoon slowly began to speak. "Isn't this interesting? Ordinarily, you and I would have never met. But here we are, two people from different dimensions, fighting like this." Remembering their intense confrontation, he was intrigued by the fact that such an impossible thing could happen. It was difficult and painful, but ridiculously enough, I was thinking it and even said it out loud at the time. "This is interesting, isn't it?" Namgung Hayuk's eyes widened when he heard the next sentence. "If the two of us were friends," he continued to voice his thoughts in an even tone. "Right before it came to this, we could have had fun progressing together." "That's what I thought." As soon as he finished, Namgung Hayuk's eyes went wild. His face covered in blood, he opened his mouth wide and screamed like a madman, "You weak bastard." Though his words were choppy, they clearly showed his rage and indignation. "How can you have thoughts like that while climbing the tower?" Han Sung-yoon remained silent. The man gave a faint smile, each word rasped out as if using his last breath. "Let me tell you something interesting." Namgung Hayuk revealed that the reason he stopped climbing the tower and invaded this dimension wasn't just because he liked to kill. After all his hard work to get where he was, he ran into a problem. According to his story, after I obtained holy power, I became the enemy of several gods, and my life was threatened. In front of Namgung Hayuk were countless gods, waiting to take his life at any moment. Those who are chosen inevitably have to use holy power to fight, and when they do, they must face gods in all shapes and forms. In the end, Namgung Hayuk showed his disdain, concluding with one thing: "You'll be just like me soon enough." "But if you keep climbing the tower with that stupid mindset, even with holy power," he arrogantly asserted, "you won't be able to stop the gods from destroying your earth." Namgung Hayuk grimaced, struggling to whisper, "No, that's not going to happen." Han Sung-yoon raised his hand, a swirling mass of crimson energy gathering in his palm. His voice dropped, heavy like a final judgment. "Those who would destroy my home will all be destroyed by my own hands." Han Sung-yoon declared powerfully as he decisively activated, pursuing Blood Needle, tearing the man's life apart in excruciating pain. Namgung Hayuk took the full force of the fatal blow, his flesh and bones seeming to merge. He writhed and howled in agony. The system window immediately displayed a notification. "Congratulations, you have cleared the 14th floor of the Tower of Trials. The reward, A+ Wind Spirit Boots, has been sent to your inventory. You have received a reward of 10,000 points. You have received a reward of 4,000 points for defeating a stronger challenger. You have received an additional reward. You have received 4,000 items. The reward, Sky-Piercing Sword A+, has been sent to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room." A mechanical voice sounded continuously. "The basic elements for myth creation are now complete. Divine power has been powerfully activated, calculating myth based on actual results and the faith of believers." A brilliant golden light exploded from his chest and spread throughout his muscular body, signifying the birth of a new myth. After a period of calculation, the system announced the result: Myth of the Challenging Warrior has been completed. Myth of the Challenging Warrior is accumulating divine power. From now on, the indomitable effect is bound to Challenger Han Sung-yoon's divine power. From now on, the reversal effect is bound to Challenger Han Sung-yoon's divine power. A brilliant golden aura enveloped him completely. An immense pressure erupted violently. A moment later, a series of his power stats increased significantly, absorbing the soul of challenger Namgung Hayuk. Proficiency increased by 47%. Proficiency for the unique attribute Soul Summoning has reached 100%. Soul Summoning, B. The unique attribute has leveled up. Soul Summoning, A. Han Sung-yoon wondered to himself. When challengers from other worlds die, their bodies always disintegrate. Now that the penalty for trespassing floors is gone, will they still disappear? The sword in his hand began to absorb the life force from Hyuk's body. At the same time, notifications rang out. The blood drain effect of the true heavenly blood demon sword has been activated. The blood of challenger Namgung Hayuk has been absorbed. As a result, the empowering inscription skill has been acquired. Han Sung-yoon curled his lip into a faint smile. Another attribute for the fire sword. I got some good stuff. He stood with his hands on his hips, wearing only a pair of tattered pants, and muttered helplessly, "But I guess there's no way to get my clothes back." Just as he was thinking to himself, "I guess I'll have to go back to Earth to buy some," Han Sung-yoon suddenly saw a notification window appear next to him. It delivered two messages. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch says that she has a good set of armor she wants to give her contractor. Administrator White Crane Swordmaster says that her contractor's fighting style is better suited for a martial artist's robe. Well, look at this unexpected windfall. After reading, Han Sung-yoon smirked. In the chilly weather, he went alone to the Iron-Blooded Monarch's residence. Han Sung-yoon looked at the large house before him and let out a gasp of admiration. As he approached, he mumbled, "It really does look like her kind of house." Next, Han Sung-yoon slowly opened the door. The Iron-Blooded Monarch was already waiting inside. Seeing that he had actually come, she smiled brightly and greeted him enthusiastically. "Well done, Han Sung. It's been a while." She gave him a special necklace imbued with magical power and said with satisfaction, "Congratulations on overcoming a great hurdle. This is a gift for you." This gift made him a little curious. Han Sung-yoon spoke up and asked, "But didn't you say you'd give me armor?" The Iron-Blooded Monarch laughed and explained, "When you imbue this necklace with a bit of your magic, armor will automatically appear for you to wear." Hearing this, he didn't think much of it, simply taking it and putting it around his neck. At that moment, she covered her mouth and whispered a reminder. "For the first time, you should do it outside the tower just to be safe." Han Sung-yoon expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I'll make good use of it." The scene changes to a house hidden in a bamboo forest where the White Crane Sword Master resides. Han Sung-yoon approached and formally greeted her, "Master." The White Crane Sword Master was a little surprised and blurted out, "Han Sung-yoon." She paused for a moment to think. Remembering that he hadn't prioritized her, the White Crane Sword Master was visibly sulking. Pouting, she said sarcastically, "I thought you would come to see me first. I can't believe you went to see that woman. I'm disappointed, you know." He bowed respectfully and gently tried to soothe the young girl. "Please don't be angry, Master." The White Crane Sword Master crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks irritably, and said, "It's not that woman, it's this master." The young girl politely asked for permission to do something. Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. The White Crane Sword Master's eyes held a hint of shyness, and her cheeks flushed a light pink. She confessed softly, "I want to cut your hair." The very next second, he jumped in shock, his expression clearly one of fear, and he explained frantically, "What? Don't you know that prescribing medicine and cutting hair are two things you need a professional for? No way, you don't even have any tools." The White Crane Sword Master slowly drew her sword, her expression frighteningly serious, and her voice became deep and powerful. "The white sword, 7 arts is all I need. If you move, you'll get hurt. Stay still." Han Sung-yoon panicked and quickly put out his hand to stop her. Wait. Time flew by, and after a flurry of sword movements, strands of hair floated down, mingling with the falling bamboo leaves. Han Sung-yoon looked at himself in the mirror and was quite impressed with his new appearance. He turned back with a radiant smile and praised her admiringly. "You're really talented, aren't you?" The young girl shyly avoided his gaze, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The White Crane Sword Master gave a strained laugh and replied dismissively, "Just luck." Next, she quickly placed something in his hand and hurriedly pushed him away. She flusteredly shooed him away. "This is an item that will make it easier for you to wear the martial artist's robe. Make sure you put it on outside the tower." The White Crane Sword Master waved goodbye frantically, forcing a smile as she shouted, "Good luck." The young girl's strange behavior struck Han Sung as odd. He wondered suspiciously, what's wrong with her? Something's very suspicious. At that moment, a system notification came through. "You have entered the 15th floor waiting room. System update commencing. Quest command opened. From now on, challengers can receive certain quests from administrators. Quests that replace personal trials will be based on the administrator's backstory. If you complete it, you can receive a reward from the administrator who assigned the quest. However, you are only allowed to accept one quest per floor. Reading this, he unconsciously thought to himself, quests. Han Sung-yoon stood before a series of incoming notifications, understanding their underlying intention. So the reason the administrators have been treating me so well is because they want to hire me for quests. He thought for a moment, then swiped to another notification, thinking warily to himself, there's so much to do now. I need to think this through slowly. After that, Han Sung-yoon decided, first, I'll check out the myth I just received. The system window immediately appeared, displaying a host of new information. Myth of the challenging warrior has been activated. The indomitable effect is bound to divine power. When the indomitable effect is activated, the body can exert maximum force under any circumstances. The reversal effect is bound to divine power. When the reversal effect is activated, you receive more buffs than debuffs in battle. As he read, he smirked with delight, his mood improving drastically. He thought excitedly, the exorcism effect I got from the myth of the vampire slayer had limited functionality, but the mythical warrior's challenge was much more realistic. Not only that, but Sung's joy doubled when he received a unique ability to supplement his A-rank soul summoning. The notification window displayed a unique attribute, A-rank soul summoning, with detailed effects. The death god have been awakened, he asked in confusion. What is this? Just then, a divine power was activated. Han Sung-yoon was a bit disappointed, having expected something amazing to happen, but even with the activation, nothing changed. His whole body radiated a brilliant golden aura, making his sharp features stand out even more. Han Sung-yoon asked himself a rhetorical question, but then sighed in frustration. He nonchalantly decided to let things be. I don't know anymore. I guess only time will tell. A sword appeared, a delicate blend of silver and blue. It formed a perfect structure, accompanied by detailed information. A plus heaven-shattering sword, slashing power plus 10%, lethality plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, magic damage plus 10%. The enhanced magic sword served only one purpose, to destroy the celestial realm. The more difficult the things it destroyed, the stronger it became. When imbued with magic, its unique heaven-shattering effect activates. The sword then gains the attribute of destruction. Every swing carries immense lethality and magic intertwined. When the sword's proficiency reaches its maximum, the unique sword sense effect will activate. It will then add a skill beneficial to the sword's master. That skill is always suited to the current situation. He quickly scanned the description and guessed to himself. Heaven-shattering seems very compatible with sword key. Han Sung-yoon carefully observed the heaven-shattering sword, thoughtfully analyzing its attributes. Sword sense wasn't limited to a specific skill, meaning it could evolve depending on the user's abilities. He remembered a previous notification. Because you defeated a challenger stronger than the trial's difficulty, you receive an additional reward. Suddenly, everything clicked. His excitement was palpable. These added effects are amazing. It must be because I defeated Namgong Hyuk, who was stronger than the trial's intended difficulty. Han Sung-yoon used sword sense to merge with the heaven-shattering sword. At that moment, the sword radiated a mystical blue aura, and a notification immediately sounded. You have reached the state of unity with the sword. The heaven-shattering sword's unique effect, sword sense, has been activated. You can turn a sword's unique effect into one of your own skills. After confirming, the mechanical voice continued. Selection complete. The skill A plus sword sense has been fully absorbed. Uses of sword sense remaining, 1. He received the notification and couldn't help but let out a sound of amazement. Han Sung-yoon grinned from ear to ear. He was filled with excitement, his delight clear on his face. It actually works. Currently, one of the 4 effects had been unlocked. The rest were still a mystery. He cheered inwardly. I used sword sense to absorb another effect. With sword sense, I can learn 3 more skills. A few minutes later, notifications began to chime incessantly. Other effects were gradually unlocked by harmonizing with sword sense. The heaven-shattering sword's unique effect, sword sense, has been activated. You can turn a sword's unique effect into one of your own skills. Selection complete. The heaven-shattering sword skill has been fully absorbed. Uses of sword sense remaining, 0. The 2 unique effects of the heaven-shattering sword, sword sense, have been completely depleted. The unique effect of the heaven-shattering sword, sword sense, has completely vanished. Han Sung-yoon tightened his grip on the hilt, his eyes and smile radiating satisfaction with his achievements. Now I've mastered the heaven-shattering skill from the heaven-shattering sword, so I can use it whenever I need to. Afterwards, a series of his stats skyrocketed but quickly hit their limit from absorbing the challenger's soul. Namgung Hyuk's unique ability has continuously enhanced you. Strength plus B, Agility plus B, Stamina plus 6, Magic Power plus 7, Endurance plus B. This made him feel a tinge of regret. I can't absorb any more skills? What a shame. Before he could even move his hand away from the system window, a barrage of questions came from Ha-Ion. Good grief. You should have at least told me when you returned to the tower. Even if you're not a normal person, we're still companions. He scrolled through the messages in frustration, a cold sweat on his brow. You were the one we should have been worried about in Japan. Just text me next time. Han Sung-yun frowned, his face tense with seriousness. A message arrived from Bill Noah on the 9th floor, addressed to Sung Jo. I don't know what's happening in the tower, but I have some news. Tower climbers from another world have appeared. According to the introduction, one of them is the tower climber who caused the Great Massacre in London. He wondered with suspicion, an invasion from another dimension? Hugh's oath before he died suddenly echoed in Han Sung-yun's mind. You will never be able to stop the gods who will destroy this earth. That face, that voice, was still seared into his memory. Rage boiled in his very soul. He furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth and snarling. Damn it. A giant sphere containing dark energy appeared. It was constantly emitting dangerous bolts of electricity, attacking the city of London. Smaller blue energy spheres shot out swarms of electrical beams, surrounding it. They formed a protective layer and then attacked all over the city. Vicious monsters emerged from the core of the blue energy sphere. They rushed towards the clock tower, wreaking havoc. The spheres seemed to activate simultaneously, glowing incessantly and creating aftershocks that violently shook the surroundings. The ferocious monsters broke free from their confinement and charged down from the clock tower with lightning speed. The entire area plunged into chaos. The monsters attacked every person they saw, tearing them apart mercilessly. This was the second multidimensional attack on Earth. At that very moment, inside an assembly hall, an emergency meeting was being held regarding the monster situation reported by Oh Cheol-soo. A video showed the state of London after yesterday's attack. It all started when a mysterious black sphere appeared in the sky. Everyone below listened intently as he recounted the entire event. Right after the first massacre, the monstrous creatures suddenly vanished. Since then, that sphere of death has shown no changes and has remained silent until today. On the screen, a massive, pitch-black sphere containing dark power continuously emitted a dangerous energy field which no one dared to approach. But today, that mysterious black sphere is rapidly growing larger, and there's a high probability that a second massacre will occur, with a new wave of monsters emerging from it. Oh, Cheol-soo suddenly slammed the table, forcefully emphasizing his point. To prevent this terrible disaster, we believe that all of South Korea's hunters will join forces for the sake of justice. Seno, angry and serious, scowled with suspicion and challenged him. Why is the Korean Hunters Association so proactive now? You were the ones who tried to stop us before. The hunters were supposed to resolve the Shinjuku incident, but after a moment of hesitation, they vaguely made up an excuse. That's because doing so was more advantageous. Another voice suddenly cut them off, making everyone turn their heads. South Korea's standing will be elevated after the Shinjuku incident. Doing so would bring immense profits to the Korean Hunters Association. The members were stunned, breaking into a flurry of whispers when they saw Han Sung-yun standing grimly in a dark corner. The demon sword. Isn't that the demon sword from the Shinjuku incident? It's really him. He only changed his hairstyle. Finally, the meeting came to a close. Everyone quickly left. Only Sung-yun lingered to check on Lee Ha-yeon. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sorry for climbing the tower alone without telling you. She replied with a cold formality, then let out a sigh. It's fine. At least I know now. From now on, let's treat each other like proper companions. Then, Lee Ha-yeon suddenly noticed something. But, where's your weapon? Han Sung-yun could only stammer an explanation. It's in there. Confused, she repeated. In there? Just then, Yun was busy shouting out orders. Everyone, maintain order and move quickly to provide support. All volunteers for the London Gate incident, please follow me this way to the transport vehicles. We would greatly appreciate as many volunteers as possible. Han Sung-yun coldly turned away. He reminded her nonchalantly. We should get going, too. Suddenly, Lee Ha-yeon grabbed his hand and held on tight. No, she announced casually, that won't be necessary this time. Immediately after, they both headed up to the rooftop. Lee Ha-yeon forcefully flung open the rooftop door. Brimming with confidence and pride, she announced to everyone, it's because I also picked up some new gear while climbing the tower. Lee Ha-yeon slowly stepped into the center of the magic circle with Sung-yun. I've learned subspace manipulation magic now. It was pretty tough to master, you know. She gave a triumphant, radiant smile. As long as I have someone to assist me, I can teleport there instantly. Plus, I already have the association's approval. Lee Ha-yeon raised her hands and cast the spell. Han Sung-yun was internally shaken. Teleportation. The moment the magic was activated, both of them began to disappear as a system notification chimed. You have been selected as a target for supportive teleportation magic. You will now be teleported to the designated location. Meanwhile, more and more spherical cages containing monsters appeared. Their immense energy startled the support team. They shouted in alarm as the monsters broke free from their pods. More magic beasts are appearing. A spirited young man stood at the front, commanding the mages. The second wave is about to begin. Protect the magic tower. The ferocious monsters opened their sharp-toothed maws at the group and unleashed their magic. As he fought to block a lunging monster with his staff, the young man shouted a reminder. Just focus on the gate. It'll be a disaster if these alien creatures get inside the magic tower. Right, a young mage stammered, his body tense. Just then, a monster began to break out of its pod right behind him. The boy froze in terror. As it lunged, the startled young mage could only scream helplessly in panic. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, its energy flowing in reverse as if for a summoning. Both the boy and the monster were unexpectedly sucked into the circle, screaming in terror. But only the young mage emerged unharmed. He stared blankly at the annihilated monster beside him. He whipped around, shocked to see Han Sung-yeon and Lee Hai-yeon suddenly standing right behind him. Lee Hai-yeon coolly asked the boy, "What's the situation with these magic beasts?" The boy nervously bowed. "I'm sorry, we haven't prepared enough personnel. It's all right." Luckily, nothing terrible has happened yet, she gently reassured him. Lee Hai-yeon quickly pressed for details. "When does the next wave of attacks begin?" "We'll lend a hand," Han Sung-yeon added from behind. Just then, the young man from earlier appeared. He spoke to them politely before immediately giving orders. "Thank you for coming to help during such a difficult time. As this is an emergency, please forgive us for not being able to provide a proper reception. Leave this area to us. Please head to where the others are gathered and assist them." He then commanded the young mage. "You, take them downstairs." "Understood. This way, please," the boy replied dutifully, quickly leading the way. He led them down to a sublevel inside the tower. There, hunters and mages were all gathered, sitting solemnly in a magnificent room, awaiting their arrival. Han Sung-yeon carefully assessed the situation. "Looks like the World Association sent even more hunters this time." He cautiously observed David, who sat with his head bowed low, and his two subordinates who stared at him with cold eyes. They remained grimly silent. But what's with this atmosphere? And the attitude of these British mages? Han Sung-yeon scoffed to himself. People are outside fighting for their lives, while the top brass sits around having meetings. It's the same no matter where you go. Seeing him, David flinched, his eyes widening in shock and fear. The old man paused for a moment, deep in thought, before shouting out in hesitant disbelief. "Oh my goodness, you're..." His expression quickly shifted to one of joyful excitement. "I can't believe I'm seeing you here. It's a true honor to meet you again. Mr. Han Sung-yeon." David called his name with familiarity. A surprised Lee Hae-yeon turned to ask, "You know him?" Han Sung-yeon was just as confused, wondering to himself, "Huh? Isn't that the old mage I saved back on the 13th floor?" While the mages outside struggled to contain the black sphere, he calmly began to explain the situation to those in the room. "So, that giant black sphere has a barrier making it impossible to destroy, even when hundreds of mages are pouring magic into it." Han Sung-yeon confidently took David's seat at the head of the table and began his interrogation. "You nearly destroyed it before, back when it was a small sphere that hadn't absorbed much magic power, correct? And the reason the first assault stopped was because of that impact?" He stared down at the old man with a cold glare. "And after that, once the sphere absorbed more magic and got bigger, no matter what you did, you couldn't even put a scratch on it. Am I right?" David respectfully conceded. "Yes. That's exactly what happened." All the mages in the room erupted in panicked whispers. "I can't believe he gave the head seat to that challenger. Who is that man, anyway? I recognize him. Isn't that the hunter who went to Japan? Did they meet during a trial or something?" David narrowed his eyes, a cunning plot forming in his mind. "Giving up my seat, even getting on my knees would be a small price to pay, as long as England can be saved from this crisis." His expression darkened as he shot a calculating glance at him. "They might not understand, but I do," David thought, a secret, triumphant smile creeping onto his face. "I see just how strong this guy is." The old man feigned excitement and friendliness, trying to probe him. "What do you think is the best way to handle this situation?" Han Sung-yeon exuded the aura of a monarch, resolutely declaring, "I will destroy that black sphere." David was so stunned he was speechless. The old man quickly composed himself and asked, surprising the other mages, "Can you really do it?" The group of mages, shocked and afraid, could only whisper among themselves. "This might be a bit much, but isn't the elder being too hasty?" Han Sung-yeon arrogantly proposed. "However, I have one condition." A terrified David stammered out, "A condition?" His face darkened, half hidden in the shadows, his entire being radiating a dangerous aura as he emphasized, "If everyone here gives me a worthy reward, then I'll destroy it." The indignant mages started to scoff. How ridiculous. Who do you think you are? David thought, starting to panic. That's going a bit too far. The old man hesitated, making an excuse. I must discuss this with the other representatives first. Han Sung-yoon calmly agreed, not forgetting to remind them about the black sphere that was growing larger, its terrifying power threatening to destroy everything. I don't mind waiting, but given the current situation, I doubt there'll be anything left of London if we delay any further. He fell into a gloomy silence for a moment, calculating. In a crisis like this, I could act without a reward, but I have to get everything I'm worth. Meanwhile, David stood pensively at the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. He watched as the jet-black sphere grew frantically larger and more powerful. Finally, David yelled in concession, "All right, I'll do it." The old man braced himself and shouted with all his might. David pointed outside, giving his approval. "Please, just destroy that damn thing." A shocked mage called out, "Elder." Another angrily tried to stop him. "You can't make a decision like that so easily." But Han Sung-yoon, pleased, gave a smug smile and nodded. "I accept the mission." The moment he touched the stone on his necklace, it began to glow intensely. Han Sung-yoon's appearance immediately transformed, making him as majestic and imposing as a mighty warrior. He swiftly used the true blood demon sword to make 2 slashes, creating a violent gale that caused cracks to spread throughout the room. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion and a powerful flash of light erupted from the side of the clock tower as he threw a chair, shattering a window. Hay rushed over, calling his name. Han Sung-yoon. She was anxious and worried but could only watch him in silence, her eyes filled with fear. Han Sung-yoon gave her a confident smile under the moonlight to reassure her. He gently stepped into the air, leaving only a promise behind, "I'll be right back." Han Sung-yoon effortlessly glided away at lightning speed, and the system immediately displayed a notification. The effect of the A+ Wind Spirit shoes has been activated. He nimbly used the system's platforms as springboards to safely approach the black sphere brimming with dark magic before him. Those who had been scorning him moments ago were now panicking in terror. He's almost there. How can a human even do that? He landed gently on the surface of the sphere. The moment he made contact, it emitted an unpleasant sizzling sound. Standing atop the black sphere, an exhilarated Han Sung-yoon let out a joyful shout. He looked down and exclaimed, "This thing is huge." Han Sung-yoon gripped his twin swords, preparing to unleash his power. He then raised his twin swords high, simultaneously activating their ultimate skill. A system notification rang out. Skill: Heaven-Slaying Sword A+, proficiency at 0%. Basic effect: you can apply a destruction effect to a weapon by using mana, which will greatly increase its damage. Detailed effect: you can cut through demonic energy. But the more difficult the object is to cut, the more mana is required. His aura flared, and he spoke in a vicious tone. Time to find the rat. Han Sung-yoon endured the immense energy, merging the 2 power streams to amplify his attack. The system immediately announced, the skill Heaven-Slaying Sword has been activated. The limit on what can be destroyed has been removed. The very next second, a cataclysmic explosion of devastating power tore through the surroundings, unleashing terrifying waves of energy. Han Sung-yoon gripped his twin swords, struggling to stay upright against the magical tremors that were cracking the sphere's surface. His face showed clear satisfaction. He exclaimed to himself in delight, a skill that can cut through anything. Han Sung-yoon broke into a satisfied smile, thinking he'd acquired a pretty good skill. He then tightened his grip on the hilt, channeling his energy into the true blood demon sword and noticeably amplifying its power. Han Sung-yoon gripped the twin swords with both hands and swung them fiercely in 2 intersecting slashes, unleashing an attack of devastating force. Countless slashes spread out, threatening to blow everything away. A beam of azure light shone down directly on his position. It spread out, following the cracks he had just made. That was the shield, preventing the destructive energy from raining down on the city below. Han Sung-yoon stood silently, looking at the large, smoldering hole in the shield caused by the impact. With a majestic swing of his twin swords, he took a breath and jumped down into the pitch-black abyss. As he fell, the surrounding space was engulfed in darkness. At the same time, the system announced, "You have entered the indeterminate magic zone." He wondered to himself, a magic zone? Han Sung-yoon warily scanned the area, trying to deduce, is this another dimension inside the barrier? Just seconds later, a notification arrived. Skill: Spirit Eye has been activated. Suddenly, monsters with razor-sharp teeth appeared, their jaws gaping wide, eager to swallow him whole. The system warned repeatedly, those who are not the master of the area will see terrifying illusions that cannot be removed by skills. Those who are not the master of the area will become disoriented, causing their sensory-related abilities to be sealed. Those who are not the master of the area will suffer a penalty, causing their stats to decrease by 18 points. Han Sung-yoon suddenly sensed danger. spinning around just as the ravenous monsters lunged. A monster lunged forward and bit down hard on his right arm. He gritted his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain, but a groan still escaped his lips. He panicked at the situation, a terrified thought racing through his mind. These illusions are strong enough to cause me physical harm. Just then, the system flashed brightly. The skill bedrock has been activated. A series of effects and skills appeared in succession. The effects caused by the indeterminate magic zone have been removed. A portion of your skills have been unsealed due to the skill Magic Resistance. The 18-point stat reduction penalty has been removed due to the skill Mighty Breakthrough. A dazzling light erupted brilliantly in the pitch darkness, spreading out with such force that it caught the monsters off guard, stunning them defenselessly. In an instant, with absolute decisiveness, Han Sung-yoon sliced the horde of monsters into hundreds of pieces. Afterwards, he landed steadily, utilizing the true model of the Blood Demon Sword and the Sky-Breaking Sword to minimize the aftershocks. Looking at the wounds that healed as soon as they appeared, he smiled in satisfaction, thinking, "It seems the suit has the ability to regenerate when I infuse mana into it. How convenient." Sen suddenly appeared right behind him, remarking coldly. Startled, he instantly widened his eyes in alarm. He pulled his hat down low, observing him carefully with a grim expression. "It's hard to believe someone strong enough could penetrate my magic zone within the inverted dimension." Han Sung-yoon didn't say a word, decisively using the Sky-Breaking Sword to slice off Sen's head. The man just laughed, amused. However, this situation was also within my calculations. An enormous surge of energy from Sen shone so brightly that Han Sung-yoon had to shield his face. The system displayed a notification. The legend of the Indomitable Warrior has been activated. The Indomitable Divinity Effect has been activated. The game-changing Divinity Effect has been activated. Han Sung-yoon, battered and covered in injuries, stood his ground firmly. Witnessing this, Sen was taken aback. Holy power? He and his clones relentlessly questioned. "Are you an apostle?" "But I'm certain that there are no gods in this inverted dimension." Han Sung-yoon arrogantly condensed a sphere of blood-red power in his palm, clearly showing his defiance. Sen's clones gradually began to dissipate as he screamed in fury. Impossible. He unleashed the immense power he had just gathered, which spread violently throughout the space. The man continuously attacked with his copies, but it had no effect. On the contrary, they were all knocked back by the counter-attacking beams of power. Sen's clones quickly turned to dust and vanished into thin air. With a resolute expression, he warned in a stern voice, "Even if you are an apostle of a god, as long as you have trespassed into my magic zone." Han Sung-yoon observed intently, trying to analyze the situation in his head. "Looks like that one's a fake too. I wonder where his real body is." Sen immediately cast a spell, summoning countless mutated spirits. "You will not escape death." He decisively ordered them to charge. Self-destructing spirit attack. The spirits opened their mouths wide with hunger. Han Sung-yoon seriously took out a baseball bat from the system. The counter-shield skill has been activated. With incredible flair, he precisely batted away each and every one that lunged at him. The shockwaves from each hit engulfed Sen's surroundings in small explosions. Glancing at his opponent's actions, Han Sung-yoon pondered cautiously. Is he trying to stall for time? He panted from exhaustion, then combined the three weapons, thinking uneasily to himself. His techniques are pretty easy to nullify, but this is all just a trap. Although this method is a bit crude, Han Sung-yoon's eyes flashed with a cold light as he grimly resolved. Let's just wipe this place clean. He concentrated all of his power, unleashing a mighty finishing blow that caused a violent tremor. The system displayed continuous notifications. The counter-shield skill has accumulated enough damage received to convert it into a single strike. True Blood Spirit Demon Sword. The enchantment gem skill, Bewilderment B, has been activated. The Fused Demon Sword's unique effect, Dual Strike, has been activated. A deafening explosion, bringing with it a cloud of dust and debris, stood out in this dark space. The giant sphere enveloping the two of them in the real world was beginning to crack. It looked like it could shatter with just one more touch. Inside the sphere, everything was shrouded in a thick cloud of dust that obscured all vision. Sen trembled all over as he struggled to sit up, groaning in pain. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Why is a monster like you in this dimension?" Han Sung-yoon stepped forward coldly and commanded, "Hurry up and dispel this pitch-black sphere." The man repeated, confused. "Black sphere?" He simply explained, "I'm talking about getting rid of this empty void." Sen gritted his teeth in anger and cursed. "Damn it, do you have any idea what I had to do to create this space?" The system's voice rang out. The blood manipulation skill has been activated. Terrified, Sen took a blow that shattered his right arm as the alert sounded. The opponent receiving the attack will feel twice the pain. He screamed in agony, thrashing about until he collapsed from the pain radiating from his arm. Han Sung-yoon's face was cold. I'll say it again. Dispel it. Now. Sen stubbornly tried to threaten him. You bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you do this to someone who will become the future archmage of the Empire? Blood manipulation activated again. His left arm suffered a similar blow, causing Sen to scream in despair. Han Sung-yoon ordered dispassionately, dispel it. Sen lay collapsed on the ground, pleading weakly. Wait, he cried out in helplessness, tears streaming down his face. Damn it. I can't dispel it. It's not something I can do. I'm telling the truth. Han Sung-yoon calmly used a special skill. The Eye of the Fire Dragon skill has confirmed the target is telling the truth. He growled, demanding, tell me your home dimension, your name, and why you came to Earth. Sen stammered, begging pathetically. First, can we make a deal? I'm sure it'll be beneficial for you. He emotionlessly stomped on the man's back and ordered fiercely, shut up and answer my question. He had no choice but to obey and answer. I come from Ares, and my name is Send. The reason I came to this tiny dimension, I mean, Earth. He honestly revealed information that left Han Sung-yoon stunned, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. I came to gather faith. Han Sung-yoon pressed him again. Gather faith? Sen hesitated for a moment, then sneered. Don't tell me you came here without even knowing about it. He grew angry and pressed down harder with his foot. Didn't I tell you stop with the nonsense? The man cried out in pain and quickly begged. Wait, I'll tell you. Just get your foot off me first. Sen lay unwillingly on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, gritting his teeth as he forced himself to tell the whole story. I saw records in an ancient ruin. It said that mages or knights could break through their limits through faith. He was filled with a craving for immense ambition. Through the faith of humans, holy power will accumulate in your mana circle. And with that, you can reach the sixth circle, a higher level of magic, and become an archmage. Han Sung-yoon thought for a moment, then questioned him relentlessly. Then wouldn't it be better to gain faith by helping people? Having lost all of his dignity, Sen confessed the truth. Fear is also another form of faith, model. I've decided that slaughtering humans will make accumulating faith faster. He couldn't hide his curiosity. Why did you choose Earth? He remembered the image of a radiant Earth in the vast universe. It was written in the ancient scriptures that a mage's rank could not possibly increase otherwise. Resistance where other gods exist. Send offered a perfectly logical explanation. That is why I came to this tiny dimension, where no god resides. Han Sung-yoon narrowed his eyes dangerously, staring him down. His voice was low and terrifying.
So, you're telling me you massacred all these people just to collect faith?
Sen casually agreed. That's right. Han Sung-yoon decisively stomped on him, cursing. You're insane. The man pleaded in agony. Please, stop. Han Sung-yoon's brow furrowed, his aura thick with menace as he enunciated each word. Next question. Do you know anything about the god of proof or the god of war? Sen continued to spin his lies. I don't know of the two gods you speak of. Han Sung-yoon's expression turned savage as he activated his ability. The skill, Fire Dragon Eye, confirmed that the target was lying. He silently stared down at the man collapsed at his feet, his mind racing. I was just testing the waters, but he really does know. Sen definitely knew about those two gods. Han Sung-yoon's face darkened. With a grim voice, he hauled the man up by his collar and sneered. Oh, I get it. I'm sure you don't want to say anything, especially since it's such vital information, isn't it? At this point, he exploded with power, unleashing his fury and mercilessly torturing Send. A series of system notifications popped up. The skill torture technique has been activated. From now on, you can utilize torture techniques more easily and instill fear in the target more easily. And the effectiveness of torture technique has increased by 10%. Han Sung-yoon's face twisted into a vicious expression, his eyes glowing intensely. In a commanding voice, he growled, Let's see just how long you can hold out. Moonlight streamed into the sphere through a crack overhead, starkly contrasting with the gruesome, bloody sight of Send as cold water was splashed onto his face, jolting him awake from his stupor. He begged in agony, Just kill me. Stop healing me. Han Sung-yoon coolly presented Send with a choice. Why are you making this so much harder? All you have to do is talk. Han Sung-yoon concluded nonchalantly, his thoughts drifting to the magnificent sight of the magic tower. I've learned a lot from Send, he thought. Holy power, magic, the god of proof, the god of war. Even a bit of information about the Ares dimension. Han Sung-yoon's entire body ached from hours of continuous exertion. He stretched his joints, thinking, I guess it's been about 7 hours since I arrived. Han Sung-yoon sighed. Torturing someone for that long really takes a mental toll. But then, he suddenly realized something. He now understood what holy power was. Han Sung-yoon suddenly had a clear understanding of how this power operated within his body. First, possessing holy power didn't mean one became a god. However, to accumulate it, a warrior from the martial world would need to open their dantian, and a mage would need what's called a magic circle around their heart. Han Sung-yoon carefully analyzed how mana merged with it. It's a power purer than anything else and resonates easily with one's will. In essence, the fundamental form of mana is holy power. Another crucial point occurred to him as he circulated golden-hued mana throughout his body. If you accumulate holy power, you can become stronger, faster, and reach a higher state of being. It can readily respond to even the most complex forms of will, allowing its user to achieve a level of mastery far beyond their natural capabilities. Han Sung-yoon stared blankly into space as he thought, the only problem is, I still don't know how to actually use it. But I do know one thing. You can't influence holy power with sword ki. From deep within Sung-yoon's body, an immense source of power radiated from his chest, controlling the magic energy around it. There are two ways to accumulate holy power. The first is to separate and refine mana, little by little. This method is incredibly difficult and time-consuming. The other way is a massive red stone located in the city center. It was glowing with strange patterns, controlled by those sorcerers through faith, either in the form of worship or fear. Once enough faith is gathered, the recipient accumulates holy power through their heart. That's everything I managed to learn from Send. At that thought, Han Sung-yoon viciously stomped on one of Send's legs, causing him to shriek out the truth in agony. There's a prophecy that must never be revealed. He looked pathetic, his face ashen and his body writhing as he recalled the details. A priest who worshipped the god of war told me the prophecy. I swear it's the truth. According to the prophecy, I was supposed to search for information related to holy power among the texts in the ancient ruins. Han Sung-yoon furiously tightened his grip on the true supreme blood demon sword, repeating the words in his mind, the god of war. To think that bastard would interfere so directly, he recalled the warning the other god had given him. Do not trust the other gods. They will be hostile towards you. It was just as the god of proof had said. Han Sung-yoon's mind was in turmoil, racking his brain for an answer. I don't understand why a god I've only ever heard about through system messages would be so hostile towards me, but the fact that the god of war is hostile to Earth is undeniable. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking he could confirm it through the disasters that entity had caused on Earth. Outside, the landscape was being ravaged by all kinds of cataclysms. If things continued like this, in the end, Sung-yoon's expression turned grim as he silently made a vow. The god of war will undoubtedly be my enemy. He swung his true supreme blood demon sword in a wide arc, finishing Send and unleashing a powerful shockwave that echoed all around. A system notification immediately rang out. You have absorbed the soul of Send. Your proficiency has increased by 4.4%. The true supreme blood demon sword drained his life force, glowing a sinister, bloody red. The A- ranked item has gained 1.41% by absorbing the life force of Challenger Send. The item's current rank has reached its full potential and will now ascend from A- to A. The skill Soul Ego inlay has been engraved into the exclusive empty slot of the blood arts after absorbing the life force of Challenger Send. Han Sung-yoon stood with a commanding presence, silent and dignified, deep in thought. If I want to become strong enough to fight a god, then at the very least, I need to. A ruthless, murderous intent glinted in his eyes, silently affirming his decision to strengthen his holy power. A few days later, Han Sung-yoon was relaxing in the cozy atmosphere of his home, his spatial pouch resting beside him. Holding a cup of hot tea, he suddenly turned his head to look at it, wondering to himself, I've been resting for 2 days now, but there hasn't been any news. He recalled Hei Ion's stern warning, that spatial pouch is extremely valuable, so be careful with it. Han Sung-yoon smiled faintly, placing a hand on the pouch and murmuring. After that last raid, the haul included skill, proficiency potions, physical stat enhancement potions, and a random skill book. A whole lot of items, though for him, it was hardly a drop in the bucket. Then Sung-yoon gazed into the dark distance, speculating. I'm sure the British team didn't walk away from this empty-handed, either. They've already taken whatever they could. As massive structures appeared before Sung's eyes, his train of thought continued. Once they start investigating it, it'll become a major asset for Great Britain. I should have claimed ownership back then. He then picked up Han Sung's hunter license, which displayed his A-rank, close combat type classification. His gaze was pensive as his lips mouthed the words on it, A-rank hunter. Then, Han Sung-yoon told himself that he used to only dream of becoming an A-rank hunter, and then he slammed the card down on the table, complaining, but why am I not S-rank now? This hunter association is so damn stingy. After the raid, the British Hunter Association requested a press conference and asked Han Sung-yoon if he wanted to become a British citizen. They also offered other troublesome things, like a mountain of cash. On top of that, South Korea had also given Han Sung-yoon a tax reduction. He was offered unemployment benefits and many other tempting baits. But right now, to Han Sung-yoon, worldly wealth and fame were unimportant. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as a thought rose within him. Because no matter how much I earn, it'll all be for nothing if the earth disappears. His figure sat imposingly on the sofa, his determination crystal clear. My true goal should be to train myself. His entire body radiated a profound aura, to gain unwavering resolve and absolute power so that even if gods were to descend, I could stop them. At that moment, he recalled what that guy Ares had said before. Holy power is the purest form of mana. Afterwards, Sung-yoon sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees, and energy began to gather in the center of his chest. Streams of crimson energy coiled around his heart. After a period of training, the energy began to weaken, and a thought appeared in Han Sung-yoon's mind. Just as I thought, no matter how many times I do it, the result is the same. The faint streams of energy vanished into thin air, accompanied by his silent lament. Although I can make my mana purer, I can't purify it to the point where it becomes holy power. It's too difficult. Then, Han Sung-yoon entered a different state, surrounded by bright golden bands, as his train of thought continued. If it weren't for the hero's grace authority, forget purifying it like this. I probably wouldn't even be able to sense it. Luckily, I already have some holy power, so I'm not too disappointed. Han Sung-yoon's eyes flew open, now truly desperate. But even though I managed to use a little bit of it in the void territory, no matter how much I try to learn holy power, I can't create sword, key, or mana. The energy gradually dissipated. He sat there contemplating for a long while before asking himself a question about faith. Faith. Through that, can I use holy power with my will? Is that all there is to it? Was it the faith forged from being a battle-hardened warrior and a vampire slayer that helped activate the holy power? His face darkened as he finally understood something. So that's it. Right now, I can't use holy power properly. With that thought, Han Sung-yoon quickly pulled up the hood of his jacket, covering his entire head. Blue energy began to appear along with his system notification. It's time to return to the Tower of Trials. This was followed by his decision. Well, I'll figure something out while I climb the tower. A short time later, a pillar of blue energy descended upon a location, along with a system notification. You have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Difficulty: hard. The theme of the current trial is battlefield. We hope to see a fruitful result from your arduous training. The 15th floor was in utter chaos. The heads of zombies emerged from the ground. A loud shout rang out. Kill all the heretic bastards who have rejected our god of darkness. On the opposite side, some tough-looking men from the heretic side responded sarcastically. What a pain in the ass. I've been a mercenary for all these years, and I still can't get used to this sight. You guys look more like the heretics. Why would Reno take on a mission like this? At the same time, a man named Shan violently yanked open a door flap. With an angry face, he roared, "Hey, you idiot, get up." He then stormed over, grabbed Sung-yoon by the collar, and hauled him up. This left Sung-yoon bewildered. The man pointed outside and continued to yell. The signal to start the battle was given a while ago, so why are you still in here sleeping? He wondered to himself, what's this? It's just started. Is he a person or an NPC? Han Sung-yoon slowly stepped outside. Seeing his appearance, Ik-shan immediately asked, "What's with that outfit? The holy war is about to start. Where's your weapon?" Sung-yoon's eyes turned sharp as steel. He repeated the two words, "Holy war," then speculated, "Is there a religious war going on here?" He then turned to look at the smoke billowing in the distance. The crowd in the distance was charging forward aggressively as a system notification appeared. The trial of the 15th floor has begun. Time remaining: 17 days. Success condition: achieve the objective of the holy war within the time limit. Failure conditions: challenger's death or time expires. Success reward: S+ rank bracelet of the nameless god's protection. Failure, penalty, death. Han Sung-yoon scanned the area and came to a conclusion. It seems the enemy forces number in the thousands. Just then, the heretics were riding their horses frantically. A few of them shouted to boost morale. "Soldiers, if we win this holy war, the world will honor us all. Support Reno at all costs." Han Sung-yoon and Xan walked behind them. He suddenly asked, "Who's Reno?" With a proud expression, the man said, "Good question. She's the commander of us mercenaries, Reno." He grinned, showing his pearly whites, as he continued, "An aura user." At that moment, on the enemy's side, a man holding two axes and sitting up high shouted loudly, "The heretic bastards are here. Everyone, prepare for battle." The command rang out, "It's time to pass judgment on the fanatics who worship the god of war." Han Sung-yoon also had a sudden realization. He observed the scene once more, seeing the dust clouds from the chaos and the wooden shields. At this point, he understood his situation. "All right, So the situation now is that I'm part of a mercenary corps hired by those troublesome bastards who worship the god of darkness. Looking at the soldiers in iron armor in front of him, Han Sung-yoon continued with the misunderstanding that he was now fighting for the side of the god of war. He let out a sinister smile with the thought, "Suddenly, I'm feeling excited." Beside him, a system notification announced a new rule. Special mission. Path of the leader has begun. Be recognized as an outstanding leader by the mercenary corps. Completing the mission will grant an additional reward after clearing the trial. Reno's ambition for the sword is immense. She is the compensation of a mid-sized mercenary corps. She doesn't come from any noble class. Instead, she's been on the battlefield since she was a child, going through countless battles, facing life and death countless times. Because of that, she was able to transform herself, reaching the level of an aura user that only an officially recognized knight could achieve. However, because she wasn't formally taught aura by the old masters, she was severely limited. Therefore, she had no choice but to continue charging into battle, pursuing enlightenment with her very life. Now, in the heat of battle, Reno leaped from her horse, charging forward with her sword in hand. She plunged into the midst of the enemy and with a few bold strokes, sent them flying. She cut them down one by one with a seemingly effortless swing, her feet moving nimbly forward. Han Sung-yoon, however, was watching the situation intently. Countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. They just kept coming. The number of enemy troops was estimated to be in the thousands. Then, when he looked at his own soldiers, a clear sense of unease grew within him about the allied forces. While it was true they had those annoying undead summoned by the dark priests, there were only about 700 of them. Rena was still fighting like a madwoman, but he realized the situation was completely different from what those dark priests had described. If the plan failed, they'd be in big trouble. Just as someone shouted to support Renoel, the group suddenly stopped at two words: "Hold on." Right then, in front of everyone, something absolutely massive started to rise from the ground. The thing blocked everyone from rushing to help Renoel up ahead. The massive creature emerged completely. A giant stone golem appeared with blazing red eyes. Compared to the stone monster, everyone below looked like mere ants. Its shadow fell over them, and everyone was stunned. Someone cried out, "It's a giant golem." At that moment, a man ran up to Sean and said, "Vice Commander, Reno's been cut off from us." He asked, stunned, "What?" And then he whipped his head around and roared, "Damn it." Now, she was fighting all alone. In a moment of inattention, enemy soldiers had surrounded her from the side. One of them started charging at Reno with his sword. But she thought to herself that she couldn't even lift her arm anymore. Above her head, a powerful sword strike, swung by someone with bloodshot eyes, was coming down. Below, she remained motionless, her body still, thinking pessimistically. So this is it. I'm going to die for nothing. I'll never be able to reach the peak now. The first tear rolled down the strong warrior's cheek. She was now utterly hopeless. How foolish. If I'd known it would end up like this, I never would have joined this stupid holy war. Just then, Han Sung-yoon appeared in front of Reno. With a single horizontal slash, the soldiers were cut in half in a wide arc. She was shocked, her eyes wide and her mouth agape. He now rested the energy-radiating sword on his shoulder, gave Reno a cold look, and instructed her. "This should hold them off for a while. You'd better retreat while I keep them busy." She stood there in a daze, her mind in turmoil. How can he talk so calmly in the middle of a chaotic battlefield like this? Am I dreaming? While she just stood there, Han Sung-yoon charged forward, swinging his sword with move after move, the sheer pressure quickly overwhelming his opponents. Reno's eyes widened, sparkling, as she said with conviction, "That's power." One by one, the soldiers were sent to meet their maker by him. They asked each other, "Who is this bastard?" Even as his slash was passing by, they were still standing there, warning one another. "Everyone, be careful. This bastard is dangerous." The slash ended as Sung-yoon leaped high into the air. A whole slew of enemies died in the blink of an eye. Behind him, Reno still hadn't recovered, just standing there thinking, power, reflexes, and awareness. That man has it all. It's like I'm watching a work of art. Then, her face suddenly flushed red as she exclaimed in her heart, "So beautiful." From the midst of the battle, dark souls, intertwined red blood began to appear out of thin air. Those streams of energy swirled in front of Han Sung-yeon's chest. He held his two swords tightly, glanced around, and muttered to himself, "A chaotic melee is my specialty. I can continuously recover stamina and magic by absorbing souls and blood during battle." One by one, people were suspended in the air as Sung-yoon absorbed them, and at that moment, he thought that his necromancy proficiency would increase by 0.001% for each person he absorbed. He wasn't too thrilled about it. But after the system announced a series of notifications that Han Sung-yoon had absorbed each person's skills, he slowly brought his two swords down, a smug smile appearing on his face. With a continuing thought, it's quite useful to absorb other people's skills. It only happens by a certain probability. That one powerful blow shattered all the earth and rock around them. Dust billowed up, and the enemy soldiers were knocked into midair. The captain thrust his hands forward, and a pink aura appeared with his command. "We can't face that monster on our own. Send in the golems to block him." As he finished speaking, a series of stone golems rose from the ground in front of Sung Yun. As a stone fist from a golem came crashing down, he calmly spun his sword in a circle, chanting the skill name, Seven Arts White Sword. He brought the blade back as a brilliant light emanated from it. Sung Yun's eyes remained sharp as he finished the chant with 4 words, Heaven-slaying white sword slash. A second later, the giant golem let out a deafening roar as its body was split in 2. In the space between its bisected halves, the magnificent figure Han Sung-Yun appeared. The people from the side of the shadow god were all gaping in astonishment when they saw him destroy that giant golem in a single blow. Is he even human? Among the soldiers, Reno was trying to stay calm, convinced of one more thing. That's the skill he used to save me earlier. I'm sure I didn't see it wrong. The imposing figure of Han Sung-Yun was reflected in Reno's eyes. She was stunned as she realized he was pulling and distorting space itself. That's definitely not ordinary swordsmanship. Now, the stone pieces that once formed the giant golem were raining down in front of the war god's followers. Some covered their heads, while others ground their teeth and said, "He defeated the giant golem that we had to use magic essence to summon. In a single strike? Impossible. I've never heard of anything like this before." From the midst of the panicking crowd, a bald man was walking out majestically. Someone muttered, "That person is?" He now stood facing the soldiers, hands behind his back, and offered a stern reassurance, "Don't panic like this. Our enemy is just one man." After hearing that, the soldiers under the war god all jumped and cheered. War priest Mo Bia had brought a secret weapon from the demonic war sect to restrain them. He began creating a massive magic circle, while one of the soldiers made an announcement. A fully formed spell powerful enough to temporarily seal a dragon. If we can just capture that bastard, victory will be within our grasp. Meanwhile, Han Sung-Yun was focused on cutting down one enemy after another, completely unaware of the spell hurtling towards his back. The spell was closing in, just centimeters away from Sung-Yun. With his keen senses, he quickly realized the danger and deflected the magic with a single slash of his sword. The last hope of the war god's faction was extinguished. No one could even utter a sound. They just stood there, mouths agape. Even the priest, Mo Bia, couldn't contain his horror. Sweat poured down his face as he wondered, how could he nullify my magic so easily? Could he be a priest, too? While the enemy troops were still in a state of shock, Sung-Yun seized the opportunity and lunged forward, his figure a blur in the wind. The sword in his right hand pierced straight through Mo Bia. At that moment, the priest was still so shocked, he couldn't even clearly see his attacker. His power was immense. The tip of the blade quickly emerged from the priest's back, spraying blood. Suddenly, those droplets of blood transformed into bullets, all flying in the same direction. The enemy couldn't withstand the surprise attack. One soldier, covering his head from the barrage, shouted, "What the hell? What are we being attacked by?" On the other side, Han Sung-Yun stood proudly with his arms outstretched, powerful energy radiating from behind him. He thought to himself, using blood control openly would cause some trouble, so I came up with this idea. The memory of his blood training flashed through Sung-Yun's mind. He smirked and whispered to himself, using blood crystals as directional bombs. Just then, Mo Bia's body collapsed to the ground, soaked in blood. An announcement followed. Father Mo Bia is dead. The enemy troops quickly retreated on command, yelling, "We have to find the bishop. We can't handle that monster. Everyone, retreat." The shadow god's side roared with triumphant cheers. Following that, system messages appeared. "Everyone on the battlefield has been deeply impressed by your performance. Congratulations. You have completed the special quest, the Captain's Journey. The reward for the 15th floor has been increased." A familiar blue light appeared around Sung-Yun. He watched it as he listened to the notifications. "You have obtained the Undefeated Warrior achievement. All your skills have increased by 4. As Han Sung-Yun was entering his tent, Sean's voice called out, "You can have this tent to yourself." Han Sung-Yun snapped his head around to see Sean scratching his head hesitantly. Then, he bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry for my rude behavior earlier." Sung-Yun chuckled and replied, "Don't worry about it. You elves are hard to understand." Sung-Yun turned to go inside, waving his hand. "I'm tired and want to rest. You can go now." Sean quickly replied, "Rest well, sir." Han Sung-Yun strode confidently into the large tent, a satisfied smile on his face as he realized that after defeating thousands of enemies in a single battle, everyone had started treating him more cautiously and had even upgraded his living quarters. He opened the system window, remembering the messages that appeared during the fight. Han Sung-yoon scanned through the messages including, "You have ended the lives and collected the souls of many. Your aptitude as a Grim Reaper is beginning to form. The Grim Reaper quality, achievable when Necromancy reaches A rank, has begun to develop further." Then, standing alone amidst his magic, he wondered, what exactly is a Grim Reaper? Sharp, dark images flashed in his mind, the question lingering. Before he could finish his thought, Han Sung-yoon snapped his head around, sensing something. Without a second thought, he instantly drew his sword and swung it fiercely. Rena was sent flying by the blow, then fell with a scream. She landed flat on her face with a thud right in front of Sung-yoon. To his surprise, Reno slowly got up, muttering, "Just as I expected." A very sharp strike. She lifted her lovely face, and Sung-yoon immediately recognized the name. Reno. His face went blank as he immediately asked a question. "What are you doing here? It's a good thing you weren't trying to assassinate me, or you'd be dead by now." Reno cleared her throat, looked Sung-yoon straight in the eye, and said, "It's thanks to you that I survived earlier." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon joked, "Is it a tradition here to thank people by sneaking around like a thief?" She became flustered and raised her hand to explain, "Well." Then, regaining her composure, she asked the main question. "You're not a mercenary, are you?" A drop of sweat rolled down Sung-yoon's cheek. He thought to himself, this is trouble. Even if I say I'm a real mercenary, it won't be easy to convince someone who's already suspicious. Did I show too much earlier? Seeing him remain silent, Reno continued. "From your incredible performance in the battle earlier, I realized that's not something a mercenary can do." Then, her eyes sharpened, and with a dead serious expression, she asked, "Who are you, really?" He couldn't stay silent any longer. Han Sung-yoon slowly opened his mouth and said one word, "I." And then he revealed a title that utterly shocked Reno. "I'm a messenger sent by the god of darkness." He maintained a solemn expression even though he was completely bullshitting. An apostle of the god. As he finished, Sung-yoon sighed internally. What a pain. But I have to do something now. After hearing his title, Reno's whole body trembled as she stammered, "You're an apostle of the god." Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon grew worried. "Don't tell me," she realized I'm lying. Suddenly, she placed her hands on the floor, pressed her forehead to the ground, and enunciated each word clearly. "Greetings, apostle. Has this lowly commoner offended you, apostle?" Her actions truly flustered him, and his voice lost its confident tone. "Wait, you don't need to be so formal." Han Sung-yoon helped her up, offering a friendly yet cunning smile as he made a proposal. "Please, help me keep this a secret. It would be a problem if spies found out about my power." Reno looked at him cautiously and hesitantly asked, "But is it okay for you to tell me such important information?" Han Sung-yoon beamed, his eyes crinkling as he replied with an incredibly smooth line. "No, it's fine. True comrades can trust each other." Reno's cheeks turned red, her usually cold expression moved by the words "true comrades." At that moment, a glowing arrow appeared above her head, followed by a series of system messages. "Special quest. Target acknowledged has begun. Gain the acknowledgement of the strongest mercenary and increase the strength of the allied forces. The strongest mercenary will be marked with an arrow that only a player can see. During this special quest, even if you are unable to lead yourself, the strongest mercenary will lead in your stead. Upon completion of the special quest, you will receive an additional reward. The strongest mercenary in the allied camp, Reno Air." In Sung's mind, he was standing high above, raising his sword, his thoughts elsewhere. After completing the special mission, Captain's Journey, I wondered how I should lead them from now on. This came at the perfect time. He gripped Reno's wrist tightly, his gentle gaze making her blush. The corners of Han Sung-yoon's lips curled up a bit more, thrilled with the realization that this trial was going to be easier than he expected. He looked up at the system window before him, examining his ruler's aura stats, which included strength, agility, stamina, endurance, and mana. He thought to himself, all my stats are in the triple digits now. Han Sung-yoon smirked again with a haughty smile as the word "good" popped into his head. Then he remembered that he had absorbed some skills after that battle and wondered if he should reorganize them. Just then, the skill window refreshed, listing from top to bottom. Fortitude C+, Alchemy C-, Battle Cry, Surging War Intent E+, Gluttony F+, Continuous Combat E-, Multicasting F-, Black Wolf Steps D+, Spirit Enhancement F+, and Quick Reflexes D-. Han Sung-yoon glanced over the list, then rested his chin on his hand and thought, I absorbed a lot, but most of them are useless. He made a decision. It's time to use skill synthesis. He then spread his arms wide, and system windows began to pop up. Notifications appeared one after another. The skill synthesis privilege has been activated. The Hero's Grace Authority has been strongly activated. Until the next notification, your luck will be temporarily increased. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened. A brilliant energy radiated from the center of his chest. Immediately after, a pillar of light shot through the roof of the tent and straight into the sky. After the authority was activated, fortitude was raised to an absolute B+ rank. Black Wolf's steps jumped from D rank all the way to A-. The blood-sucking skill was also boosted significantly up to a B+ rank. At that moment, the corners of Han Sung-yoon's mouth curled into a wide grin, his delight evident in his thoughts. The authority I activated when I synthesized the demon sword S- earlier. So the hero's grace is this useful, huh? He raised the sword, the one he had, stuck in the ground beside him, suddenly remembering he had it. 3 skill slots appeared for him to choose from, listed from top to bottom. Imbue skill, blood enhancement C+, trait enhancement B+, and soul transfer B+. Without much thought, Han Sung-yoon jabbed his finger into the soul transfer skill slot. The system immediately displayed a notification describing the skill absorbed from the challenger. Transfer a master soul into a shield or item. Skill effect. When a soul is transferred, a portion of the soul will enter the target. The accompanying skills will disappear. The master soul transferred into the item will be able to grow and support its owner as much as possible. That gave him an idea. So after using the skill, it disappears on its own. Perfect. I can already use blood-sucking in this trial anyway. 2 swords were held parallel in front of his face, accompanied by text messages. True Supreme Blood Demon Sword. The imbue skill, Soul Transfer B+, has been activated. Please select the shield or item you wish to transfer the soul into. He didn't rush his decision, standing still for a moment as his eyes looked forward thoughtfully. Soon after, having made his decision, Han Sung-yoon reached his hand out toward the 2 energy swords. Transferring a soul is like putting a helpful character into an item. This isn't something I can use right away, so the most suitable choice is the Supreme Blood Demon Sword, an item that can grow. He gripped the Supreme Blood Demon Sword tightly as streams of mana swirled around it. A new message appeared beside it. You have selected the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword, rank A, as the target for the imbue skill. Suddenly, the Supreme Blood Demon Sword erupted in a fierce light that shone directly in his face. In that instant, the beam of light shot high up into the sky. Below, the sword stood tall on its own, surrounded by immense energy. The patterns on its blade glowed brightly along with a notification. The master soul of the 7-blood demon, Jam Chong-gu, has entered the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed in Sung's ears. It was followed by a voice, I have been humiliated and tortured for so long. The Supreme Blood Demon Sword twitched violently. The laughter and the voice continued. Submit to me. Worship me. Glorify me. I, the Blood Demon Jam Chong-gu, have returned. A bead of sweat rolled down Sung's cheek. He felt a little uneasy, thinking, some lunatic has gotten into the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. In the middle of the night, a senior from the Ghost faction was outside casting a spell, gradually levitating the bones of various creatures. Not long after, an extremely formidable half-human, half-monster skeleton appeared. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, combining bones like that is an art form. Our senior is amazing. Just as everyone was laughing at the skeleton, a long stride passed by, drawing all their attention. He walked confidently, whispers following him. Isn't that the butcher over there? That young guy is the butcher. You haven't seen him before, but he's a monster on the battlefield. He's chopped off thousands of heads without even flinching. Let's get out of here. This is bad luck. And so, those people turned and left. He could only think to himself with annoyance, I didn't want to hear you guys talk anyway. Han Sung-yoon walked down the now clear path. The moonlight shone overhead, and a wave of emotion washed over him. What a beautiful and quiet night. As he was enjoying the moonlit scene, the soul in the sword spoke up reproachfully. You bastard. Are you messing with me? How dare you ignore me? There are countless people out there who would desperately beg for a chance to speak with me. He didn't bother to reply. The soul, still fuming, continued to curse. How rude. How disrespectful. To dare to ignore me. The blood demon, Jam Chong-gu, I'm talking to you. Hearing that, he was speechless. Geez, now he's praising himself. In that same tone, the blood demon continued to lament. I thought I'd finally escape my prison, only to end up with such a boring master. Han Sung-yoon finally opened his mouth to retort. I'm not boring, I just don't like pointless conversations. He then continued walking, and the soul asked gleefully, So you're finally talking to me, are you? Han Sung-yoon paid him no mind, instead, noting that there seemed to be no one monitoring the area anymore. The blood demon began to criticize him in a contemptuous tone. How foolish. Don't you know how to use telekinesis? I thought you were like me. He glanced down at the sword, taking the question very seriously. Mind force? I don't know about that. Were you perhaps a challenger when you were alive? The eyes on the sword's hilt glowed brightly. He spoke to Han Sung-yoon. Are you kidding me? There's no one who doesn't know of the blood fiend, Jam Chang-gu. Realizing this, he immediately pressed on. So, what floor did you reach? The man gave a short reply. The last floor I climbed was the 41st. This made Han Sung-yoon freeze in shock. The 41st floor? Then a sinister smile spread across his lips as a thought crossed his mind. If he's telling the truth, then this is a quality source of information. This will be a huge advantage. And then, a sudden realization left him utterly bewildered. Wait, if he reached the 41st floor. At that thought, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and blurted out. I thought challengers who die on floor 40 or higher get resurrected by the administrator, don't they? Why weren't you resurrected? The man pondered for a moment before retorting defiantly. Are you suggesting I live like a dog in the tower? I could never do that. I'd never do something so disgusting. Han Sung-yoon shook his head in exasperation at the answer. His pride has completely consumed him. Still, he replied politely, I see. Then his tone sharpened, his eyes like daggers. I understand you were great in your time, but now, you're just a soul in my sword. He held the sword up before his eyes, emphasizing every single word. Don't forget that. A moment later, a violent tremor shook the ground where he stood, and the earth beneath him shattered unnaturally. As he stared intently at the blade, the man reassured him, I know. You think I don't? I'll help you in battle, so don't worry. The blood fiend's eyes glowed red as a thought formed in his mind. Is he trying to establish a master-servant relationship? He's more tenacious than I thought. Then, the blood fiend confidently declared something to Han Sung-yoon. Even if I couldn't display much of my power while I was alive, I was a genius in both martial arts and magic. Whatever you desire, I can do it. It's like this. As soon as the words were spoken, 7 or 8 streams of energy shot out from the blade. He stood there with his arm raised high, surrounded by the immense power emanating from the demonic sword. Rings of energy radiated outwards as if they would consume space itself. When he opened his eyes wide, the scene before him dealt his heart another shock. Just by holding the sword, Han Sung-yoon could see that it alone could decimate everything around him. He glanced around, then said coldly, Looks like I've gotten myself a competent supporter. The blood fiend was somewhat displeased by that expression. A supporter? What's with that robotic expression? Seriously, you're not from the same dimension as me, are you? The surrounding trees had all been toppled. Han Sung-yoon then explained, I'm from Earth. You've probably never heard of it. The man immediately scoffed upon hearing this. Earth must be a mediocre dimension, probably only recently registered as an official one. So much time has passed. Then, he spoke seriously. In this sword's current state, it will be very difficult for it to contain my soul. So I can't stay conscious for too long. And, is someone coming? A figure was rushing towards Han Sung-yoon from behind. The blood fiend spoke his final words. I'll stop talking now. Call me when the time comes. Just as he sheathed the demonic sword, Reno rushed up to him, saying, Sir, there you are. He immediately wondered, what brings you here in the middle of the night? She raised her weapon, and then a stream of serious words followed. I'm sorry for interrupting your training, sir, but the enemy has launched a surprise attack. A battle has broken out between the Phantom Sect and the elite priest corps. Han Sung-yoon was thrilled, unable to hold back a few words of praise. Interesting. The trials of the tower are never boring. He walked past Reno with a smile on his face. He immediately asked her to tell him more about the elite corps. Then, Sung-yoon dashed forward, declaring clearly, I will join the holy war at once. At that moment, at the site of the battle, the members of the priest corps were reminding each other to protect the priests as the enemy was killing them and nullifying their magic. A moment later, the two sides separated, and everyone cursed furiously. Damn it. Those bastards from the Phantom Sect launching a surprise attack. How cowardly. Sung-yoon and Reno advanced toward the battle side by side. He silently assessed that there weren't as many of them as before, 100 at most. But when one of them unleashed an ability right before his eyes, he noted that they were much stronger than before. On top of that, the enemy was also using an ability with holy power, though, of course, it was nothing compared to his. Just then, the soldiers from both sides clashed like hungry tigers. The members of the Phantom Sect savagely slaughtered and taunted their opponents. Die. Just die already, you insects. Reno stood stunned amidst the chaotic battlefield as the number of soldiers dwindled. She couldn't even draw her sword now. She was frozen in horror. What? How can their abilities be so strong? Just then, a firm hand on Reno's shoulder calmed her down. Han Sung-yoon stepped in front of her and asked, Miss Reno, may I ask a favor of you? He didn't wait for an answer before stating his request. No matter how strong the enemy is, and no matter how desperate the situation gets, please, trust me. Then Sung-yoon smiled again, a warm smile that reached his eyes as he said, I trust you too, Reno. Once again, Reno's cheeks flushed, her heart fluttering at his smile. Just then, Han Sung-yoon gave his instructions. All right, maintain formation and protect the priests. We need the priests to end this holy war. She parted her lips, slowly uttering each word. Yes, sir. Then she leaped forward fiercely, her face filled with determination as she replied, I will protect them. The system immediately displayed a new message. Mercenary Reno now reveres you. Congratulations, you have fulfilled the special condition, revered target. The morale of the allied camp will be doubled, and thanks to your careful command, the formation will not be broken. Additional rewards for the 15th floor trial are being calculated. Reno brushed past Sung-yoon and said with unwavering resolve, Sir, I wish you good luck. If we survive and meet again, I'll treat you to a drink. He was delighted. A wide grin spread across his face as he replied loudly, Sounds great. Let's have a good chat over drinks then. Without any further hesitation, his long legs launched him into the air. This time, he used the Black Wolf Step skill, a footwork technique that mimicked the legendary creature, the Black Wolf. The effect of all footwork techniques increased by 40% and erased all of his tracks. When moving in the night, the effect was doubled. By skillfully using this ability, Han Sung-yoon flashed through the ranks of the Phantom sect. They could only sense that something had passed by, unaware of the purpose behind his energetic form darting through their ranks. In the blink of an eye, the demonic sword unleashed its power. The Phantom sect members were showered in the blood of their comrades. A bald man among them was lucky enough to survive, but his face was drenched in fresh blood. Leaving none behind, Han Sung-yoon instantly turned back, radiating deadly mana, his two swords held wide as he silently issued a threat. You will all regret tonight's attack. At that moment, the captain of the home side realized the situation was dire and gave the command to his soldiers, everyone, hold your positions. He continuously screamed as the situation worsened. Watch the formation. Damn it. Even the healer line in the back has been breached. Just then, Sean went head-to-head with a very powerful member of the Ghost sect. He locked hands with the man, pouring all his strength into the grip while trying to shout, Be calm and maintain the battle formation. The allied side was being increasingly overwhelmed, and every single opponent was fighting with crazed desperation. The number of soldiers had dwindled, and he relentlessly reminded everyone, If we fall, the only thing waiting for us is death. Just as he finished his sentence, the enemy facing Sean landed a punch right in his stomach. His head started to spin, his mind wavered, and he let out a shout, Damn it. Right at that critical moment, a figure leaped from a distance. Reno shot forward with glowing blue eyes, her sword held high. The man confronting Sean finally noticed her presence. He turned in shock, his entire body trying to dodge. But it was no use. A slash cut across him, and drops of blood fell before Sean's eyes. Reno swung her sword down as the man's lower body was split in two. Sean immediately called out, Commander Reno. She walked over to him. She teased him with a question. You're making such a big deal over a single wound to the stomach? Sean let out an embarrassed laugh and replied, This is just a little tickle. At that moment, Reno began to take deep breaths to project her voice. She stood among the soldiers, holding her sword horizontally as she declared, Everyone, follow the strategy. Except for the tanks, all of you fall back. In a flash, the tank unit, equipped with sturdy wooden shields, moved into a defensive formation. The archer unit, being the main firepower, positioned themselves right behind the tanks. The melee unit will protect the healers, always ready to engage the enemy. The troops were arranged in a logical sequence. The system also announced the activation of the effect received from the special quest, the Admired One. With Reno in command, the allied camp's morale increased by 2,000. Thanks to her cautious command, the formation would not break. The members of the Ghost sect turned pale at the sight of everyone's morale, yet each one still spoke with arrogance. You insects, you can squirm all you want. Their soldiers began to advance after the Ghost sect's declaration. We are the ones who will receive the glory of this holy war. The two sides began to clash, with the Ghost sect first facing arrows from the main firepower. A group of them changed direction and charged forward together, shouting, Kill the woman in the middle first. Reno was their target, and she was currently standing behind a solid wall of shields. The soldiers from the Ghost sect slammed into the wooden shields with all their might, which made things a bit difficult for the support team. The soldiers behind them sensed the situation. They called out, Commander, we won't be able to hold out like this. Please let us fight too, she insisted, refusing. No, hold your positions. She looked forward, her mouth open wide to declare, Our objective is to protect the priests. If we have faith and continue to defend, he will come. At that very moment, Han Sung-yoon teleported behind the enemy army, his two swords held back, preparing to strike. He dashed towards them like the wind, thanks to his Black Wolf Step skill. Only then did those men realize what was happening. Since when did his eyes gleam with such sharp glints, his face filled with an overwhelming presence that was clear as day? In a flash, he zipped past the soldiers, each footstep leaving behind a devastating slash. His appearance made Reno break into a joyful smile. Standing heroically alone in the chaotic battlefield, Sung Yun pointed his demon sword forward. A long, winding red chain shot out. In a flash, the chain had wrapped tightly around the ghost sect members and forced them to their knees. The spirit of the demon's sword was a bit displeased. How ridiculous. Using me for this instead of fighting. A light suddenly appeared in his line of sight after its words. But I like the way you annihilate your enemies without mercy. Sparks flew around the blade as it spoke. If you were born in the world of Murim, you could have become a murderous demon lord or a heretical cultist. What a shame. All of this was now worrying Han Sung-yoon. What the heck are these magical sparks? The magical sparks appeared higher up. He looked up, and the voice of the blood demon appeared on it. Han Sung-yoon finally understood. So this is the telepathy you mentioned. It's controlling mana to transmit words, right? The demon sword was startled by his words, unable to believe it. You were able to learn telepathy in such a short amount of time. Its disbelief also confused Sung-yun. Can't anyone who knows how to use mana do it? It replied, if what you say is true, then half the adult martial arts masters in Murim are idiots. After saying that, the blade somehow began to tremble. The soul within the demon sword laughed gleefully, boasting, as expected, the one I entrusted my soul to is definitely a genius. Han Sung-yoon was extremely fed up with its words and could only politely reply with a yes. After a round of laughter, the spirit let out a long yawn and said, I've been feeling sleepy this whole time. I need to go recover my energy. He immediately agreed, I'll call you later when I need you. As soon as he finished his conversation with it, someone walked up from behind and said 2 words, Sir. Right behind him was a man with 4 square dots on his face, clad in a black cloak. He began to speak. Please follow me. The Archbishop has summoned you. He was bewildered, truly a bit confused by the sudden request. After Sung-yoon arrived, Archbishop Cannon spoke, Butcher, thank you for coming. Please, make yourself at home. He was cold, his indifference clear in the words he uttered. You don't need to call me by such a grand title. Just call me Nameless. The old man chuckled, then said, a name that's both there and not there. Interesting. I'm sure the God of Shadows would also like someone like you. Sung-yoon replied politely, Thank you for your acknowledgement. At that moment, the Archbishop's face turned serious as he brought up the matter with Nameless. You know I called you here to discuss your payment, right? He answered honestly. I heard about it from the assistant priest on my way here. The old man replied with satisfaction. Good, then I'll get straight to the point. Without a second thought, he blurted out what he wanted to say. Tell me the wage you want. Han Sung-yoon didn't answer so easily. Instead, he wanted to make things difficult. Then let me ask you a question in return, Archbishop. He looked up with a cold yet powerful gaze, posing a question in a serious tone. How much are you willing to pay me? The reason his eyes were so commanding was thanks to his absolute charm skill. Model. The user can activate states like fear or charm, adding supplementary effects. After the skill was activated, the Archbishop fell into an abnormal state of fear. Due to this abnormal state, his judgment was impaired. He would become excessively afraid of the man's presence. His whole body trembled violently, and his voice began to stutter. This is the greatest reward that an archbishop like myself has the authority to give you. Kennen took out a shining, cross-shaped holy relic, and he declared it to be the most precious holy relic of the cult of the Shadow God. His rash decision caused the surrounding priests to protest vehemently. Archbishop, we can't hand over a holy relic to an outsider. At that moment, Kennen, with tears streaming down his face, glared at them and roared aggressively. Silence. He continued, word by word. Han Sung-yoon stood there listening with a serious expression. In this battle, he is the one who will lead us to victory. Sweat was pouring down the old man's face like rain as his mind raced in a state of utter turmoil. For a fleeting moment, I felt an immense, oppressive killing intent from this man. The feeling became clearer in his mind as he drew a comparison. It was as if I was staring directly at an evil dragon possessing his power. 2 priests held up the gift, while Kennen's sermon-like explanation came from behind. A holy relic is an extraordinary artifact that contains divine power within it. The box was held out in front of Han Sung-yoon, and the old man didn't forget to add, it is the most precious holy relic of the cult of the Shadow God. Please, use it with care. He didn't rush to accept it, first scouting it out by activating his Fire Dragon's Eye skill. The item inside was revealed clearly, along with detailed information. First was the SS rank Seal of Adoration, the black seal bestowed upon the Pope by the Shadow God, for the one who dedicates everything to the Shadow God. When the seal is stamped on the back of the hand, the unique skill, Adoration, will be engraved. Once the effect is engraved, the item will be sealed and disappear. Next was the SS rank Night Veil of Devouring, the god's veil that once devoured everything in darkness, even the primordial flame. When the owner dies, the unique Night Veil effect will activate. At that time, all of the owner's divine power will be used to resurrect them. The user will enter a state of immunity after resurrection. The item will immediately disappear once the resurrection is complete. Both items will lose their effects when the player leaves the 15th floor of the Canhan trial. After learning what was inside, a look of astonishment appeared on Sung's face. As he reached out to take it, he exclaimed internally, "Oh my god, SS rank." And then his face went blank, filled with misery, as he realized after reading the hidden explanation with his fire dragon's eye that he couldn't take them out of the 15th floor. Han Sung-yoon quickly composed himself, seriously acknowledging one thing. The reason he couldn't be happy was because there are no coincidences in the trial tower. The fact that he received 2 items of an unprecedented rank. His brows began to furrow as he had to accept that this meant something difficult was coming that would force him to use them. Everything he could think of was ominous, making it impossible for his mood to improve. How ironic. Despite this, Han Sung-yoon acted as usual, taking the 2 items with both hands, his face calm. After he put the items away, Kenan spoke up with a reminder. "Nameless, the Holy War has just begun. Display power worthy of the reward you've just received. I'm only reminding you as a precaution, but if you dare to flee, the Shadow God will punish you." He turned his face to look, a sly smile playing on his lips as he asked himself, why would a mere mortal dare to take a holy relic and then flee? With that, he turned to leave. "Well then, I'll be on my way." The old man, still regretful, replied with a trembling hand and a stuttering voice. Then he collapsed to his knees. He put his hands to his face, snot and tears streaming down, and sobbed over his holy relic. In contrast, outside, Han Sung-yoon was quite cheerful, humming a tune as he walked away. Just as he was enjoying a moment of peace, a voice called out from behind him, "Sir." Reno approached with a cheerful expression and immediately asked, "Did your private talk with the Archbishop go well?" He turned around, offering a gentle smile in reply. "Yes, it's all thanks to you. But, have you been waiting for me this whole time?" Han Sung-yoon's direct question made her blush with embarrassment, and her voice became hesitant. "Yes, that's right." Then she quickly turned to the side and brought up the matter. "To be honest, I promised to buy you a drink." Reno then glanced over shyly and said timidly, "Besides, there's something I want to ask you." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon's expression turned serious, a question forming in his mind about this, something she wanted to ask. The two sat down at a table for drinks, and Reno first took a big gulp. Feeling refreshed, she slammed her mug on the table and let out a satisfied, "Ah." He was also thinking to himself, "This is pretty good." Han Sung-yoon looked doubtfully at the beer in his hand and wondered, "But is this really high-alcohol beer? I don't feel drunk at all." Across from him, she had already passed out drunk on the table. Reno then suddenly remembered, for alcohol to make me drunk, it would have to be as potent as a deadly poison. After all, my body isn't at a human level anymore. Seeing him sitting there calmly after so many mugs of beer, she couldn't help but wonder, "Why aren't you drunk?" And then, with a flushed face, Reno mumbled in awe, "Good grief, you're a monster." Han Sung-yoon's expression didn't change, his voice remaining very serious. "I'm drinking a lot because I like the taste. But what was it you wanted to talk about earlier?" A sparkle appeared in her eyes, and then she repeated to herself, "What was it?" Suddenly, Reno's expression changed, a dark shadow falling over her as her inner thoughts became visible on her face. The tragic image of her father fighting for food flashed through her mind. "If you take it all, what will we eat?" The rude nobleman shoved him away, cursing, "You lowly peasant." Reno, seeing her father's pain, had rushed forward, clinging to the brute's leg and screaming, "Why are you hitting my father? Why are you hitting my father? You think you're so great just because you're a knight." Her mother, helpless, reached out, crying, "Reno, stop." The knight, devoid of humanity, kicked the little girl straight in the stomach and spat out some vile words. "This little brat is insane." The fragile child fell to the ground, her eyes wide as tears streamed down her face. Her mouth was open, but she couldn't let out a scream. The knight turned away with an incredibly arrogant smile, uttering one last rotten sentence. "If you don't like being treated like this, then become a knight, you annoying beggars." He left, and Reno's parents rushed to their daughter's side to check on her. As she remembered these horrific events, she could no longer contain her emotions, her fists clenching tighter and tighter. With absolute determination, she slammed both hands on the table and shouted out her request. "Please, agree to be my master and teach me swordsmanship." Her words slightly startled Sung, and the beer mug in his hand froze in midair. Immediately after, instead of answering, he set his own mug down firmly on the table. His lips tightened as a thought crossed his mind. I had been wondering what it was she wanted. But to his surprise, it was just a personal request, completely unrelated to the special mission. Han Sung-yoon began to take his next thoughts more seriously. Because I completed the special mission that everyone admires, I got everything I wanted from Reno. At that moment, he slowly stood up, his head bowed as he affirmed this to himself. Focusing on a character created by the world inside the tower is a waste of time. With that thought, Han Sung-yoon raised his ice-cold face and replied with 3 distinct words. I refuse. Then he turned sharply and walked away, offering a few words of advice before disappearing. You should get some rest. The battle will continue tomorrow. I'm leaving. Han Sung-yoon suddenly stopped when he heard a voice from behind him. At that moment, Reno was gritting her teeth, her cheeks flushed with determination. I have to get stronger, no matter what. With that, she sprinted forward, her long strides like a galloping horse. Casting aside her pride, Reno slammed her forehead to the ground right behind him. Her action truly made Han Sung-yoon even more wary. With her head still on the ground, she ground her teeth and said, I beg you. She tried to implore him at all costs. Please. I need you to grant me this special favor. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon let out a chuckle, genuinely swayed by her action. Well, a little more fun couldn't hurt. Just a moment later, Reno was in a sword training stance, her face as cold as ice. Seeing how rigid she was, he walked over and patted her shoulder, laughing out loud as he said, You don't have to be so serious. She looked where Sung-yoon pointed, still listening intently to his every word. Diligence is good, but if you put too much pressure on yourself, you'll become stiff and lose your flexibility. That's true for everything, not just swordsmanship. Then he turned her around, offering a brilliant idea. Reno, what you need right now isn't combat experience. You need to strengthen your mana circuits. Why don't you try some aura training exercises? With that, Han Sung-yoon held both palms forward. A stream of energy slowly gathered as his pupils constricted, beginning to glow with a blue light. In a flash, energy was transferred to 4 points on Reno's body. She immediately realized he was showing her the flow of magic, as if signaling her to follow his lead. After getting used to the flow inside her, she began to focus on feeling it. In essence, it was similar to her own method, but there were some slight differences. Very small, but enough to make it much more refined. Reno's face went slack with awe, her heart filled with gratitude. He's amazing. He continued to channel the flow into her while explaining, This is an improved mana circuit. It's based on your mana usage habits. Practice your aura training this way every day. After he was done, Han Sung-yoon returned to his quarters, the dim moonlight streaming inside. He plopped down on the bed and said with relief, Finally, time to take inventory. A spatial pouch was immediately summoned after he spoke. Overly excited, Han Sung-yoon quickly reached inside to check. The items from the bag spilled all over the room. These were the rewards he had received from the Kingdom's Hunter Association for killing Noel. Glancing over everything, Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but exclaim, That's a lot. But despite the quantity, his initial excitement faded when he realized that nothing in this pile of junk was usable. Just then, he thought of something, the last of the 3 skills he had synthesized during the trial. Black Wolf Steps. A. Absolute Charm B+, and Iron Devourer B+. It's time to use it. Instantly, the skill Iron Devourer B+ was activated. A mask with 2 sharp jaws appeared on Sung-yoon's face. A series of parts materialized from thin air and assembled onto the mask, making him a little flustered. Once complete, the mask with its sharp teeth covered Sung-yoon's entire nose and mouth, leaving only his eyes visible. This was the skill Iron Devourer B+, with 0% proficiency. Basic effect: consume iron and steel to improve physical abilities. After digestion, strength will increase by a certain amount. Additional effect: consume any item to increase stats based on the item's rank. At that moment, he grabbed a sword in the room, still feeling a bit hesitant. The thought of this mask biting me is actually pretty scary. First, Han Sung-yoon opened the mask's sharp jaws wide and slowly inserted the sword into its mouth. With a loud crunch, the sword snapped in 2. The system began to report, You have consumed the Iron Cloud Staff. 9 minutes and 50 seconds until full digestion. Upon complete digestion, mana will increase by 1. He was a bit stunned by this announcement. Han Sung-yoon's eyes didn't even blink, his heart filled with determination. It raises stats that quickly. Let's try it again. And so, the mask opened wide once more. The materials were chewed voraciously inside. Beside him, notifications popped up. You have consumed the Heavenly Iron Jade. 9 minutes and 50 seconds until full digestion. Just then, Sung-yoon spat something out, and the system also explained, Digestion complete. After consumption, your physical abilities have improved, and 0.8% of toxic gas has been expelled from your body. He stared at the black sludge he had just spat out, growing more and more curious. What's this about toxic gas? At that moment, Han Sung-yoon noticed a significant change. His body felt lighter. So this is what improving physical abilities feels like. He closed the mask's sharp jaws, certain he hadn't known what to expect from such a ferocious-looking appearance. But with results this amazing, there's no way I could hate it. Overjoyed, Han Sung-yoon continued to devour items with glee, never having thought that eating items could be so delicious. After a while, a system message appeared, stating, "You have consumed 8 iron-based items. You cannot digest any more. 1 hour, 19 minutes, and 47 seconds until full digestion." He looked at the remaining items in frustration and thought to himself, "So I can only absorb 8 items at a time? How boring." As Han Sung-yoon removed the mask, he concluded, "But compared to the growth speed from using Iron Devourer, this limit is negligible." The Iron Devourer skill was turned off, and he slowly took something out. Han Sung-yoon held the priceless item in his hand, saying to himself, "I've been curious about this for a while." This seal was the SS rank seal of adoration, the black seal that the god of darkness bestowed upon the Pope who had dedicated everything to him. When this seal is stamped onto the back of the hand, the unique effect adoration will be engraved. When engraved onto the back of the hand, this item will be bound and absorbed into the mark. However, this effect disappears after the challenger Han Sung-yoon leaves the 15th floor's personal trial. Reading through it, Han Sung-yoon began to formulate a plan. By engraving this SS rank item onto my body, is there a chance it will become mine after I leave the 15th floor? Although the thought of carving something onto my body is a bit unsettling, it's worth a try. With that thought, he raised the seal of adoration high with one hand, while pressing the palm of his other hand firmly onto a table. Han Sung-yoon pressed the seal hard onto the back of his hand, and a notification immediately appeared. The unique effect adoration of the SS rank seal of adoration has been engraved onto the back of your hand. After the notification, the seal began to melt onto his hand. This item will be absorbed by the mark and will completely disintegrate. As the seal fully dissolved, bands of energy started to wrap around Sung-yoon's arm. In a flash, a wolf-shaped symbol appeared clearly on his hand. The system window suddenly flooded with messages after the announcement. The mark on the back of your hand will never disappear. Han Sung-yoon stared blankly at the system windows before him for a long time, wondering to himself, "The administrators?" This was followed by a system explanation. Administrator Dragonslayer of 1,000 years is horrified upon seeing the seal of veneration. Administrator, warrior of the fallen world screams, "How dare you use the seal of veneration?" Administrator Divinity Chaser says the tower giving him the seal is going too far. He looked at the mark on his hand, realizing they had been quiet for a while, but as soon as he engraved the seal, the messages exploded again. Another wave of new messages arrived. Administrator, ruler of heaven, strongly objects to the tower's decision, calling it ridiculous. Administrator, priest of the 7 gods, is stunned, asking, "What the hell were you thinking, doing that?" Administrator, hero of the Dark Island, says it's time to take back the seal. After that last message, he froze for a moment as a sense of unease began to creep in. "Don't tell me this is an item I can't use." The administrator's reactions are too strange. Sweat seemed to break out as his heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing the tower had given him something it shouldn't have. Just then, the system messages in front of him continued to pop up relentlessly. "We have detected an unauthorized information leak. Messages from the administrators have been temporarily blocked. The Tower of Trials is warning the administrators that any further unauthorized information leaks will result in them being banned from observing challenger Han Sung-yoon's trial." He clenched his fist, staring at it and whispering to himself, "A holy relic. The secret hidden here is even bigger than I thought." After regaining some composure, Han Sung-yoon's gaze sharpened as he looked up, raising the hand bearing the seal high. He wondered just how amazing it would be to use it. Just then, the scene before Sung-yoon suddenly lit up, followed by a system announcement. "The exclusive effect of the Seal of Veneration has been activated. You may offer any talent, skill, or treasure to a god." His eyes widened, a look of pure shock plastered on his face. Han Sung-yoon's face began to scrunch up, his mind filled with doubt. Offer it to a god. There's no guarantee that God won't become my enemy. What's the point of offering it then? Then, he pressed his lips together and finally made a decision, thinking, whatever. Han Sung-yoon took out his dimensional bag, genuinely curious. "I have to see for myself what this is." He quickly pulled out a sword, thinking that among all the items absorbed by Bloodsuck, he'd try offering this piece of junk and see what happens. A series of messages began to pop up below. "You have chosen to offer a treasure to a god. Please select the treasure to be offered. You have selected the D+ rank Minor Sorcerer's Staff." Shortly after, the prompt, "Please select the god you wish to offer the item to," appear before him. Han Sung-yoon's expression turned serious as he tried to remain calm, wondering, what's going on? An error message appeared, followed by new messages. "No traces of a god have been found in your holy power. You have been recognized as one who possesses divinity yourself. Therefore, the treasure will be offered to you." In the middle of the room, The staff that was just offered was now lying there. A light began to emanate from it, along with an announcement. You have offered the D+ rank minor sorcerer's staff to yourself. A brilliant light also burst forth from the center of his chest. The 2 points connected. The light grew even more dazzling, and a notification popped up. You have converted this item into holy power and stored it in your heart. The staff then vanished into thin air. Hundreds of questions appeared in Sung Yoon's mind. What's going to happen now? Offering an item to myself. He just stood there dumbfounded as the light faded. He affirmed to himself, I don't know if that was a success or not, but one thing is certain. I can now increase my own holy power, something I couldn't do before. Immediately after, the door in front of him slammed shut. Han Sung-yoon put a hand in his pocket and said to himself, although the only problem is I'm not very good at using holy power. Whatever. As long as I keep accumulating it, it'll become more and more useful. So from now on, I'll continue to gather holy power, bit by bit, because no one ever said when I might need to use it. He pulled the second holy relic from his person. It was a piece of cloth. He wrapped the cloth around the hilt of his sword, deciding to keep it with him. The space outside had grown dark. His thoughts lingered. The tower wouldn't have given this to me for no reason. There will come a time to use it. Day after day, battles between the factions raged on. Han Sung-yoon won several battles, and the allied mercenaries and priests regained their confidence. Those on the enemy side cursed him wildly. Run! It's that bastard butcher, the Necromancer. You finally summoned a devil. In truth, everyone was in danger except for him. With slash after slash, Han Sung-yoon charged forward, finishing off each enemy. The holy relic fluttered on his sword hilt as Han Sung-yoon wondered to himself, is there anything to worry about? At this rate, the trial will end easily. Just then, the soldiers all turned in the same direction, following a pointed finger. What's wrong with the sky? Look! Right at that moment, the surroundings were bathed in a deep crimson, and in the middle of the sky, streams of magical energy were swirling. The strange phenomenon caught Sung-yoon's attention, forcing him to turn and look as well. The sky looked as if it was being pierced by currents of mystical power. The currents of magical energy continued to spread. He began to feel uneasy, his mind in turmoil. This feeling, Han Sung-yoon's face started to contort, his eyes filled with terror as he screamed internally, it can't be. Just then, a pillar of light carrying an immense aura descended. The system announced that a divine punishment had descended. Moving at an incredible speed, it instantly closed in on the bewildered people. His eyes hardened, knowing one thing for sure, it was dangerous. Without waiting another second, Sung-yoon raised his hand high and shouted the skill, Counter Shield, opening it to its maximum. The divine power descended like a ferocious tiger, and his small figure charged up to face it. With overwhelming force, the power shattered the sturdy shield upon impact. It vanished, leaving a terrifying hole in the clouds. On the ground, dust and smoke billowed up. Han Sung-yoon, propping himself up on his two swords, got to his feet. He quickly whipped his head around to check on everyone's condition. A crater from the divine attack had appeared where the soldiers lay. Some were dead, others alive but with mangled bodies. Han Sung-yoon clicked his tongue in anger and looked toward the one who initiated the attack. White feathers began to fall from the sky. Jurhan Nevia appeared with large white wings spread wide. Hearing Sung-yoon's curse, "You dog of the shadow god." He snapped his fingers, closed his eyes, and said with a smirk, "I have good news for you." Then he spread his arms wide, a majestic aura flaring up as he shouted, "The mercy of God." Jurhan's dark eyes widened as he gave a twisted smile and said, "I bestow a divine punishment upon you." Han Sung-yoon was stunned, his eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before him. However, he grit his teeth, his suspicions already confirmed. From that moment on, Jurhan stood alone in the vast space. A system message appeared beside him. The war god had expended a massive amount of holy power for an incomplete advent. While in this state, the god cannot use his mythology or authority. By descending into an apprentice apostle, Jurhan couldn't fully use his holy power. The difficulty of challenger Han Sung-yoon's 15th floor personal trial had increased sharply. He began to feel uneasy, the words war god deeply ingrained in his mind. After a few seconds, the system made another announcement. The Tower of Trials has deemed the difficulty of challenger Han Sung-yoon's trial to be acceptable. The trial will not be cancelled. Hearing this, he became furious. "Couldn't you have asked for my opinion before making that decision?" he yelled, looking up. Jurhan, hovering in midair, was also looking down at him. A thought appeared in Jurhan's head. "So I can destroy this dog with my own hands." He glared with eyes of steel as his threat was conveyed. "Die. Regret the day you challenged a god." Han Sung-yoon regained his composure, his brows furrowing as he realized he'd be in danger if he didn't go all out. He reappeared, looking more magnificent than ever. Multiple uses of the instant acceleration skill have been activated. The wind-like grace skill has been activated. Speed has increased by 70%. Skill stack progression at 77. The combat focus skill has been activated, increasing the user's concentration 20-fold. The power of the upper blood technique has been activated. Han Sung-yoon was pleased with the series of skills, his usual confidence returning. Good. At this rate, I can end this quickly. Just as he finished that thought, Jurhan suddenly shot towards him. His strong hands gripped Han Sung-yoon's stunned face. In a flash, he slammed his body into the ground, which immediately shattered. Without stopping, Jurhan raised one hand, controlling a newly summoned sword of light. He swung his arm, and the sword came down like a hammer, causing blood to erupt from his throat. It was a ferocious attack he couldn't possibly resist, and blood gushed out endlessly. In the blink of an eye, his blood had stained the entire area, followed by a notification, "You have died." Han Sung-yoon then fell into a dark, gloomy abyss. He squeezed his eyes shut as drops of his blood scattered with his descent. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's eyes fluttered open as he thought, "That's right." He looked down at the massive hole in his chest, confirming one thing: the god's successor had killed him. He was truly dead. Memories from his school days flashed through Han Sung-yoon's mind. Then came the moment he received the system panel and began frantically killing monsters to complete quests. Various things had happened during Han Sung-yoon's climb up the tower. Not only did he face different gods, but he also met many people who supported and helped him. On the flip side, there were also those who were jealous and envious, who wanted to eliminate Han Sung-yoon. But he had managed to overcome all of it. Han Sung-yoon recalled all the familiar faces in his mind. Thanks to them, he had gotten to know so many different people. Returning to the present, Han Sung-yoon's eyes looked somewhat melancholic as he pondered. Whether I failed or succeeded, I always gave it my all. That's just a part of life. The round hole in his chest was caked with blood. Han Sung-yoon silently acknowledged it. That's how it is. He forced a smile, his eyes hiding tears that threatened to fall. Han Sung-yoon had no choice but to accept it. I have to accept it. Death was like this. Facing the blackness, the silent void made Han Sung-yoon think deeply. Maybe it's because I can't think clearly yet. This endless darkness feels so gentle and quiet. Suddenly, a woman in dark, form-fitting clothes rushed forward and hugged him tightly from behind. He was momentarily stunned by the unexpected embrace. Han Sung-yoon quickly spun around, on high alert. The figure, far from being angry, simply smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, my child. I am not your enemy." Han Sung-yoon frowned, sweating from confusion as he demanded, "Who are you?" She placed a hand on her chest and explained, "This is just a simulated part of myself. But it makes me quite sad that you don't recognize me, even after I started a holy war for you." Hearing this, he frowned with a dawning suspicion. Could this be the Dark God? The Dark God reached out, a finger about to touch Han Sung-yoon's chin, praising him. "You figured it out quickly. You truly are a clever child." But before she could touch him, Han Sung-yoon raised a hand to stop her. He looked at her with a warning gaze. "Don't touch me." The Dark God gave a mysterious smile and reiterated, "It's not the right time for that yet, but you'll realize soon enough. I am not your enemy in any way." She began to back away, leaving Han Sung-yoon with a message. "The tower has sensed my presence. I suppose I must leave now. The more you revere me, the more power you will have when you open your eyes again." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon felt a bit confused. A stream of light began to appear behind him. As the Dark God's final words echoed, "Everything around you will change." At that moment, the scenery became strange. Han Sung-yoon was standing in a rain of swords, called the Crimson Sword Saint. He stood silently for a few seconds, observing his surroundings. Han Sung-yoon reached out and grasped the hilt of a sword. The system immediately announced, "The Dark God has smiled upon you. She has granted you the right to use a power that only her devoted followers can wield." Meanwhile, Jurhan was looking at his weapon embedded in Han Sung-yoon's body. He suddenly froze when he saw the weapon gradually vanish. Jurhan stared at the huge hole in Han Sung-yoon's body, muttering, "This is the end for one who dares to challenge a god." The villagers who witnessed this scene clutched their heads and screamed in fear. "The swordsman is dead. What are we going to do?" Their screams reached his ears. Jurhan glanced over and scoffed, "Pathetic humans." He looked at a barrier shield that was slowly disappearing, feeling elated. "That mortal created a magic shield to protect you, but now there's no one left to do that." Jurhan spread his pristine white wings, hovering in the air as he declared bluntly, "You will all suffer my punishment." Reno's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped as she screamed in despair, "Sir Swordsman." Amidst this tragic scene, a sword suddenly fell from the sky and landed near her, accompanied by a black aura. Seeing this, Reno stopped in her tracks, looking surprised. That darkness began to envelop Han Sung-yoon's body as he lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Jurhan soared high into the sky, feathers from his wings scattering as he flew. He frowned, glancing down at the white cloth that was slowly vanishing from his hand, lost in thought. That's right. An apostle's body is still too unstable to be my successor. Jirhan scoffed with disdain. Truly a hopeless vessel. Suddenly, he stopped midair as his body began to change, and a system notification sounded. In an instant, his red hair and empowered hands vanished, revealing Jirhan's true appearance. He was now covered in sweat, his blonde bangs swept to one side as if to mysteriously hide half his face. He gave a strange smile and thought, this is probably the last time I'll be able to use the war god's power. If I had stayed as his successor and kept using that power, this body would have definitely exploded and died. Suddenly, Jirhan spoke 2 words. However, his whole body trembled with excitement as he exclaimed, I received a divine blessing, so now I'm much stronger. He suddenly leaned back, bursting into maniacal laughter and shouting, now I have a power all my own. On this floor of the tower, I am the strongest being. But then, a notification hit him like a bucket of cold water. Seeing this, he scratched his head awkwardly and accepted the task. All right, it'll be quick. That human can't fight back against me anyway. His followers will be wiped out by me soon enough. But before he could do anything, a brilliant pillar of light shot down right where he was. The sky was now filled with dark clouds, gathering into an ominous aura. Below, fantastical energies swirled and surged. From the center, a beam of light shot straight up into the heavens. Jirhan looked down at the terrifying black vortex below and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. What is this? At the same time, information was flooding in. Han Sung-yoon seemed to be dead, but to everyone's surprise, he stood up amidst the hazy dust and smoke. The system's voice echoed in his ear. A series of new notifications appeared. Although he still had a long way to go to become a true god, Han Sung-yoon, in his armor, radiated a fierce fighting spirit. Seeing this, Jirhan couldn't accept it. He roared furiously. This is impossible. How can a disciple of the Dark God appear here? There's no incarnation of the Dark God in this place. The only response was a deathly silence from Han Sung-yoon. His pupils glowed, as if he wanted to devour his opponent alive. Jirhan hurriedly reached out his hand, thinking to himself, but on this floor of the tower, I'm still the strongest. Han Sung-yoon remained motionless below as Jirhan summoned a giant, sharp-tipped blade that hurtled down towards him. In a split second, Han Sung-yoon would have to face the spearhead that was plunging towards him at the speed of light. It drew closer and closer, yet he didn't move a single step. He simply stood there and raised a hand, unleashing torrents of black magical energy. Han Sung-yoon's eyes shone brightly as he gave a command, devour. And just like that, the terrifying weapon was swallowed whole by his black energy. It went limp, twisting in the air a few times before vanishing completely. In an instant, Han Sung-yoon's spiritual power also faded, leaving behind a few wisps of black smoke curling around him. Jirhan's eyes went wide, frozen in shock as he wondered, what? The helmet on Han Sung-yoon's face began to dematerialize, revealing half of his true face. He stammered, are you? Han Sung-yoon stared at Jirhan with eyes full of killing intent and declared, I remember now. You're the enemy who killed me. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. So, Jirhan turned and flew away, cursing, damn it. Han Sung-yoon didn't bother to chase, simply summoning a long sword into his hand. He watched Jirhan's retreating back and silently calculated 70 meters. The system quickly displayed a notification. Immediately, he aimed the sword, which radiated a terrifying energy in his enemy's direction. The 2 words, die now, rang out, and at that same moment, Jirhan's entire body was split in 2. With the half of his face that remained, he screamed in agony. Han Sung-yoon stood there, watching the energy his sword had just unleashed, and couldn't help but marvel. This power. It's so much greater and more terrifying than Namgung Hyuk's swordsmanship. He walked forward with his sword as his helmet dematerialized completely. The system announced. Han Sung-yoon let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. He looked at Jirhan's body, split in half on the ground, and thought to himself, so now I become a disciple of the Dark God. Since that guy isn't the war god's successor anymore, I was able to take him down easily. Han Sung-yoon muttered, now that he's been split in 2, he probably can't recover. Then he glanced behind him. The desolate land and the few corpses lying there led him to believe that the disciples of the 2 sects had also left. Han Sung-yoon calculated in his head, I should probably get going now. The other soldiers might need my help. Their battle still has many hardships ahead. But just then, Jirhan suddenly shot up from behind him. The 2 halves of his body were slowly rejoining. Jirhan instantly fused the 2 pieces back together, a glowing red seam running down the middle of his body. He furiously cursed, damn it. Jirhan's eyes darted around frantically as he unleashed a torrent of words. I never thought you possessed the power of a disciple of the Dark God, but even so, you can't defeat me that easily. In an instant, Jurhan's pupils turned a terrifying shade of red. He roared with hatred. I will continue to fight you with my own power. This time, you won't take me down so easily. Han Sung-yoon was both bewildered and a little worried by the system notification that followed. 47 seconds remain before you return to your normal state. He raised his arm high, summoning a barrage of sharp weapons in midair. Han Sung-yoon looked up, startled, as they came hurtling down toward him. He frowned, his mind racing as he tried to guess the attack. Are those the same spears that killed me before? The system quickly activated the skill Indomitable Will, activating the Mythos Kamikaze Warrior. All stats increased by 18. Activating special effect, Tenacity, all stats increased by 18. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon, dual-wielding his swords and clad in his awe-inspiring armor, took his battle stance. High above, he gently aimed his palm downward. A volley of sharp weapons created from Jurhan's spiritual power instantly shot down. Han Sung-yoon moved at the speed of light, and wherever he went, the spears plunged into the ground. The earth shattered into small fragments from the impacts. As Han Sung-yoon dashed forward, a burst of yellow energy suddenly descended upon the path he was about to cross. In a flash, the brilliant golden light was about to strike the top of his head. Fortunately, his movements were agile, and with a single leap, he dodged to the side. The energy blast instantly slammed into the spot where he had just been standing. Han Sung-yoon quickly dug his feet into the ground to slide backward. Just as he was about to raise his sword, a hand from behind suddenly grabbed his wrist. It was none other than Jurhan. He gripped both of Han Sung-yoon's wrists tightly, pulling them back to restrain him. The whites of Jurhan's eyes had turned pitch black and his pupils constricted as he gave a cold command. Crush him. He glanced back, gritting his teeth at the bastard. Jurhan's wings then stretched into the air, morphing into two grotesque arms. Two palms with razor-sharp claws also formed. Under Jurhan's control, they reached for Han Sung-yoon's head, prompting him to shout, Chwagu. Instantly, streams of black spiritual energy flew in. They mercilessly tore into Jurhan's hands. To Jurhan's astonishment, they were shredded to pieces. He froze, his face grim as he tried to figure out what was happening. Seizing the opportunity, Han Sung-yoon broke free from Jurhan's grasp. He raised his sword into the air, unleashing a blinding light and a savage laugh. A voice instantly emerged from the sword. Finally, it's my time to shine. Suddenly, it paused. Ah! The severed parts of Jurhan's hands had instantly reconnected, as if they'd never been cut. The being within the sword couldn't help but be surprised by this regeneration. What the hell? Is that a god? Why would a god descend during a normal trial like this? Why has the trial's difficulty suddenly skyrocketed? Han Sung-yoon replied in a panic. It's a long story, so I'll keep it brief. Han Sung-yoon glanced at the sword and ordered, transfer every support ability you can to me. The voice from the sword spoke again, trying to stop him. This isn't something you can handle with just abilities. Wait, have you become an apostle? Han Sung-yoon roared in frustration. Hurry up, this is no time for small talk. At the same time, two blasts of golden energy shot forward, hitting him in one arm and one leg before he knew it. Han Sung-yoon grimaced, the tension etched clearly in his eyes. Jurhan, now with 4 arms, was summoning a magic circle above his head, a constantly spinning fireball at its center. He relentlessly fired blasts of energy from it toward Han Sung-yoon. The system quickly activated the skill Blood Weakening. While he was trying to dodge, that voice kept ringing in his ears. Very well, I shall lend you my full power. A flood of information was transmitted. Activating Sword Soul skill, True Blood Demon Sword, Magic Burst, a plus. The magical power in your body has increased. Activating Sword Soul skill, True Blood Demon Sword, Enhanced Thought Acceleration. Your reaction time has been greatly increased. Activating Sword Soul skill, True Blood Demon Sword, Finesse B+. A sub-skill has been created to support faster magic circulation. The durability of the True Blood Demon Sword is decreasing by 0.4% per second. The True Blood Demon Sword soul may disappear. Seeing this, Han Sung-yoon looked at the sword, speechless. He grinned and exclaimed, I thought you were all talk, but this barrage of buffs is insane. Han Sung-yoon leaped high into the air, flying forward and thinking, but fighting him head-on is still a bit too much for me. At the same time, dark clouds gathered in the sky as 2 crimson beams of light shot upward. Jurhan glared furiously at the source of light beneath the clouds. The voice from the sword rang out again, deliberately provoking him. Use your head. You might buy yourself a little more time that way. Han Sung-yoon looked down and complained. Some god you are. Tell me something useful for this situation, and keep it short. He urged impatiently. Hurry up. But the other just kept rambling. Hold on. I need time to think. Let's see. Right. No, that one's impossible. That one won't work either. Han Sung-yoon called out, exasperated. Hey, old man. In a flash, while the two were still distracted, Jirhan flew through the clouds, now facing him at close range. He extended both palms forward, summoning energy and taunting. "Those cheap tricks won't work on me," Jirhan declared with full confidence. "I will obliterate you so you can't even regenerate." Facing him, Han Sung-yoon had to scream back. "I'm about to lose my mind." The sword finally got to the point. "I see. After analyzing his skills with my genius brain and spouting a bunch of useless lines, I've concluded. You can now defeat that monster with faith." Han Sung-yoon yelled as 4 energy blasts hurtled toward him. "Tell me something I don't know." The other teased, "I'm just talking about the you of right now." The reminder echoed in his ear, "Use the power of a god. Use your divinity, even if it's limited. While you're in the apostle state, you can wield that power. I'll give you the signal when the time is right. For now, you just need to use your senses to perceive the space around you and make him lower his guard." As Jirhan was unleashing a fierce barrage of attacks, he suddenly paused, sensing something was off. Meanwhile, the sword was still rambling on. "Remember, you only have 1 minute and 19 seconds before you return to normal. One chance." Seizing the moment, Han Sung-yoon flew forward, pulling both weapons behind his back to build momentum. Then, he swung both swords powerfully down at Jirhan, sending 2 waves of blue and red energy flying through the air. And yet, Jirhan easily dodged to the side. "This guy is too damn tough to kill," Han Sung-yoon thought, gritting his teeth as he glared at Jirhan. He frantically unleashed several more slashes, but none of them hit. He was met with the man's contemptuous smile. Jirhan flew right over Han Sung-yoon's head. He mocked him. "Do you think that predictable swordsmanship can actually hit me?" Han Sung-yoon's face darkened as he summoned the white sword, Sea Cleaver. A blinding light instantly appeared right next to the man's cheek, causing Jirhan to freeze for a moment. He was struck by that power, and he yelped in shock. "Huh? What is this?" It quickly slammed straight into Jirhan's cruel face. However, he used 2 hands from his wings to firmly grasp that formidable attack. Han Sung-yoon was the next one to be surprised. Jirhan got into his stance, and those 2 arms tore apart the blue energy right above his head. Jirhan clenched his palm and offered some praise. "Interesting." The sword in his hand suddenly spoke. "Get ready. He's coming." And it was right. The man had already lunged forward without a sound. Once again, he summoned a sharp spear and aimed it at Han Sung-yoon. A barrage of those dangerous things flew past him. Han Sung-yoon had to pay close attention to dodge one spear after another. Jirhan moved in closer, his hands pushing his spear forward. Han Sung-yoon was slightly startled, looking at the 2 sharp points in that extraordinary body. Han Sung-yoon curled his body as if trying to dodge the 2 spears. But, contrary to what he expected, Han Sung-yoon's 2 swords were immediately entangled by those 2 things, making him gasp in astonishment. "My swords are being held in place by space itself." At the same time, Jirhan was summoning another spear that reached for the top of his head. Han Sung-yoon looked up and cursed. "This bastard." He immediately copied the 7th form of the white sword after seeing it just once. "Ugh," he gritted his teeth, thinking, "You think I'm just going to stand here and take it?" Han Sung-yoon immediately thought of a way. "If I counter with the white sword, void oath, it might be possible." The sword's voice suddenly affirmed, "No, don't dodge. Just let it hit you." His face went blank as he wondered, "What are you talking about?" Right then, with his weapon still caught by the spear, the voice continued to persuade him, "Trust me. Just stay still." Han Sung-yoon clenched his jaw. Seeing the sharp tip hurtling toward him, he swore, "Damn it." Just then, a stream of crimson spiritual energy began to envelop him. Right before the spear's sharp point, a bright red color appeared in front of the weapon Jirhan was trying to plunge into him. Seeing his spear about to touch the barrier, he scoffed. "Do you think you can block it with your abilities?" Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon stood inside, still as a statue. Suddenly, that familiar voice rang out again. "Now." As he received the blow, the sharp point was right in front of his pupils, and he used his divinity. Instantly leaning back, the whites of Han Sung-yoon's eyes had been replaced by pitch black, and his pupils had turned completely white. The system quickly announced, "Using divinity, immortality." Bypassing recovery restrictions and judgments that cause instant death, he immediately dodged to the side, causing the spear tip to graze the side of his face. The voice from the sword echoed, "That guy can't block the overwhelming blood aura." Meanwhile, a shower of red stone fragments rained down from the sky. It reminded him, it can catch him off guard and temporarily restrict his movements. And it was right. Jirhan was now flailing about wildly, trying to dodge those things. But how could he possibly dodge them all? Within seconds, his entire body was enveloped in a red aura. Jirhan clenched his palm as if trying to escape, but he couldn't. At the same time, the urging voice rang out again. "But that imprisonment won't last long. Quickly, destroy that madman." He panted and thought to himself, because of the apostle transformation, my holy power is being consumed too quickly. I can only use divinity 1 or 2 more times. Han Sung-yoon put his thoughts into action. He dashed toward the spot where the man was imprisoned. The system announced, using divinity, death. Absolute death has been imbued into your sword. He instantly swung his sword in a graceful arc, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. It immediately slammed straight into Jurhan's face. The man's head was swiftly flung from his body, with blood splattering everywhere. The sword, pointed toward the sky, spoke again, "Now is the time for execution." Jurhan's hand began to twitch. Cracks also started appearing on that spherical prison. In a flash, the thing imprisoning him shattered into small pieces. Even the voice was surprised by this situation. What? The man, with his headless body, still had a voice that echoed through the air. Even though this is just a small fraction of my holy power, did you think the physical limits of a divinity user are the same as in normal humans? Han Sung-yoon glanced over and immediately realized. Time perception error, twin strike. He slashed once more as the system announced. Fairy sword, style, skill, special effect, twin strike has been activated. Jurhan leaned back when he saw the formidable energy hurtling toward him and exclaimed, "What?" He hurriedly threw his 2 hands forward to block. Wait. Instantly, that spiritual power crashed down on where Jurhan was standing. He hastily used his 4 arms to defend. That energy continued to press down relentlessly, causing Jurhan to be utterly shocked. I've never seen this kind of power on the 13th floor. The 2 twin strikes collided, forming an X, and at that moment, his entire body was torn into several pieces. A series of notifications came through. Congratulations, you've cleared the 15th floor of the Tower of Trials. Clear reward. Protection bracelet of the Nameless God S has been transferred to your inventory. You have received a completion reward of 100,000 points and 5,000 products. Additional completion reward of 5,000 products. Divine Jade of the Nameless God S has been transferred to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room. Just then, Chu let out a few laughs of admiration. It's really over. Suddenly, a landslide occurred, causing him to stumble for a moment. Han Sung-yoon quickly landed on the ground, slamming one hand down, looking incredibly cool. The system announced, you have obtained the achievement Rebellious Rebirth. All abilities increased by 4. Now, filled with fighting spirit, he looked ahead. Han Sung-yoon stood between heaven and earth, holding his sword, and listened. All skills of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword of the Soul's Master have been deactivated. The durability of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword of the Soul's Master has decreased by 9.4%. Chu glanced over and asked, "Are you okay?" But the ensuing silence made him a bit suspicious. It turned out Chu was sitting behind him, complaining, "Damn it, you think I'd be okay? We suddenly had to face a god using Advent." She ran a hand through her hair and exclaimed, "You're lucky you didn't fully descend. Otherwise, we'd both be dead." He was slightly startled and suspicious. "Zhu?" His jaw dropped as he wondered, "You're a woman, but you sound like a man." Zhu narrowed her eyes in warning. "Do not judge someone like me, who stands at the pinnacle of the blood demon cult, by something as trivial as gender." Han Sung-yoon looked at her, confused, and asked, wait, but were you always able to manifest in a physical form like this?" Looking at him foolishly, shaking the sword in his hand, she explained, "Of course not. I don't know why, but I think it's an effect of how much your divine power, and my divine power have synchronized. That's my guess." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon was completely dumbfounded. Chu jumped off the rock and continued, "Anyway," she held out both her palms, dripping her own blood, and urged him, "I can't maintain this form for long, so let's get down to business." He was momentarily stunned, repeating the words, "Down to business?" With eyes full of killing intent, Chu looked at the drops of her blood in front of her and said, "Blood absorption." Immediately after, crimson spiritual energy erupted from all over her body. A series of system messages appeared. The special effect of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword, Blood Absorption, has been activated. Absorbing the Apostle Prospect Jirhan Nevia, the item's rank has increased by 28,014,800. By this method, a skill has been engraved. The Great Divine Judgment has been engraved into the specialized blood-sucking slot. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened as he watched Chu's blood envelop him. Then, it all vanished. She spoke up. "This is the original form of my blood absorption. The skill's effectiveness is much higher than before." He just stood there, frowning, at a loss for words. She yawned widely and lamented. "Anyway, why did you have to fight a god? You'll have to tell me later. Now that I've used my skill, I'm sleepy." Chu entered Han Sung-yoon's sword, leaving him with a final message. "We'll talk later." Once again, he was left standing alone in the vast wilderness. Han Sung-yoon slowly walked over to where Jurhan had collapsed. A hand extending from the man's wings suddenly twitched slightly. He stared with wide eyes when he saw this strange movement. Han Sung-yoon raised his sword defensively, wondering to himself, he's not dead yet, what? But I already saw the message saying the trial was complete. It was true. Jurhan's body was stirring. A red circle hovered in the air in front of his neck. The circle instantly transformed into an incredibly gruesome eye. The corpse trembled as it stood up. He exclaimed in confusion, "Damn it, how?" He suddenly recalled the system's notification about the trial's completion condition. Successfully lead the holy war within the time limit. Han Sung-yoon looked at him with a serious expression and concluded, because he was incapacitated, the tower decided the trial was complete. Han Sung-yoon imagined facing a saint and thought, I remember seeing a message that a large amount of divine power was paid when the god of judgment met with me privately, and the god of war had to pay a huge amount of divine power just to descend. Any more would be too much. Jurhan's eye glared as a voice echoed, I will definitely kill you. Don't think this is the end. He stood there, holding his sword, contemplating something he had learned after becoming an apostle, someone who receives divine power without the mark of a god. Han Sung-yoon was silent for a moment, thinking of the scene where he flew away from Earth as he told himself, I gained the opportunity to reach the level of a god. Sung radiated his demonic energy, standing before the red circle, and judged, if that's the case. The reason the god of war despises me is because he's afraid of a new divinity being born. He immediately summoned the sword in his hand and affirmed, now, everything is clear. Han Sung-yoon swung his sword at the bizarre eye, reminding himself, the god of war used his descent to try and kill me. Jurhan was still talking tough, taunting, you're just the tower's dog. He boldly slashed straight down, causing the eye to be split in two. Meanwhile, it remained defiant, I'll make you regret seeking divinity. He decisively stabbed the sword deeper, causing Jurhan's body to fall once more. Han Sung-yoon told himself, and I will kill anyone who is an enemy. That's all I need to do. The system quickly announced, the heaven-piercing sword has destroyed something that is very difficult to destroy. The rank has been promoted to A+ 8,700 out of 10,000. Just as the eye split into two pieces, Jurhan's hateful voice still rang out. Definitely. I'll definitely tear you to shreds next time. He didn't bother to argue, just held his sword hilt firmly. Han Sung-yoon frowned and called out, Devour. Information was transmitted to him, using dark divinity, devouring the designated dark target. Instantly, a source of black spiritual energy enveloped the entire place. It rushed into the space between the two halves of the eye. That spiritual energy drained all the power from it. The system updated. You have absorbed the soul of the Apostle Prospect Jurhan Nevia. Proficiency has increased by 7.7%. He quietly thought to himself, but I predicted the soul of someone used as a medium for a god's descent would be very valuable. It doesn't seem like the god of war is dead. Han Sung-yoon suddenly froze as if he noticed something strange. The system announced, having absorbed a soul stronger than you, the judgment for power extraction has begun. Judgment successful. The power existing within the soul of the Apostle Prospect Jurhan Nevia has been confirmed. He glanced over when he saw the power being extracted from the soul. Han Sung-yoon looked at his chest, which was glowing brightly, as the system spoke. The power flash has been engraved into the soul of Han Sung-yoon. You can instantly move to a location within your line of sight. Hearing this, he let out a gasp of astonishment. Han Sung-yoon stood in the middle of this desolate wasteland, thinking, instantly teleport to where I want. He stomped his foot forward, his wings also getting into a ready position. Then Han Sung-yoon's pupils lit up as the system announced. Time remaining until Apostle Transformation is dispelled, 0 seconds. Yet before he could fly anywhere, it cut him off. Time's up. Apostle Transformation has been dispelled, causing him to freeze for a moment. His armor and wings vanished into thin air. Because it was so sudden, Sung swayed and stumbled forward. A second later, his body disappeared from this place, leaving behind a plume of black smoke in the twilight and a warning from the system. The keywords, divinity, death, darkness, and immortality are disappearing. The scene changes to a school, where the sound of footsteps echoes across the grassy field. Everyone was racing forward. Han Sung-yoon, however, had fallen far behind. A boy in front with amber pupils suddenly turned his head back and urged him on. Hey, Han Sung-yoon, hurry up. But he just stood there, dazed, not understanding what was happening. Not long after, the ball was kicked into the net. Everyone cheered and celebrated the recent goal. Amid the celebration, something suddenly crashed down right behind Han Sung-yoon, causing him to whip his head around to see that the ground had been shattered. A terrifying sight appeared right before the student's eyes. A person was crushed flat on the ground by a giant hand with sharp claws. Han Sung-yoon glanced over in a panic, sweat pouring down his face. He backed away cautiously as the black shadow loomed over his small figure. That muscular, six-armed figure was relentlessly lunging at Sung Yun. His eyes shot wide open. Sweat poured down his face as that massive hand slammed into the ground. Everywhere it struck, thunderous booms and desperate cries for help echoed. Han Sung-yun was stunned by the horrific massacre before him. Unable to bear it any longer, he scowled and let out a piercing scream. The curse had just left his lips when Sung-yun woke up from the nightmare. His breathing grew rapid, and a look of terror was etched onto his face. He shot up, dazed. What kind of dream was that? It felt so awful. Did I pass out? The system quickly displayed a message. Thanks to the Heart of Stone Authority, all unstable emotions are disappearing. Soon after, Han Sung-yun composed himself, went outside, and pushed aside two cloth flaps. He suddenly froze for a moment. Han Sung-yun found himself alone, facing a crowd of complete strangers. The atmosphere became unusually quiet. Suddenly, everyone's attitude changed. They roared loudly, "Our hero, the savior of the Shadow God cult." A sturdy young man walked towards Sung-yun, scratching his head as he began to speak. "I apologize. I've been so disrespectful to you until now. Please, forgive me. Commander Reno told me everything." Suddenly, a voice rose from behind the apostle, causing everyone to part and turn around. They watched as trembling feet stepped forward, accompanied by a whispered voice, "Are you truly the savior of the Shadow God cult?" The man suddenly dropped to his knees, raising his hands high as he demanded, "Apostle of the Shadow God, why didn't you help us all this time while we were suffering so much?" His face darkened, speechless in the face of this accusation. Han Sung-yun walked over, placed his hands on the old man's shoulders, and said, "Everything must be done at the right time. To lure out the apostle of the blood demon cult, I had no other choice." A cunning smile spread across his face as he continued, "The glory of this holy war now belongs to us, the Shadow God cult." The old man's face showed a hint of astonishment at Han Sung-yun's words. "Please, shed no more tears." The system immediately activated the skill, Absolute Charm. He stood before a radiant aura and declared, "Everything was preordained by the Shadow God. I was merely following his will." A series of notifications streamed in. The crowd has entered an abnormal state of worship. Due to the abnormal worship status, their judgment has been significantly reduced, and they are now acutely aware of your presence. And so, everyone smiled and softly called out, "Apostle." Han Sung-yun grinned with satisfaction at the system window. The God of Scrutiny is impressed and says your deceptive techniques are quite sophisticated. The Shadow God is satisfied with your actions and is laughing happily. The Gaining Trust Authority has been strongly activated. At the same time, the source of light spread even wider. They now regarded him as a divine being. The system's voice echoed in Han Sung-yun's ear, collecting faith in you within the area. Sufficient faith has been accumulated to create a myth, calculating a myth appropriate to the believer's faith based on actual results. He bared his teeth in a grin, muttering with fierce determination, announced myth creation. Instantly, it reported, "The first savior myth has been completed. The final savior myth is being accumulated into your holy power." Sung-yun's whole body leaned back, raising both arms to absorb the brilliant golden energy. Afterward, the system displayed a long list of updates. When Challenger Han Sung-yun activates the aforementioned myth, the salvation effect will be added. When using good deeds to save those weaker than you, all abilities will be slightly increased when Challenger Han Sung-yun activates the aforementioned myth. The Seeking the Path effect will be added. When worshipped by a cult, your holy power will increase based on the number of believers. His goal achieved, he raised his hand and cheerfully said goodbye. "Well then, everyone, take care of yourselves." Han Sung-yun, along with his wings, soared high into the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone looked up to watch him go. Reno softly called out, "Apostle." As he flew, he thought to himself, "I should head to the place where I passed out." Before long, Sung-yun turned his head to the side and exclaimed, "There it is." A barrier gate instantly appeared on the ground. He swiftly landed in front of it with a cool flare. Han Sung-yun let out a sigh of relief and lamented, "I've never had to go through a trial this long before. Geez, I might actually start to genuinely care about them." He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped through the gate. The system immediately announced, "You've entered the 16th floor waiting room. Administrator notification restrictions have been lifted. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is greatly relieved that his contractor is safe. Administrator White Crane's Sword Master is crying and says, 'You've worked hard.' Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch is inviting you to the Administrator's domain. Administrator White Crane's Sword Master is inviting you to the Administrator's domain." Seeing this, Sung-yun was a bit surprised. He glanced over, and though it seemed like he was weighing his options, he instead walked straight ahead and flatly refused. "Sorry to have worried you both, but I'll meet with you later." Han Sung-yun sat alone on the bed, his two holy swords placed beside him, deep in thought. The holy power accumulated in my heart is simply a concept based on the price paid to use myths and authorities. And as he looked down at his chest, which was emitting a black spiritual power, he realized many things had changed. Han Sung-yoon brought two fingers together, creating a magical force, and sensed it. Through apostolization, I've experienced a pseudo-god state and can now use holy power directly. He smiled and murmured, "After some time, my holy power has also turned black. I heard it's related to the abilities of a death god." Han Sung-yoon immediately cupped his palm, letting the primordial spirit fly around it. He raised his arm straight into the air, his face filled with determination. Without any hesitation, Han Sung-yoon slammed his palm straight down onto the ground. He was a little surprised to see a flash of light in front of him. Han Sung-yoon looked at the crack in the wall, feeling a bit confused. The waiting room wall usually restores itself immediately after taking any damage, but now it's not recovering. Or rather, the recovery speed is noticeably slower. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. "Interesting," Han Sung-yoon mumbled. The reward from the 15th floor's trial. A white bracelet with a blue gem in the center quickly appeared. Along with the information, Bracelet of Protection of the Nameless God S+, a bracelet used for protection by a nameless god during his lifetime. When the user is hit by an unblockable attack, the special effect Defense Priority will be activated. The bracelet will then nullify the impact of the unblockable attack. However, this special effect has a limited number of uses, and there are currently 4 uses left. Next is a brilliant blue gem, the Divine Jade of the Nameless God S+. It's a gem that the Nameless God poured his holy power into while he was still alive. When a target is designated and holy power is poured into it, the special effect Absolute Seal will be activated. With it, you can seal your opponent's strongest skill. However, this special effect can only be used once, and the sealing duration isn't long. Hearing this, he let out a little "oh." Han Sung-yoon looked satisfied as he pondered this. Both are S+ rank, so they're pretty useful. Huh. A moment later, a red orb appeared, surrounded by flashes of magical energy. You have obtained the soul of the Apostle of Transmigration, Jurhan Nevia, so all your stats have been permanently increased. Strength has been increased by 4, agility has been increased by 6, and durability has been increased by 4. Magic power has been increased by 7, and stamina by 3. Absorbing one of the skills possessed by the Apostle of Transmigration, Jurhan Nevia, you have acquired the skill, Scream of the Strong, B-. Han Sung-yoon sighed in disappointment. This is nothing compared to the hardships I had to endure. I'll just offer it to the altar later to increase my divine power. Suddenly, the system provided more information, acquiring the divinity within the soul of the Apostle of Transmigration, Jurhan Nevia. Conditions for the authority of holy power have been met and activated. Attempting to extract divinity. Divinity extraction successful. His eyes widened more than ever before. Han Sung-yoon looked down at the streak of light on his chest in awe. "My divinity has increased a lot," he commanded. "Show me the quests." Challenger Han Sung-yoon is viewing the quests. You have received quests from a total of 7 administrators. The Administrator Ruler of Paradise has given the quest Island of the Ruler of Paradise. The Administrator Divinity Chaser has given the quest The Chaser's Path. The Administrator Hero of the Black Island has given the quest Catastrophe of the Island. Han Sung-yoon stared blankly at the long list that appeared before him. So many administrators gave me quests. Oh well, I guess I have nothing to lose. This just means I have more options. He stood before the series of blue panels, pondering for a moment, when suddenly Sung-yoon's eyes darted to a quest panel nearby. The information displayed was, the Administrator Soldier of the Decaying World has given the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. Completion reward, can bestow the unbreakable attribute upon an item. Maximum of 2 uses. Completion condition, make a choice you will not regret. After reading it, he let out an "oh." Han Sung-yoon rubbed his chin, thinking of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword. I was just wondering how to quickly restore its durability, since the previous Master Soul used it excessively. Without any more hesitation, he reached out and accepted it, exclaiming, "How lucky." Information streamed in again. You have chosen the quest Savior of the Apocalypse. The 16th floor's personal trial has been changed to Savior of the Apocalypse. Other administrators will be restricted from observing the trial, and only a few permitted administrators will be able to watch the trial. The system quickly announced, beginning the 16th floor trial. Time remaining, 48 days. The theme of the current trial is Warrior. Condition to pass the trial. Make a choice you will not regret within the trial period. Trial failure conditions. The challenger's death or the expiration of the trial period. Trial reward. Can bestow the unbreakable attribute upon 2 items. Penalty for trial failure, none. And with that, Han Sung-yoon was transported to another place. He lay on a simple bed, groaning aloud, "My body. Han Sung-yoon, with white bandages wrapped around his head, gritted his teeth and wondered, "It hurts so much. What is this horrible pain?" The system's voice echoed in his ear, beginning the quest, Savior of the Apocalypse. The equipment you can use has been restricted, and some of your equipment has been moved to your inventory. Challenger Han Sung-yoon possesses a skill that is not suitable for the quest's difficulty. All stats have been fixed at 50 and will not change until the end of the trial. However, any growth-type skills acquired during the game will be recalculated after the trial ends. He struggled to sit up in his battered body. Suddenly, Sung-yoon trembled and covered his mouth, his pupils dilating. Unable to hold it back, he rushed outside and threw everything up. Right after, the figure of a young woman approached from behind and spoke. "You're finally awake." This caught Sung-yoon's attention. He turned his head back, wondering what was happening. An intense pain once again washed over Sung-yoon's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. This person was DJ. She turned away and advised, "Don't overexert yourself. I'll call the other comrades in a bit." DJ's eyes became incredibly sinister, her tone filled with hidden meaning. "They'll be here soon, so just you wait." "New." That name made Han Sung-yoon look down in surprise at his face reflected in the nearby water. Reflected in the water wasn't his familiar face, but that of the administrator, soldier of the decaying world. That person, with amber eyes, was staring around blankly. He rubbed his forehead, recalling. In this trial, the Savior of the Apocalypse quest, Sung-yoon was playing the role of a character named New. He knelt on the ground, assessing his body. His physical condition was currently terrible, and the Heavenly Blood Demon's sword, his main item, and all of his protective items were sealed. So, Han Sung-yoon couldn't use them. So all my treasures are completely restricted. How am I supposed to pass this trial? Han Sung-yoon slowly stood up, clutching his arm. He told himself, "It'll hurt a little, but it's better to play the part of this character, New, than to hastily recover my body with inferior blood. Luckily, I still have the items I bought just in case." He quickly summoned them. Enemy detecting eye patch, B+, 9200p. The system announced, "You will sense killing intent when it is directed at you." Adventurer's homemade gloves, B+, 8500p, helps you adapt to unfamiliar situations. And just like that, Sung-yoon had an eye patch and gloves to help him on this mission. He looked up and thought, this enemy-detecting eye patch has a function to detect hostiles. It'll be especially useful. Just then, two comrades approached and spoke. "New, thank goodness you're awake. It's a miracle. What a relief." Just as expected from the apostle chosen by the dragon god, Han Sung-yoon was a bit awkward. He raised a hand and gave a forced smile, calculating internally that he needed to act as naturally as possible. Before he could finish, the eye patch signaled, detected a large number of enemies approaching you. Han Sung-yoon was startled and placed a hand on it, thinking. The eye patch activated instantly. "Huh?" He looked all around, searching. "Where are they?" That voice spoke up again. "What's wrong?" "No." Han Sung-yoon's eyes immediately shot in that direction. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in his ear. The blindfold's exclusive effect, B+ enemy detection, has been activated. Enemies will be marked in red in your vision. Perhaps unexpectedly for him, the other three were Sung's enemies, but they still feigned ignorance. They asked Han with concern, "You still haven't fully recovered. Maybe you shouldn't make yourself so hard. Go get some rest." Sung froze, his jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide, sweat trickling down as terror filled his heart. "What? All of my teammates are enemies." He pressed his lips together, glancing at one of them before a sudden realization hit him. "I finally understand why this mission was rated as mentally difficult." Not long after, the four of them were sitting inside a simple hut, and Sung reassured himself. For now, they probably won't try anything inside the tent. He was lost in his thoughts. "Thankfully, most of my skills are working fine." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It captured Han Sung-yoon's attention. "So that's what happened?" The old man sitting there was Jipa. He asked, "You've lost your memory?" The other three remained silent, listening intently for the answer. "I think so. I can't remember anything about myself or why I'm here." Deej closed her eyes, let out a sigh, and said, "The side effects seem more severe than I thought." Jipa also added, "I see." She quickly brought him up to speed. "We don't have time, so I'll give you a quick summary. Nu, you are a warrior and the sole apostle of the Heavenly Dragon sect. Your mission is to save this world." Deej recalled the scene of them riding in a carriage through the streets as she recounted, "You know, we were on a journey to defeat the Great Demon King." The image of Nu pointing his sword at the Great Demon King flashed through her memory. Deej continued, "During the battle with him, you were severely injured." Han Sung-yoon had a hunch, "So that's why I lost my memory," she said hesitantly. She then thought of a powerful being with blazing red eyes and a colossal body, explaining, The Demon King serves the Demon God. He's planning to summon the Demon God, and if that happens, it'll be the end of this world. He grimaced and came to a conclusion. In short, the only one who can kill the Demon King in this world is the warrior blessed by the gods. And so, Han Sung-yoon, who was in pretty bad shape, was forced to join this adventure. So he, as a warrior, Sung imagined the scene of himself all alone, fighting with a sword. He would have to face all sorts of enemies until he met the Demon King and recover as much of his abilities as possible in that time. A moment ago, they were sitting in the carriage, talking on the road because he had woken up. And we've already told you everything important. We'll tell you the rest on the way to the demon world. The carriage continued to speed along the road without stopping. The young man sitting next to Jipo was Alan. He asked Nu curiously, "You said you lost your memory?" Han Sung-yoon, in the guise of Nu, just grunted in affirmation. Alan pointed to his own face and asked awkwardly, "And you don't remember my name?" He leaned forward and made up an excuse. "Due to the side effects of the battle, I don't remember who you are." Hearing this, the man let out a long sigh. Alan smiled confidently and introduced himself. "I'm Alan Nick. Just call me Alan. Also, you're speaking way too formally, so just talk more casually." Han Sung-yoon's eyes narrowed as he became more vigilant than ever. Jipa, sitting beside them, also spoke up. "It might be because you've lost your memory, but you seem calmer than before." He asked with suspicion, "You are?" The old man quickly said, "Jipa Danya. Just call me Jipa. You can call this old mage whatever you like." Han Sung-yoon coldly replied, "I understand." In the middle of their serious conversation, Alan's stomach let out a few rumbles. He scratched his head in embarrassment, his cheeks blushing as he mumbled, "Even though the world's about to end, my stomach is still right on schedule." Alan immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Hey, Daij, let's go hunting before we continue." And so, the carriage stopped again. The other three left. Daij didn't forget to turn back and instruct, "We've lost all our food, so if we don't hunt, we'll starve to death. You just rest, Nu. We'll go find something to eat." Not long after, they brought back a tiny mouse for him. "Here's your share." Night had already fallen. The three of them sat roasting a wild boar over the crackling fire. A voice spoke up, "Neo no longer has what it takes to be the warrior of salvation. Others will judge our decision as unjust." But at the same time, they recalled the image of the dead mouse, imagining Sung would suffer the same fate. They looked at the fragrant roasted boar, justifying their actions. "We are not wrong. Even if it is unjust, this is the only way to save the world." Alan took a bite of meat and laid out their plan. "Let's just drive him away so he doesn't die, then give him to that guy." Daij agreed while chewing her food. "Yeah, that's good enough. We'll do that." Jeepa added, "Right. He's not a warrior or anything anymore, just a tool to save the world." They thought Han Sung-yoon wasn't there, but he was actually sitting on a high tree branch. Having heard the entire conversation, Sung frowned and muttered, "You bastards. Should I just kill them all?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. No. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened as he thought, "The mission completion conditions prevent me from doing that. Acting rashly will only make the consequences worse." He scanned the three of them, calculating, "If it's just these three, I'm confident I can kill them. Even in this state, I still have plenty of time, so I'll just keep an eye on them for now." Time passed, and even after that, Han Sung-yoon's teammates frequently went out hunting while they traveled. He held a small piece of food in his hand, watching their retreating backs and sighing. They hunt so much, yet they don't share any food with the injured. Before long, Han Sung-yoon soared into the sky, telling himself, "Thanks to this, I have a lot of time to escape from this carriage prison." He walked alone through the dense forest, remarking, "Good. This way, they won't find me." Han Sung-yoon looked at the scenery and thought to himself, "I can train here." Suddenly, a shadow enveloped his entire body, forcing him to glance back and see a giant beast with razor-sharp teeth appear right before his eyes. Han Sung-yoon thought, "Did I go in too deep?" A moment later, it collapsed. He casually took a bite of the monster's meat. Han Sung-yoon chewed a mouthful and compared it. "Tastes like chicken." He pictured the field mouse and grimaced in disgust. "Even if I don't eat or sleep right now, my body won't have any problem with physical activity. But eating mouse meat is truly disgusting, even by my standards." And Alan, banging on his pot every night, was really starting to get on Han Sung-yoon's nerves. It wasn't just the eating and drinking. That guy would bang on pots in the middle of the night. This group of so-called teammates of mine acted no different than a bunch of kids, and I couldn't stand it anymore. Frustrated, he strode through the forest alone. Han Sung-yoon narrowed his eyes and resolved, "I have to take the initiative." The system quickly activated the weak blood skill. "Your ability to recover from physical damage has increased." Han Sung-yoon stood up straight, smiling as he felt the healing in his body. His business finished, he returned to the meeting point alone. Han Sung-yoon looked at the three people sitting silently ahead and spoke up. "I went out for a little walk. Looks like everyone got back from the hunt earlier than usual today. Huh. Dij slowly stood up. Suddenly, his eye patch reported, a large number of enemies have been detected approaching the user. The exclusive effect of the enemy detecting eye patch B+ auto-detect enemy has been activated. She seethed with killing intent as she scolded him. You're not fully recovered yet. It's not good for you to be moving around like that. He scratched his head, guessing inwardly, she's probably just annoyed that I dared to leave her sight, right? Then he made an excuse. I was getting too suffocated from lying in one place. Jeppa reached out a trembling hand and exclaimed, wait, your body. He touched Han Sung-yoon's arm, questioning him. How did you recover so quickly? He just made up a reason. After resting for a few days, I suddenly felt better. Han Sung-yoon smiled. He continued with a hidden meaning. But it's interesting, which surprised Jeppa a little. His face darkened as he questioned, I thought you weren't a healing-type mage. Jeppa, how could you immediately notice the change in my body, when you're not even a healer? Hearing this, the old man looked down, flustered. His whole body trembled, unable to form a coherent sentence. Alan quickly interjected to cover for Jeppa. Enough nonsense. We're about to reach the demon realm, so hurry up. And with that, the old man turned on his heel and left. Inside the carriage, Jeppa called out to Nu again. He looked up, studying the other man. You, have your memories returned? Han Sung-yoon was silent for a few seconds before replying. Not yet, but in his mind, he thought otherwise. There was nothing to remember in the first place. Suddenly, the carriage began to lurch, startling everyone. Outside, the horse was bucking and neighing wildly, breaking free from Dij's control. The four of them had no choice but to get out of the carriage. They looked up at the scene before them. The system quickly announced, you have arrived in an area filled with demonic energy near the demon realm. The longer you are exposed to the demonic energy, the more exhausted you will become. Sharp thorns were radiating from everywhere before their eyes. We are entering the demon realm. She glanced over and reminded him, we'll have to walk from here. Nu, I'm sorry, but we can't prioritize you anymore. A voice saying, no way, rang out, momentarily stunning Dij. He flashed a sinister smile, his tone dripping with murderous intent. In any case, this suits my style much better. In the demon realm, there is a demonic miasma that can instantly drive any creature who inhales it insane, and there are countless monsters that can easily slaughter hundreds of people. Even warriors who have faced countless hardships agree that no matter how superhuman one's strength is, they cannot survive in the demon realm. Not long after, a foot stepped into this gloomy place. Ahead was a bizarre landscape with sharp thorns protruding from everywhere. Han Sung-yoon, under the identity of Nu for this mission, stood looking at this place with three people who appeared to be his comrades, but were in fact his enemies. Han Sung-yoon was momentarily stunned and mumbled, so this is the demon realm? That sentence happened to reach Alan's ears. He secretly glanced over, thinking to himself, you don't even remember the demon realm. You must have lost all your memories. Suddenly, Jeppa took out a sword and raised it. The sound immediately caught his attention. He reverently held the weapon, which was wrapped in a piece of white cloth, and said, all right, take this. Jeppa unwrapped the cloth, revealing a massive, incredibly sharp-looking sword, and added a reminder. You may have forgotten it, but this is the weapon you treasured as your own life, the Holy Sword. Han Sung-yoon remained standing still, observing it with a mix of belief and doubt. Suddenly, a giant hand with sharp iron claws grabbed a rock up ahead. In a flash, the monster used its two hands to push the two boulders aside. Behind it were countless other monsters. The young man standing opposite them quickly bent down and slammed his hand on the ground. It created a wall of ice, blocking them from charging forward. You are new, the character Han Sung-yoon must embody for this mission. He panted as he looked at the ice wall before him, whispering, I thought things would have been fine after all this time. The system suddenly announced, Administrator, Monarch of the Ruined World. Nu gritted his teeth. I held a grudge, but just thinking back on that painful time, I can't bear it. With his small frame, he stood before a horde of brutal monsters and lamented. I, who was so weak back then, could only desperately hope for faith and help from my comrades. At this thought, Nu's whole body trembled as he screamed, but then his hand clenched into a fist, slamming it into the ground as he roared. How could they? Nu's pupils at that moment were a pale yellow. It seemed he saw something so surprising his eyes widened in shock. Just as he seemed to be in despair, Han Sung-yoon was sent to become Nu to complete this mission. He shot forward to where Nu had been standing. Han Sung-yoon, with his deep blue pupils, smiled slyly and whispered two words. All right then. He swung the holy sword in a single motion, ready to properly carry out the mission that Nu needed to complete. He shouted enthusiastically. Well then, let's begin. The system quickly activated the self-crafted gauntlets of the Explorer B+. The special effect Assess Situation has been activated. Because the demonic energy here is compatible with you, mental power will not be consumed due to the high concentration of demonic energy. Your mana has increased by 2. From behind, the group of teammates, who were also his enemies, watched Han Sung-yoon's back as he faced the giant hand. They thought to themselves, he's always been this reckless. Even though we warned him many times, he must be acting so rashly because he's lost his memory. Alan's face was grim as he speculated, but right now, it will be difficult for Nu to face those monsters on his own. The three of them each held a weapon in their hands, but no one charged forward. They just listened to his words. Just support him from behind. Let him fight until he's exhausted. That's what he wants. Let's see if he falls into despair fighting like that. At the same time, Han Sung-yoon was leaping high, swinging the holy sword behind him to build momentum. With just a single, straight slash, he split the monster into 2 halves. The 3 people standing below couldn't help but be astonished as they saw the 2 pieces of the corpse. Everyone's eyes widened, and they all exclaimed in unison. "Ha!" They thought it was over. But no, a swarm of monsters saw them. When their comrades fell, they rushed forward like moths to a flame. Han Sung-yoon pointed his sword skyward, creating a dazzling golden circle of holy light. The light was so bright it made even him turn his head away. Sensing that it had gathered enough power, Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "Take this." Immediately after, he swung the holy sword in a wide arc. That light shot straight toward the horde of monsters. It weaved past a few of them to reach the center of the pack, and just a second later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Everything was engulfed in a massive flame, obscuring them from view. In an instant, the flame died down. The monsters were burned to the point where they were completely unrecognizable. Han Sung-yoon looked at the holy sword in his hand and smiled with satisfaction, praising it. This thing is insanely strong. He narrowed his eyes in anticipation. Maybe I'll even get some kind of unexpected special ability from this trial. The scene shifts to the previous night, where Alan, Daisy, and Zeppa are sitting around a crackling fire, whispering amongst themselves. If he's completely forgotten us, he might have also lost some of his battlefield experience. She furrowed her brow, her eyes filling with killing intent as she coldly uttered a sentence. So, our choice is unavoidable. Back in the present, Daisy hesitantly asked, "What do you all think?" The man standing beside her rebutted with some surprise, "But we already used his memories and powers as an offering to the dragon god." Zeppa gritted his teeth and stated, "It's strange. Even though he doesn't remember anything, it still looks like he has decades of combat experience." Alan's face darkened as he cursed, "Damn it, why? How are you only getting stronger?" Not long after, night fell, and the 4 of them sat by the crackling fire. Everyone was silent, eating their own portions. No one said a word to anyone else, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. Han Sung-yoon sipped his soup while glancing around at everyone. He looked at the other 3, feeling that something was off, and wondered about the strange silence that enveloped them. Even though a lazy soldier had become strong and defeated the monsters, not a single one of his teammates seemed happy about it. At the same time, Zeppa was trembling as he scooped up a spoonful of soup. He could sense their preconceived notions: hatred, anxiety, guilt, and fear. He narrowed his eyes, confirming to himself that he could only feel negative emotions from them. Before long, the bowls were empty, with only a few drops of soup left, and everyone returned to their own tents. Han Sung-yoon did the same, lying down to rest in his simple tent. He closed his eyes, trying to get a good night's sleep. But then, Han Sung-yoon's eyes suddenly snapped open. He quietly moved outside. He glanced back at the 4 tents by the campfire, then turned to look ahead. In the distance, a mountain loomed faintly in the darkness, piquing his curiosity. Should I go up there? His wings were quickly activated by the system. Instant acceleration authority has been activated. Holy power has been consumed. Instantly move to a location within your line of sight. Cooldown time for this authority is 10 minutes. And with that, Han Sung-yoon's entire body shot in that direction at the speed of light. In a flash, he was near the mountain's peak. Han Sung-yoon let out a small "oh" of surprise. He looked down at his palm, marveling that the campsite was about 50 kilometers away. And I made it here with just one use of it. Instant acceleration authority. Han Sung-yoon clenched his fist, impressed. This ability is awesome. About a minute earlier, he had narrowed his eyes and silently called upon flash authority. The system immediately displayed, consumes holy power. Instantly move to a location within line of sight. Han Sung-yoon looked at a streak of white light in the distance, judging it to be about 50 kilometers away. But he'd already traveled that far once. He imagined a huge wall in front of him with a no entry sign, then compared it to the literal meaning of within line of sight. Realizing he couldn't pass through an obstacle like a wall, Han Sung-yoon recalled his brave fight, which gave him more to think about. But in combat, I can use it to time a counterattack, and in dangerous situations, it can be used as an escape, like how I could escape an explosion in the blink of an eye. Back in the present, his eyes were glued to his palm as he confirmed to himself that he'd received an authority with some extraordinary abilities. Now, Han Sung-yoon was hovering in mid-air with a holy sword in his hand. He used the power from his eyes to activate the Fire Dragon Incarnation skill. A series of updated information appeared. Holy Dragon Sword S+, damage plus 40%, critical hit plus 40%, magic plus 40%. A holy sword personally blessed by the dragon god for the hero. Only when judging evil can the Holy Dragon Sword unleash its full potential. A stream of light appears when holy power is infused, and the unique effect Holy Light will be activated. A light carrying the dragon's energy will form around the holy sword. Next is an image of a person praying. For a sincere prayer, the blessing will be activated. When activated by making a sacrifice to the dragon god, the user will be granted temporary power. Finally, there is a crimson circle for when confronting demons and monsters. The unique effect, punishment, will be activated. When punishment is active, all stats will increase by 7 when facing demonic entities. When punishment is active, you can use the dragon's power to fight against demonic entities. Your magic power will not be consumed. However, the Holy Sword item will be automatically destroyed once Challenger Sung leaves the 16th floor's individual trial and cannot be used for any other purposes. At this point, Han Sung-yoon had to admit that the Holy Sword's abilities were truly amazing. But he swung the sword to one side and told himself, "It's a limited item that can only be used in the 16th floor's trial. I should use my sword sense and gradually absorb the Holy Sword's power." No sooner said than done, he immediately slashed his palm, sending his blood flying everywhere. Immediately after, the system announced the activation of the skill, Pseudo-True Blood Art. And so, those countless drops of blood transformed into giant red fluids that rained down on the ground. They shot down towards the monsters gathering below. One of them seemed to sense something and turned around with a confused look. Before they could figure out what was happening, they were hit by the Pseudo-True Blood Art. Every single one of them was struck by the red energy, causing them to scream out in pain. Seeing them under attack, Han Sung-yoon landed, feeling smug. Caught some guinea pigs. He immediately plunged the holy sword into a nearby rock. A second later, Sung took out another sword. Heavenly Peach Sword, A+. Skill, Devour A-. Effect, can absorb the unique effects of skills from sword-type items. He looked at the sharp blade, analyzing it in his head. This holy sword has 3 unique effects. Devour can absorb 2 skills, so it's obvious which are the best ones to choose. Han Sung-yoon performed a beautiful sword flourish, simultaneously activating his Devour skill, which could absorb the unique effects of sword-type items, causing several blue circles to surround him. An image of Holy Light appeared, and at the same time, the system provided a selection confirmation. The S- rank skill, Holy Light, has been completely absorbed. The remaining uses of Devour are 12, followed by the selection confirmation for the punishment skill. The S- rank skill, Punishment, has been completely absorbed. Remaining uses of Devour, 0. All uses of the Devour skill have been exhausted, and the Devour skill will be completely destroyed. Han Sung-yoon let the sword float in mid-air, considering his options. Even though it seemed he had used up a precious ability like Devour, it would be a shame to miss out on the Holy Sword's powers. The one that caught his eye was Holy Light. The power of Holy Light could generate even greater force than fully charged attacks. And best of all, it didn't have a charge time like the counter shield and could be used instantly. Han Sung-yoon muttered, calling for the Holy Light. The system quickly activated the Holy Light skill. He stretched his palm forward, confident that by absorbing it as a skill, he could use it without needing the Holy Sword. Instantly, a blindingly golden Holy Light appeared in front of his palm. But suddenly, something felt incredibly strange, making him want to stop for a moment. It was too late. An explosion suddenly erupted right where Han Sung-yoon was standing. He was left flattened on the ground in a deep crater from the recent blast. He exclaimed, "What the hell? Why couldn't I control the direction, and why did it explode instantly?" At the same time, the system activated the blood protection skill to shield him. Just as he was sitting there questioning himself, several monsters were already lurking around him from all sides. Han Sung-yoon frowned and cursed, "You bastards." He stood up, drew the holy sword, pointed it forward, and shouted, "Holy Light." And so, those monsters were hit with another blast. They roared in agony from the unexpected explosion. Seeing this, Han Sung-yoon was surprised again. It still works fine when used with the holy sword. Why? Suddenly, his pupils widened as if he had discovered something. Han Sung-yoon placed the holy sword behind his back, stretched both palms forward, creating a radiant red glow, and thought of a method. What if I don't use mana, but holy power to control it? With this thought, Han Sung-yoon focused all his energy into that red circle and called out, "Holy Light." Instantly, a red holy light was summoned. He flashed a cunning smile, now realizing that it had to be holy power. And so, those monsters became Han Sung-yoon's guinea pigs to test this new holy power. They didn't know to run. They just stood there and took the punishment. He got into his stance, his hands controlling the holy power, causing explosions to go off everywhere with loud bangs. He burst out laughing, "Now I can use it freely." Han Sung-yoon pointed both palms to the sky, creating a full-power holy light. Instantly, a colossal black and red holy light appeared in the sky. At the same time, a sleepy Alan was taking a leak in the forest. He seemed to sense the holy power as well and turned his head back with a look of confusion. Before Alan's eyes was a streak of red light that shot down into a forest not far away. This sight made him. His eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. He panicked so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon was laughing triumphantly in the thick cloud of dust he had just created. He slung the holy sword over his shoulder, placed one foot on a rock, and looked at the system panel with awe. This ability is insane. A series of notifications came through. Achieved the status of successor to the dragon god. Received the special power of dragonification. Due to the penalty for the current special trial, the acquisition of this power is restricted. When the trial ends, the acquisition of power will return to normal. Han Sung-yoon was a little surprised and mumbled. Dragonification? The system continued to update. The dragon god has sensed the presence of challenger Han Sung-yoon. The dragon god is staring at the achievements of challenger Han Sung-yoon. The dragon god is quite interested in challenger Han Sung-yoon. An offer was sent. The dragon god is offering to take challenger Han Sung-yoon as a disciple. Without any hesitation, he refused. The series of messages repeated over and over, but the reply was always, "I refuse." And yet, it didn't stop at all. He thought with a sigh, "Looks like I've accidentally run into a troublesome god." Not long after, the sun had reached its peak, its rays shining into their simple thatched hut. Han Sung-yoon had also managed to return in time, avoiding any suspicion from the others. He sat in a corner, eating his breakfast. As Han Sung-yoon scooped up a spoonful of soup, he pondered. The dragon god, based on the story of the 16th floor, is the god protecting this world. He imagined a colossal black body with wings spread wide and a halo behind it, sighing, "But for me, as someone whose life was once threatened by a god, I really don't have a good impression of them." Han Sung-yoon thought back to a time when he walked alone in a thorny forest, feeling resentful. After choosing a hero to save the world, "I don't like the way they don't give that hero enough power to be able to do what he wants. That's why this world fell to ruin." He ate while thinking, a headache forming. "That's why I won't use the Holy Sword's unique prayer effect. That way, they won't notice me, and I won't do anything to provoke them." Suddenly, the system displayed another series of notifications. The dragon god is offering to take challenger Han Sung-yoon as a disciple, which made a drop of sweat roll down his face as he criticized. "But now I'm stuck with another god. Don't you get tired?" He received another series of notifications. The dragon god asks why a worthless being like you dares to refuse his offer. The dragon god emphasizes that your choice is foolish. Han Sung-yoon was at a loss for words. Is he a telemarketer or something? "I'm not buying it." The system's voice just kept ringing in his ear. The dragon god emphasizes that one day you will realize his greatness and will want to become his disciple. The god of ordeals laughed out loud at the dragon god's pathetic persistence. The god of shadows said, "If you've been rejected, then get lost. Don't stand there bothering him." The dragon god told challenger Han Sung-yoon to reconsider before hiding his presence. The non-stop information was giving Han Sung-yoon a massive headache. The administrator, the iron-blooded monarch, praises the contractor's determination and feels relieved. The administrator, the white crane sword master, acknowledges the contractor's will and feels proud. The administrator, the general of the ruined world, says, "Your decision is interesting." He was still diligently eating amidst all the chaos. Suddenly, Alan, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. "I think there's a high-level demon training nearby." He recounted fearfully. "Last night, I saw a beam of light shooting out from the mountain." Han Sung-yoon turned and brushed it off. "You probably imagined it," Alan said with absolute certainty. No, I really saw it." Seeing this, Zeppa chimed in. "I once read a document in the Magic Tower about strange phenomena appearing near the demon world caused by demonic energy. It's best to just assume it's a natural phenomenon caused by demonic energy. Logically speaking, how could a human possibly train in a desolate place like this anyway?" After hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Woo, that's true." In a flash, night fell again, and he went off alone, holy sword in hand, to fight the monsters. Although these repetitive battles were tedious, he was still able to use a few abilities in the process. Just then, the system activated the myth, Savior of the Apocalypse. A flood of information came in. activating the salvation effect. All stats permanently increase by 0.7 because of the penalty from the current special trial. All stats have been reduced, permanent stat increases will not be applied. Once the trial ends, the stat increase will return to normal. Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, I wonder how wide the range of the Savior of the Apocalypse effect is. I still don't fully understand it. Then, it activated the prayer effect. Since there are no believers, holy power will not be enhanced. He wondered curiously. I've learned a lot from this new myth I've acquired. What kind of believers does the unique prayer ability refer to? Han Sung-yoon mused as he swung his sword wildly. It seems salvation usually activates when I save someone weaker than me, and prayer won't activate if they don't serve me or are not my believers. Soon, they entered a castle. He fought the monster at the front alone. Everything was going smoothly, and Han Sung-yoon's teammates were handling their part of the fight well. He swung his sword with a decisive slash, refuting that last thought. Perhaps things are going well because I've cleared out all the enemies by myself. Just like that, the monster collapsed right before their eyes. Standing before a massive door, Han Sung-yoon rested the holy sword on his shoulder, turned back, and asked, Why aren't you coming in? The gatekeeper of the Demon King's castle has fallen. Let's go. But everyone's face was grim, and a dark atmosphere enveloped the place, making even him pause to think. If anything's changed, it's that their expressions are getting stiffer the more power I display. Without further hesitation, Han Sung-yoon immediately pushed the two large doors open. The other three followed him inside. The ever-curious Alan suddenly asked, Nate, you don't actually have amnesia, do you? He gave a forced smile, turning back to give an implicit reply. You can think whatever you want. Jeppa cut into the conversation. All right, let's just focus on the battle ahead. He held out a glass bottle containing a purple liquid and urged, drink this. Han Sung-yoon listened with a serious expression. It's a rare strength-enhancing potion. He reached out and took it. While Jeppa was still trying to persuade him, you'll be facing the Demon King soon. Why don't you try it? Han Sung-yoon let out a few laughs, his tone a mix of teasing and probing. A potion? I'm sure it's not poisoned, right? At that moment, Day's body trembled violently. As if he'd struck a nerve, she placed a hand on her chest and loudly questioned him back. Nate, are you doubting us? He smiled broadly and made an excuse. No, I'm just annoyed that none of you helped me at all. And now I receive this. No, a precious item like this. I'm deeply moved. After that, Han Sung-yoon drank the strange purple substance. The moment he downed it all, the system announced, You have been afflicted with the gluttony demon's poison from the demon realm. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use magic. He immediately fell to his knees, doubling over and vomiting a pool of black blood. The notifications kept coming. The unique effect of the B+ blindfold has automatically detected nearby enemies. Multiple enemies are approaching the user. It was Han Sung-yoon's 3 teammates. They all stood behind him, weapons raised. Alan's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't hate us, Nate. We had no other choice. But contrary to fear, Han Sung-yoon flashed a cunning smile while sweat poured down his face. Seeing this unusually calm reaction, the other 3 froze in surprise for a moment. Han Sung-yoon opened his eyes, and a voice that sounded like a demon crawling out of hell spoke up. To think all of my comrades were traitors. How interesting. The 3 slowly approached Han Sung-yoon from behind, with Alan in the lead. At that moment, his holy sword was still lying inert on the ground. Suddenly, several golden chains were summoned, wrapping around it. It turned out Jeppa had reached out, forming a golden orb in his hand that created those strange chains. He frowned and said, I've sealed the dragon's sword, Nate. From now on, no one can use it. Han Sung-yoon questioned him bitterly. Since when and how did you all think of betraying the hero? The system kept announcing relentlessly, You have been afflicted with the gluttony demon's poison from the demon realm. In 5 minutes, the poison will spread throughout your body, and you will be unable to use magic. Day suddenly screamed in outrage. Do you think we wanted this? Jeppa, too, acted self-righteously. We had no choice. He raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, asking in a low voice. No choice. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened as a strange voice echoed. Fools. From the ceiling, sawtooth machines began to move. A contraption hung high above, with thousands of sharp spikes pointing downward. At the same time, an identical device appeared from the floor, only with its spikes pointing upward. The Demon King, with his wings spread wide, continued. Even if you ask them, nothing will change. Hero. He bared his teeth in a grin and explained, They are simply fulfilling the contract between them and me with all their might. He struggled to his feet before the colossal figure, brazenly demanding, You're the Demon King. One of its enormous feet touched the ground. The Demon King confirmed. That's right. We've never met, have we? Not even when you defeated the High Demon. Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but wonder. The battle with the High Demon weakened the hero, and during that time, you approached the hero's party. The Demon King narrowed his eyes, silent for a moment, then said contemptuously, "Why do you keep asking as if you're talking about someone else and not yourself? But I will say, you are correct." Seeing this, he imagined the Demon King holding out a stick, with 3 puppets being controlled, Alan, Day, and Jeppa, and he understood. All right, now I understand the whole story. While the hero was recovering his strength after the battle with the High Demon, you turned all the remaining party members into traitors. But Han Sung-yoon still had one more question that needed answering. But why didn't you just kill him right then and there? He bared his teeth in a casual grin and replied, "Well, because it's fun, of course." The system immediately reported. The skill, Fire Dragon's Eye, indicates the target is telling the truth. He scoffed immediately. "You're so boring." But that's not the whole story, is it? This question made the Demon King freeze for a second, but then he threw his head back and laughed like a madman, praising, "Clever, very clever. To be honest, you are the offering I will present to the Demon God." He slowly moves one of his arms, while giving him a reasonable explanation. "Just as you dedicated so much to be recognized as a hero by the Dragon God, I am also striving to become an official apostle." The Demon King immediately provided proof. "Like your companions, you must have gone through all sorts of hardships, like starvation and extreme loneliness just to get here. And the only thing waiting for you is death as a sacrifice to the Demon God." Han Sung-yoon listened silently, not missing a single word. "And then, my punishment will end." He looked at the hero's darkening face and mocked, "I wonder how you're feeling right now?" The Demon King continued to provoke him. "Do you feel hopeless? Are you angry? Hey, you should have kept a better eye on those companions of yours." He gritted his teeth, enduring the insults. A red hue enveloped the entire area. As Neru's memories suddenly returned to Han Sung-yoon, he recalled the image of that ever-smiling girl. What is this? Next was the brawny young man, Alan, cheerfully splashing in the water. Finally, an old master, Deba, bandaging someone else. He could seemingly feel what Neru was thinking. If he trusted them so much, Neru still couldn't understand their decision. Han Sung-yoon thought in extreme agony, but the mastermind behind all of this. He recalled that evil face with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, telling himself, "Is that damn Demon King that I'm going to kill." Han Sung-yoon tried to calm himself down. "I'm getting a little too worked up. No matter how many times I see this scene, it still makes my blood boil." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. "Administrator, Army of the Ruined World is awaiting your decision." Standing in a deep blue aura, he encouraged himself. "All right, Sung-yun." Sweat poured down his face relentlessly. Han Sung-yun asked himself a question. "What is your choice?" While he was still hesitating, the Demon King raised his hand high to cast a spell, creating several sources of deep purple energy. Immediately after, invisible chains were formed from that spiritual power. They bound Han Sung-yun's hands and neck, greatly surprising him. He was slowly being pulled by the Demon God toward a sharp weapon operated by several machines. His voice echoed in his ear. "The final step of my baptism." The Demon King, on the opposite side, was now aggressively spreading his arms, controlling the demonic power. His eyes and tone were filled with killing intent. Sacrifice the hero to the Demon God and become an official apostle. The Demon King stuck out his long leg and kicked a nearby lever. The contraption hanging from the ceiling, connected by chains, immediately began to fall. Sharp spikes were getting closer and closer to Sung-yoon's eyes. He clenched his lips and puffed his cheeks, bracing himself. Below Sung-yoon was another one of these deadly weapons. With a loud crash, the two devices slammed into each other, splattering blood everywhere. At that moment, red lines appeared around the Demon King, accompanied by his savage laughter. The other 3 stood frozen, watching a series of symbols appear at their feet, formed from the crimson spiritual power. He gloated and shouted, "Demon God, as you requested, I offer you the hero's blood. Hurry up and make me your official apostle." However, the reply the Demon King received was that the Demon God was silently watching him for daring to offer such filthy blood, causing his face to freeze solid. Somehow, Han Sung-yoon had escaped. Right at that moment, he summoned a crimson holy light right behind the Demon King and spoke. "I spit out my own poisoned blood, and you dared to offer it to the Demon God?" He must be furious. The holy light grew brighter as the system activated the holy light skill. Han Sung-yoon raised the holy light into the air and continued. "Normally, I would make the best choice, right? But no matter how I think about it." He looked forward, emphasizing every word. "This world is too hopeless to be saved." Deej couldn't help but scream in shock, "Holy light." Even though the holy sword is sealed, Jipa was just as terrified and added, "How can he use the holy sword's power?" He became even more anxious internally. Does holy light always look this bright? Is he really the hero I know? Despite this, the Demon King still declared loudly, Don't even dream of resisting. As long as you die, the demon god will not let this world fall into ruin. He furiously pointed at the other three and recounted, I made a deal with them that if I kill the apostle of the dragon god, the hero, then the world will not collapse. Han Sung-yoon sighed and scoffed. Oh, please. You're spouting a lot of nonsense. I'll point out three things you've misunderstood. A faint wisp of smoke appeared before him, along with a reminder from the system. Administrator Army of the Ruined World is awaiting your decision. Then Han Sung-yoon raised both of his arms high, causing the holy light to grow even more massive. The other three watched in panic at the energy it was emitting as he explained. First, I am not the person named Neru. The Demon King gritted his teeth, listening in silence. Second, I am not the real hero. The more Han Sung-yoon spoke, the larger the holy light grew. Third, I don't care one bit whether this world is destroyed or not. Seeing this, he urgently reached out to stop him. Stop. If you don't, this world will. He furrowed his brow and delivered the final line. If you wanted to kill the hero, you should have done it like this from the start. Without any more hesitation, Han Sung-yoon swung his arm down forcefully, bringing with it a torrent of crimson energy. And so, a terrifying beam of spiritual power struck the entire demonic castle, causing several loud explosions. The stones and walls of the fortress crumbled into small pieces. They hovered in the air before falling to the ground. The Demon King, battered and with tattered wings, struggled to stand amidst the desolate scene. With his clothes in tatters, he groaned resentfully. You damn bastard. Facing the small figure before him, the Demon King roared, What the hell are you thinking? Didn't I already tell you? I made a deal with your companions. As long as I kill you, this world will be saved. Han Sung-yoon raised his hands, shrugged, and offered another solution. Wouldn't it be the same if you died? Rage boiled to its peak. He opened his mouth wide and asserted, You think I don't have a backup plan? If I die here, the demon god will descend, and an apostle of the demon god will always appear in this world. Hearing this, the system informed him. The skill, Fire Dragon's Eye, indicates the subject is telling the truth. Han Sung-yoon's face grew serious as he thought. The setting for this trial is truly dark. If this wasn't a trial, how much darker would this story be? He looked up at the Demon King, who was putting on a one-man show. The world is about to collapse. The causality is sufficient for a demon god to descend, and a world like this will be easily erased. Han Sung-yoon just asked flatly, Yeah, so what? Even if this world collapses, it has nothing to do with me. That made him tremble all over, sweat pouring down as he uttered a single, Ha! The Demon King couldn't believe the words he had just heard. He kept pressing. You bastard, are you really not a hero? Sung-yoon calmly dropped a single line. I already told you. The Demon King began to point accusingly. Even if you're not an apostle of the dragon god, how can you still wield that power? Who are you? Just then, a blazing red energy was drawn into Han Sung-yoon's body. He simply asked with an air of composure, Is that all? A moment later, Sung-yoon was back in his familiar clothes as a brilliant golden light, accompanied by several faint magic circles, materialized before him. Han Sung-yoon's bloodshed battle armor was quickly equipped. The system also began to display a series of messages activating the punishment skill. During activation, all magic power will increase sevenfold. While active, magic will be greatly enhanced. The power of the dragon race flowing through you increases all magical abilities by 100%. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, a clear warning to his opponent. Han Sung-yoon clenched his fist and introduced himself. I am a challenger. He launched himself into the air, simultaneously summoning a volley of red energy that shot forward. They formed into sharp spikes as they flew toward the Demon King, who hastily raised his hands to block them. Wait, I think you're misunderstanding something. But it was too late. The spiritual energy instantly tore into the Demon King's arm, ripping it to shreds. He glanced down in agony at his current state. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, the Demon King quickly spread his wings and flew away, his mind filled with fear. I'm going to die, I have to retreat now. But could he really escape the battle that easily? Han Sung-yoon immediately pursued him, demanding, Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Sung-yoon frowned. Something's not right. He looked down in surprise at the tiny blue lights around his feet. It was Jeppa, casting a spell that created vines to wrap around Han Sung-yoon's legs. At the same time, she called out, Just die peacefully. A mixture of panic and fear was clearly written on her face. If you continue to exist, this world will be destroyed. Immediately after, 1,000 arrows rained down. Jeppa fired frantically, desperately trying to reason with him. But you're a hero. Think about it. The arrows whistled through the air, closing in on Han Sung-yoon's back. He just let out a sigh as the sharp points were about to make contact. Han Sung-yoon instantly summoned his wings, shattering the pesky arrows with a single spin. Seizing the opportunity, Alan leaped up from behind, weapon in hand. He roared in a strained voice, "You selfish bastard. If you live, the rest of us die anyway." Alan used every ounce of his strength, letting out a piercing scream as he brought his weapon down with full force. It looked as though the weapon would pierce Han Sung-yoon's head, but who would have thought he teleported in a flash, dodging the dangerous attack. The system quickly activated the skill, Combat Focus. And so, all Alan saw was a cloud of dust and an afterimage of Han Sung-yoon, leaving him completely stunned. He appeared directly above him, chiding, "You don't have the guts to sacrifice yourself, yet you have the gall to loudly demand it of others?" Han Sung-yoon shot them a death glare, his voice dripping with venom. "None of you are even worthy of facing me." Then, he looked up at the Demon King, who was fleeing into the distance. A brilliant blue energy erupted from Sung-yoon's body. He whispered, "Flash." The Demon King, meanwhile, glanced back as he fled, a triumphant smile on his face. "Ha ha, I'm alive." His smile vanished instantly as Sung-yoon appeared right beside him, grabbing him by the head. At that moment, the Demon King's pupils turned a deathly white. He let out a few agonized screams, and in the blink of an eye, the Demon King's head was torn from his body. Sung-yoon flew off imposingly, leaving the mutilated corpse behind. That horrific scene suddenly appeared in a blue mirror, as an unfamiliar voice spoke out. The person standing before that wondrous mirror was none other than Neo. His eyes widened as he wondered, "Is this my choice?" Neo recalled a time when he was struggling to fight. Back then, despite being gravely injured, all he could do was run. Flames blazed up, engulfing everything, and the world fell to ruin. Then, upon receiving the tower's call, Neo escaped by climbing it. He pressed his lips together and swallowed hard, remembering the day he abandoned that place and climbed the tower like a madman. Yes, he thought, observing Sung-yoon's confident smile, instead of those shameful days. This is the right choice. The system quickly updated. Jeppa, standing below, could only whimper as she witnessed the scene before her. "Oh God, what is this?" Her voice trembled even more as she watched the fiery tornadoes destroying everything. "No, it can't be. Our life source. This world is ending," the system reported. The other three seemed frozen to the spot. Only Han Sung-yoon turned to leave, a blue barrier gate appearing before him. Before stepping through, Han Sung-yoon didn't forget to glance back and utter some venomous words. "None of you ever deserved the right to a peaceful death in the first place. I hope you all die slowly and painfully along with this world. Good luck staying alive." With that, he strode confidently inside. Han Sung-yoon's figure and the gate slowly faded away. A stream of notifications came through. This came as a bit of a surprise to him. In the next moment, Sung-yoon was transported to a strange place. Before him stood a statue of a mighty dragon god. As he walked past the massive pillars on either side, he wondered, "Is this place some kind of temple for worshipping the dragon god?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Not that way. Over here." That made Sung-yoon stop. In the distance, a figure in golden armor was sitting down. He glanced in that direction, a hint of recognition in his eyes. "You are." It was none other than Neo, the warlord of a ruined world. He quickly confirmed it. "That's right. Well, we've communicated a few times already." Han Sung-yoon strode forward to correct his choice of words. "Communicated? It'd be more accurate to say you just sent me one-sided messages." Neo closed his eyes and sighed. "Same difference. You're so fussy. It's exhausting. Model." He eyed the other man cautiously as he listened to Neo's words. "Well, since you've come all this way, feel free to ask whatever you're curious about." However, Han Sung-yoon's question left him a bit stunned. "Why did you choose me for that trial? You could have fulfilled your deepest desire through a sponsored proxy battle." Neo was about to say something but stopped himself, then suddenly burst out laughing. Much to the man's surprise, Neo stood up and realized, "I see now why some of the gods have taken an interest in you." He walked up to Sung and reminded him, "Hey, don't get the wrong idea and think all proxy challengers are obsessed with climbing the tower like a monster such as yourself." Neo walked past him and continued, "Most other proxy challengers aren't as powerful as you, nor do they have the willpower to climb the tower." He imagined the sight of thousands of proxy challengers falling from that tower and asserted, "No, even if they did, it wouldn't change a thing. No matter how much they climb, most administrators can't see the end of it." Han Sung-yoon glanced over, trying to piece things together. "So, instead of hoping to change the past of many towers, you get to see possibilities you otherwise couldn't through a trial like this. Is that what you mean?" Neo agreed without hesitation. "Yeah, I'd love to deny it, but you're right." He suddenly brought his palms together, clapping loudly a few times, then announced, "All right, let's settle this debt." Instantly, a system notification appeared. The special authority of the Dragon God's equipment set has recognized proxy challenger Sung as its user. Please select the item you wish to imbue with complete indestructibility. He stood there, smiling amidst a surrounding aura, as Han Sung-yoon's familiar sword quickly materialized. Complete indestructibility has been engraved onto the Celestial Grotto sword. Next is the Blood Fiend's sword. Complete indestructibility has been engraved onto the True Arch Blood Fiend's sword. The consciousness of the True Arch Blood Fiend sword's ego is slowly recovering. When the consciousness of the True Arch Blood Fiend sword's ego is fully restored, a time limit will appear. Once it was done, Sung held a sword in each hand and listened to Neo. Most administrators wouldn't grant you such an insane reward, but I'm in a good mood, so consider it a gift. You should be grateful. He sheathed his two swords and shrugged, questioning. We both got what we wanted. Why should I thank you for anything? The other man sighed in disapproval. You're no fun at all. A portal materialized before Han Sung-yoon. Neo suddenly approached and said hesitantly, one more thing. He was about to step inside but was stopped by the other's words. Never doubt the tower, he stated firmly. Even though all of us failed to reach our goal. You're different, Sung. Neo looked at that determined face and delivered the final line. Because you are one of the few prime candidates, the tower is watching. After hearing that, Han Sung-yoon entered the portal without another word. As soon as he stepped through, the system's voice echoed in his ear. You have entered the 17th floor waiting room. All ability restrictions have been lifted. Increased stats and acquired authorities will be revised. Han Sung-yoon glanced at the notification. Successor of the Dragon God, S rank, an achievement you obtained by learning a skill belonging to the Dragon God. As a reward for this achievement, you have acquired the Dragonification Authority. He mulled over the achievement he'd gotten from the 16th floor trial, successor of the Dragon God. But, I thought the tower and the gods were enemies. Han Sung-yoon sat at the edge of the bed, wondering why the tower would create an achievement like this. He recalled the gods he had met, realizing that the tower wasn't blindly hostile to all gods, including the trial gods. An image of the sky-piercing tower appeared in Han Sung-yoon's mind. There were even some gods for whom the tower went so far as to create exclusive achievements. Neo's words came flooding back. You are one of the few prime candidates the tower is watching. Because of that, he began to wonder if he was now one of these important candidates. Han Sung-yoon pursed his lips, speculating. Perhaps being chosen by the tower as a candidate means I'm on the path to becoming a god. At this thought, his face filled with determination. Han Sung-yoon thought back to when he used that brilliant golden light against the Demon King. It wasn't an unfounded guess. He had received holy power. Then there was that bizarre-looking eye. And also, when he fought valiantly against a god. By facing a god, Sung was truly developing in that direction. Everything felt like pieces of a puzzle slowly coming together. The battles, the rewards, the growth. It was as if the puzzle pieces in his head were finally being assembled. Yes, the tower's trials. There's no longer any doubt. This is the process for selecting proxy challengers to become gods. And if I can overcome this process, I'll become a candidate guided towards godhood. He slowly stood up, telling himself, well, for now, it's just a hypothesis. I'll figure out the tower's true intentions once I get stronger. Han Sung-yoon muttered excitedly, now, let's test out this new authority. His eyes glowed crimson as Sung invoked dragonification. Suddenly, his entire body began to tremble violently, startling him. A pitch-black, iron-like hand with sharp claws appeared, and a brilliant red light erupted from the center of his chest. In a flash, Han Sung-yoon was clad in new attire. He hunched over and mumbled, I thought it wouldn't be. Han Sung-yoon, now in his black and red mana armor, exclaimed in awe, but dragonification really does turn me into a dragon, the system quickly announced. Special authority. Dragonification has been activated. He was extremely pleased with his new outfit. Han Sung-yoon glanced at the mana radiating everywhere and remarked, I feel like a lizard man. His lips quivered slightly as he thought. Although, the sudden transformation is a bit surprising. Then, a stream of information flowed in. Remaining mana capacity will be doubled for 10 minutes. Draconic Tray will manifest for 10 minutes. All mana utilization abilities will be enhanced for 10 minutes. In an instant, an incredible surge of power erupted from his body. Sung immediately hunched over, realizing that not only had his body changed, but his senses had been heightened as well. Standing in the empty room, he analyzed, I don't need to use the Fire Dragon's Eye. I can still perceive everything around me, and on top of that, my magic utilization has also improved. Han Sung-yoon bared his sharp teeth, intending to just let out a breath, but unexpectedly, a small flame flickered to life. He then opened his mouth wide, shooting a blazing fire forward. The situation left Han Sung-yoon stunned, mumbling to himself, this. He looked at the scorched room and reminded himself that breathing fire was no longer a joke. After checking a few more functions, Sung deactivated dragonification. The system's voice echoed in his ear. The special ability, Dragonification has been deactivated. You cannot use it again for 8 hours. At the same time, that mana armor also vanished, leaving him in the blazing room. Han Sung-yoon frowned and calculated. 10 minutes of use and an 8-hour cooldown. I can only use it once per battle. Chu suddenly appeared behind him. Seeing the shards of ice in the room, she sat down by the wall and lamented. Damn it, my head is splitting. What happened to the waiting room? Hearing her, he turned around and asked, Are you feeling better? Chu replied flatly, Yeah. I don't know what you did, but the sword's artery is stronger. She raised her hands, her whole body trembling as her tone became one of astonishment. Wait, that's not all. I can control the sword's consciousness now, without any problem. I don't know what you did, but my condition has improved. Han Sung-yoon briefly explained. I infused it with the indestructible trait. Chu asked in surprise, but how? No, forget it. She gritted her teeth, let out a teasing breath, and said, There's no point in asking a madman who dares to fight a god. I knew you were crazy, but this is beyond what I imagined. He remained silent, listening to Chu's words. From what I heard before, you were just a challenger on the 8th floor, and from a minor dimension at that. She narrowed her eyes, stating that a challenger being this abnormally strong and having unnecessary ties to divine beings was strange. Chu implied. And I know a few things, too. Han Sung-yoon eagerly blurted out. Know what? She immediately shared the news she had gathered. You are one of the candidates chosen by the tower. Is that why you're involved with divine beings? Hearing that, he thought to himself with a serious face. This again? Chu suddenly stood up and continued. I thought you were just an ordinary person, but I was wrong. She brushed past him and whispered, You probably have a lot of questions. Han Sung-yoon merely glanced over, lost in his own thoughts. It matches what Niu said. Maybe I can use this opportunity to resolve my doubts about the tower and the gods. Chu patted his shoulder and said dejectedly, What are these candidates? What is the tower's purpose? Why are some gods wary of you? But I can't meet your expectations. Han Sung-yoon guessed. Is it because of the tower's restrictions? She confirmed it right away. Exactly. Even if you fail the trial and die, I don't want your soul to be destroyed too. He was stunned and uttered 2 words. Is that so? But inside, he thought, I guess not only the administrators, but also the one inside the Supreme Blood Demon Sword are not free to provide information. I already knew that, but it's still disappointing. Chu walked forward and changed the subject. However, I can tell you a few things. Regardless of the present or the future, there is only one thing the tower wants from you. Han Sung-yoon immediately asked, What is it? She looked back over her shoulder, stating that it was to continuously grow stronger and defeat all opponents. Chu emphasized this. That is all the tower wants from you and the other candidates. He imagined himself walking up a very long flight of stairs, contemplating. In truth, the tower might have chosen me from the start, but I was the one who wanted to climb it. No, at least that's what I thought. She put one hand on her hip and explained, You probably already know this. Although you were able to climb this far through your own efforts, it also depended on the opponents the tower has given you. Han Sung-yoon quickly replied, I know. The tower at least doesn't want to harm me. Chu held out her palm, teasing him. You catch on quick. Ah, if you were only just chosen as a candidate on the 10th floor, then it's no wonder you don't know. Suddenly, she froze when she heard his next question. So I won't ask any more questions for now. I'll be able to resolve all my doubts once I'm stronger, right? Chu suddenly clenched her fist. She gritted her teeth and muttered, The more I see of you, the more I regret that you're not from my homeland. If you came from the martial arts plane, you would have become the strongest by now. 2 familiar swords were quickly summoned by Sung. The blood demon sword was instantly launched to a spot right near where she was standing. Seeing this, Chu immediately leaped back. Brimming with power, she levitated in midair, summoning energy around her. She looked at Sung before her and declared, You will become my disciple. The other sword emitted a deep red energy, and at the same time, strange patterns appeared on it. Her voice echoed throughout the room. My sect is the sacred cult. Do you wish to learn the blood demon divine art? Chu smiled, thinking to herself, I'm a bit bored, so I feel like doing this. It'll be a little more fun to have a disciple. However, the response that came from his direction was an incredibly firm no. She was startled, raising her hands as if she'd misheard something, thinking, What? Chu pointed forward furiously. The sword pointed in that direction as well, as she yelled, Why not? If you learn the blood demon divine art, you'll become even stronger. She rushed forward and frantically shook Sung. She desperately tried to convince him. If you've made it this far, you must know about the power of the techniques from the martial arts plane, right? You must know that the techniques there are far superior to those in minor planes, right? He swayed a few times and replied, Yes, I know that. Chu yelled in frustration. Then why did you refuse? He stepped back and explained, I know because I learned martial arts from an administrator. But if you learn a special internal art that uses a specific cultivation method, you'll be restricted from learning other things besides that special art. Hearing this, she paused and asked, "Wait, who did you learn it from?" Han Sung-yoon put a hand on his hip and confessed honestly. "The truth is, I already have a master. I have a master-disciple relationship with an administrator." Chu's face fell. Her expression went blank as she silently cursed. "Shit." She ran a hand through her hair. "Well, I thought I'd finally get a disciple after all this time. I can't believe I lost the opportunity to someone I don't even know." Suddenly, he raised a finger and exclaimed, "Ah, I just remembered. I've learned a mind technique called the Supreme Blood Art." Chu asked blankly, "What's that?" He thought to himself, "That's right. The Supreme Blood Art for the descendants of the Blood Demon cult, which you told me about." She stammered, "How could you have learned something that only descendants of the sect are allowed to learn?" He closed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "I managed it, somehow." Just then, the pendant Sung was wearing began to glow. He was instantly dressed in a new, cool-looking outfit. Seeing this, Chu made a wild guess. "A gift from the woman of the Baga clan. I don't like it." "She still wouldn't give up, but it suits you. My semi-disciple, I will now begin to teach you martial arts." Chu opened her palm, summoning a round orb that emitted a purple magical energy. She introduced it. "In short, the Blood Demon divine art isn't purely a martial art. It's more like magic." Immediately, those sources of energy flew toward his men. The Blood Demon divine art has the ability to turn mana into blood, meaning Sung no longer needs to be injured to produce large amounts of it. Although Chu bragged about it being a peerless divine art, it's a set of techniques that involves using blood for recovery or manipulation. Han Sung-yoon glanced over at her as she burst out laughing, lost in thought. However, the problem is that it overlaps with the Blood Demon cult and the weak blood ability I already have. To think that the core of the Blood Demon divine art would be so similar to an ability I already possess. Just then, Chu shouted, "What do you think my martial art is, anyway?" He rubbed his wrist at her challenge. "Now, show me what you've learned. Come on, my half-disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, Sung spread his palms, causing that spiritual power to radiate everywhere. Chu's jaw dropped as she stared in awe at the energy before her. What kind of insane power is he unleashing? He surpassed the power of the Blood Demon divine art. She spoke smugly. "See, looks like my understanding was correct, wasn't it?" But inwardly, she thought, "There's no monster like him." Chu wondered, "Now what?" He quickly answered, "What else?" "We keep climbing the tower, of course." She asked again in surprise, "Right now?" Han Sung-yoon coldly uttered a single word, "Obviously." Chu whined, "But you just finished a trial," she urged. "Aren't you going to rest for a bit?" He refused instantly. "No, I can't stop for something like this." At the same time, a blue screen appeared on the wall. Han Sung-yoon pointed toward it, emphasizing, "I need to get stronger." Immediately, a burst of light erupted as he reminded himself. "Strong enough that no one can stop me, not even a god." Not long after, a blinding light appeared, transporting Sung to another trial. The system announced that the 17th floor trial had begun. Difficulty: hard. Trial theme: massacre. Time limit: 7 days. Condition to pass the trial: you must kill all enemies within the specified time and reach the very end of the Celestial Martial Hall. Condition for trial failure: death or running out of time. Reward for passing: S plus cultivation elixir. Penalty for failure: death. He was now standing in gloomy darkness. Han Sung-yoon scanned his surroundings. "I can't see anything. The darkness is paralyzing my senses." Suddenly, the sword at his side spoke up. "This is tough. You better be careful. You'll never know when you'll be attacked." The system immediately announced, "Fire Dragon's Eye skill has been activated." At the same time, Han Sung-yoon's pupils began to glow brightly. Several human figures instantly appeared in his vision. Han Sung-yoon muttered to himself, counting 1, 2, 3, 6 in total. Just as he was lost in his thoughts about the theme being a massacre, a sharp sword point was about to touch the back of Han Sung-yoon's neck from behind. He sensed it and immediately fell back, performing a graceful flip in mid-air that caused the other person's sword to change direction. Han Sung-yoon raised his hand high, summoning a radiant red holy light to illuminate the place. "So, we're in a cave." He immediately shot the holy light towards the cave's ceiling, telling himself, "Using holy light in a cave will be a disadvantage for me." Seeing the source of light, the other men had to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Han Sung-yoon took that opportunity to land on the ground and face this group. One by one, their identities were revealed. Mount Hua, Shaolin Temple, a shaman, the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, the Triad. What kind of combination is this? The sword beside him reminded him, when confronting people from the Murim, you need to be even more vigilant. Also, since the theme is a massacre, You must avoid making them a common enemy or threat. Han Sung-yoon's voice boomed aggressively. You guys. He was never afraid of anyone, so he issued a challenge. If you're planning to fight, then come at me all at once. The sword seemed a bit confused. Hey, half-disciple. Han Sung-yoon gripped the hilt of his sword. His eyes glowed red, his tone filled with murderous intent as he declared, You're all going to die anyway. The sword screamed, Hey, you crazy bastard, as Sung decisively swung a fatal blow, successfully slicing the person in front of him in half. The system also displayed a notification. You have selected a powerful enemy and defeated them. Han Sung-yoon felt his power surge, and his strikes became even more precise. Under his blade, their numbers quickly dwindled. The system continued to announce that all stats would be temporarily increased by 3 on the 17th floor. He coldly attacked with all his might until the system displayed that all enemies had been eliminated. Only then did he begin to slow down. Reeking of bloodlust, Han Sung-yoon advanced toward those who were barely clinging to life. Meanwhile, the notifications continued to ring out. All stats will be temporarily increased by 2 on the 17th floor. At this point, he stood towering before them like a god of slaughter. One clever individual spoke up. Hey, it seems we're all adventurers, so let's just sit down calmly and talk this out. But before he could finish his sentence, Han Sung-yoon stabbed his sword through his head, not even giving him time to scream. Immediately after, the system announced, all stats will be increased by 1. He focused on the man who had just died before him and said, You were going to die anyway, what's the point of talking? With that, Han Sung-yoon pulled out his sword, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Only then did he calmly sheath his sword. Then he spoke up, I've handled all of them. Is there anything else? The system displayed another notification. You have passed the poisonous insect path of the Celestial Martial Hall. Immediately after, the ground in front of him suddenly cracked open, accompanied by a very loud noise. Looking at the enormous thing gradually rising before him, Han Sung-yoon smiled with excitement and said, Now this is more like it. Very quickly, a gate appeared, its 2 doors rapidly opening. He stood boldly before the massive gate, speculating. They greatly enhanced their abilities. There's no way it would end this easily, right? In response, there was only the sound of the system. You have fulfilled all the conditions, so the gate is opening. Han Sung-yoon clicked his tongue, then turned around and strode forward bravely. He said very casually, as long as the reward is generous, I don't care either way. Han Sung-yoon walked neither quickly nor slowly along the dark corridor. Suddenly, a voice came to his ear. Hey, Han Sung-yoon, I remember now. He immediately asked warily, What are you talking about? As a natural reflex, he hurriedly looked around to search, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chu. Before Han Sung-yoon could mentally prepare himself, he jumped and shouted, Good God! This, in turn, successfully startled her into a panic. She said loudly, Wait, why are you suddenly so jumpy? Seizing the opportunity, he immediately complained, You should at least give me a heads up before you pop out. You scared me. At this point, Han Sung-yoon gently negotiated, Can you make yourself a little smaller, like turn into a child? Chu immediately burst out laughing and replied, Whether I want to turn into a child or come out is up to me. Despite her words, she quickly shrank down. Noticing his dagger-like gaze, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Why are you looking at me like that? Han Sung-yoon didn't answer her question and just said coldly, Anyway, you said you remembered. What did you mean by that? Chu replied without a second thought, Right. I remember where this place is and why these martial artists are appearing. Hearing this, he thought for a moment before speaking. Oh, right. Sometimes the tower recreates real events. Is this one of them? She answered without missing a beat. Exactly. This is the Heavenly Martial Palace. Recalling the image of a man who once trained here, Chu began to explain. A few hundred years ago, the sword-light emperor of that era was known as the strongest martial artist. He stored countless martial arts manuals in a secret library, which is behind this 17th floor. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon asked doubtfully, So, the people who wanted the sword-light emperor's manuals came here? She replied softly, Exactly. Because so many powerful people were after those manuals, this place was always stained with the blood of tower climbers. Moreover, the martial arts he left behind were suitable for many different people. It only takes a short time for someone to achieve some level of mastery with them. Images of martial arts masters appeared one after another as Chu spoke. She added, That's why there are countless powerful individuals inside the Heavenly Martial Palace. So it's best to be careful. Chu recalled the appearance of a bloodthirsty genius and continued, From what I know, one of them is a man they call a genius. I can still remember the faint scent of blood on him. As she walked, she tried to sense her surroundings, then confirmed with certainty that the genius was in the Heavenly Martial Palace. The closer we get, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. That means we're very close. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon asked curiously, You can't remember who it is exactly. Chu replied distractedly. It was a very long time ago, so I can't recall. However, her tone then became more serious. She continued, although I don't know who's stronger between you and that man, you can't be too careful. Before long, the two of them stopped walking. Han Sung-yoon looked up at the scene before him and said, we're here. In front of them was a sealed stone door, on which the words Heavenly Martial Palace were clearly inscribed. He asked cautiously, so you're saying the smell of blood is coming from here? Chu focused for a moment before replying, the scent isn't strong, but I can definitely smell it. Receiving this confirmation, Han Sung-yoon stepped forward and said, I'll finish this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his energy and pushed the gate open. The immense force caused his feet to sink deeper into the ground. Finally, under Han Sung-yoon's strength, the stone door slowly creaked open. His gaze sharpened, and he warily assessed the inside. At the same time, system notifications began to ring out continuously. You have entered the dark heavenly path of the Heavenly Martial Palace. The penalty for entering the dark heavenly path has been activated. The internal energy meridians in your body and all your senses will be temporarily disabled here. Your vision will be temporarily plunged into darkness in this area. After entering, Han Sung-yoon remained calm despite seeing nothing but blackness around him. He instinctively asked, another dark room. With that, Han Sung-yoon opened his system, thinking as he navigated it. My senses were blocked on the poison insect path too, but the penalty on the dark heavenly path seems even more severe. Soon, a notification came through. The adaptation effect of the Explorer's B-grade light battle gloves has been activated. Han Sung-yoon pressed again, and the next notification appeared. The internal energy meridians in the body will not be sealed. He said with great satisfaction, I can't believe a B-grade item is this useful. It even nullified the restriction rules of the dark heavenly path. At that moment, a system prompt sounded. Find your way in the darkness. Only the first 4 people can escape the dark heavenly path. As contestants are eliminated, the darkness will recede slightly. Han Sung-yoon's sharp gaze assessed the situation, and he said acceptingly, if I can't see, then so be it. Quickly, a new notification appeared. It stated that the Fire Dragon Eye skill had been activated. Instantly, countless red threads enveloped the area around him. His vision improved. Han Sung-yoon scanned the area and remarked, this cave is huge. There are even more people here than in the last round. I've dealt with the darkness. Now, where do I go? Right after his question, the system sound chimed. The Sixth Sense skill has been activated. You have realized which way to go, but your opponents have not. Immediately after, a path suddenly lit up in the space. Han Sung-yoon let out a surprised ah and said, it's leading to the exit. The circle at his feet lit up accordingly. He said excitedly, I can get out first if I follow this path. As he followed the glowing path, he thought to himself, this is a pretty difficult part of the trial, since all senses, vision, and internal energy are sealed. But against me, he gave a victor's smile and said aloud, it's useless. Because of his confidence, the system quickly announced, you have obtained the Pioneer title by achieving the objective. All stats will be temporarily increased by 4. A shortcut to the final stage will be opened. Han Sung-yoon stood still as he received the information, feeling overjoyed. Now feeling fully prepared, he asked aloud, is that genius here? He waited for a moment, but was met with only silence. Chu remained pensive and didn't answer. Han Sung-yoon, slightly angered, drew his sword powerfully and said, no answer. Fine. I don't know if that genius you mentioned is here or not. Meanwhile, the system urged him on. Kill the lost ones immediately. Filled with killing intent, Han Sung-yoon said, then I'll just kill them all. The system then added, before you meet them at the next gate. Not far away, in a dark, damp corner, the deadly sounds of combat rang out continuously. Looking closer, a swordsman in blue could be seen frantically stabbing his sword into the person beneath him. After a while, as if his bloodlust had been satisfied, he stopped. He couldn't help but curse, damn it. Is this supposed to be the secret library left by the strongest, the Swordlight Emperor? Then, the swordsman thought with extreme patience, it's fine. For the past 60 years of my life, I've done everything to become the strongest. Just moments ago, he had been kneeling submissively at the feet of the man in yellow he had just killed, begging, please, let me live. As the swordsman recalled this, he thought, if I can obtain the Swordlight Emperor's martial arts manuals, I'll do whatever it takes. If I can become stronger, I can endure any amount of humiliation. A thought sparked in his mind. It doesn't matter if I'm evil. It doesn't matter if I have to deceive others. And indeed, the swordsman acted on his thoughts. The moment the man in yellow decided to spare him and turned away, he quietly rose to his feet with a sinister look in his eyes. In that instant, the swordsman could only think of one thing. To become stronger, I'll kill as many people as I have to. And so, That's when he stealthily drew his sword behind the man in yellow's back. Then, just moments later, he mercilessly swung a fatal blow at the very person who had just spared his life. The swordsman thought in a daze. And that's why I have to obtain the martial arts of the Sword Light Emperor. But then his gaze returned to the scene before him. At that moment, the swordsman couldn't help but panic, asking himself 1,000 times, Who is that guy? In the direction he was looking, Han Sung-yoon was now on a wild killing spree. Not a single person in his sights could escape the tip of his sword, his system kept announcing. A tower climber has died. The darkness obstructing your vision has begun to fade. Han Sung-yoon pushed forward powerfully, clearing any obstacle in his path as he went. Just then, an axe blade silently flew toward him. Han Sung-yoon quickly detected it, and with one hand, he raised his sword and easily deflected the attack. Seeing this, the muscular man put even more force into controlling the axe, attacking Han Sung-yoon again, but he dodged it completely. He tightened his grip on the control chain in his hand and said, I can't let the martial arts manual fall into someone else's hands. Over here, Sung-yoon suddenly crouched and leaped forward, just as a notification announced, Skill. Graceful as the wind has been activated. As fast as lightning, Han Sung-yoon closed in on the muscular man, giving him no time to react. As their eyes met, Sung-yoon spoke seriously. So this guy isn't the genius either. Without another word, giving his opponent no time to react, Han Sung-yoon sent him on his way with a single slash that took off his head. The other swordsman witnessed the entire scene. He muttered to himself, Impossible. His face turned pale as he realized something. All the recognized sword masters of the martial world. At this, the swordsman looked with trembling eyes at Han Sung-yoon standing in the middle of a battlefield of corpses and silently added, Are all dead. Sung-yoon had also noticed the swordsman's presence. With his overwhelming aura, Han Sung-yoon coldly walked toward him. The closer he got, the more the swordsman panicked, his inner monologue racing. For 60 years of my life, I've developed my senses to be incredibly sharp. That's something you can only learn from countless near-death experiences. But when he finally came face to face with Han Sung-yoon, the swordsman could only think one thing. There's no way I can escape now. I can't beat him. That being the case, before the thought even finished, he hurriedly knelt and said respectfully, Please, spare my life. I'm weak. I have an old wife and young children to take care of. The swordsman roared as if channeling the strength of 3 generations. So if I don't have the Sword Light Emperor's martial arts, I can't survive in this ruthless martial world. But if you let me live, I'll give up and quietly return home. As he finished speaking, he sneered inwardly. The moment you let your guard down, I'll kill you instantly. Han Sung-yoon stood there, looking at him thoughtfully for a moment. His aura alone could easily crush the man at any time. Finally, to the swordsman's astonishment, he spoke. Lies. Han Sung-yoon said coldly, If I let you live, you'll kill me the moment I let my guard down. As he spoke, the cold tip of his sword was already at the man's face as he continued. I've been watching. The dirty tricks you use on others. Although, I'm also obsessed with getting stronger. At this, Han Sung-yoon recalled his own past. Back when he was so exhausted he had to lean on his sword just to stand firm. He then said to the swordsman, But no matter how weak I was. An image of a trembling Han Sung-yoon during his training appeared as his voice continued. No matter how hard I struggled, even though it seemed like I wasn't getting any stronger. At this point, his voice turned ice cold, then getting stronger in such a filthy way. Han Sung-yoon lightly raised his sword, his tone utterly terrifying as he continued. You'd be better off dead. With those words, blood splattered across the cave and onto the adjacent wall. A new notification appeared. You have killed all the lost ones. Congratulations. You have completed the God's Special Guidance Trial. Skill, Instantaneous Acceleration B has leveled up. Skill, Graceful as the Wind A has leveled up. Skill, Sixth Sense B. Han Sung-yoon continued on his way out. He told himself, I guess I just have to follow this blue path. As he walked, he glanced over the skills on his system screen. After a moment, he spoke, so many skills leveled up. It's probably because I killed so many people. Then Han Sung-yoon turned to the person next to him and said, But, Ju, that bastard isn't here. He swallowed his words before he could finish. She was in no mood to listen to any of that right now. Ju was cheering with excitement. It's been so long since I've drunk so much blood. This feels great. A notification followed. The Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has absorbed blood, increasing its item rank. Han Sung-yoon looked at her shameless display and thought, What's important right now isn't that genius, but seeing how much stronger the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword has become after evolving. Suddenly, Ju became angry. She walked toward him step by step and said, Hey, Sung-joon. Anger was written all over Ju's face as she questioned him. How dare you treat me like a tool? Han Sung-yoon stammered. Did you read my mind? Ju gritted her teeth and replied, Yes. I read those blasphemous thoughts of yours. There wasn't a hint of satisfaction in her eyes as she said, if you want my help, at least show me some respect. As soon as she finished speaking, the system announced, you have passed the Heavenly Martial Palace of the Black Heavens Path. You have met the requirements to open a shortcut. The Light Heavens Path has been opened. Quickly, a portal appeared before the two of them. It was the Light Heavens Path. Han Sung-yoon said with great satisfaction. Perfect timing. But even if it's a shortcut, is a gate in the martial dimension like this really okay? Ju immediately added. I've never seen this happen before either. There must be some special conditions. Seeing him lost in thought, she added, that's not what's important. At this, she yelled in his face again. Stop treating me, your companion, like some kind of tool. Han Sung-yoon was surprised by her attitude and instinctively said softly, okay. She looked at him silently, as if waiting for an explanation or a promise, but in the end, Han Sung-yoon just smiled brightly and replied, all right, don't be upset. Let's get going. Chu sulkily denied it. Who's upset? Seizing the opportunity, he asked, but can you smell that genius's blood? She replied coldly, I don't know. A while later, Han Sung-yoon was struggling to dodge beams of light raining down from the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was walking through a thunderstorm of lightning. Dodging an attack, he said, hey, Chu, we came this way because you said you could smell blood. But what is all this? If this keeps up, I'm logging out. Chu laughed and replied, look at you. This is what you get for treating me like a tool. Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon grew even angrier and cursed. Damn it. Just then, a more powerful blast of light was about to strike him. Han Sung-yoon reacted instantly, and with a notification, the counter-shield skill activated. A small but powerful shield appeared in front of him. A massive beam of light shot down, shaking the entire surrounding space. Han Sung-yoon managed to escape, but not easily. He gritted his teeth while dodging and said, I almost died. But where's the Divine Hall? Why are only these beams of light attacking me? Seeing his struggle, Chu seemed to be enjoying herself as she answered, this is the Heavenly Realm's Sword-Light Emperor. The one who created the Divine Martial Hall must have secretly made this place after infusing it with divine power. She added, the reason these light beams are attacking is probably because this is a shortcut, so it's full of obstacles. Or it could be a trap. Han Sung-yoon said, a little angry. Just by looking at this, I can tell what kind of person the Sword-Light Emperor is. Just as 4 heavenly beams were about to strike him, Han Sung-yoon screamed, he's a psycho bastard. The system also displayed, counter-shield skill has been activated. And just like that, a massive explosion erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. When the dust settled, Han Sung-yoon's shield had a hole blown through it. He gritted his teeth as he received a system notification. The counter-shield skill has been destroyed, rendering it unable to deflect attacks. Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but worry, thinking to himself that he'd used up all of his counter-shield charges and couldn't use it anymore. At this point, he had to make a decision. Well then, there's only one way. Then he gave an order, Chu. Use all of your support skills. She asked blankly, what are you planning to do? Drawing his sword with determination, Han Sung-yoon explained to her. This whole place seems to be an unrecognizable, indefinite realm. In this endless space, the only way to get through is, at this, his demeanor turned sharp and decisive as he declared, to destroy this place. Chu replied calmly, I'm not even surprised anymore. After a short pause, she asked, but didn't you have something you needed to say to me? Surprised, Han Sung-yoon shot back a question. What? Seeing his attitude, Chu flared up, the fact that you treat me like a tool and not a partner. You have no respect for me at all. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon immediately brushed her off. Chu, now is not the time. Then he quickly leaped to avoid a beam of light and continued. If I get hit by one of those holy light beams, it's really over. But Chu's tone was still fierce. Answer me. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth, probably pushed to his absolute limit. But in the end, he had to give in. I'm sorry. I've always respected you, and I don't see you as just a tool. Extremely satisfied, Chu announced, very good. I'll make a special exception and forgive you. As soon as everything was ready, a notification rang out. Soul Master of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword Technique, Magic Burst A, has been activated. Your body's magic power has increased. Soul Master Skill of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, Thought Acceleration A, has been activated. You are now thinking faster. Soul Master Skill of the Heavenly Blood Demon Sword, Small Core B, has been activated. A small magical component has been created to supplement your magic's movements. After activating everything he needed, Han Sung-yoon said, all right then, let's go. Chu quickly replied, you can count on me. Sung-yoon. Just as she finished speaking, a massive beam of light shot towards them as if it had eyes. A notification immediately popped up. Battle Focus skill has been activated. User's focus has increased sevenfold. Following that, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. The expected explosion happened quickly, but he easily flew up to avoid it. The system announced, Holy Light skill has been activated. Immediately, Han Sung-yoon and Chu entered a state of intense concentration and charged into battle. Streams of brilliant red holy light, under his control, shot towards the massive beam. A powerful collision occurred between the brilliant red holy light and the golden beam. Han Sung-yoon skillfully controlled the holy light to counterattack. The next second, a new notification rang out. Grotto Heaven skill has been activated. Immediately after, an immense source of energy appeared, shooting straight up from the ground into the sky. Its force grew stronger and stronger, as if gathering all the power from its surroundings. The red dot in the sky grew brighter and more brilliant, while that source of power continued its relentless assault. Suddenly, right at the location of the red dot, a massive explosion erupted, heavily shaking the surrounding space. The system quickly announced, the destructible limit has disappeared. Han Sung-yoon stared blankly at what had just happened. The scene before him shifted his surprise to confusion, because the sky was now cracking like a shattered mirror. Immediately after, shards rained down, revealing a dark, gray void behind them. At the same time, a notification sounded. You have obtained the title, Dimension Severer. The Swordlight Emperor is intrigued by the challenger, Han Sung-yoon. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon broke into a wide smile. Filled with excitement, he said, I think we did it. Chu hesitated, finding it hard to believe, and asked back, Really? But the next notification completely confirmed his words. The system displayed, the Swordlight Emperor has decided that you have completed the inheritance trial. Images of the gods slowly appeared, along with more notifications. The God of Shadows congratulates challenger Han Sung-yoon while clapping enthusiastically. The God of Judgment has warned the Swordlight Emperor not to do anything reckless. The Dragon God said jealously, Why did you give him the inheritance trial and not me? Another goddess expressed her anger, as the system reported. The Swordlight Emperor growled at everyone, Stop bothering me and get lost. Taking in the information, Han Sung-yoon muttered to himself, I wish you'd all get lost, too. Chu, on the other hand, was not so calm and asked, What in the world have you been doing to cause this kind of chaos? He didn't answer and just said, I want to ask you a few questions. After a slight hesitation, he began, Hey, Chu. But just as he started, a notification rang out, cutting him off. The true heavenly path has opened. In the sky above, a white light began to appear. They both looked up at the same time, and Han Sung-yoon immediately changed the subject. He said, We should head to the next point. Chu, bewildered by his constant change of attitude, let out a, huh. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked, What were you going to say? Han Sung-yoon replied distractedly, It was nothing. As he spoke, the two of them stepped into the gate before them. The system chimed, entered the heavenly martial hall of the true heavenly path. Shortly after, Han Sung-yoon found himself standing before a picturesque landscape, a place that felt incredibly close to nature. He remarked softly, This place looks so peaceful. Hearing this, Chu spoke up. Looks like you can let your guard down a bit. From a pavilion not far away, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. We finally meet. Han Sung-yoon cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. The Swordlight Emperor spoke softly. You've had a hard time getting here. I am the Swordlight Emperor, the one who created this celestial dojo. You have passed through the hidden gate. He asked in surprise. You mean that was a gate? The Swordlight Emperor replied. That's right. You passed it splendidly. Han Sung-yoon asked, annoyed. So, is the test over? Where's my reward? Is there another test? Then, as if realizing something, he added, So why did you call me here? Seeing his attitude, the Swordlight Emperor put a hand to her face and replied, Don't be angry. I just wanted to see you in person. You have no idea how much trouble I went through when the other gods were all coveting you. Han Sung-yoon was speechless, only able to think to himself, Is she crazy? The Swordlight Emperor waved at him and said gently, I want to talk with you more, but there's still one test left. I will teach you martial arts and some exercises if you pass. With immense confidence, she pointed to the surroundings and said, Although it might be a bit difficult for you, I believe you will overcome it just like the last test. Hearing this, he asked in a panic, Wait, what do you mean exercises and what do you mean more difficult? But before he could finish his questions, the Swordlight Emperor placed her hand on his forehead and teleported him away. A moment later, the system's voice announced, You have entered the Celestial Dojo, the end of the Heavenly Road. Only one person can receive the martial arts left behind by the Swordlight Emperor. Han Sung-yoon complained helplessly. She's so unreasonable. After observing the situation, he asked, Jonggu, where is this place? She quickly replied, Look ahead. Han Sung-yoon shifted his gaze forward and easily saw two figures fighting frantically. One of the two figures was the heavenly demon. She quickly landed a fatal blow on her opponent, successfully taking his head. Instantly, the head fell to the ground with a thud. Chu spoke cautiously. This one is overflowing with bloodlust. Han Sung-yoon looked at her and asked, so she's a genius? Chu hesitated and replied, it seems so. Suddenly, the heavenly demon shot a chilling glare in their direction. Chu and Han Sung-yoon immediately went into a defensive stance. As he drew his sword, he wondered to himself, what was that pressure just now? Hearing this, Chu also spoke with great concern. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. You'd better be careful. One mistake, and you'll be staying here for good. Seeing that the two weren't saying anything, the heavenly demon spoke first. She looked directly at Han Sung-yoon and said provocatively, are you here to fight me? The heavenly demon asked judgmentally, are you two looking for the sword-light emperor's martial arts? Han Sung-yoon remained silent, but it was clear his expression was not good. Not receiving an answer, she sneered, you're not going to answer, even though I asked. At this, the heavenly demon's eyes filled with killing intent, and an invisible pressure began to radiate from her. She growled, it seems you want to die. The moment she finished speaking, the heavenly demon lunged forward, swinging a fatal blow at Han Sung-yoon's neck, much to his shock, but immediately after, she let out a gasp of surprise. An announcement rang out. The unique effect of the S-Class protective bracelet of the Nameless God, Defense Priority, has been activated. The bracelet has blocked an unblockable attack. You have 3 more uses. Quick as a flash, Han Sung-yoon seized the opportunity to move. He retreated a short distance from the heavenly demon, the tracks left on the ground clearly visible. Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and thought, the Nameless God's protective bracelet saved me. The heavenly demon's expression changed slightly as she spoke. You survived my strike without a scratch. Then she licked her lips with great interest. I see now. You're not like the others in this damn place. With that, the heavenly demon drew her sword again and charged at Han Sung-yoon. She continued with interest. You're an interesting one. The two quickly engaged in combat. While attacking, the heavenly demon asked, who are you? I've never been as interested in anyone like you in the martial world. Han Sung-yoon shouted angrily in her face. Before asking someone's name, isn't it common courtesy to introduce yourself first? The heavenly demon replied with a sly grin. Common courtesy? You're acting like you don't know who I am. The two swords, one purple and one gold, continuously clashed against each other. Han Sung-yoon seemed to be at a disadvantage. A recent blow from the heavenly demon forced him back, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground and leaving marks. He said sternly, and I have no habit of telling my name to someone who tries to kill me the moment we meet. She pretended to think for a moment and replied, that's true. I suppose so. The heavenly demon lowered her sword for a moment and said politely, then let me introduce myself first. I am the greatest of the demonic path, the one who has struck down countless challengers. At this, she raised her sword again. A powerful energy began to rise in the air, and killing intent spread everywhere. She continued, and I am the one who stands above all. No matter how much time passes, I am the heavenly demon. As she finished speaking, the system appeared and made an announcement. You have faced a powerful opponent. The skill Indomitable Will has been activated. The myth Battlefield Warrior's Trial has been activated. The special support A Grasshopper Kicking a Cart has been activated. As Han Sung-yoon struggled to block the force of the sword in front of his chest, he thought, now I understand why Chu said she was full of bloodlust. Chu then spoke up with concern. Such bloodlust. But don't worry, I'll do my best to help you. Han Sung-yoon was still highly focused on the battle, when suddenly his eyes narrowed in surprise. A second later, he quickly leaned back, successfully dodging a fatal blow from the heavenly demon. Seeing this, she said cheerfully, I'm starting to like you. But very quickly, her smile turned into a savage, demonic grin, as she said, you're just like my arrogant father. The heavenly demon recalled an old memory. The day she cut down her father with a single strike even as he pleaded for his life. The heavenly demon spoke with delight. I took the position of sect leader by killing him, but it was so much fun because he was the only one who could fight me. The heavenly demon said with regret as she slashed repeatedly at Han Sung-yoon. And after that, there was no one left in the martial world who could stand against me. She suddenly lunged forward with unimaginable power, knocking Han Sung-yoon back, and declared aggressively, but now, you are here. He was hit so hard he slammed into a stone slab behind him, the impact instantly shattering it. The heavenly demon laughed sinisterly and surmised, you must have come from the celestial dojo to get stronger. Let's see how far you'll go to become more powerful. Then she began to ask manically, have you killed your own relatives, betrayed your allies, or perhaps slaughtered countless people? The smile on the heavenly demon's face grew more and more savage, like a living devil. she said excitedly. Just thinking about it is thrilling. If you're as strong as I am, your hands must be stained with the blood of countless lives. The heavenly demon's excitement was quickly extinguished by Han Sung-yoon's dismissive words. She asked angrily, "What?" While he calmly replied, "Let me tell you something." Amidst the shattered rocks and hazy dust, the young man's resolute voice rang out. "I want to be stronger, just like you." The image of a cracked family photo flashed through Sung's mind, making him speak with even more conviction. But above all else, a powerful resolve then took form once again. His firm voice continued to ring out, "There's a line I will never cross." A second later, Han Sung-yoon appeared in a state of fury. His eyes were bloodshot red as he gritted his teeth and said, "Rather than commit a sin." As flames began to ignite within his body, Sung smirked, yearning to become stronger. Then, he quickly transformed into his draconic state to finish his sentence, "I would rather die." At the same time, the system announced, "Unique ability, Dragonification, has been activated." The aura emanating from Sung caused the surrounding rocks to tremble and continuously fall to the ground. The heavenly demon stood there, stunned into silence. Suddenly, a powerful flash of light snapped her out of it. Following that, a dragon's roar erupted, and flames flared up as if to incinerate the entire space. The heavenly demon stood perfectly still, not moving a muscle. Only when the flames licked at her feet did she leap up and swing her sword in a counterattack. As she struck, the heavenly demon laughed and said, "That fire is terrifyingly hot. I'll give you that. But this isn't even enough to scratch my skin." To her astonishment, Han Sung-yoon suddenly charged out from within the blazing flames like a god, rushing toward the heavenly demon. Seeing his new form, she said with interest, "So, you have an interesting outfit as well, do you?" At this, the heavenly demon's smile widened, and she raised her sword provocatively, filled with excitement. "But what does that change?" Immediately, the system issued a warning. Heavenly demon Yusen has used the skill, Mind Sword. A second later, she launched a powerful attack toward Han Sung-yoon. He gracefully dodged the fatal blow. He wasn't one to just take it, either, immediately launching a counterattack, thrusting his sword straight at the heavenly demon. Seeing this, she gave a sinister smile and stood still, waiting. The moment Han Sung-yoon got close, the heavenly demon leaped up and slashed back at him. The system warned, Heavenly demon Yusen has used the skill, Mind Sword. She did a flip and then quickly attacked him once more. The surprise attack left Han Sung-yoon with no time to react. Another notification appeared. "The bracelet has blocked an unblockable attack on your behalf. You have 2 uses remaining." He stumbled backward, losing his balance, as the heavenly demon quickly flew back to the opposite side. She laughed with great interest and said, "You have plenty of skills to keep me entertained. First breathing fire like a dragon, then that absurd dodging, and you even have a trick for after you get hit." The heavenly demon relentlessly mocked Sung. With a mocking expression, she said, "I hope you'll continue to entertain me, just like you're doing now." The moment the heavenly demon finished speaking, the system issued a warning. Heavenly demon Yusen has used the skill, Mind Sword. Before he could even recover, the tip of her sword touched Sung's forehead, freezing him in place for a moment. But luckily, he managed to dodge in time. The sword strike missed its target, merely grazing past Sung. He thought with difficulty. That Mind Sword technique is seriously annoying. The heavenly demon didn't let him rest for long, continuing her assault. As he dodged, he marveled at her technique. "It's both powerful and fast. I don't even have a chance to swing my sword." At this point, Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and thought bitterly, "If I could learn that, I could become so much stronger. But how am I supposed to use a technique like that?" Chu suddenly answered, "A dragon's heart." Surprised, Han Sung-yoon glanced down at her and asked, "What?" He then looked toward the arrogant heavenly demon. Chu added, "A dragon's heart fills the heart with holy power, raising you to a higher level." It was like an epiphany for Sung. He wondered, if that's the case, then could it be? Chu quickly caught onto his train of thought. She replied casually, "Yeah, you're right. The fact that she killed her own father to become the leader must have instilled a deep-seated fear in countless people." As she confirmed it, the image of the heavenly demon sitting on a high throne, collecting the fear of others, became increasingly clear in his mind. Recalling her wicked smile at that time, Chu added, "So it's definitely holy power supplemented by the fear of the masses." In other words, the driving force behind that Mind Sword technique is the holy power she has accumulated in her heart. At that moment, the heavenly demon could wait no longer. She continued to launch attacks at Han Sung-yoon. Meanwhile, Chu kept whispering in his ear, "Look closely at her heart. If you look carefully enough, you'll be able to see the path of her sword. And if you swing your sword along that exact path, you'll be able to use the Mind Sword technique with your own holy power." At this, Han Sung-yoon fully understood everything. He said confidently, "Got it." Instantly, the system chimed, activating skill, Combat Focus. Just as Han Sung-yoon was about to strike, he suddenly went, "Ha," in his mind. Looking at the image of the heavenly demon before him, he immediately rejoiced internally. I can see it now. I can see the path of the sword originating from her heart. Once the joy subsided, Sung began to formulate a plan. He calculated his next move. Observe, dodge, and copy the sword path exactly. Then he bravely raised his sword, his fighting spirit blazing as he thought the heavenly demon's mind soared. His plan set, Han Sung-yoon charged toward the heavenly demon like a flash. Every swing of his sword was powerful and precise. Seeing this, she was stunned for a moment. After trying it for the first time, he thought with great satisfaction. So this is what it feels like. Now the mind sword is definitely easier to dodge. The heavenly demon stood stunned, observing his every move. Then, suddenly, a sinister and demonic smile spread across her face. Though she was smiling, her eyes were filled with killing intent. She said, "I can't believe you managed to master the mind sword in such a short amount of time. You're making me even more excited." Han Sung-yoon replied coldly, "Excited? What's there to be excited about?" In his mind, he was thinking, "Because I learned the mind sword technique." Just as he had that thought, a mechanical voice rang out, activating special effect of the godly jade, absolute seal of the nameless goddess. Immediately after, blue chains appeared. Following the direction of his finger, they flew toward the heavenly demon. One by one, the chains pierced her heart. The system quickly announced, "The strongest ability of heavenly demon Yusin has been sealed. Currently, the use of holy energy in certain skills is forbidden." Chains gradually bound the heavenly demon's heart, making even the slightest movement difficult for it. The announcement rang out again, 29 minutes and 59 seconds remaining until the seal is lifted. Han Sung-yoon raised his sword toward the heavenly demon and made a powerful declaration. "Because I'm ending this fight right now." His eyes glinted coldly as he resolved to put an end to this battle. Immediately, the system announced that all of the divine jades of the nameless goddess had been used. Han Sung-yoon moved swiftly toward the heavenly demon, saying, "It's time for some payback." Along with his determination, a series of activation notifications appeared. Skill, Sword, Storm Sea has imbued the sword with the wind attribute, activating a passive skill. The aptitude of the true supreme blood demon sword has been enhanced, activating the special effect, Dual Strike, of the immortal dragon demon sword. Han Sung-yoon charged forward with all his might. He thought to himself that he would increase the stats of his heart sword with dragonification and take her down. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Han Sung-yoon channeled all his strength into his sword and unleashed a fatal blow toward the heavenly demon. The surrounding earth and rocks flew everywhere, but the scene that followed left him stunned. The heavenly demon just stood there without even trying to dodge. The sword strike didn't even touch a single hair on her head. Han Sung-yoon wondered in amazement, did the attack have no effect? Just as he was lost in thought, Chu's voice called out a warning. With no time to think, Han Sung-yoon hastily retreated. The heavenly demon remained silent, watching Han Sung-yoon without a word. He couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. What was that? A moment ago, it felt like her body was incredibly hard, making it difficult to damage her. Is she hiding another skill besides the heart sword? At that moment, the heavenly demon finally spoke at a leisurely pace. "After you sealed my heart sword and attacked me with all your might, I didn't expect you to fall so short." At the same time, a notification appeared. The heavenly demon, Cho Yusin, has used the skill Protective Aura. At this point, she dropped the fake smile she'd been wearing, revealing her truly menacing nature as she said, "I'm a little disappointed this time." Seeing Han Sung-yoon's troubled expression, the heavenly demon continued, "But now, you'll have to entertain me even more, because if you don't..." The heavenly demon raised her sword, her killing intent surging as she finished her sentence. "I might just kill you by accident." Naturally, another notification appeared. The heavenly demon, Cho Yusen, has used the skill Heavenly Demon's Black Sword. Han Sung-yoon now realized the terrifying danger he was in. He thought, the flow of energy has changed. This is dangerous. Meanwhile, back where Namgung Hyuk was, everything was still peaceful, a stark contrast to Han Sung-yoon's current situation. The Sword-Light Emperor sipped her tea, looking worried. "That's right. I wonder if he's making good use of the holy relic I gave him," she added softly. "I gave it to him as a reward for clearing that difficult gate in the previous mission. I can't say that the item will perform at its absolute best." But at this, the Sword-Light Emperor hesitated, looking up at the sky. As if looking toward where Han Sung-yoon was, she said, "I hope he uses it well." Back with our hero, Han Sung-yoon was frantically dodging the heavenly demon's attacks. Her voice rang in his ears, "Where's all that spirit from before?" Exhausted, he could only plant his two swords into the ground to barely stay upright. Seeing this, she taunted him, "If this is all you've got, you're finished." Han Sung-yoon cursed inwardly. Damn it. I can't tell where she's attacking from. He thought warily. I can't see her even after using Dragon's Eye. How is this possible? Han Sung-yoon glanced at the notification in front of him. He asked himself in complete confusion. And what is this thing floating in front of my eyes? It read, please mark the target. His vision went dark. He thought in utter frustration, how am I supposed to mark a target I can't even see? Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but grit his teeth. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't mark her. Just then, Chu's voice offered him a piece of advice. Han Sung-yoon, if you can't see her, then close your eyes and focus your senses. You may be a novice in martial arts, but you are an extremely powerful and transcendent challenger. She gently reminded him, trust yourself. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon's will to fight ignited once more. He readied his body and began to listen to his surroundings. Han Sung-yoon closed his eyes and started to visualize the scene around him. Feeling everything slowly come under his control, he whispered in reply, yeah, you're right, Chu. Then he told himself, I have to focus. The moment the thought formed, a new notification appeared. Activating skill. Sixth sense. The heavenly demon continued to move relentlessly around him as Han Sung-yoon began to sense her position. Very quickly, he perceived her location clearly, thinking to himself, there she is. The system immediately picked up the signal. It quickly displayed, target locked on the heavenly demon. Cho Yusin. Activating the artifact's special effect, Light Sword. Along with it, a holy relic unexpectedly appeared. Han Sung-yoon was taken aback, wondering, what is that? When did I even get this holy relic? But he quickly pushed the question aside and focused on the fight. A special sword formation surrounded Han Sung-yoon. They radiated outwards from him but were all aimed at the heavenly demon. Another notification popped up. The swords will now begin to automatically pursue your selected target. Immediately after, as if drawn by an invisible force, the sword shot toward the heavenly demon like lightning. Han Sung-yoon was extremely pleased. A smile crept onto his face as he thought, I don't know when I got this, but the timing is perfect. He calculated confidently. Now you just need to stand still for me. Han Sung-yoon then began to raise the sword in his hand, combining it with the swords in the formation to prepare for an all-out assault. Not letting a single moment go to waste, he quickly pointed, signaling the swords to attack once more. Instantly, dozens of swords shot towards the heavenly demon in unison. Soon after, the ground was covered in swords, but they had naturally formed a circle. And inside that circle was the heavenly demon, trying to defend herself. Han Sung-yoon celebrated inwardly. Got her. But she spoke coldly. Is this really all the power you have? His expression immediately turned cold as he uttered in disbelief. What did you just say? Before he could finish his words, he felt a wave of sword chi slice him in half. Han Sung-yoon's eyes widened in disbelief at what had just happened. Before he could even recover his senses, the heavenly demon unleashed another skill. Strong sword aura, and a barrage of fierce attacks rained down on him. At the same time, a system notification sound rang out, activating the unique effect, priority defense, of the protective bracelet of the nameless goddess. An unblockable attack from the opponent has been blocked by the protective bracelet. Only one use remaining. Han Sung-yoon tried to replay the scene in his head, thinking doubtfully, what was that attack just now? He then told himself to stop with the stray thoughts. He quickly moved toward the heavenly demon, calculating on the go that he had to attack again with his heart sword as soon as possible. A chaotic battle quickly broke out. Han Sung-yoon frantically unleashed dozens of slashes toward the heavenly demon, but another notification appeared. Heavenly demon Chu Yusan has used the body fortification aura skill. As proof, Han Sung-yoon's slashes didn't even touch a single hair on her head. Looking at his current state, the heavenly demon couldn't help but let out a disappointed cry. Immediately after, she launched a fierce attack at Han Sung-yoon, leaving him no time to react. All he could do was grit his teeth and try his best to completely dodge the last blow. But the heavenly demon showed no signs of stopping. She silently sized him up and prepared to attack again. Very quickly, she delivered a fatal blow right at his neck. Not stopping there, another slash appeared at his waist and knees, all happening in a split second. At the same time, the system's sound rang out again, activating the unique defense priority effect of the protective bracelet of the nameless goddess. An attack from your opponent that you could not block has been stopped by the protective bracelet. All uses have been expended. The protective bracelet of the nameless goddess has been destroyed. Just like that, the bracelet fell to the ground and vanished. The heavenly demon stood silently, watching Han Sung-yoon without a shred of emotion. She spoke in a mocking tone. You said you were going to kill me, but all you've shown me are these boring skills. At this point, her voice grew several degrees colder as she said, if you're out of skills, then you might as well prepare to die. A notification appeared accordingly. Heavenly demon Chu Yusin has used the heavenly sword motion skill. Han Sung-yeon was struggling to stay on his feet, lamenting internally. He thought, this overwhelming killing intent makes it hard enough to even stand my ground. I let myself get paralyzed by the opponent's killing intent again. This isn't good. But Han Sung-yeon quickly regained his composure, preparing to charge into battle, though his heart was still filled with worry. He wondered, can I even use my divinity to resist this intense pressure? Chu quickly pulled him from his wandering thoughts. She said urgently, snap out of it. She's coming. The moment she finished speaking, the heavenly demon was already on top of Han Sung-yeon, the tip of her sword touching his armor. Han Sung-yeon hurriedly used his own sword to block, thinking furiously, she's too fast, but he could do nothing but defend. The heavenly demon continued to push her sword forward with force, wanting to pierce through his armor and into his flesh. Very quickly, she achieved her goal. The sharp blade stabbed deep into Han Sung-yeon's body, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Without letting him react, the heavenly demon forcefully pulled her sword back, and even more blood flowed out. Han Sung-yeon was horrified as blood gushed out continuously. He instinctively let out a pain cry. Just then, the system displayed a notification that the Dying Will skill had been activated. Your fatal wound has been erased. Your senses are temporarily amplified, and the effects of other skills have been upgraded. The cooldown time is 1 week. Immediately after, the recent wound on Han Sung-yeon's chest healed rapidly. Seeing him recover so easily, the heavenly demon jeered, looks like that was your last little trick. Han Sung-yeon felt he had no hope of defeating her. He was simply being toyed within the palm of this heavenly demon's hand. Seeing his despair, Chu spoke up to encourage him. No matter how hard it gets, you can't give up. There's still a chance. He quickly regained his spirit and replied, as long as I'm still alive, there's a way. At that same moment, a new notification appeared. You have obtained the beginning of Transcendence achievement. The power of boiling sword intent is evolving into fortified sword aura. Han Sung-yeon held the sword in his hand and suddenly felt a powerful force coursing through him. He thought to himself, this feeling. Seeing his expression, the heavenly demon quickly realized why and said, it's surprising that you've learned fortified sword aura, but it's useless. Then she held up 3 fingers and said, since you've managed to entertain me, for this final time, I will only use 3 basic attacks to deal with you. Hearing this, Han Sung-yeon immediately gritted his teeth in anger, but let out a slightly sarcastic, oh. He spun around, swung his sword, and continued, thanks a lot. As he finished speaking, Han Sung-yeon unleashed a series of slashes at the heavenly demon. She dodged them with ease. The heavenly demon knocked his blade aside and announced in a cold voice, that's not nearly enough to do anything to me. As she readied her own sword, she said with genuine disappointment. With that, a volley of sword auras shot towards Han Sung-yeon. He hastily dodged. The attack forced him back several steps, but immediately after, Han Sung-yeon pointed his sword straight at the heavenly demon with a fearless stance. The notification displayed, activating the Holy Light skill. Immediately, a source of light energy appeared, creating an explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. But from within the dust and smoke, a contemptuous voice rang out, the way you keep relying on items rather than your own abilities. The heavenly demon burst out from the rubble and declared with extreme power, there's nothing left for me to expect from you. As she finished speaking, she dashed forward and slammed a powerful punch into his stomach, giving him no time to react. A second later, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief at the outcome. The heavenly demon landed gracefully, while Han Sung-yeon was sent flying into a cliff by the blow, causing another explosion. He leaned painfully against the cliffside as the armor on his body gradually disappeared. Seeing Han Sung-yeon sitting silently and motionless, the heavenly demon spoke up. Since I've already used 2 moves, there's only one final move left. Seeing the critical situation, Chu called out repeatedly, hey, Han Sung-yeon, wake up. In truth, he hadn't passed out. He was just so disappointed in himself that he didn't have the will to stand. Han Sung-yeon thought despairingly, it's hopeless. None of my attacks work. He kept asking himself, can I really defeat her? Chu's voice calling his name continued to echo in his ears. The heavenly demon sized him up and said, looking at your condition, it seems you're no longer able to fight. Han Sung-yeon glanced at her and thought with a jolt, why are you looking at me with that expression? Right. I know that look better than anyone. Looking deep into the heavenly demon's eyes, he could make out 3 words. Utter contempt. Han Sung-yeon thought desperately, is that contempt just the beginning of this failure? Chu kept calling his name. Han Sung-yeon came to, but he was still drowning in the pain of his defeat. Remembering the way people used to look at him, he wondered what had helped him get this far. Even though he had been through so many failures, he didn't want to be looked down on by anyone ever again. In his mind, Han Sung-yeon finally managed to get up. He was determined not to lose, not to be oppressed by anyone. Then, like a helpless child, he hesitated, half kneeling on the ground, and lamented, "But it's so hard." At that moment, Chu's voice rang out again. "So that's it? Is it really that simple?" Startled, he turned to look at the girl in front of him and asked. Meanwhile, she gently approached his side and replied, "Yes, I kept calling you, but you wouldn't listen, so I had to come all the way here. I read your thoughts when you were feeling helpless." After a brief pause, Jogu asked gently, "But you already knew that, didn't you? You have to constantly prove yourself by repeatedly seizing opportunities and growing stronger." At this point, she suddenly turned to Han Sung-yoon and asked sincerely, "Who do you want to prove all that strength you worked so hard for too?" His eyes widened in surprise at the question, but he quickly answered to himself. Upon hearing Han Sung-yoon's answer, the system announced that the conditions had been met. Jogu pressed on, her tone a bit more urgent. "Why?" He answered without a hint of hesitation. "Because I don't want to have any regrets." Another notification popped up, stating, "You are gradually reaching the state of a transcendent being." Han Sung-yoon stood up as he spoke. "I want to become someone who can't be oppressed by anyone, someone whose path no one can block." Looking at the girl before him, he spoke with even more conviction. "The power to stand firm against any hardship without ever backing down. That's what I want." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark space enveloping his mind shattered, and countless golden lights flooded in, filling every nook and cranny. The system also displayed, "Sacred power has been forcefully activated." Jogu stared at him, bewildered, trying to take in all the changes happening to him. Then, she suddenly smiled. It seemed her efforts hadn't been in vain. Quickly, that small smile turned into a hearty laugh. Jogu even gave Sung a good whack, which hurt so much it brought tears to his eyes. He whipped around and yelled, "What was that for?" "Still laughing," she said. "Your expression looks much better now." Seeing that his spirits were back up, Jogu suggested, "Then hurry up and go defeat her." Han Sung-yeon, filled with fighting spirit and with unwavering determination in his eyes, replied, "All right." With his mind cleared, he began to sit up in the real world, sacred power radiating from his body. Han Sung-yeon thought to himself, "I can feel it." He stood up, fully savoring the feeling. There was no doubt sacred power was flowing through him now. Seeing his recovery, the heavenly demon was taken aback, unable to stop wondering what was going on. Han Sung-yoon was brimming with fighting spirit, his body surging with sacred power. Gripping his sword with both hands, he told himself, "My revenge begins anew." Amidst a desolate, dust-filled landscape, he stood tall, radiating a cold, brilliant aura. Opposite him was the heavenly demon. The space around them seemed to freeze amidst the shattered rocks and echoing sounds. The heavenly demon asked curiously, "What is that boundless sacred power?" She mused, "Have you been hiding it all this time?" He tightened his grip on his sword and retorted, "Think whatever you like, because either way, you're going to." The heavenly demon's brow furrowed, and she declared with absolute conviction, "Die." Hearing this, the heavenly demon gave a mocking smile. She sneered sarcastically, "Is this your last-ditch effort? How pathetic." The heavenly demon seemed to have lost all patience for this fight. She reminded him, "You still have the 3 moves I'm giving you, so hurry up and attack." Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon felt incredibly excited. He declared firmly, "If you're that eager to get hit, then I'll gladly oblige." The heavenly demon scoffed, "And how exactly do you plan to land a blow with that exhausted body of yours?" Before she could even finish her sentence, Han Sung-yoon had already appeared behind her with incredible speed, leaving the woman utterly stunned. The heavenly demon spun around in anger, thinking in confusion. Since when? She whipped back around and decisively swung her sword at him. As the attack was unleashed with a powerful surge of energy, the system notified Han Sung-yoon, "Heavenly Demon Tron Yusin has used the skill, Protective Aura." She smiled, her words laced with both sarcasm and disdain. "Your last attack surprised me, I'll admit. But no matter what you try, it's useless against me." As the tip of Han Sung-yoon's sword, pushed with all his might, was about to touch the heavenly demon's chest, she retorted, "I'll give you credit for achieving boundless, sacred power in such a short time. But, is that it? Show me what else you've got." Han Sung-yoon gripped his sword tightly, asking seriously, "You say my last attack was useless against a protective aura. So what else can you do?" The heavenly demon's smug grin widened. She shot him a look of utter contempt and replied, "Until you can pierce this protective aura, you will never be able to harm me." A system notification announced to the player, forcefully activating the power of sacred power. Han Sung-yoon smiled, anticipating what was about to happen next. The heavenly demon also smiled, certain of her victory. Both of them were lost in their own calculations. When the heavenly demon saw his relaxed expression, she was momentarily stunned, wondering, "He dares to smile in a situation like this? I'll destroy you." The tip of the sword seemed to crack a part of the heavenly demon's protective aura, and notifications began to ring out continuously, forcefully activating sacred power. Activating skill, Grotto Heaven. Breaking the physical limits of destruction, Han Sung-yoon unleashed a powerful, critical strike. The sword glowed with a brilliant red light as it pierced straight through the heavenly demon's protective aura, creating a massive explosion of energy that shook the surrounding space. Her eyes showed disbelief and helplessness as her protective aura shattered into countless pieces in midair. With it gone, she lost the strength to even stand, collapsing as the world shook around her. Flashing back to before, when the heavenly demon used her protective aura to defend herself, it was a defensive skill that nullified all damage from any other skill. Basically, it was an unparalleled skill. It was supposed to be invincible. She clutched the staff beside her, blood dripping from the wounds on her hands. The heavenly demon suppressed her shock and thought, a skill that I believed was absolutely invincible. Her entire body was severely wounded from his sword strike. The heavenly demon collapsed to her knees, a feeling of emptiness overwhelming her mind. In her panic, she thought it was broken. A system notification appeared. Sacred power is currently activated. The sword on Han Sung-yoon's back spoke up. Her middle dantian is shattered, so she won't be able to regenerate it with sacred power. The heavenly demon tried to reach a hand out towards him, stammering as she forced out each word. Were you tricking me this whole time? Han Sung-yoon stared grimly at the heavenly demon's fate, and for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. The heavenly demon's outstretched hand trembled continuously as she asked again desperately, were you? It was as if she already knew the answer. She lowered her head, the feeling of shame making it impossible to regain her former confidence. She mocked herself. I grew stronger by killing countless people, but in the end, the Sword Light Emperor still didn't choose me. The heavenly demon fell, wondering, why? Why does he get that right and not me? And those were the last words the heavenly demon would ever speak. She collapsed completely to the ground, blood pooling from her body. Han Sung-yoon stood silently, watching the scene. He finally responded to her last words. Someone like you, who cheated to get stronger. I won't even waste my breath arguing over who deserves that right. Han Sung-yoon summoned his power and continued. I'm certain that if the Sword Light Emperor were here, he would say the same thing. Then, a series of system notifications appeared. You have absorbed the soul of the heavenly demon. Because you have absorbed a soul stronger than your own, the judgment process for privilege extraction will now begin. As he received these powers, he realized, so she really was much stronger than me, huh? New notifications rang out. A judgment has been reached. Extracting authority from the soul. The special authority, power of the heavenly demon, has been engraved onto the soul of user Han Sung-yoon. The sword on his back, having received enough power, began to glow. It spoke, it's finally starting. Gather your holy power, because from now on, the separation will begin. Han Sung-yoon looked at the dim black smoke around him and asked, separation? You mean this black mist? The sword explained. It means you've obtained the right the heavenly demon was talking about before she died. A new notification appeared. You may now choose a divinity. Upon choosing a divinity, you will achieve the title of a true god. A door suddenly materialized in the empty space. Han Sung-yoon stood silently in the darkness. His gaze was fixed on the brilliant golden door, which glowed with a mystical light. Tiny specks of light danced around it. The door then opened on its own, as if welcoming him to a new place. Han Sung-yoon approached it. He slowly walked through the doorway. Then, Han Sung-yoon spoke. I did think I might get a chance. But the world on the other side of the door left him utterly stunned. An entire universe was laid out perfectly before his eyes. Han Sung-yoon exclaimed, but I never imagined it would come to me like this. He looked at the strange objects appearing around him and asked curiously, and what is this? The system presented a question. Will you choose the transcendent divinity? It asked again. Will you choose the black light divinity of death? Han Sung-yoon understood what was happening. He remarked, I'm a little surprised. The system asked again, will you choose the red light divinity of immortality? He thought to himself, this is completely different from the divinities I imagined. He turned to the green orb. The system asked again, will you choose the green light divinity of harmony? He wondered what harmony even meant. Looking at the three orbs before him, the three choices, Han Sung-yoon stroked his chin and thought, this is my chance to get closer to becoming a transcendent being. I need to make the right choice. I think choosing the one that helps me survive the longest is best. But then he startled. Wait, there's another one? Upon seeing the fourth orb, Han Sung-yoon said with complete satisfaction, if it's this one, then there's no need to even think about it. I'll take it. The system reported, you have chosen the transcendent divinity. The transcendent divinity will react to the powers of the death god. You have acquired the special authority, gaze of the death god. You have achieved the title of god. The SS rank primary divine authority. Deification has been engraved onto the soul of challenger Han Sung-yoon. The SSS rank Unique Divine Authority, Transcendence, has been engraved onto the soul of challenger Han Sung-yoon. When using deification, your divinity will be temporarily enhanced and you will be able to use your divine authorities, merging system abilities with your divinity and transforming them into transcendent abilities. After choosing the item he wanted, he stepped back through the door. Chu, who was following behind Han Sung-yoon, spoke up. I see the divinity has entered your body. You must have made your decision. He observed her expression and asked curiously, that look on your face. You've definitely chosen a divinity before too, haven't you? Chu fell silent, as if struck by guilt. She then decided to be honest. I decomposed the divinity, she explained. Instead of choosing to follow a path that someone else had laid out for me, and with the promise that one day I would be free, I destroyed the divinity I received with my own hands. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon let out a soft sigh. Chu continued to explain. Of course, I didn't expect things to turn out this way back then, but fighting alongside you isn't so bad. She looked him in the eye and affirmed, you are a special existence. Han Sung-yoon seemed a little embarrassed to hear that. He spoke up, I think having you as a partner isn't bad either. Han Sung-yoon clearly drew a line. You've been by my side, helping me whenever I was in danger. So, thank you. He gave a bright smile, trying to change the subject. If it weren't for you back then, I'd probably be dead, right? Hearing that, Chu smiled as well. She teased, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? You were never like this before. Flustered, Han Sung-yoon tried to deflect. Let's hurry up and check the items. Her teasing made him decide he would get his revenge later. He went to check the items he had. A system notification announced the activation of the absorption skill. Han Sung-yoon put on his mask and asked, the items dropped this time are useless, unless they're from the heavenly demon. Can we just destroy them? He then sat down and diligently studied the item. After he succeeded, the system announced, blood bracelet acquired. Absorption complete. Han Sung-yoon sat still as powerful streams of light erupted from his heart, enveloping him. Activating the authority of holy power. Dividing magic power and converting it into holy power. Han Sung-yoon stared at the glowing orb in front of him and exclaimed, I even got the skill the heavenly demon used to convert magic power into holy power. It can create holy power instantly. This skill is just too overpowered. Chu, growing impatient beside him, walked over and asked, how much longer is this going to take? I'm bored to death. He replied, just finished. So, shall we go learn the martial arts of the Sword Light Emperor? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. A system notification announced, you have cleared the end of heaven's road of the earthly heaven martial arts. The ground gradually cracked apart, creating bottomless pits. A notification stated that after passing through the final gate, you would gain the right to enter the library. A giant chasm appeared before Han Sung-yoon and Chu. A winding staircase descended along the rim of the pit. The system reminded them, upon leaving the library, you will reach the final point of the earthly heaven martial arts. He stared at the sight before him and exclaimed in astonishment, isn't this a bit overly dramatic? Chu also chimed in, I think it'll take us half a day just to get down there. Han Sung-yoon smiled to himself and replied, you don't need to worry about that. Seeing his expression, Chu quickly realized. She called him out, what are you scheming this time? He decisively grabbed Chu's wrist. Startled, she called out his name, Han Sung-yoon. Why are you suddenly grabbing my hand? The moment she finished speaking, a powerful tug sent Chu into a freefall. She stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe this man could come up with such a ridiculous way to get down the giant pit. Chu grumbled resentfully at Han Sung-yoon. Are you getting back at me for teasing you earlier? He just smiled and explained, why would I do that? Because jumping is faster. After a period of free-falling from the mouth of the pit, the two of them finally hit the ground. Chu collapsed, her head still spinning. Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, was perfectly fine. Still holding Chu's hand tightly, he said, the study of the heavenly martial hall. He then announced with a delighted smile, we've arrived. The two stopped in front of a massive, sealed door. Han Sung-yoon used his strength to push it open and stepped into the library. He carefully observed his surroundings and remarked, it's cleaner than I expected. The sword Han Sung-yoon wore at his hip also spoke up, how interesting. There isn't a single speck of dust. Looking at the densely packed shelves of books, Han Sung-yoon lamented, finding the Sword Glow Emperor's martial arts manual in this mess is going to be a pain. He wondered, isn't there an easier way to find it? The sword replied, how would I know? Han Sung-yoon then came up with a new plan. In that case, let's just take all of these books. Suddenly, the sword called out to Han Sung-yoon. Startled, he turned his head and asked, what is it now? A white-haired woman approached, shouting with a wide-open mouth. Han Sung-yoon. Sel-hwa was rushing towards him from the side, her arms spread wide for an embrace. He froze, momentarily unable to do anything as Seo-Hwa threw her arms around him. Chu, who had appeared at some point, shouted a warning. Damn it, it's an ambush. Seo-Hwa pointed at Han Sung-yoon with a reproachful look. The system's voice chimed in. Administrator White Crane Sword Master asks what foolish thing you were doing. An image appeared of an incredibly powerful woman with sharp claws, her hands trembling in the air, along with a question. Administrator Iron-Blooded Monarch asks, are you having fun? Seo-Hwa, in contrast, was thrilled, hugging Han Sung-yoon tightly and exclaiming happily, you made it all the way down here. I'm so proud of you. He angrily ordered her, let go. Annoyed and angry, Han Sung-yoon repeated his request. Please, let go so we can talk. Afterward, Chu and Seo-Hwa sat facing each other at a table. He was stuck in the middle of the tense, suffocating atmosphere. Seo-Hwa spoke first, asking, and who are you to be clinging to Han Sung-yoon all this time? Chu answered confidently, I am the seven-blood demon, Chu, and I'm his partner. Hearing this, Seo-Hwa scratched her head and let out a sigh. She seemed to feel that Chu was no match for her, mentioning that she was the Grand Master of the Blood Demon sect. I think I've heard that name among the candidates before. Seo-Hwa's eyes turned sharp and cold, and she said in a sarcastic tone, but it seems you've been disqualified as a candidate now, haven't you? Chu was furious, retorting spitefully. And what about you, Sword Glow Emperor? After entering the Heavenly Martial Palace, you're nothing but a relic of a glorious past. The two women had each struck a nerve, and they both stood up in a rage, slamming their hands on the table. Han Sung-yoon, caught in the middle, spoke up to mediate. That's enough. Let's talk about the reward. Seo-Hwa immediately calmed down and replied, all right, my beloved Han Sung-yoon. You're right. I do need to give you your reward. Seo-Hwa brought a book to him and said gently, this is the manual that contains my martial arts. With your skill, you should be able to learn my techniques just by reading it. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon wondered to himself, if she was just going to pull it out of her sleeve, then what was the point of building this library? Out loud, he just said, thank you. As Han Sung-yoon flipped through the pages, he thought to himself, she really is something else. Suddenly, as he reached the middle of the book, flashes of light appeared, and a notification rang out. You have achieved the Close Combat Mastery accomplishment, Swordsmanship Mastery and Footwork Mastery. He was in stunned disbelief, frozen as he listened to the other notifications. Strength increased by 3 points, stamina increased by 3 points, agility increased by 3. Seo-Hwa laughed happily beside him, while Han Sung-yoon wondered, is it really okay for my stats to increase this easily? Seo-Hwa asked, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? She explained. And it seems you made very good use of the artifact that controls light beams that I gave you, which makes me quite happy. Hearing that, he broke into a sweat and stammered, so that was you. In any case, thank you for giving me that item. Seo-Hwa made an enticing offer. If you come to the martial arts dimension, I have another treasure hidden there for you. She chattered on, ignoring Chu, who was sitting opposite her, looking extremely annoyed. That treasure will add a function to search for scattered items to your artifact that controls light beams. Chu angrily shot to her feet and demanded, what? Scattered items? Chu pointed directly at his face and shouted an order. Han Sung-yoon, get rid of that ability to search for scattered items right now. The scattered items are a collection of precious artifacts that the Sword Glow Emperor stole from the gods. She reminded him in a softer tone. Are you really planning to trade everything for a ticking time bomb as if it's nothing? Upon hearing her words, he simply smiled in response. Chu, thank you for worrying about me, Han Sung-yoon said, trying to persuade her. But if I have the power to wield it, then I can have it. So if I gain the power to find it, I will go find it. Chu grew calmer, listening to him in silence. I don't think I need to get rid of the search function. And even if the other gods come after me, Han Sung-yoon continued, I'll have you by my side. So what's the problem? Hearing this, Chu immediately turned her head towards him. She seemed to be won over by his argument. Chu stammered. Well, if it's you, I'm sure you can handle it. Beside them, Seo-Hwa crossed her arms and smiled with satisfaction, saying, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I'm quickly starting to like you even more. Seo-Hwa produced a beautiful, glowing blue gem and announced, I will add a bit of my divinity into your artifact that controls light beams, so use it if you ever need it. After their exchange, the system announced the activation of a special effect. The artifact that controls light beams is now storing divinity. Chu, standing by, still voiced her judgment. You must be crazy to give your own divinity to someone else. I have no idea what you're thinking, but in my eyes, if you're truly giving your divinity to him, then there's no problem. Han Sung-yoon, on the contrary, was extremely pleased. He asked, thank you for this, but why are you going this far for me? Seo-Hwa gave only a short, cryptic reply. I had to do it. Han Sung-yoon was stunned. He asked again, "What?" Seohwa just smiled and changed the subject. "I can't tell you the details, but it would be best for you to think of it as a contract with the tower." Han Sung-yoon could sense something unusual in her words. He fell silent, his mind racing with endless speculation. Suddenly, Seohwa clasped her hands together and announced, "All right, I believe our time is up." With that, she used a movement technique to put a great distance between herself and Han Sung-yeon. She smiled brightly and said her final words, "Please make good use of the light-controlling artifact I gave you." At that moment, the system chimed in with a notification. "The Swordlight Emperor is watching you. Congratulations, you have cleared the 17th floor of the Tower of Trials, transferring floor-clear rewards and other points to your inventory. Please proceed to the waiting room." He then stepped into another space as a notification announced, "You have entered the 18th floor's waiting room." Suddenly, all around Han Sung-yoon, confetti poppers shot out colorful streamers, notifying him that he had met a certain condition. "Congratulations." Han Sung-yoon stood frozen, carefully reading each system message. 1,000 official tower climbers from all dimensions have now cleared the 15th floor. The Tower of Trials will now open an interdimensional event for all official tower climbers. Suddenly, the screen began to flicker as if losing signal. Although the image was gone, someone's voice could still be heard. The person asked, "Is everyone seeing this?" It was a female reporter, broadcasting live from the scene. She announced, "A giant labyrinth has appeared right in the middle of the city. A labyrinth will appear in all dimensions with official tower climbers. This is an optional event. Challengers will not be able to participate unless they form a party." Meanwhile, Lee Hai-yoon was standing in a room in a high-rise building, looking down below. She held her phone, anxiously wondering to herself, "Han Sung-yoon, why aren't you picking up?" Lee Hai-yoon frantically kept calling, her eyes fixed on the city outside. What seemed peaceful was actually stirring with violent undercurrents. She mumbled, "This is urgent. The system predicts a high probability that this event will become an interdimensional war. Please participate with this in mind." In a desolate house amidst a cold, snowy forest, a small light flickered in front of the door. Han Sung-yeon gritted his teeth, a soft sound escaping his lips. He was kneeling on the ground when the system announced, "You have received the reward, Heavenly Martial Classic and Fairy Wing Cultivation. All skills have increased." The iron-blooded monarch was looking at him, her chin resting on her hand. She spoke up, "It seems you had a rather enjoyable time." The iron-blooded monarch sat on a high chair, her legs crossed in a display of power, and continued, "With the Swordlight Emperor, wasn't it?" He hurriedly tried to explain, "I was forced." Before Sung-yeon could finish, the iron-blooded monarch's eyes flashed with anger. She growled, demanding, "Answer me." Seeing her expression, he was suddenly terrified. Han Sung-yoon stammered sincerely, "I am truly sorry." Hearing this, her mood brightened considerably as she replied, "All right, since you seem to be reflecting on your mistake, I will forgive you this time." He wondered to himself, "But what did I do wrong?" Han Sung-yoon then requested, "By the way, you said you would tell me about this labyrinth. That's also the reason you called me here." The iron-blooded monarch interlaced her fingers and announced, "That's right, I will tell you about this Great Tree Labyrinth." She began to explain, "This labyrinth is called the Great Tree Labyrinth, and much like the tower, it consists of 10 floors in total." The iron-blooded monarch held up 4 fingers and continued, "The difficulty levels are easy, normal, hard, and hell." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon was taken aback, exclaiming in shock, "This is insane." It was as if he were standing in another dimension, faced with countless giant monsters poised to attack. The iron-blooded monarch explained in more detail, "If you choose the hell difficulty, you will lose all of your abilities. That's how difficult it is." But she also reassured Sung-yoon, "However, there's no need to worry. Each time you clear a floor, you can recover 1 skill." He thought for a moment, then deduced, "Then optimizing skill recovery is the key." The iron-blooded monarch praised him. "Very good." Han Sung-yoon brought up the system screen and replied, "If the conditions are this harsh, the rewards must be worth it. Let me take a look." Unfortunately, a notification announced that the rewards for the hell difficulty could not be viewed. He questioned the iron-blooded monarch, "I can't see the rewards for the hell difficulty." She waved her hand dismissively and replied, "You've used up your questions. I can't tell you more even if I wanted to." Having received no answer, Han Sung-yoon stood up and spoke, "Thank you for telling me all this." He gave a confident thumbs up and declared, "I'll do what I can." The iron-blooded monarch inquired, "Are you ready to leave already?" Han Sung-yoon smiled confidently and replied, "Yes. The other challengers are already on the move. I can't afford to fall behind." The way she looked at him changed slightly. The iron-blooded monarch smiled and complimented him. "It seems you've changed for the better." She raised her hand in farewell and gave a careful warning. The next time you come, I will teach you a useful technique. Be careful out there. Afterward, the system announced, Challenger Han Sung-yoon's wish to return has been confirmed. The return stone has been absorbed, returning to Earth, and with that, he was back in his home. Han Sung-yoon was busy changing his clothes. Once he was ready, he walked while scrolling through his phone, saying, There are so many calls from Lee Hae-yoon. I should call her back before. Suddenly, a system notification startled Han Sung-yoon. The power Whisper of Fire is requesting to speak with Challenger Han Sung-yoon. A voice spoke in his ear. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me? Han Sung-yoon replied, I can. But who is this? The woman on the other end spoke in a pouting tone. You're so mean. Not only did you forget me, but you also forgot to even say hello when we met in Japan. Isn't that just awful? Han Sung-yoon muttered to himself, recognizing the voice. This voice. The woman who was on a plane heard his whisper and called him out. You don't even remember my voice? She introduced herself. It's me, Catherine Bennett. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Han Sung-yoon recognized her immediately and quickly replied. Of course not. How could I forget? Catherine let out a sigh of relief and said, That's a relief. I'll get straight to the point. She then made a direct request regarding the upcoming maze event. Please join my team. We still have one last spot. Sung-yoon smiled as if everything was going according to plan and replied without hesitation, All right. Catherine was a bit surprised by this outcome. She asked again, What? You decided that quickly. Han Sung-yoon explained, You saved me the trouble of finding team members. I should be thanking you. Catherine praised him. Not only are you growing stronger quickly, but you're also quick to respond. Han Sung-yoon smiled and replied, It's nothing. Catherine scheduled the meeting. Then I'll see you at the Labyrinth entrance. Han Sung-yoon replied, Got it. After that, the earpiece in his ear vanished. Han Sung-yoon stood silently before the door, thinking to himself, This is why connections are so important. He recalled her image, Catherine Bennett. She has an authority called Extinguish. All of the opponent's abilities will be reduced by 10, and one random skill will be frozen. Han Sung-yoon smiled in satisfaction. If we enter this super hard mode and restore skills, she'll be very useful. Han Sung-yoon cheerfully headed out of his house. He wondered, should I call Lee Hae-yoon before I go? Before he could even open the door, there was a sudden, loud banging from outside, along with a frantic shout, Han Sung-yoon, are you in there? He opened the door, a bit annoyed and ready to scold whoever was trying to break his door down. But when he saw the woman standing outside, Han Sung-yoon unconsciously froze, unable to react for a moment. The girl outside was leaning on her knees, panting as if she'd just finished a race. Han Sung-yoon asked, puzzled, Lee Hae-yoon. She tried to speak between gasps. I called you so many times, but you didn't pick up, so I ran all the way here. Han Sung-yoon rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and replied, Sorry, I was a bit busy, but how do you have my address? Lee Hae-yoon smiled smugly and answered, There are always ways. He wondered to himself, but isn't that illegal? She suddenly remembered something important, grabbed Han Sung-yoon's hand, and urged, That's not important right now. Lee Hae-yoon pulled Han Sung-yoon outside, trying to explain as they went, The Labyrinth has appeared, and the top challengers from every country are coming here for you. She added, Your address has been leaked, so they're probably on their way here right now. Isn't this illegal? Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon thought helplessly, You're one to talk. Lee Hae-yoon urgently announced, We need to get somewhere quiet. Suddenly, a voice shouted, It's Challenger, Han Sung-yoon. The two of them froze when they saw what was happening in front of them. Outside, a huge crowd of people was jostling against each other. One man in the crowd managed to call out, Hello, Challenger Han Sung-yoon. Would you like to join our Garden of Eden guild? A black man standing next to him angrily shot back, You already have someone. Stay out of this. The other man cursed back, What's your problem, you bastard? Lee Hae-yoon watched the scene, speechless. She announced, We're too late. Standing beside her, Han Sung-yoon suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders and said, Sorry, Lee Hae-yoon. She looked at him, confused, and called out, Han Sung-yoon. He decisively swept Lee Hae-yoon up into his arms, his eyes determined, as if he already had a plan for this situation. Han Sung-yoon smiled at Lee Hae-yoon and said, Time to run. She asked, What? Before she could understand, he leaped high into the air to escape. Han Sung-yoon soared through the sky, the back of his coat fluttering behind him like a hero saving the damsel in distress. The people below watched in a daze, murmuring to each other. He ran away. The towering skyscrapers stood close together, and the space fell silent in the quiet afternoon. Han Sung-yoon landed safely from above. Meanwhile, Lee Hae-yoon was still dazed in his arms. Han Sung-yoon glanced back and wondered, They won't catch up, right? Lee Hae-yoon stammered, Han Sung-yun. Her head was spinning like a top, with an indescribable emotion making her voice tremble. Lee Ha-yun said, "Can you put me down? I'm so dizzy." He set her down, scratching his nose in embarrassment, and said, "Sorry, I might have flown a little too hard." Han Sung-yun also informed her, "You don't need to arrange anything. I already have a team." Lee Ha-yun cried pitifully, tears streaming down her face. She said reproachfully, "I came all this way because I was worried about you, and it was all for nothing." Feeling guilty, Han Sung-yun replied, "I'm sorry. Next time, I'll contact you sooner." Lee Ha-yun softened and asked curiously, "All right, so are you going into the labyrinth right now?" Han Sung-yun looked at the giant tree before them and answered, "Yeah, this is the entrance area, so I'm heading in now." The system announced, "You have entered the labyrinth's entrance area." Lee Ha-yun lightly punched his shoulder and reminded him, "Be careful this time, Han Sung-yun." She gave him a bright smile and added, "Don't overdo it." Han Sung-yun was captivated by Lee Ha-yun's unforgettable smile. He replied, a bit shyly, "Yeah, I know." Then, Han Sung-yun vanished into thin air. The system announced, "You have entered the labyrinth gate." He found himself standing in a wide courtyard on the canopy of a giant, ancient tree. Han Sung-yun looked around, stunned. He stared at the massive gate in front of him and wondered, is this the gate to the great tree labyrinth? Catherine was overjoyed to see Han Sung-yun arrive. She spoke up, "You're here early?" Hearing a voice, he turned to look. Kim Sung-hun, standing behind Catherine, also spoke. "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Choi Sok smiled and asked, "How have you been?" Han Sung-yun smiled back, "Long time no see, so we're all on the same team." Kim Sun-hun, "Oh, Cheol-soo." He frowned, thinking, I didn't expect S-rank hunter Kim Seung-hun to be here. Kim Seung-hun welcomed him cheerfully. "I'm glad you came, too." Han Sung-yun looked at the two men before him and felt a sense of relief, thinking, this is better. Catherine spoke up. "What difficulty level do you think we should choose?" Han Sung-yun stated firmly, "Let's just do the hardest one. Even though I don't know what the rewards are, the harder it is, the better the rewards will be." Catherine replied helplessly, "I figured." Kim Sung-hun announced, "Then it's unanimous. Let's do it." Catherine informed him, "I've already sent you an invitation, so just accept it, and let's go." A notification popped up for Han Sung-yun. Party invite code E781. He scanned the notification panel, and a sound chimed. "The party leader of S3A1 has accepted your entry." The four of them began their journey. Kim Seung-hun took the lead and opened the door. The massive gate slowly creaked open, revealing a bottomless, hazy space. The sword, Sai-un, at his hip, spoke up. "Are you entering a labyrinth?" He replied, "Yeah. It's because of the nightmare difficulty effect. Even for a sword, it's the same. We'll have to part ways for a bit." The sword complained, "I'm going to be so bored." The necklace also chimed in to console it. "Don't be sad." Han Sung-yun moved forward and assured them, "Every time I clear a level, I can recover one skill or authority." The sword was in the middle of explaining, "I never said." He cut it off and announced, "I'm going now." The sword furiously yelled, "Don't you dare cut me off." After he stepped inside, the system announced, "You have entered the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Labyrinth of Beginnings. The weapon you are currently using will be sealed, and you will receive a basic weapon in your inventory." Everyone simultaneously began to fall into a darker space as continuous explanations from the system followed. All abilities will be temporarily lost, and all stats will be reduced to 10. While inside the maze, skills and authorities will disappear. Any skills and authorities gained within the maze will vanish upon exiting. Han Sung-yun and the others landed safely. He looked around, guessing that his body felt heavier now that his stats had dropped. Kim Sung-hun spoke up, surprised that they couldn't use the abilities they had acquired so far. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "Condition has been met. Divinity resisting the divine will has been forcibly activated." Divinity resisting the divine will has countered the system's restrictions applied to challenger Han Sung-yun. Authority, skills, and holy power attributes related to divinity will not disappear and will persist until you escape. He smiled, thinking to himself, "Looks like I'll have to carry the team." Catherine's group of three stood silently, watching Han Sung-yun's actions. She asked curiously, "Is that really the speed of someone with only 10 agility?" Oh Cheol-soo, standing beside her, was just as bewildered and asked, "Did he recover all his skills in such a short time?" Before their eyes, Han Sung-yun was now facing a giant monster. It was raising its sword, about to bring it down on him with a single strike. The sword slammed into the ground, shaking the entire area. Earth and rocks flew everywhere. Han Sung-yun used his skills and agility to dodge the attack. He quickly counterattacked. Authority, Grace of the Wind has been activated. Han Sung-yoon's fist, with all speed, increased by 80%. Then he unleashed a critical blow. Skill stack 8. After the monster was defeated, the system announced, "The remaining HP of the goblin has been absorbed and will become energy for the world tree." Catherine was stunned. She remarked, "That was a tough opponent for us at our current level, yet he finished it in a single blow." Catherine asserted with embarrassment, "We really can't compare to him anymore." The area was enveloped in flashing red lights. Han Sung-yoon suddenly thought, thank goodness. He would realize that if he hadn't learned martial arts from the Sword-Light Emperor and had lost all his authorities, he wouldn't have been able to fight like this. Han Sung-yoon smiled with satisfaction. At this rate, even if they were 4 times stronger, I could still take them down. An announcement rang out. "You have used all remaining souls. Your stats will be permanently increased." Catherine approached him and called out, "Han Sung-yoon." He replied, "What is it?" She made a firm request. "Let us fight next time." Han Sung-yoon was taken aback when Catherine said, "Even though we weren't any help just now, if this continues, we'll become useless." Kim Sung-hun, standing behind her, voiced his agreement. "I agree. We need to fight too." Oh Cheol-soo also tried to persuade him. "That's right. I don't like being carried from start to finish." Han Sung-yoon cheerfully agreed. "All right. We need to get stronger together." He walked across the battlefield where the monsters had been struck down. The system announced again, "You have defeated 4 goblins." A hidden room in the maze has appeared. Then, a new space gradually revealed itself before the 4 of them. Han Sung-yoon wondered. A hidden room? Catherine guessed. The key might be in there. Let's go. The 4 of them then stepped inside together, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them. As he passed through the door and saw the space within, he froze. Han Sung-yoon observed the giant statues arranged along the path. The trees were overgrown, and the space was shrouded in darkness. He speculated that the statues resembled the god of darkness. As he was observing a statue of a person with clasped hands, the system made an announcement. "The talented challenger has received a blessing from the god of darkness." Catherine came closer and announced, "There's a stone tablet here. Han Sung-yoon, maybe you can receive the god's blessing." Kim Seong-hun and the others also approached and deduced, "Judging by the look of it, it seems you have to touch it to activate it." Oh Cheol-soo also had his own thoughts. "Maybe there's a limit to how many people can receive the blessing, so think carefully." Catherine hesitated. "Well then, I guess I'll go first." She gently reached her hand forward, wanting to touch the stone statue shaped like an open book. A new space appeared with the announcement. "Challenger Catherine Bennett has been chosen by the god of darkness and has received a blessing." Catherine let out a deep sigh of relief. She happily announced, "I did it. I received an ability to conceal my body by consuming mana." Seeing this, Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "It says that the blessing of the god of darkness won't disappear even after leaving the tower, and I also have the right to become a future apostle." The system announced, "The god of darkness is looking down and smiling." He looked at the statue and wondered, "What has she been doing all this time?" The system explained. The god of darkness said, "The reunion won't be long now, but you must wait a little longer." Han Sung-yoon frowned, momentarily confused about what was happening. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, and a voice called out, "Han Sung-yoon." Catherine asked curiously, "Why are you looking in that direction? Is someone there?" Han Sung-yoon replied, "No. Now that we're done, let's go." They stepped outside to an announcement that the god's altar had been sealed. Catherine said regretfully, "Too bad. There was only one chance." Kim Seong-hun comforted her, "Don't worry about it. It's enough that one person received it." Catherine took the lead and asked everyone, "I think we've gotten everything we can hear. Should we get going? It'll take half a day to finish this with these stats." She smiled, reminding herself, "I hope the blessing I receive will be helpful to Han Sung-yoon." He walked over, touched her shoulder, and said, "1 second." Han Sung-yoon looked at her and wondered, "Half a day with these stats?" Catherine asked, "Han Sung-yoon, you're not thinking of doing anything crazy, are you?" Han Sung-yoon denied it. "Crazy? Of course not." The system announced, "Authority, Grace of the Wind has been activated." He moved forward, all speed increased by 100%. Seeing Han Sung-yoon act without warning, Catherine stood there stunned and shouted a reminder, "Are you crazy? It's dangerous to go alone. Come back." He tilted his head and replied, "I'll come back once I find the key." The system announced, "Skill stack, 10." She was helpless and could only go along with Han Sung-yoon's plan. Good grief, that impulsive personality of his hasn't changed a bit. Han Sung-yoon calculated that going with everyone else would take too much time. He delved deep inside the trunk of the giant ancient tree, carefully observing his surroundings. Han Sung-yoon figured, "It's best if I, the fastest one, go find the key first." Suddenly, something appeared that startled Han Sung-yoon. He quickly landed and went to investigate. A door had appeared, and above it was a terrifying image of two skulls. Inside the door was a monster, eagerly about to enjoy a piece of meat in its hand. Just as it took its first bite, a deafening sound echoed. Everything around the monster exploded in an instant, leaving it stunned. The system announced, "You have entered the boss room of the Great Tree, Labyrinth's first floor." The Labyrinth of Beginnings. The boss is the fallen goblin king, who devoured all the monsters on the first floor. Although it hid in the Great Tree Labyrinth, the fallen goblin king couldn't go any deeper. As a result, it absorbed the nutrients of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Han Sung-yoon grumbled in annoyance. What a long-winded explanation. This is a bit annoying. A system notification rang out. The skill, Combat Focus C, has been activated. He threw his weapon, determined to finish the monster in a single blow, so the user's concentration was doubled. The monster, taken by surprise, was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Han Sung-yoon observed carefully and deduced. Unlike the tower's achievements, the labyrinths provide skills. He thought to himself, "At this rate, I'll finish this in no time." Then a system notification sounded. "You have obtained the unique labyrinth achievement, making the impossible possible." Han Sung-yoon gripped his weapon tightly as another notification appeared. "You have received 15 labyrinth points." He juggled the newly acquired weapon and said cheerfully, "On to the second floor." The system announced, "You have obtained the normal key to exit the labyrinth." The key was inserted into the lock and turned. A system notification appeared. "You have reached the endpoint of the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Labyrinth of Beginnings. You have received the right to descend to the second floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Your reward is a choice of one of the following: an item, an authority, a skill, or the restoration of one of your abilities." Upon hearing this, Care burst into tears. She spoke with relief. "I can't believe I can restore one of my abilities." Oh Chel-su also relaxed and said, "I can breathe a little easier now." Han Sung-yoon looked at the current situation, feeling extremely satisfied. He thought to himself, "Good. First, I'll unseal the Supreme Blood technique to maximize its effectiveness." After a few clicks, a notification rang out. The seal on the authority, Supreme Blood technique, has been removed. Han Sung-yoon announced to everyone, "All right, let's head down to the second floor." Catherine asked, "You don't look tired at all, do you?" After the group entered the second floor, the system notifications began to ring out continuously. "You have entered the second floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Evil God's Whisper. This is where all the challengers who entered this dimension of the Great Tree Labyrinth have gathered. The Evil God is very interested in the challengers and a bloody celebration. Kill one or more challengers and perform a ritual using them as a sacrifice. However, if you deceive the Evil God and sacrifice no one, an ancient demon will appear." After hearing the announcement, Han Sung-yoon suddenly had a thought. "So if we don't sacrifice anyone, an ancient demon will appear." He smiled. It seemed Han Sung-yoon already had a plan for what would happen next. Standing beside him, Catherine recognized that smile and was terrified. She asked Sung-yoon, "Are you thinking up some crazy idea again?" Catherine sighed. "Well, it's not like we can stop you anyway. Just do what you want." Han Sung-yoon asked curiously, "Aren't you curious what I'm planning to do?" Catherine replied helplessly, "With your personality, even if we knew, what could we do about it?" She coldly turned to leave, not forgetting to add, "So we'll leave it to you. We're heading down to the second floor. See you later." A stunned Han Sung-yoon asked, "What?" Catherine and her two teammates walked away, but she didn't forget to turn back and cheer him on. "If it's you, you can handle it yourself, right?" Catherine waved and promised, "We'll definitely come back with good results, so see you later." Watching the backs of the three figures slowly disappear, Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, "This makes things easier. Perfect." He opened his system window and said, "Well then, from now on." Han Sung-yoon pulled a sword from his inventory to use as a weapon. He boldly declared that he would seize this altar. In another space, a trembling voice echoed through the air. "How cruel." A woman was trying to push herself up from amidst a sea of bodies lying on the ground, muttering nonstop. "This is just too cruel." It was Katya. She was trying to get up with trembling, powerless hands, but her will was still incredibly strong. Katya demanded, "Why are you doing this? If you don't sacrifice anyone, an ancient demon will appear." Amidst a crimson scene filled with crackling lightning, Han Sung-yoon sat observing his glowing system window. All around him were innocent people, sprawled on the ground after being struck by his attack. He was annoyed that someone kept disturbing his concentration. Han Sung-yoon snapped, "You're too loud. I'm trying to think, so can you please be quiet?" He thought to himself, "After wiping out a few teams, I've gotten a large amount of labyrinth points and new skills. I don't know much about these points, but I'm sure they'll be useful someday." After a while, a system notification rang out. "You have not sacrificed any living creature within the given time limit." Han Sung-yoon now stood before a huge, glowing rift. Then, events unfolded according to the system's rules. As a penalty for this floor, an ancient demon will be summoned to this altar. A monster with terrifyingly glowing eyes was stepping out of the large rift. It spoke. It's been a long time since I've come to the world of insects. The monster introduced itself. I, Kenizul, shall bring judgment upon you. Facing the giant monster, Han Sung-yoon, in contrast, was completely calm. His expression left the creature utterly bewildered. On the ground below, people lay sprawled, their bodies trembling in pain. They mumbled and cried, "My arm. Someone help me. Ancient demon, please save us." That bastard. They cried out in unison, "Hey, demon, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill this monstrous bastard. Ancient demon, we'll cooperate with you." Kenizul thought for a moment, then hesitantly replied. Contrary to its cool demeanor when it first appeared, Kenizul had now become a timid monster, constantly scratching its head and willingly surrendering. "My apologies, Great One, but I think I must be going now." But Han Sung-yoon wasn't about to let it come and go as it pleased. Han Sung-yoon called out, "Hey." His face exuded a cold, murderous aura. He glanced at Kenizul and asked it, "Do you think I'm going to let you leave?" Kenizul forced a very awkward smile, sweat pouring down its face like rain. It knew what to do and quickly knelt down on both knees, putting on a goofy grin and trying to flatter him. "So these two items are your greatest treasures?" "Yes, oh Great One. They would look magnificent on you." In response to Kenizul's perplexing behavior, the system announced, "You have obtained the equipment Mask of Despair, which instills fear in demons and conceals your presence. Moonblade, attack speed plus 15%. When mana is infused into the sword, a mana-consuming moonlight will appear on the blade, increasing all abilities by 1. Additionally, those considered allies and who are within the moonlight space will have their magic power increased." Kenizul smiled amicably and asked, "Now that I've given you my items, model, so I can kill these humans who deceive the evil god, right?" Han Sung-yoon waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Go ahead." Kenizul's eyes lit up with unrestrained joy. It immediately announced, "Then, with your permission, I will enjoy myself." With that, Kenizul shot to its feet, transforming into a true monster and roaring at the mortals below. "Hey, you insects! Judgment has come." It acted high and mighty, cackling with insane glee, terrifying everyone around. They begged, "I don't want to die. Please, that demonic bastard brought a real demon." Han Sung-yoon witnessed this scene and, on the contrary, felt incredibly pleased. Instantly, he activated his authority, Master of Sword Key. Then, Han Sung-yoon moved in and decisively struck Kenzello's body. Kenzello's crimson eyes widened in shock, its mouth gaping open to reveal sharp fangs. Blood splattered as it roared from the surprise attack. He whispered softly to it, "Hey, I think you misunderstood me." Han Sung-yoon declared, "I never said I'd let you live." Then, a system notification rang out. "You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement, Incarnation of the One True Demon. You have received 15 Labyrinth points. The skill, King of 10,000 Demons, has been activated." Kenzello was now racked with pain, and it was furious. Kenzello spun around, raising its hand to attack him. It roared in outrage. "You bastard! How dare you betray me? I'll tear you to pieces." The system had another notification. "By absorbing the holy power, the strength of your authority will increase fourfold." Han Sung-yoon quickly dodged Kenzello's attack. He dashed up its arm, intending to attack from above. The system announced again, "The powerful authority, Supreme Blood Technique, has been activated. The skill One Strike has been activated. The accuracy and destructive power of your next attack will be increased." Then Han Sung-yoon expertly somersaulted over Kenzello's head. He landed a decisive blow, finishing off the ugly monster. The system announced that the hidden quest, Slay the Ancient Demon, had been completed. Additional rewards will be granted. You may now restore and add abilities for each descending floor. All challengers on the second floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, Whispers of the Evil God, have received the right to descend to the next floor. Looking at the door before him, Han Sung-yoon thought to himself. The second floor was surprisingly easy. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled him. "What's going on?" Catherine's group of 3 appeared out of nowhere. She asked in confusion, "What's the situation here?" Kim Seung-hun deduced, "A fierce battle must have taken place here." She had another question. "I wonder why all the other challengers ran away." From the other side, someone suddenly ran up to stop Catherine. "Don't go in there. There's a demon in there." Han Sung-yoon, on the other hand, felt a pang of guilt. He started sweating and replied, "Everything's been taken care of. But is all the exploring finished already?" Kim Seung-hun recounted, "It seems a huge battle took place here, but we managed to gather a lot of items in the meantime. It's called the Labyrinth's Water of Life. When you drink the Water of Life, all abnormal status effects on your body will be removed. If you drink it inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, you will recover an additional 40 health. Another one is called the Box of Life. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, 1 health and 1 mana will be restored every minute. If equipped inside the Great Tree Labyrinth, all of the user's stats will increase by 10. Han Sung-yoon looked at these items, feeling extremely satisfied, and exclaimed, "Awesome! These benefits are incredible. I also got a few items from the second floor. Let me just organize them a bit." Catherine sat down, looking at the pile of items Han Sung-yoon had acquired, and asked curiously, "How many challengers did you have to beat to get all this?" Suddenly, the system announced, "You will receive the right to descend to the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will be granted. Choose 200 authority items, skills, and restore 2 of your abilities. Seal on the unique transcendent divine authority has been broken. Seal on the Grotto Heaven skill has been broken." After careful consideration, Han Sung-yoon calmly informed everyone, "All set, let's go." Upon entering the new area, another notification announced, "You have entered the 3rd floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain of the fairy. This is a place where all living beings who enter are suppressed by the fairy. The fairy will play pranks on the challengers." She floated in the air, appearing before Han Sung-yoon's group and asking, "Foolish humans, who wants to play with me?" They all agreed to the fairy's request and joined the game. The fairy beckoned, "All of you, come and join my game." The system prompted, "If you do not accept, you may become her enemy." Catherine covered her face in exasperation and sighed. Another enemy. Choi Siu-yul, standing beside her, was just as dejected. He said, "We ran into trouble the moment we stepped onto the 3rd floor." Seeing their expressions, the fairy grew angry and shouted, "What's the problem?" Han Sung-yoon informed her, "Look behind you." The fairy froze, curiously looking behind them, but there was nothing behind Catherine's group. Han Sung-yoon suddenly appeared behind the fairy, activating the King of 10,000 Demons skill. Stunned, she trembled slightly as she turned her head to look, thinking in confusion. Impossible. The fairy's entire body was now shaking uncontrollably. She wondered how a mere human could emit such a terrifying aura. Before she could do or say anything, he coldly slammed his hand down on her head with a decisive blow, showing no mercy. She was so small that a single blow like that was enough to send her plummeting to the 18th level of hell. The fairy could no longer fly, her head was driven straight into the ground, cracking the earth around her. Catherine was startled. Feeling sorry for the fairy, she asked, "Han Sung-yoon, is this really okay?" He smiled and reassured her, "It's fine. Just trust me." Han Sung-yoon held a thick rope in his hands and said in a low voice, "Now, how about we get our reward?" System notification. The challenger chosen by the fairy will be able to use the Labyrinth's exclusive shop. Catherine's group approached, and she asked worriedly, "Do we really have to do this?" "Don't worry, it's a good thing we're on the same team." Soon after, the fairy was tied tightly to a post, unable to change her fate no matter how much she lamented. The bewildered fairy screamed, "What is this? Let me go." Han Sung-yoon looked at her and asked, "Awake, are you?" He stood facing the fairy and explained, "You see, I heard you like mischievous pranks." Han Sung-yoon smiled teasingly. "What a coincidence, so do I." Then, his massive hand loomed over the fairy's head, causing her to scream in terror. What are you going to do?" With that, Han Sung-yoon simply snapped his fingers, breaking the tree trunk she was tied to in half. She was terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Han Sung-yoon made an offer. "Let me use the Labyrinth's store, and I'll stop here." He stared down at the trembling girl, tears welling in her eyes, and asked in a menacing voice, "So, what is your choice?" Afterward, Han Sung-yoon's group of 4 went to the shop together to buy items. The shop owner was an adorable little cat. It spoke cheerfully. "Thank you for shopping at the Labyrinth store. Just tell me what you need, and we'll immediately send the request to our warehouse, so please come and shop here often." He felt completely at ease, thinking to himself, "Sweet. Now everyone has bought the things they wanted from the Labyrinth store." Catherine, on the other hand, was completely focused on the cat. She stared at it and exclaimed, "So cute." The fairy was currently kneeling at Han Sung-yoon's feet. He called out, "Hey, fairy." He commanded, "I need you to open the gate to the 4th floor now." She replied, "You cannot go to the 4th floor without participating in the play in which I try to kill you." Han Sung-yoon had no patience. He clenched his fist and warned, "Tell that to my fist." The fairy was terrified when she saw this. She flinched and tried to stop him. The fairy tried to persuade him, "Wait, if you and I form a master-servant contract, I can just transfer ownership of this Labyrinth floor to you." Han Sung-yoon impatiently ordered, "This Labyrinth floor is my property. Sounds good, do it right now." The fairy sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Her voice trembled as the system announced, "You have formed a master-servant contract with the corrupted fairy Ara. From now on, you can summon the corrupted fairy Ara. The protection rights for the third floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy, have been transferred to challenger Han Sung-yoon. From now on, you can freely enter the third floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the domain ruled by the corrupted fairy. Please refresh the entry conditions for the third floor. The fairy spoke with a resentful tone. Who would have thought I'd become the servant of a human? Han Sung-yoon clenched his fist, already calculating a new condition to enter the third floor. He remembered, even if I get to the third floor, I can't bring items of a higher rank than this. So, let's start with that condition. Catherine walked over and curiously asked Han Sung-yoon, "What new condition did you set for entering the floor?" Han Sung-yoon replied, "If someone doesn't offer me an item of C rank or higher, they won't be able to enter." Catherine exclaimed, "That sounds exactly like something you do." After a moment, the system announced, "You have achieved the unique Labyrinth Floor Dominion achievement. You have gained 15 Labyrinth points. Guardian Skill B has been activated." The fairy bitterly exclaimed, "I can't believe you stole my playground. You have received the right to descend to the fourth floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, so you will receive a reward. Choose 2 items, authorities, or skills, and restore 2 of your talents. The seals on the authority of the hero's grace and the Supreme Blood Demon Sword have been lifted." Then, a Supreme Blood Demon Sword appeared in front of Han Sung-yoon. The system issued a warning. The item's rank does not meet the standards of this floor. The item's special effects will be sealed until you reach the 7th floor. Han Sung-yoon gripped the weapon, thinking with regret, "What a bummer, but what can I do?" He asked everyone. "The party's all set, so shall we head down?" The fairy standing beside him immediately grabbed the hem of his clothes. She urgently pleaded, "Take me with you." The fairy explained, "I can't play on the 3rd floor anymore. If I stay here, I'll die of boredom." She tried to persuade him. "If you take me with you, I can craft you a really good ego sword, and I can even multiply the sword's talents many times over." He held up a finger in refusal and replied, "I'll call you if I need you. Until then, just stay put." The fairy pouted. "But I can do so many things. You're so mean." After the 4 of them entered the new space, the system announced, "You have entered the 4th floor of the Labyrinth Domain, the Land of Shadows. The new Shadow Monarch has changed this area since arriving at the Great Tree Labyrinth. It explained that there were monsters that followed the Shadow Monarch. And currently, Mitch, one of the Shadow Monarch's subordinates, is ruling this floor." The system instructed, "Cut down the enemies blocking your path into 100 pieces, and move down to the lower floor where the Shadow Monarch resides." Inside the castle, a man rushed in and called out, "Sir Cabot." The man replied, "What is it?" Lie Hat, still panting, said, "We have a report. There are challengers on the 4th floor." Cabot tilted his head, looking at Lie Hat, and reassured him, "It's fine." He explained, "Barak and his soldiers are guarding the entrance. No one has ever made it past the gate before." Suddenly, the door opened and another person entered. Cabot, sitting on the throne, called out, "Speak of the devil. Barak is here." He asked, "Barak, have you killed all the challengers?" Hearing this, Lie Hat immediately praised him. "As expected of Sir Barak, I knew you would." Barak cut him off and warned, "Run." Just as he finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon's group appeared behind him, striding in confidently. He announced in a low voice, "I win." The system chimed in with a reminder. The authority of the Sword Master has evolved into the authority of Raging Sword Intent. Cabot was now completely stunned, thinking, "Impossible. Barak's combat power is on par with mine." Han Sung-yoon didn't bother with pleasantries and called out mockingly, "Hey, Skullface." He asked seriously, "After fighting the monsters here, something made me curious. Why do all the monsters on the 4th floor have holy power?" Lie Hat furiously shouted, "You insolent fool! Do you have any idea who you're talking to?" Cabot, standing next to him, whispered a warning. "You idiot! He's not someone you can talk down to like that. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth right now." Cabot then turned to Han Sung-yoon and said, "You see, that's because it's a blessing bestowed upon us by the Shadow Monarch, a future leader who resides on the floor below." He wondered. "The Shadow Monarch is a future leader, but he already has such incredible power," Cabot explained. "That's just his power within the labyrinth." Han Sung-yoon asked again, "Why has he gained so much power in this place?" He scratched his head and explained hesitantly, "Well, that's because this labyrinth is an arena for the gods." Hearing this, he felt completely bewildered. "What?" Cabot elaborated. "The Great Tree Labyrinth is a place where the gods turn challengers into followers and use them to compete. I'm afraid that's all I know." After hearing this, Han Sung-yoon realized the importance of his words. So that's why the Temple of the Shadow God appeared on the 1st floor. He saw through the trick behind this game, thinking he didn't know everything, but it seems the gods are using challengers like chess pieces to fight for their own interests. I really don't like this system at all. Han Sung-yoon resolved to reach the top and destroy it. Then the system announced, you have achieved the Truth of the Labyrinth achievement. Legend, you have reached 100 Labyrinth points. He realized it was pointless to ask any more questions. With that thought, Han Sung-yoon cautiously asked, so, all the monsters on this floor are receiving holy power? Cabot replied, that's right. All of them are elite soldiers empowered by holy energy. These elite monster soldiers are extremely useful to the Demon King's forces. Han Sung-yoon gave an order, gather them all. Cabot was stunned and asked, what did you just say? He repeated, gather all the monsters receiving holy power. Han Sung-yoon then declared, I'm going to kill every last one of them. The system announced, divinity extraction successful. Divinity extraction successful. Divinity extraction successful. Afterward, the scene before his eyes rapidly transformed into a giant mountain of skulls. Lai Hat cried out in anguish, my masterpiece. Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, my necromancy skill has already leveled up to rank B. He was pleased to realize he could now absorb powers as well. Catherine called out cheerfully, Han Sung-yoon, look at this magic staff. I've given all my treasures to your friend. With this staff, she reminded him, you can use more than one attribute. This means spells will complement each other much better, regardless of their type. Han Sung-yoon replied, it'll be extremely useful for you. He thought with satisfaction, I had a feeling this would happen. Looking at Catherine, Han Sung-yoon understood, but her personality was really just like a child's. He announced to the skull-faced monster, we're done here, so we want to go down to the 5th floor now. Cabot replied, please, follow me. Then, the group was led by Cabot into a dark hallway. As he walked, he explained, if you continue down this corridor, you'll find the entrance. But since the conditions to clear the floor haven't been met, you'll have to wait. Han Sung-yoon announced, there's no need to wait. Lai Hat wondered, what? The moment she finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon cleaved Cabot in two with a single strike. He went to join his comrades in death. The system announced, you have absorbed the souls of the High Priest Cabot and the vampires. Lai Hat has engraved the authority to rule evil spirits into the soul of the challenger, Han Sung-yoon. Catherine was stunned. She cried out, do you really not have a single shred of mercy? Han Sung-yoon replied coldly, mercy is a waste of time. Another notification appeared. You have obtained the right to descend to the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. You will now receive a reward. He wondered if he should use the useless skills he'd gotten here as materials to unseal the skill fusion and death throes authorities. After he was done, Han Sung-yoon announced, all right, good. Everyone did well on this floor. Let's head down to the 5th floor. Catherine sighed. You did almost everything yourself anyway. The group then moved to a new space. The system announced, you have entered the 5th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Hell Fortress City, a fortress city created by the demons after their arrival in the Great Tree Labyrinth. Within this fortress city, only you and your companions exist. There are no other challengers, and it is a separate space within the labyrinth. Catherine looked around excitedly and exclaimed, this place looks so dangerous. Another notification appeared for Han Sung-yoon. Kill the Shadow Monarch, who rules the Hell Fortress City, and proceed to the next floor. However, if the Shadow Monarch acknowledges you, you may proceed to the floor below without conflict. A monster suddenly roared, Challenger. It announced, we have you surrounded. Hand over all your items and show us some respect. Catherine looked around, speculating fearfully. With this many demons, I think fighting them all at once will be difficult. As a monster attacked her, the system announced, Guardian skill activated. A magic shield has been created around the target. You are protected, and all stats are increased by 1 point. Seeing Han Sung-yoon charge forward, Catherine shouted angrily, wait, are you planning to fight all by yourself again? Han Sung-yoon replied, I'll be fine, so just focus on buffing me. And whatever you do, don't leave that shield. The monster on the other side was losing its patience, roaring in fury. Hey, are you actually trying to resist? All the monsters in the Hell Fortress City are the strongest of the strong. If you know what's good for you, this can be mutually beneficial. Han Sung-yoon was curious. This floor has the strongest of the strong demons, you say? No way. He gripped his sword and declared, that's just what you think. As he drew his blade, a system notification appeared. Activating the special effect, Twin Soul Strike, of the Authority, Immortal Demon Sword style. By consuming divinity, the power of the Authority's skills will be quadrupled. Han Sung-yoon snarled. D. A ferocious stream of blue energy tore through space, creating a massive explosion and annihilating everything in its path. The system announced, you have obtained the achievement, Epic, of the Fallen City Labyrinth. Seo Eung-han watched this scene with awe. The more I watch him fight, the more I realize just how extraordinary he is. Meanwhile, the group of 3 remained perfectly safe inside their barrier, a stark contrast to the desolate scene outside, which had become a bloody battlefield of death. Han Sung-yoon was still fighting relentlessly. He approached a building and surmised, that must be where the Shadow Monarch is. The system announced, the special authority, Shadow Shield, reduces all damage dealt to the fortress by 68%. Han Sung-yoon thought to himself, useless, and activated the Heavenly Grotto skill. He then launched himself into the air amidst the ruins, weapon in hand, ready for battle, a brilliant blue light radiating from behind him. Han Sung-yoon gripped his golden sword tightly, charging into the chaotic ruins to face his enemy in the shadows amidst the cold and incredibly tense atmosphere. The opponent in the shadows suddenly spoke. Relax. I'm just a passing challenger who plays by the rules. The man sitting on a high throne was the Shadow Monarch. He spoke. I know we have a challenger in our city for the first time in years, but this is more serious than I thought. The Shadow Monarch stood up and slowly walked toward Han Sung-yoon, saying, if you hand over your items, there will be no bloodshed. He replied coldly. I don't know where a demon like you gets the confidence to say that to me. Hearing this, the monarch felt insulted and shouted in a rage. Just one item. Do you have any idea where you are, barging into this city like this? The Shadow Monarch sneered at Han Sung-yoon. Even the previous challengers didn't dare to act so arrogantly. What do you take us, the noble demon race, for? He coldly shot back. A noble race of demons? The moment he finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon moved with the speed of light, instantly appearing before the Monarch of Darkness. He raised his fist, determined to put him in his place with a single blow. The Monarch of Darkness stared blankly at the fist right in front of his face and stammered. As if, before he could say another word, Han Sung-yoon decisively punched him, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of the punch was so strong that the ground itself cracked. Looking at the Monarch of Darkness's face, now covered in wounds from just one punch, Han Sung-yoon scoffed. What honor does a demon have, anyway? He stood up and walked towards the throne in front of him. After that, the Monarch of Darkness had to obediently kneel before Han Sung-yoon. The positions and power dynamics were now completely reversed from when he first arrived. After talking with him for a while, Han Sung-yoon understood that the items plundered from fake challengers were what sustained this city. What a waste. Hearing this, the Monarch of Darkness became furious and accused Han Sung-yoon of not understanding how things worked. What do you mean, a waste? Without those items, this city would have collapsed. He angrily clenched his fists and shouted, My God, you talk too much. I'll make this quick. Hand them all over. As he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement, Plunder a City. Unique. You have received 15 Labyrinth points. The Plunder skill has been activated. Watching the city slowly crumble before his eyes, the Monarch of Darkness cried out in agony. My city. Han Sung-yoon sneered in disgust. You talk too much nonsense. The monarch suddenly turned to face him, dropped to his knees, and obediently begged. I'll give you all the items. I'll even offer you my life. So please, don't destroy the city. Feeling a bit of pity, Han Sung-yoon replied, All right. I'm still human, so I can at least hear you out. He scratched his head and thought, the thing I did before coming to the city, that should be fine, right? The Monarch of Darkness was currently bowing his head, pleading, but inwardly, he was furious, cursing to himself. You humans are more demonic than demons. Han Sung-yoon pointed forward and asked, Hey, I've been curious for a while, but what is that? The Monarch of Darkness answered, That is the sanctuary that leads to the basement. It's our altar for sacrificing to the demon god. The two of them approached the door. Han Sung-yoon wondered, Is there anything in there? The monarch replied, There's an achievement there, but only a demon can open the door. When he touched the door handle, a system notification appeared. The Erase Humanity skill has been activated. You can become a species other than human. Han Sung-yoon slowly pushed the door open, thinking to himself that he'd gotten this skill on the 4th floor. I set it aside because I thought it was useless, but who knew I'd have to use it here? As the door gradually opened, the system window was flooded with notifications. You have obtained the Labyrinth achievement. Open the legendary sanctuary. You have received 100 Labyrinth points. Your total health and mana have increased by 40. Han Sung-yoon turned to inform the Monarch of Darkness. I opened it. The monarch was bewildered. But you can't open the door if you're human. Are you a demon? Losing patience, he dragged the Monarch of Darkness inside and urged him on. Geez, you talk so much nonsense. Is that a passive demon trait? Just lead the way if you don't want to die. He hesitantly replied, yes. Upon entering a room, Han Sung-yoon asked, What's this place for? The Monarch of Darkness explained, This is where you offer sacrifices to the demon god in exchange for achievements and to imbue monsters with divinity. He then asked, You can imbue monsters or demons with divinity without paying any price. He answered, There's a limit. The stronger they are, the more they receive. The two of them walked towards a large lake. The monarch of darkness spoke up. All monsters can receive divinity in this lake. Han Sung-yoon was a little surprised and exclaimed, "Really? It's that simple." The monarch of darkness was stunned. Wait a minute. He watched Han Sung-yoon step into the lake and couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you getting in the lake?" Han Sung-yoon reassured him, "Don't worry. Once I'm done, I'll take the achievement." After he gradually sank into the lake, the system announced, "You have entered a special area, the Demon Lake." Demons and monsters receive divinity based on their overall power. As Han Sung-yoon was completely enveloped by the water, he carefully observed the swirling currents around him and thought, thanks to the Erase Humanity skill, "I'm no longer human now." The A-ranked Holy Power Authority has been upgraded. The A-ranked Holy Power Authority can now combine with a part of a myth and be enhanced. A young boy who has just begun to form his divinity, who doesn't know his place and is full of greed. I'm surprised you have more than 3 divinities. And it's quite interesting that you came here with a human body. At the bottom of the lake, as Han Sung-yoon stood still, another person approached. A woman spoke with admiration. "I understand now why so many gods have their eyes on you. You must have a talent for being loved by the tower." Han Sung-yoon was taken aback and stammered, "Wait, what did you mean earlier by a talent for being loved by the tower?" The woman crossed her arms and asked him back, "Do you know why the tower gives you holy power and expects you to become a god?" Han Sung-yoon was bewildered. "What?" She explained, "The tower wants a perfect transcendent being that it can use for its own purposes, like a puppet. But there are no perfect transcendent beings in this dimension of the universe." Han Sung-yoon was starting to understand. He wondered, does that mean the gods who have been expelled from the tower so far are imperfect? The woman winked and answered, "Exactly. Although they are all stronger than the tower or the ancient gods, they are not perfect, transcendent beings." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon was utterly shocked. He froze and thought, what? The tower isn't transcendent, but it has the ability to create a transcendent being? The woman continued, half joking, "I've told you everything I can, so now it's up to you. Or, do you want to know more?" She held out her hand and gently reminded him, "No reward is free." The woman introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the demon god. Challenger Han Sung-yoon, I want to become your ally," she announced. "This alliance has only one purpose, to destroy the gods' competition in this great tree labyrinth." The demon god offered a deal. "In return, I will give you the reward meant for the god who wins this competition." The deal was struck. He and the monarch of darkness stepped out of the doorway. The monarch asked, "How much holy power did you take?" Han Sung-yoon answered coldly, "Don't ask so many questions, just lead me to the place that connects to the 6th floor." The monarch asked again, "You're not going to kill me?" Han Sung-yoon tilted his head, looked at the monarch of darkness, and thought to himself, "It's time." Then, Han Sung-yoon turned around and rolled up his sleeve to show him the tattoo on his arm. He announced, "I've formed an alliance with your god. So from now on, even if I wanted to, I couldn't kill a demon." When the monarch of darkness saw the tattoo, his whole body suddenly began to tremble. He replied, "The mark of the demon god. I understand. If that is the demon god's will, then so be it." As he finished speaking, a notification panel appeared with a lot of information. "You have received permission to descend to the 6th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will be granted. Choose 2 items, authorities, or skills, and restore 2 of your abilities. The seals on Counter Shield and the authority, Mind Like a Rock, have been removed." Another woman suddenly approached, calling out to Han Sung-yoon. It was Catherine's group. She looked curiously at the bodies of people lying scattered on the ground. "What did you do to these demons to make them all kneel?" Han Sung-yoon sheepishly scratched his face and replied, "Who knows? I didn't do anything." Catherine turned back to him and asked, "What have you been doing all this time? We could have helped." "Why?" A deep sense of guilt washed over Han Sung-yoon. He answered, "I'm sorry. I wasn't confident I could protect everyone, so I just did what I had to do." Catherine scratched her head helplessly and comforted him. "No, you shouldn't be sorry. Just understand that we were worried about you." Hearing that, Han Sung-yoon was momentarily at a loss for words as a warm feeling spread through his mind. Han Sung-yoon smiled happily at Catherine and replied, "I'll remember that. Anyway, since we've cleared the 5th floor," he pointed at the shop and announced, "Grab what you need from the store and let's head down." The shopkeeper cheerfully greeted them. After buying their items, the group was notified. "You have entered the 6th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the origin of the trial. This is a special place controlled by the god of the trial. This is where all challengers from the Earth dimension and the martial arts dimension within the Great Tree Labyrinth gather. Cooperate to defeat the challenger's clone and descend to the floor below." A blue-haired man confidently declared, "Isn't this too easy? We just have to fight that thing." The system didn't forget to add a reminder. "However, if your contribution to defeating the challenger's clone is less than 10%, you will be eliminated from the labyrinth." Kim Sung-hun remarked, "This just got harder." From a dark aura, a body began to form. A clone of the Earth Dimension challenger, Han Sung-yun, had been created. A status screen appeared as he watched intently. The challenger clone's level is too high and is unsuitable for this floor's level. Across from him, the clone also stared at Han Sung-yun with deadly, glowing red eyes. After its transformation was complete, everyone standing around advanced on the fake Han Sung-yun. They shouted in unison, "Everyone, attack!" The black-clad clone was surrounded on all sides. Blood splattered as one person charged in with a powerful slash, while others prepared to launch their next attack to take him down. The clone stood in the center of the battlefield, swinging its sword to create blazing red arcs that cut through the air, mowing down waves of enemies rushing in from all directions. The system had a new notification. For the sake of balance, all of the challenger clone's skills will be revealed via a message before it manifests them. It continued to unleash powerful slashes. Blood sprayed as its glowing red sword pierced a white-haired opponent, its eyes filled with cold resolve amidst the chaotic battle. The clone's face was sharp in the fiery light, its eyes gleaming with determination, signaling that a powerful counterattack was about to be unleashed. Facing it was Han Sung-yun, with Kim Seung-hun right behind him. He and Kim Seung-hun charged together to attack their opponent. Han Sung-yun rushed forward with a red sword in his hand, his eyes sharply focused, with Kim Seung-hun following closely behind. The two coordinated seamlessly in the midst of the high-speed, dramatic battle. Faced with the unpredictable turn of the battle, he frowned, realizing that in just a few minutes, only 10 out of 40 people were left standing. Han Sung-yun understood that none of the martial artists could defeat it. He calculated that if his own people were here, this would have been possible. Oh Chol-soo would protect Catherine from behind while she continuously buffed him. Han Sung-yun showed great determination. "We can do this." Then, a notification panel appeared, stating that the special authority, Song of White Fire, would temporarily increase all stats by 50%. The authority, Blessing of Fire, will temporarily increase all stats by 2 points. The authority, Righteous K of Mount Hua, will increase the recovery speed of mana by 100%. The two of them charged at the clone with the enhancement skill. Strength will increase the attack power of all techniques by 50%. A violent explosion erupted, sending shattered earth and rock flying everywhere. A blinding light and a powerful shockwave spread out, shaking the entire area in a moment of utter chaos. The special buff, Enlightened Reflection, has been activated. When stamina drops below 40%, all stats will increase by 10. Seeing that the situation looked very promising, Han Sung-yun thought joyfully, "Good, let's keep the pressure on it." Then he used White Sword, Sea Cleaver, decisively delivering fatal slashes toward his opponent. The system announced, Challenger clone Han Sung-yun has used the soul summoning trait to devour souls and completely nullify the damage. Han Sung-yun and Kim Sung-hun simultaneously launched a powerful attack, their sword and blade flashing as they clashed with their opponent's weapon, creating brilliant blue sparks and a shockwave that rattled the space around them. A strange man watched the entire battle unfold from a distance. He realized with a shock that it was the swordsmanship of Sword Saint B. The man leaned on his sword, thinking to himself in surprise that he would get to witness it here. The battle continued, and the clone then used a new weapon, the Holy Sword. Han Sung-yun then summoned a shield in front of himself, activating the skill Counter Shield. The Counter Shield skill is accumulating damage. He pointed his sword at the shield and charged it with energy. After enough damage has been accumulated, it will be released in a single strike. On the other hand, the clone's side received a different system notification. Challenger clone Han Sung-yun has used up all its souls. It held a weapon in each hand, using them for the soul summoning trait. But when it stood face to face with Han Sung-yun, the clone's weapons all fell to the ground. He stepped forward, speaking as he walked. "Usually, we would lose due to the difference in power." Han Sung-yun said boldly, "But you haven't used any spells besides your internal energy. That means my judgment wasn't completely copied either." He looked into the clone's eyes and taunted it. "I'm guessing you want to use martial arts but can't, because you don't know how to wield mana. A fake like you can't do anything right." Feeling ashamed, it then used the flash trait. The system repeatedly announced, Challenger clone Han Sung-yun has used the skill Heaven-Shaking Sword. Use the skill Blood Annihilation. Han Sung-yun didn't waste words. He quickly used his own skill. The Water Shield skill has slightly reduced the damage. Han Sung-yun said sarcastically, "Your use of skills is terrible, and you decided to use Flash at completely the wrong time." The effect of the Authority Immortal Demon Sword style, Twin Strikes, has been activated. The absorbed holy power will increase the Authority's strength fourfold. Realizing something was wrong, the clone's eyes showed extreme bewilderment and confusion. Seizing the moment his opponent was distracted, Han Sung-yun used his white sword form, Void Break, to decisively finish off his imposter. The imposter collapsed to his knees, his body gradually fading into nothingness. Han Sung-yoon watched in disgust and sneered. More boring than I expected. Activating the authority to manipulate mana, Han Sung-yoon then unleashed a new technique, activating the skill, one-hit strike. The accuracy and destructive power of the next attack will increase. He used one final blow to officially end the life of the pitiful creature impersonating him. The air grew thick in the breathtaking moment. Cheon Seong, watching this, remarked with great admiration. He can analyze an enemy's weakness in an instant and adapt quickly. Catherine also exclaimed, I'm starting to doubt he's even human. After completing the quest, a system notification appeared. You have devoured the soul of the fake awakened. Han Sung-yoon. Proficiency has increased to 61%. Proficiency for the soul summon attribute has reached 100%. The soul summon authority has increased. The Flash B authority has been engraved into the soul of player Han Sung-yoon. His eyes gleamed with unbeatable determination. He thought to himself, I've acquired Flash. From now on, I can take down almost any enemy. Challenger Han Sung-yoon has defeated the challenger's copy. The trial is over. First place, Challenger Han Sung-yoon. The Earth Dimension contributed over 80%. Second place, Challenger Lin Kung. The Murim Dimension contributed over 7%. Third place, Challenger Wei, Murim Dimension, contributing 3.78%. Fourth place, Challenger Gujuang, Murim Dimension. Challenger groups that contributed 10% or more will be granted access to the 7th floor. Hearing the announcement, the group of strangers grew extremely upset and yelled, No way! There must be a mistake. This is absurd. Why are the rankings decided this way? The system gently reminded them. The God of Judgment is angered by the challengers who refuse to accept the results. The God of Judgment has issued a punishment for the challengers from the Murim Dimension. According to the Judgment phase, those who cannot prove their worth will pay the price. As the words faded, everyone around collapsed, writhing and screaming in agony. Han Sung-yoon's eyes watched the crowd as they clutched their faces and wailed. I can't see anything, the system told him. The God of Judgment is smiling, saying that things are now more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, a man approached Han Sung-yoon and spoke. Excuse me, he asked respectfully. May we speak for a moment? Kim Se-young-hun stepped in front of Han Sung-yoon to shield him and replied, I don't know who you are, sir, but please don't come any closer to my teammate. The man calmly explained, You must have misunderstood. I just want to thank him for saving my life. He recounted, I never thought I'd witness the swordsmanship of the White Sword Saint family here, performed by a warrior from another dimension. Han Sung-yoon looked puzzled. I've never heard the name White Sword Saint family before. The man asked back, Really? He explained. You used the movements and techniques of the first form of the White Sword, so I assumed you were a descendant of the White Sword Saint family. The man continued, Mount Hua was once indebted to the White Sword Saint family. Hearing this, he was surprised to realize that this was unexpectedly related to his administrator, the White Crane Sword Master. A system notification appeared. The God of Judgment has removed the challengers who contributed less than 10% from the Great Tree Labyrinth. The man then hurriedly left, but not before arranging a future meeting. We'll speak of this later. Since you are a descendant of the White Sword Saint family, this debt will surely be repaid. He reminded Han Sung-yoon, if you go to the Murim Dimension, look for Jin Kyan of Mount Hua. The man promised, we will discuss this matter in more detail then. The challengers who contributed less than 10% have been expelled. Catherine, standing behind, asked curiously Han Sung-yoon, What were you talking to him about? Han Sung-yoon replied, It was nothing. Let's get back into formation. We're heading to the 7th floor. She smiled happily, feeling a great sense of relief, and said, I'm so glad everything ended well. Thanks to you, we'll reach the end of the labyrinth soon. Han Sung-yoon glanced back and replied, It was nothing. The system announced, You have been granted access to the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Rewards will be distributed. Choose 2 items, an authority, and restore 2 stats. The Holy Light skill and the Wind Trust authority have been unlocked. After selecting his items, Han Sung-yoon reminded his teammates, We need to be more careful when we get to the 7th floor. Everyone get ready. Let's go. He silently thought about the future. From now on, we'll face the true events of the Great Tree Labyrinth. After they entered a new space, system notifications began to ring out continuously. You have arrived at the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Holy Land. Challengers from all dimensions officially climbing the tower can now participate in joint trials. Please choose a faction based on the god you connected with upon entering the Great Tree Labyrinth. When choosing a faction, the strongest challenger will be selected as the god's apostle. You may choose one of the following 4 factions: Transcendence, Darkness, Demonic, or Judgment. Make your choice and decide your faction. Han Sung-yoon stroked his chin, thinking, I might be chosen as the god's apostle. Catherine wondered, Transcendence, I don't remember there being a god like that. Sung Hun added, I have no idea where transcendence even comes from. Hearing their conversation, he realized his teammates didn't know much about these entities. Han Sung-yoon announced to them, everyone, choose transcendence. Hearing this, Catherine became very interested. Praised him. We're completely clueless, but you seem to know what you're doing. I guess we'll follow your lead. After they had chosen, the system announced all party members have agreed to choose the Transcendence faction. Challenger Han Sung-yoon has been chosen as the god's apostle for the Transcendence faction. A Holy Grail fragment will be sent. A glowing shard then appeared before his eyes. Han Sung-yoon took it in his hand and thought, the other teams must have received Holy Grail fragments as well. We'll probably have to find and collect the fragments from others. But then, he suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it. Han Sung-yoon's action left Catherine's group of 3 completely bewildered, but they didn't react much, since Han Sung-yoon often did things that were baffling. After creating a huge hole, he turned back to his teammates and said, I'm not sure what's about to happen, so get in here. I'm going to put up a barrier. Just stay inside and you'll be fine. Kim Seung-hun replied, got it. If the barrier disappears, we'll come find you. Catherine, understanding the situation, reluctantly said, all right then. I'd just be a burden to you anyway. I'll stay here quietly. Han Sung-yoon felt a pang of guilt, thinking to himself, it's natural for her to be sad, but this is how it has to be. After that, the system announced that when he used the new skill, he had activated the Guardian skill. You have marked a target for the protection zone. A magic barrier has been erected around the protection target. All stats increased by 1. Han Sung-yoon dusted off his hands and said with a sense of relief, this should be enough. He turned to look back, carefully checking for any flaws, and thought, I've hidden it so well, no one will ever find it. The sword at Han Sung-yoon's hip spoke up in praise, you really care about your teammates, don't you? You're acting quite emotionally. Not like your usual self at all. He gripped it and asked, when did you wake up? The sword replied, the moment you entered the 7th floor. You look like you needed to concentrate, so I remained silent. The system announced, the item, True Supreme Blood Demon Sword, has been released. Han Sung-yoon frowned slightly and said, thanks for the concern. The sword suddenly piped up, cheerfully telling him, so you better show me some respect. I'm the only one who cares about you this much. Han Sung-yoon seriously reminded her, whatever, just focus. From now on, we have to go all out. The sword looked around and asked, puzzled, go all out? But there's no one here. Han Sung-yoon gripped his weapon and declared, I'm going to draw all the enemies to this spot. The sword asked, you're not thinking of doing what I think you're doing, are you? He smiled and replied, you guessed it. Activate skill. Holy light. A pillar of brilliant red light erupted from the ground, radiating immense power amidst flashes of lightning and scattered debris, creating an overwhelming and terrifying sense of destructive power. After the skill was used, a system notification rang out. You have obtained the unique achievement, Man-Made Disaster Maze. Activating skill, Massacre. You have earned 50 maze points. 37 challengers from the Domination camp have been eliminated. 41 challengers from the Suppression camp have been eliminated. 18 challengers from the Domination camp have been eliminated. The God of Nature, the God of Suppression, the God of Domination, and the God of War are now observing challenger Han Sung-yoon. In contrast to the tense scene outside, Catherine's group was now inside the cave. They were all silent, each lost in their own thoughts. She stood in a corner, leaning her head against the wall, her emotions a wordless, chaotic mess. Suddenly, Catherine spoke. Can we even call ourselves a team when we're completely useless to him? Oh, Cheol-su, feeling just as helpless, replied, there's nothing we could have done. That fight was never on a level that mortals like us could interfere with. There's nothing we can do to help him. Unable to hold back any longer, Catherine burst into tears. She cried out in frustration. But I tried so hard to be useful to him. I tried so hard to design a complex skill tree so I could use as many magic abilities as possible. Catherine continued ranting, overwhelmed by despair. To make my shields and buffs more useful. Any ability I managed to cultivate while climbing the tower. It's all just hilarious, isn't it? Everything I risked my life for. All that effort. And in the end, it's just for some useless shields and buffs. She cried out in anguish. I'm so utterly powerless. Kim Seung-hun and Oh Cheol-su stood behind her, unable to say a word, simply watching her break down. The cave fell silent. Suddenly, a soft chuckle echoed from out of nowhere. Foo. A woman's voice spoke to Catherine. Poor child. You have such adorable thoughts. The woman then cupped Catherine's face, her voice dropping to a probing tone. You truly wish to help that little boy who's rushing to his doom like a moth to a flame, don't you? She whispered into Catherine's ear. I know a way. Would you like to hear it? Meanwhile, up on the surface, someone was casting a summoning spell. "Come forth, my summoned beast." In response, a giant wolf, its body engulfed in flames and its eyes burning, let out a ferocious roar against the purple sky, radiating a menacing aura and an explosive, destructive power that made the very ground tremble. During this, Han Sung-yoon was still fighting for his life against the other challengers. His legs pumped powerfully, cracking the earth and sending debris flying, a testament to his explosive speed and strength in the heat of a fierce battle. With a determined look in his eyes, Han Sung-yoon charged forward with all his speed and power, but the sight ahead brought him to a screeching halt. A colossal monster now stood before Han Sung-yoon, charging straight at him. The majority of the Rite of Glory has been used on challenger Han Sung-yoon. A terrifying explosion erupted. Using his light-like speed, he rapidly closed the distance to the monster. The people behind him called out, "God of Domination, I pray you watch this." The challenger serving the God of Domination smiled and declared, "Witness our summoned beast tear that imbecile limb from limb." The challenger serving the God of War also spoke up. "It seems the gods we serve have been anticipating your arrival. If you surrender now, we will grant you a swift and painless end." Next to him stood the challenger serving the God of Nature. Behind them, the challenger of the God of Suppression stood with his sword drawn, ready to attack. One of them ordered impatiently, "This is getting annoying. Just finish him off already." While fighting, Han Sung-yoon glanced at the group and smirked to himself, thinking, "I used that skill earlier specifically to reveal my location, and it worked perfectly, didn't it?" The sword chided him in exasperation. "How can you think about such petty things right now? You idiot, you don't even have a plan to deal with this." At that moment, the challenger serving the God of War stepped forward and declared, "No answer, huh? Fine, we'll just have to kill you as painfully as possible." Behind him, the challenger serving the God of Domination frowned as he watched. Han Sung-yoon descended from the sky, landing on the ground. But the moment his feet touched the earth, tentacles erupted from beneath him. The sword in Han Sung-yoon's hand warned him, "Here they come. Get ready." Han Sung-yoon remained cautious, observing the group gathered before him from a distance. Suddenly, a tentacle shot out and wrapped tightly around the neck of the God of War's challenger. Trembling in pain, he stammered to the others, "We form an alliance. To kill him, right?" The challenger serving the God of Domination, who was revealed to be the one controlling the tentacles, smiled and announced, "After thinking it over, we decided it's more beneficial to kill you instead. Try not to take it personally." At this, the challenger serving the God of War became furious. He screamed a curse, "You son of a bee. If you want to die that badly, I'll kill you with my own two hands." The system then announced, "The God of War roars with rage." The follower of the God of Domination smirked with delight. A system message declared, "The God of Domination sarcastically exclaims that some people have far too much time on their hands." Then, the colossal monster stomped on the ground, creating a violent shockwave. A system notification rang out, "The God of War, the God of Domination, the God of Nature, and the God of Suppression are consuming holy power to use the authority, descent." To initiate the advent, all gods have possessed the bodies of their respective challengers. The God of Dominion ordered everyone, "Not a single one of you bastards can be trusted. Kill them all." Han Sung-yoon looked on, completely horrified by the scene. He thought, "This is a complete mess. They're just fighting amongst themselves." Watching the giant monster and the people before him tear each other apart, Han Sung-yoon was left completely stunned. To think they'd all descend like this. It would be strange if I didn't run for it at this point. From a distance, the God of Shadow was smiling. Han Sung-yoon was startled as whirlwinds continuously appeared before him. Then, Catherine materialized in front of him out of nowhere. The system announced that the God of Shadow had used Advent on the future disciple, Catherine Bennett. Han Sung-yoon froze in shock, unsure of how to react for a moment. Catherine stood with her back to him. Her face held a cold, malicious expression. A stream of power flowed at Catherine's command. When she appeared, the battle seemed to become more intense and fierce than ever. Suddenly, the giant monster was restrained. The God of Dominion stared at it, bewildered, wondering. The Shadow God's technique? He was completely panicked and couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The God of Dominion wondered. How could an ancient god like the Shadow God appear in a place like this? Han Sung-yoon, who had witnessed it all, thought to himself, "This kid." Catherine smiled at him. "I told you, didn't I? I am not your enemy." Catherine glanced at Han Sung-yoon with an incredibly cunning look. "Don't worry, I'll take care of one more of these scumbags." He frowned, guessing this was because she had received that grace on the first floor of the Great Tree's Labyrinth. Damn it. Meanwhile, the fake challenger who served the God of Nature was under attack. He trembled and begged, "Shadow God, stop." The God of Shadow was furious, asking, "God of Oppression, you bastard. How dare you try to run away by yourself? Catherine, now controlled by the god of shadow, explained, Fufu, how could I possibly stop? To protect this child, it's only natural that I would go this far. Watching the situation unfold, Han Sung-yun felt incredibly anxious. He thought to himself, this is too dangerous. I should have stopped her from receiving that grace back then. The sword spoke up, reminding him, don't let your emotions sweep you away. You can't accomplish anything without reason. There are more important things to focus on right now. Han Sung-yun quickly replied, I know. Then, he entered the battle at the speed of light. The system chimed, announcing, Advent has been dispelled as the future disciple. Eris Rondulli has perished. You have obtained a fragment of the god of Dominion's holy grail. The god of war was now furious. He cursed, that damn shadow god. The god grumbled, Shadow god, why must you always interfere with me? Han Sung-yun suddenly spoke up. Don't you gods know how to think? Because if you did, you would have run away just like the god of oppression. The god of war shot back. What? Han Sung-yun warned him, stop worrying about the shadow god. He raised his sword, asserting his authority, and declared, your opponent is me. The god of war grew enraged. He raised his hand to cast a spell, muttering a curse. Just a dog of the tower. The god of war retorted, you don't know your place. How dare you act so arrogant in my presence? He asked arrogantly, you can't even use disciple transformation. So if you really think you can defeat me. The god of war declared to Han Sung-yun, die. He then quickly activated a new skill, powerfully activating the authority of the supreme blood arts. When the god of war saw this skill, he became incredibly excited. He boasted, you foolish bastard. I've seen that ability before, so I've already prepared to deal with it. The god of war confidently showed off his knowledge. Demon blood is fatal. Don't you know what happens if it enters a person's body? He continued, let the demon blood invade your body and die a miserable death. Han Sung-yun then replied, no. This word left the god of war stunned. What? Then the system announced the powerful activation of the skill, Erase Humanity. Han Sung-yun reminded him, according to the system, the current me is no longer human. Due to the activation of the Erase Humanity skill, you have absorbed all vampire elements. He explained, therefore, powers that kill humans will have no effect on me. The system explained in further detail. Because the vampire element is stored within the Erase Humanity skill, some of the advantages that vampires possess will be transferred to you. The surrounding landscape had become desolate and ruined. Everything seemed to have been flattened, with not a single living creature able to survive. Only the barren ground remained, with two figures standing in opposition. Han Sung-yun smirked. He shot the god of war a look of utter contempt with his cold eyes and spoke in a mocking tone. Is that all you've got? The god was now seething with rage, grinding his sharp teeth together. The god of war retorted, you dare act so cocky with a skill you just received from the tower. I'll gouge out those arrogant eyes of yours first. The god of war announced, prepare yourself. Then, with a chilling gaze and his silver hair flying, he channeled his magical power, creating a brilliant blue energy sphere that radiated a fierce, swirling aura, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The god of war had sacrificed his divine power to the tower to receive the right to use holy power here. The system explained, because of the holy power of combat, a portion of the holy disciple Han Sung-yun's mana has been transferred to the opponent. Seeing this, the god of war praised him. Your holy power is good, completely different from your personality. He asserted, the more you continue to fight, the more your holy power will be drained. He then rushed towards Han Sung-yun, not forgetting to mock him. Let's see how long you can last. In the fierce battle, the god of war unleashed a powerful slash. As Han Sung-yun dodged the blow, his eyes were filled with focus, ready to counter the intense pressure from his opponent. But unfortunately, after that, he was struck by one of the god's attacks, injuring one of his arms and sending blood flying. The god of war smiled with delight, mocking Han Sung-yun, keep chirping. Why'd you stop? He used his light-speed movements to continuously toy with him, then said, suffer more. He declared with glee, otherwise, I'll regret having used my holy power on you. Han Sung-yun was growing tired. He lost his patience and shot back, stopped spouting nonsense and focused on the fight. After that, Han Sung-yun activated the authority of extreme concentration. He quickly ducked, evading a ferocious attack. Pinkish-red slash marks tore through the air as the god of war unleashed a powerful blow filled with killing intent and pressure. Han Sung-yun charged forward with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful blow that clashed violently with the god of war, creating brilliant sparks and dramatic shockwaves. But just as the battle reached its climax, he suddenly faltered. Han Sung-yun dropped to his knees and immediately received a notification. Due to battle sanctity, the senses of challenger Han Sung-yun have been significantly impaired. Furthermore, due to battle sanctity, A portion of challenger Han Sung-yun's mana has been transferred to the opponent. His sword warned him anxiously. At this rate, you're going to die. But Han Sung-yun just smiled to himself, as if he had another plan. The god of war, feeling incredibly refreshed, approached him with a mocking tone. I'm making great use of your sacred power. Look at you. You can barely stand. Run out of juice already? He declared loudly. In that case, I'll help you die a painful death. As the god of war approached Han Sung-yun to finish him off, something suddenly struck him, causing him to collapse. His hair fell into a disheveled mess. The god of war wondered, what the hell was that? This pain activated the special skill Endless Pain. Wincing in pain, Han Sung-yun approached him and spoke. Isn't it because you're carelessly using someone else's sacred power? The system explained that if an opponent suddenly becomes stronger during a battle, the damage they receive will be proportional to their power increase. Looking at the god of war's face, trembling with rage, Han Sung-yun asked with a hint of amusement, how does it feel? He stepped in front of him and announced, but before I kill you, I have to take my sacred power back. Then, a series of notifications rang out. The myth Trial Battlefield Warrior has been cancelled. Due to the loss of power, the sacred power absorbed through battle has vanished. The god of war received the information and asked in confusion, my sacred power, it's disappearing. What did you do? Han Sung-yun explained, before fighting you, I used Trial Battlefield Warrior on my own sacred power. Therefore, if Trial Battlefield Warrior is cancelled, the sacred power you absorbed vanishes and returns to me. Hearing this, the god of war became furious, gritting his teeth tightly. Helpless, the god of war could only scream Han Sung-yun's name. He looked like a madman as he declared, don't think this is the end. I'll use every means possible to kill you. As the god of war got back on his feet, Han Sung-yun readied his sword to attack, sneering, less talk. After that, a series of notifications rang out. You have received the command of the future Apostle Power Orb. Skill level has increased by 9.8%. You have received a fragment of the Holy Grail. Catherine, who had been on the sidelines, now approached. She clapped in approval. The god of darkness, who was possessing Catherine, spoke up. I was planning to step in if things got worse. She praised him. But it seems you fought well enough without me. Han Sung-yun then took the Holy Grail fragment. The system announced, you have received a fragment of the Holy Grail. Catherine bluntly pointed out, you have curiosity written all over your face. Feel free to ask me anything. The amount of information I'm allowed to answer has increased. Han Sung-yun didn't beat around the bush. Then I'll ask you directly. He began. Is my existence that special to you? Or are you planning to recruit me as your apostle? Catherine replied, I like clever children. She then reminded him, half-jokingly, but being too direct isn't always a good thing. Catherine confirmed, that's right, kid. I want you to be my apostle, and I also want something from you. She recalled the moment he was given incredible power to fulfill the tower's secret desire. Whether things go as the tower wishes or there's a new ending, I just want to see the moment it all comes to a close. The tower wants an omnipotent being to use for its own purposes. Han Sung-yun remembered the demon god saying the same thing. He thought about the hands secretly manipulating everything and realized, the tower needs an omnipotent being, and I'm the one who was chosen. So what does that have to do with a new ending? Catherine yawned lazily and said, sorry, but I can't maintain this descent any longer. She bowed her head and added, it will be difficult for us to meet again on this floor, but I have chosen a few followers to help you. Catherine then announced, I will also send the reward I obtained from the Great Tree Labyrinth through those followers. She promised, see you again in the tower. The dark sacred power vanished, causing the dark energy that had seeped into the ground to disappear. Afterward, Chu appeared to clean up the scene. Looking at the bodies, smeared with blood, she exclaimed, no matter how many times I see this, I still can't believe it. The scene was filled with bodies lying everywhere, blood and the stench of decay filling the air. It was uncontrollable chaos. Chu stood next to Han Sung-yun, who was carrying the unconscious Catherine. She said, the fact that the god of darkness dealt with this many enemies while you were fighting the god of war is incredible. Chu then seriously warned him, if the god of darkness were your enemy, things would get very complicated. Han Sung-yun added, she could probably kill me in an instant. Chu reminded him sternly, remember this. Compared to the god of darkness, the god of war is just small fry. Han Sung-yun stood up and replied, you don't have to tell me. I know. He furrowed his brow, thinking with extreme seriousness. I have to train as much as possible as soon as I get back to the tower, so I don't end up like these guys. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. You have received the body enhancement Moonlight's favor from the remaining vampire trait in the Erase Humanity skill. Thanks to the buff, Favor of the Moonlight, your abilities will increase by 10% when under the moonlight. Upon learning this, Chu was utterly stunned and exclaimed, impossible. The system explained again. Thanks to the favor of the moonlight enhancement, all skills are increased by 4, and all growth rates are increased by 10%. Chu asked in a daze, "What kind of insane race is this? This has to be cheating. There's no way a reward this huge is possible." Han Sung-yoon smiled cheerfully and teased her. "It's all thanks to the skill." He then used all the commands he possessed to permanently increase his abilities. Chu, feeling it was incredibly unfair, clung to Han Sung-yoon and complained pitifully, "You skill abuser, have you no shame? Back in my day, I had to grind day and night just to get where you are." He, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Using commands, this new skill is interesting. Chu yelled in frustration. "Are you ignoring me?" Han Sung-yoon replied patiently, "I was listening." Suddenly, a gentle female voice spoke up. "You're the challenger, Han Sung-yoon, aren't you?" She had appeared quietly behind him, causing Han Sung-yoon to freeze in surprise. The woman then answered her own question. "It seems I'm correct. I am an apostle of the god of darkness." The girl took the initiative to introduce herself. "My name is Arya. By the will of the god of shadows, I will assist you, Challenger Han Sung-yoon, until the end of this floor." Hearing this, he frowned and wondered to himself. Until the end? What is she planning? Is she really just an escort, or is she plotting something? The sword spoke up to reassure Han Sung-yoon. "You don't need to worry. This much holy power is enough to prove she's a true apostle. If the god of shadows told her to serve you, she will obey your every command." He asked again, "Your name is Arya, correct?" She replied, "Yes, that's right. Please don't hesitate to ask me anything." Han Sung-yoon admitted frankly, "Unfortunately, I can't bring myself to trust you just yet. I should try using this new skill I got," he thought to himself. Then, Han Sung-yoon took out a contract and requested, "But if you sign this contract, holding it out in front of Arya," he said, "I will definitely trust you." A system notification rang out as the contract appeared. Activating the Master Servant contract skill. B rank Apostle Arya has been selected as the skill's target. Han Sung-yoon ordered sternly, "Sign the contract." The system chimed with a reminder. Once the contract is signed, the master-servant relationship cannot be violated. The system announced. As both parties have consented, the master-servant contract has been formed. B rank Apostle Arya can never defy the master-servant relationship. Immediately after, Arya spoke with an excited voice. "The grace you've bestowed upon me has increased my stats by another 14 points. After she finished speaking, the system continued to announce. All of B-rank Apostle Arya's ability points have been increased by 14. In just a few short seconds, she turned to Han Sung-yoon with an expression of absolute adoration. She praised him endlessly. "Amazing. Your incredible generosity reminds me of the god of shadows himself." Without letting her finish, Han Sung-yoon replied coldly, "Cut it out. I have something I need you to do for me." With that, he walked over to Catherine and calmly made his request. "Heal my comrade over there." Faced with this sudden request, Arya immediately became flustered. She clenched her fists and replied in a low voice, "Han Sung-yoon, unfortunately. I can't heal this prospective apostle." Her voice choked up as she said this. This prospective apostle is suffering from a divine fever because of the Advent. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon was a little bewildered. He unconsciously asked, "What's a divine fever?" She replied with embarrassment, "People with low physical stats can't withstand divinity if a god uses their Advent on them, and as a result, they develop a high fever. She won't wake up for another week." Han Sung-yoon nodded in understanding. If that's the case, then this is not good. Suddenly, Arya reminded him in a quiet voice, "More importantly, you're in danger." She continued cautiously, "Because you have more than 2 fragments of the Holy Grail. You'll become a target for the other factions." Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon froze on the spot. This meant his other comrades were also in danger. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon dashed off, leaving Arya behind. All she could do was support the unconscious Catherine, her voice tinged with panic. "Where are you going, Han Sung-yoon?" At that, Han Sung-yoon slowly turned back to give an order. "Arya, protect her and follow me." The next second, he rushed off, his mind in turmoil. "I was so caught up in the fight that I forgot." With Catherine unconscious, the shield protecting Kim Soo-hun and Oh Chul-soo has been dispelled. They might have already become targets for the other factions. Behind him, Arya carried Catherine on her back. She struggled to keep up. Panting, she pleaded, "Han Sung-yoon, wait for me." The scene then changes to a large tree, where the ground showed signs of a recent battle. Twilight began to fall as Han Sung-yoon walked quietly across the ground. He took note of the bodies strewn everywhere. As Han Sung-yoon walked and observed the situation, Chu's voice suddenly rang out. "They're in worse shape than I thought." He approached one of the motionless bodies. She continued her commentary. "It wouldn't be surprising if they passed away soon." Arya suddenly appeared from behind and stated calmly, "It's poison. It seems the enemy attacked them with poisoned weapons. Then she turned to observe the other bodies, her voice growing more serious. Although they managed to defeat this many people while poisoned, it must have eventually overwhelmed them. As soon as Arya finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon gritted his teeth and growled out each word. And because they knew we were gone, they must have attacked them. Seeing his anger, she quickly tried to reassure him. However, this type of poison can be completely cured after a few months, so please don't worry. For now, I suggest we send them back to Earth by draining their mana. Han Sung-yoon gradually regained his composure and said, I understand. Suddenly, a system notification came through. Challenger Kim Sung-han has run out of mana and is now returning to his original world. Challenger On Seo has run out of mana and is now returning to his original world. A moment later, Arya looked towards Han Sung-yoon. As he was sending his comrades away, she spoke up. You should prepare for battle. There are several challengers heading our way. Han Sung-yoon didn't stop what he was doing and replied slowly. I know. Please wait a moment. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Let me just grind up all these useless items and turn them into holy power. Immediately after, Han Sung-yoon raised his hand and clenched the spark of power in front of him, telling himself, All right, that's done. This should be enough. Suddenly, the system announced that a condition had been met. 11 out of the 20 divine factions have lost their Holy Grail fragments. Any divine faction with more than 10 Holy Grail fragments will receive the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is activating. His body gradually went limp. The god of the Transcendent faction is a lesser god but has met the conditions, temporarily granting the power of deification and the power of incarnation to gods with lower-grade souls. Meanwhile, Arya watched silently from behind, unsealing the divine authority of deification for challenger Han Sung-yoon. He suddenly smiled smugly, thinking to himself, Is that all it took for me to achieve deification? The system then delivered a new notification. The quirky star god, the clumsy observer god, and the false god of agony have bestowed the special power of incarnation upon challenger Han Sung-yoon. The system's voice continued to echo throughout the space. Challenger Han Sung-yoon's location has been revealed to all factions. He warily drew the sword at his side, thinking to himself, Incarnation. This is the first time I've seen this. What is it? Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon frowned as if he had realized something. Wait a minute. Why are they so obsessed with capturing me? Arya, still carrying Catherine, spoke up from behind him. How dare these petty gods think they can play with you? Han Sung-yoon. She then became enraged and yelled, Master Han Sung-yoon, if you give me the order, I will slaughter every last one of those pathetic bastards targeting you. Han Sung-yoon was a bit taken aback by Arya's expression, which looked like she wanted to devour everything in sight. Suddenly, Chu's voice chimed in, Well, apostles really are a bunch of lunatics. In the dark of night, a group of armored figures moved swiftly through the dense forest. The system's announcement rang out once more. The challenger, Rebik, has been chosen as an apostle of the corruption camp and has been granted a fragment of the Holy Grail. Rebik took the lead, shouting relentlessly, For the great god of corruption, we will punish that bastard Han Sung-yoon. Suddenly, the moon began to glow strangely, gradually appearing before everyone's eyes. Rebik looked up, a bit bewildered as he muttered involuntarily. His gaze remained fixed on it as he wondered, the moon? Just then, the system announced that the special authority, deceitful moon of suffering, was causing the targeted enemies to experience immense sorrow. Suddenly, the people following Rebik collapsed to the ground, screaming endlessly, My head, my head. They clutched their heads, tears streaming down their cheeks. My tears won't stop falling. At this sight, the system explained that when the deceitful moon of suffering selects enemies as targets, it would drain their life force as they felt sorrow. Rebik also began to cry out in despair. This can't be. The system's voice continued to ring out. The special authority, gaze of contempt for all things, causes all stats to decrease by 10 points. The quirky god of corruption was shouting at them to hurry up and advance. The men immediately dropped to their knees, their voices filled with despair. I'm sorry, my lord, but if we continue to advance, we'll die. The color drained from their faces. The quirky god of corruption said, You bastards are nothing but a bunch of mediocre, nameless mercenaries. Rebik struggled to hold his sword, screaming in desperation. Tears still streamed down his face as he said brokenly, I understand. Instantly, a series of massive explosions erupted in the forest, activating the Holy Light skill. 17 members of the corruption camp were killed, and 11 members of the observation camp were killed. 14 members of the suffering camp were killed. Han Sung-yoon now stood on a cliff, a hint of a smile in his voice. Using the moon to inflict debuffs on them increased the accuracy of Holy Light. Suddenly, a thought quickly flooded his mind. I destroyed the items that I obtained during the pre-corruption phase and received the moonlight, which helped me turn the tables. Suddenly, the system announced that the quirky god of corruption, The clumsy god of observation and the false god of suffering would cooperate to eliminate the challenger, Han Sung-yoon. He gripped his sword tightly as Chu's voice rang out. Looks like they finally realized their strength in numbers. Han Sung-yoon slowly walked to the edge of a large crater as her familiar voice continued to reach him. Get ready, those minor gods are coming. You'll have to face 3 of them, so be careful. He swung his blade into a ready stance. Han Sung-yoon replied softly, I know. He walked forward to face the group before him. The god of corruption was grinding his teeth as he spat out, How arrogant! I'll show you just how pathetic you are. In response to these words, the system explained that the quirky god of corruption was activating his special divine authority, incarnation, and appearing before Han Sung-yoon. Immediately after, the clumsy god of observation also responded, You're clearly a god. How did you get into this labyrinth? The clumsy god of observation activated his special divine authority, incarnation, and appeared before Han Sung-yoon. The false god stood to one side, his face expressionless. So this is the candidate the tower has chosen? This is clearly an overreach of authority. The false god of suffering activated his special divine authority, incarnation, and appeared before Han Sung-yoon. Witnessing this, he frowned and came to a conclusion. Judging by their doll-like appearance, incarnation isn't about possessing a person's body, but rather transferring their souls into dolls that resemble them. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon smirked. He stood by the cliff's edge and calmly began to mock his opponents. And here I thought incarnation was something impressive, but it turns out you guys are just a bunch of mediocre dolls. Han Sung-yoon enunciated every word, causing their faces to darken. How pathetic, you say? A voice suddenly rang out. You'll regret that. The group quickly lunged forward. For pissing us off, a powerful blow slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. He swiftly leaped away as multiple explosions rocked the area. Han Sung-yoon looked up at the desolate cliff face before him. After their attack, the group, still filled with hatred, pursued him. Han Sung-yoon scoffed at the sight, thinking to himself, even if they're just dolls, gods are still gods. He then leaped down into the chasm. Facing all 3 at once is going to be a bit difficult. The god of corruption and the god of observation were trying to rush forward with a barrage of attacks. However, Han Sung-yoon was able to block them with ease. Suddenly, a small streak of light grazed his shoulder, causing a minor injury. Even Han Sung-yoon's leg was grazed by a streak of light. He clenched his teeth, letting out an involuntary groan. Immediately after, an energy sphere shot towards him. The massive explosion sent smoke and dust billowing into the sky. Small debris rained down on the surrounding area. Suddenly, the sound of his system announcement rang out. Han Sung-yoon, you cowardly rat. After the explosion, the forest was filled with the sounds of a chase, as the god of corruption and the god of observation followed the false god. Even if you run, you're still in the palm of our hands. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon glanced back, thinking to himself, it would be great if I could take one of them out. Can I only run away for now? Suddenly, he heard Arya's voice in his ear, Han Sung-yoon, I'll take on one of the minor gods. She was carrying Catherine on her back as she affirmed with determination, I can buy some time with one of them. Just trust me. A notification window suddenly appeared with a new message. 4th-ranked Apostle Arya has activated the unique trait, Shadow Teleportation. Her body has become shadow and can teleport anywhere she pleases. A spatial rift gradually appeared next to the gods. Arya's hand slowly emerged, her voice filled with disgust. You fools. She stood there with a resentful gaze, a sphere of darkness quickly forming before her. How dare you act so foolishly in front of Sir Han Sung-yoon? Let me teach you what true darkness is. The notification window continued to display messages. 4th-ranked Apostle Arya has activated the unique Apostle Authority, Endless Abyss. Shadow chains shot out towards the god of observation, catching him slightly off guard. A second later, they tightened around him. This startled him so much that his eyes flew wide open. Immediately after, Arya yanked the chains in her hands, pulling the white-haired man towards her with a determined gaze. Because of this action, the god of observation lost his balance and fell backward in an instant. Just as his shrill scream echoed, the system delivered a new notification. A fanatical apostle of an ancient god is here. The designated target will be exiled to the abyss for 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the observer god was completely swallowed by that dark magic. A horrified voice suddenly cried out, Impossible! The connection to the observer god has been severed. His companions were still reeling from the shock when Han Sung-yoon's deep, steady voice rang out. All right. He stood there with a sharp gaze, the tip of his sword aimed at his opponents, and made his decision. I'll play with you two for 10 minutes. Hearing this, the fallen god looked at Han Sung-yoon with pure hatred. She growled, To think you're involved with the god of shadows. You don't deserve to exist. Even he couldn't hide his surprise at hearing this. I'll make you die a painful death, just like your friends. Han Sung-yoon didn't hesitate to question her. You're the fallen god, aren't you? Are you the one who poisoned them? Faced with this question, the fallen god burst into gleeful laughter and admitted it. Yes, to corner you. I made those challengers serve me and kill those two pests. It was a bit difficult since they were as tenacious as leeches, so I had to poison them. She continued to drone on. Don't worry, I'll kill you slowly and painfully, just like I did to them. After hearing these words, Han Sung-yoon simply spoke in a cold voice. Are you done with your last words? This horrified the fallen gods so much that she let out an involuntary gasp. Immediately after, a red aura appeared, swirling around Han Sung-yoon's body. He answered his own question. Looks like you're finished. Just then, the system announced, activating divine authority, apotheosis. Immediately, Han Sung-yoon appeared in a set of divine fire armor. I will tear you to pieces. The system announcements began to ring out continuously. Activating skill of the True Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul, Mana Burst. Your magic power has increased. Activating skill of the True Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul, Accelerated Thought. Your thoughts have been accelerated. Activating skill of the True Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul, Wicked Heart B+. A virtual magic organ has been created to support mana circulation. Activating Mythical Trial Battlefield Warrior, all stats plus 41. Activating unique passive, Divinity Rejection, negates 20% of damage from external divinities. The atmosphere became deathly silent, as it seemed Han Sung-yoon wanted to activate even more skills. He kept muttering, not yet. It's not enough. The system continuously activated skills. Authority, Surging, Sword Intent, powerfully activated. Activating Death Divinity, Inevitable Death has been imbued into the sword. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the pressure immediately forced his opponents to their knees, their eyes wide with shock. The power of the Death God is reacting, strengthening the Death God's power imbued with holy power, activating the authority's unique effect, Ghost Sword Style. Twin Serpent Strike consumes holy power to increase the authority's pressure fourfold. The false god cried out in panic. What is this terrifying pressure? Fallen god, hurry up and use your authority of corruption on him. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon's system announced, activating skill of the True Blood Demon Sword's Master Soul, passive skill, trait enhancement B+. The fallen god gritted her teeth and exclaimed, I can't. In response, the system announced, activating skill, fear, amplification. This scene left the false god utterly stunned. He blurted out. Everyone present screamed in unison, how the hell are we supposed to beat him? The pressure from the countless skills he's using is so strong that I can't even use my authority of corruption. The false god gritted his teeth and yelled at the fallen god, you're useless. He quickly created a platinum orb in his hand, saying, alone, I can at least block one of his attacks. When I give the signal, get ready to run. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon dashed forward, leaped into the air, and flew over their heads with incredible speed. The sight left his opponents frozen in place. The moment he landed, the false god screamed in pain. My arm. Han Sung-yoon, clad in his divine fire armor, stared straight at the two of them, his eyes glowing. His cold voice echoed through the space. Based on that reaction, it seems you can still feel pain. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere once again fell into a terrifying silence. Han Sung-yoon suddenly unleashed a flurry of sword strikes at his opponents, all within a few short seconds. His actions made them scream in despair. Only then did Han Sung-yoon slowly say, don't think you'll get an easy death. A look of hatred flashed in his eyes. Han Sung-yoon made sure to emphasize, not after you dared to touch my comrades. System notifications began to appear one by one as the fallen god lay motionless on the ground. You have earned the achievement, Legendary God-Slaying Labyrinth Swordsman. You have received 100 Labyrinth points. Your total health and mana will increase by 100, activating special authority, God-Slaying Sword Style S+. Only half of her face remained. She looked at him with wide eyes, her voice incredibly faint. The tower has created a monster. The fallen god was breathless with shock. Is the tower's wish finally coming true? Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon asked doubtfully, the tower's wish? Immediately after, a system panel appeared with the message. The physical body of the bizarre fallen god has sustained irreparable damage and has been destroyed. You have absorbed her soul fragment. At that moment, 2 soul fragments appeared in Han Sung-yoon's hand. He mused to himself. So defeating a god's physical body drops a soul fragment. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon clenched his fist, crushing the 2 soul fragments. I've got 2. Now only 1 remains. The announcements continued to ring out. The clumsy observer god has used the unique authority of the Labyrinth. 007. The clumsy observer god has paid a large amount of divine authority and holy power. A rift in space appeared, catching his attention. The observer god was now charging out of the black hole amid system announcements. The clumsy observer god has escaped the abyss using the unique authority of Labyrinth 007. Suddenly, he exclaimed, that fanatical wretch. But he didn't expect to fly right into Han Sung-yun's fist. I had to waste my divinity because of her. The next moment, the observer god was knocked flat on his back. At that moment, Han Sung-yun couldn't help but exclaim, hey. He looked at the observer god lying flat on the ground and sighed. Oh well. Suddenly, the system announced. Time's up. Divine authority. Apotheosis has been deactivated and cannot be used for the next 8 hours. This made Han Sung-yun subconsciously look at the streams of energy flowing from his palm, muttering to himself, this isn't enough to kill him. The god of observation, tied to a tree, cursed nonstop. Damn it. How did things turn out like this? Hearing this, he retorted, it's because you made the first move. At his words, the other god flew into a rage. He shouted, nonsense. If you didn't exist, we wouldn't be in this mess. You never should have existed in the first place. Annoyed, Han Sung-yun's hand moved to his sword as he cleared his throat. Did that beating not knock any sense into you? Blades of sword energy continuously struck the god of observation, causing him so much pain that his eyes bulged wide. Han Sung-yun didn't forget to press the point. Even though this is just a physical body, you can still feel the pain. I'll torture you until you learn your place. The god of observation's terrified screams echoed throughout the forest. Stop, he then stammered. I get it. So, you've destroyed the other gods, and you spared me because there's something you want to ask. The god of observation, still tied to the tree with his swollen face, kept questioning him. What is your goal? Challenger Han Sung-yun, what do you want from me? At that, he looked straight at the guy and replied, I have a few questions and I want to know more about this labyrinth competition. However, the god of observation made a counteroffer. I want to make a trade. Will you hear me out? Han Sung-yun stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. After a moment, he spoke, I can't kill your physical body. The other god quickly objected. No, that's not it. I just want you to promise not to harm me after this. The god of observation kept muttering. If we mess with you, we'll definitely pay the price. Hearing that, he simply replied, all right. Suddenly, the system interjected. If the god of observation clumsily violates this vow, the Tower of Trials will revoke the divinity placed within this oath. Han Sung-yun had achieved a small victory. He looked at his captive and praised him endlessly. Good. Now we can have our Q&A, right? At his words, the god of observation replied, I'm waiting. He avoided the god's expectant gaze as his questioning voice rang out again. Tell me about the tower first. The god of observation quickly gave Han Sung-yun his answer. I don't know anything. A terrifying silence fell over the area. Han Sung-yun gripped the sword in his hand, looking at the god with a cold gaze as his voice dropped. You still haven't learned your place, have you? Seeing his expression, the god of observation frantically explained, Wait, I only know the basics. I only became a god a short while ago, so that's all I know. However, Han Sung-yun just frowned in annoyance. He said, In that case, I want to know about the Great Tree Labyrinth competition. Hearing that, the god of observation's voice softened in agreement. Very well. Images of workers repairing the labyrinth appeared as he began to speak. The Great Tree Labyrinth is an event held by redesigning the World Tree. The Tower of Trials is the one that redesigns the Great Tree Labyrinth. Not only that, the god of observation also mentioned a blank letter, after which it sends invitations to the gods, stating that it's holding a competition for them. Images from the past continue to appear with his narration, showing how the invited gods could choose the labyrinth's difficulty, change the altars, and turn challengers into their followers. Meanwhile, Arya was happily jumping and cheering. Suddenly, the god of observation stated that the winner would be determined by the challenger who reaches the final floor first, and the god whom that person serves, along with the competition's prize. Han Sung-yun was extremely surprised by the information that the prize would be randomly selected from one of the tower's administrative authorities. Images of gods who appeared to be administrators appeared, and he couldn't help but think, so I'll have to choose one of the tower's administrators. After a moment, Han Sung-yun asked, What do you know about the god of darkness? The god of observation quickly answered, I only know that she's one of the 7 ancient gods who have existed since the dawn of time. Han Sung-yun, you may seem close to the god of darkness now. He began to fade into nothingness. But you can't know when she'll decide to absorb you. Even so, the god of observation tried to leave a final warning. If light exists, it too will eventually fade. Soon, only Han Sung-yun remained, and the god's voice faded away, giving way to the darkness. It was then that the god of darkness felt truly amused. He simply let both his arms hang limp, silent after receiving the answer. While Han Sung-yun was still standing there, lost in thought, a notification window appeared with the message, You have absorbed the soul fragments. The observation divinity will be replaced by a powerful ability. The scenery began to change. At that moment, Arya was hugging his leg. She sobbed, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Han Sung-yoon. I accidentally lost the minor god. I've committed a crime worthy of death." This flustered him, and he replied, "You don't need to do that. I've already caught him. So please, get up." Hearing this, Arya bowed her head respectfully and said, "As expected of the one graced by darkness, you're on a completely different level from ordinary beings like us." This scene made Han Sung-yoon silently judge her. She changes her tune so fast. Suddenly, Arya presented a bag in front of him, surprising him. She said urgently, "Please, take this." The system suddenly explained that fragments of the Holy Grail from the Darkness Camp, Nature Camp, Relic Camp, and Demon Camp have been received. He and she sat side by side, gazing at the fragments, unable to look away from their sparkling light. Arya suddenly spoke up. "The Minor God's Holy Grail has a total of 10 fragments. Immediately after, the fragments merged together into a complete cup. Along with it, the system explained that the condition had been met. The camp that has received 10 or more fragments of the Holy Grail will receive the Divine Holy Grail, an SS rank item, the unique Holy Grail of the Labyrinth that you can obtain after satisfying the special conditions of the 7th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. Its unique effect, Sanctuary, across the 11 floors will allow you to skip all floors until the final floor of the labyrinth." In that moment, Han Sung-yoon didn't hesitate to touch it. However, to use the floor skip, you must enter the Labyrinth Temple before moving to the final floor. In the Labyrinth Temple, you will meet all the divine entities who participated in the Great Tree Labyrinth event. In this battle, you will need faith and hope. Suddenly, he was lost in thought for a moment, 1,000 questions rising in his mind. Meet all the gods. In response to Han Sung-yoon's doubt, Arya just smiled and said, "We've reached the end." "Mr. Han Sung-yoon, I'm sorry, but I don't have any more Holy Grail fragments." She suddenly looked him straight in the eyes, her voice becoming unusually serious. "So, from the next floor onward, I can't follow you." Hearing Arya say that, Han Sung-yoon smiled back. "Well, that's unavoidable. I'll be going alone then. It was nice meeting you." "Thank you, Arya." Suddenly, Arya stared at him for a long moment, stunned, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She immediately covered her face. Expressing her surprise, her voice started to stutter. "Mr. Han Sung-yoon, for you to say such lovely things to a lowly person like me." Ju, witnessing this, couldn't help but judge. She's quite the actress. Suddenly, Arya took out a ticket and handed it to Han Sung-yoon, whispering softly, "Please use this in an emergency." Han Sung-yoon. At that moment, the system explained that the A+ Labyrinth Escape ticket was a unique labyrinth ticket obtained after satisfying a special condition on the 4th floor of the Dragon's Sanctuary Great Tree Labyrinth. A second later, he accepted it with a serious expression. If you designate a target after tearing this ticket, the unique effect Escape 11 will be activated. By using this ticket to escape the labyrinth, you can return to your original dimension without suffering any skill reduction penalties. Without a second thought, Han Sung-yoon quickly tore it into two. However, if you designate another person as the target, the ticket will not work unless that person is not in combat. Witnessing this, Arya couldn't help but feel a pang of regret and let out a cry. In an instant, Catherine began to glow. Uses, 1 out of 1. Remaining uses, 1. Item will be destroyed. A small magic circle began to appear in the nearby space. Challenger, Catherine has returned to her original dimension. At that moment, Arya stole a glance at Han Sung-yoon, who was pensively watching what was appearing before his eyes. The corners of her mouth suddenly curved into a clear smile. Arya spoke up, drawing his attention. "Now, it's my turn, Han Sung-yoon." She cheerfully stepped into the magic circle, her voice tinged with emotion. "It has been an honor to serve you. Though it was only for a short time, I look forward to the day we meet again." In just a few short seconds, only Han Sung-yoon was left standing there, a lonely figure. Arya's voice still echoed around him, "Stay healthy until then." The sword by his side glowed incessantly. The constantly ringing bell finally fell silent. "Are you planning to leave right away?" Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon continued to tap the system screen, his deep voice replying, "No, not if I'm going to the realm of the gods." Just as the system screen shattered into pieces, he made sure to emphasize, "I need to become strong enough to face them at their best. Hurry it up. This waiting is boring." The scenery changed rapidly. Han Sung-yoon was now walking towards a giant gate as a system notification sounded. "You are proceeding to the temple labyrinth before reaching the final floor by floor skipping." The door slowly creaked open, and light began to stream through. He stood there with a solemn expression. Before Han Sung-yoon was a magnificent scene, along with several powerful figures. Suddenly, someone spoke up to greet him. Glad to see you're uninjured, kid. The person on the right who had just offered a polite greeting was the demon god. Next to him was the god of darkness. The demon god formally declared, Han Sung-yun, that was an interesting trial. You have fulfilled the contract. I shall soon grant you your reward. He narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting as he took a long moment to assess the situation. Suddenly, Han Sung-yun's gaze froze. At the same time, a system notification rang out. The bizarre fallen god looks at challenger Han Sung-yun with envy. The bizarre fallen god, the false god of suffering. The observer god's face suddenly darkened. The system then explained that the clumsy observer god is slightly afraid of challenger Han Sung-yun. Suddenly, the air seemed to be choked by a fist that was slowly tightening. The owner of that giant hand had incredibly fierce eyes. The god of war is radiating killing intent towards challenger Han Sung-yun. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light appeared, and the system's voice unexpectedly became frantic. Silence. Cease this indecent behavior and come to a decision. He stood there quietly, carefully observing everything. In a flash, a system panel appeared before each person with the following message. Decide whether challenger Han Sung-yun has the right to know the truth. The voting has concluded. The votes have been tallied. The current vote is 81 in favor, 77 against. In conclusion, it has been decided that challenger Han Sung-yun has the right to know the secret of the tower. The demon god lightly gripped her throne. Be proud, challenger Han Sung-yun. You have earned the right to know the truth. She let out a helpless sigh. She said, all right, I hate complications, so let's get this over with. By the way, this is the god of light, an ancient being. Silence. You should know better than to listen to that impudent demon god. You already know what the tower wants from you, don't you? Faced with this, Han Sung-yun furrowed his brow, his mind racing. An ancient being. That means he's possessed great power for a very, very long time. He suddenly spoke up. It wants an omnipotent, transcendent being and absolute control. Immediately, the other party agreed with Sung-yun. That's right. The tower desires only one thing from a transcendent, the complete annihilation of all gods. This came as a slight surprise to Han Sung-yun. He just stood there, stunned, leaving no one alive. That is why the tower has helped you grow. A question suddenly bloomed in Han Sung-yun's mind. The reason the tower helped me grow was to kill the gods. Blazing red eyes in the darkness just stared intently at him. Then why have they let me live until now? Han Sung-yun remained rooted to the spot. Why would the gods help me? Are they planning to kill me here? Think. At this point, he was nearly going mad with the countless questions swirling in his head. It felt like a blade was twisting through his nerves. Han Sung-yun's face darkened as he thought to himself, could it be? Suddenly, a voice rang out, lifting the weight from Han Sung-yun's heart. There's no need to worry. If we wanted to kill you, we would have already done so. However, an astonished expression remained on his face. We are here merely to decide whether you, a person capable of killing gods, are worthy. Han Sung-yun couldn't help but feel tense. Sweat poured down like rain as he asked in a low voice, if what I'm thinking is correct, are you telling me to destroy the tower? Immediately after, a firm voice rang out. Precisely. Hearing this, Han Sung-yun was stunned silent for a long moment, not knowing what to say. He was tense, trying his best to voice the thoughts in his heart. After a moment, Han Sung-yun was finally able to articulate his thoughts. I'm not strong enough to fight the tower. I don't think I can destroy it as I am now. A voice suddenly rang out. Well, that's obvious. Would you like to make a deal? These words put him on high alert. The ancient gods will never interfere in your affairs from now on. In return, you must not be hostile to any gods who do not threaten you. That voice echoed throughout the space. If any god confronts you, whether you kill them or let them live is entirely up to you. Han Sung-yun nodded and looked up in agreement. He replied, I understand. Those conditions are acceptable to me. The voice spoke again. Then the deal has been struck. You may go now, my friend. Suddenly, the demon god burst out laughing. I thought I was going to die of boredom. God of light, demon god. How rude. I tried to finish as quickly as possible. She continuously revealed a triumphant expression as she spoke. Han Sung-yun, you fulfilled the contract from the heavenly demon well. I didn't think you could expel countless gods from the 7th floor. You're even better than I thought. The demon god's words shocked him. This is your reward, a unique authority. Unique authority, a 9871 vision block, has been acquired. You can now block the vision of gods and administrators. It can be turned on or off by the user at any time. At this, Han Sung-yun fixed his determined gaze forward. Challenger Han, I can give you that too. I'll give it to you, so come to my side. Don't follow that bastard. Han Sung-yun's pupils contracted as if he realized something. He thought to himself, this voice. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the space. Unique Authority 1547. Information scan has been acquired. You can scan the information of lower beings through the system. This unique authority can be used on non-living beings. What do you think? I gave you something amazing, didn't I? So come with me. You've read the Dragon God's combat manual, so I'll treat you well. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon forced a smile but thought to himself, this insane voice, it can only be the Dragon God. He blurted out, I thought you'd be a dragon since you're the Dragon God, but it seems not. The other party replied in a mischievous tone, I can turn into a dragon whenever I want. Cool, right? Now, come with me. Han Sung-yoon tactfully refused. I don't want to, but I'm very happy with what you gave me. The Dragon God angrily cursed him out. What? You bastard. You learned the Dragon God's combat manual. Meanwhile, Han Sung-yoon continued to operate the system screen without stopping. He subconsciously thought about the information scan ability. Information began to appear on the screen. Jan Chu, the seventh blood demon of the Blood Demon cult. She is a challenger who has climbed to the 41st floor of the Tower of Trials. Although she once possessed the Crimson Blood divinity, that divinity has now been revoked. She is awaiting a decisive moment and is afraid. He remains silent for a long time. The Dragon God, gritting his teeth in resentment, hissed, You. Countless invitations were now appearing on Han Sung-yeon's screen. The Dragon God is requesting that challenger Han Sung-yeon become his disciple. His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he read the lines. Unique authority, A9871. Vision block, activated. You have completely blocked the Dragon God's vision. The Dragon God tore at his hair and screamed furiously. If you accept my power, you should accept my request, right? The God of verification, having witnessed this whole series of meaningless actions, cleared his throat as a reminder. All right, challenger Han Sung-yoon, you have proven yourself. I will reward you. If we were to harm you, we would have to pay the price for it. Due to the observing God's clumsy violation, the Tower of Trials will withdraw the divinity engraved in the vow. Good. Now, shall we begin the questions? He smiled in reply, I hope so too. Immediately after, the God of verification continued kindly. First, tell me about the tower. I don't know anything. These words left Han Sung-yoon stunned for a moment. The other party continued. You don't know your own situation, do you? Suddenly, he cut him off. Wait, I only know the basics. The God of verification explained, but I became a god a long time ago, so I don't know much. Moving to the final floor of the Labyrinth. After moving to the final floor of the Labyrinth, because you have skipped floors, you will not recover any skills. In return, the difficulty of the final floor will be adjusted according to the number of recovered skills. A ruined city suddenly appeared. The system then announced, you have entered the 10th floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, the Apocalypse Dimension. This is the final floor of the Labyrinth and the place that tests everything about the challenger who has entered. This scene made Han Sung-yoon exclaim in astonishment. Before he could react, the system's voice cut in. If you can withstand the power of the God of Apocalypse 4 times, you will complete the final floor of the Labyrinth. Tens of thousands of eyes were staring at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. The God of Despair, the God of Corruption, and the God of Madness are rejoicing at your divinity. Han Sung-yoon looked up at the sky and felt it with absolute clarity. He could not win this fight. The familiar sound rang out once more. The God of Despair, the God of Corruption, and the God of Madness are laughing. Giant tentacles continuously appeared, and suddenly, a system notification came through. If you can withstand the power of the God of Apocalypse 4 times, you will complete the final floor of the Labyrinth. At this, Han Sung-yoon reached out and grabbed it without any hesitation. The giant tentacles, under his guidance, began to intertwine with each other. The eyes of the octopus monster suddenly widened in terror, while the tentacles continued to twist together. Seeing Han Sung-yoon skillfully dodge its attacks made it roar in anger. Mortal, this is not power meant for you. However, he pretended not to hear anything. Hand it over, mortal. Immediately after, streams of jet black ink began to pour out endlessly. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill you to take it. It was slowly enveloping Han Sung-yeon's body. In just a few short seconds, a look of discomfort appeared on his face as he screamed internally, My body is melting. Just like that, Han Sung-yoon gradually dissolved into the void. I need to use my divinity to recover quickly. The octopus monster continuously created a giant vortex, trying to swallow everything around it. However, Han Sung-yoon was an exception. In an instant, he was able to jump out from within it. A speck of light suddenly appeared in the middle of Han Sung-yoon's chest. The system's notification sound suddenly rang out. You have survived the power of the God of Despair, the God of Corruption, and the God of Madness 1 time. Jan Chu's voice suddenly came through. You were almost a goner. You have to stay on your guard, right? But the octopus monster had no intention of letting Han Sung-yoon off so easily. It slammed down hard on the ground, causing everything to fall into chaos. Countless large tentacles appeared in the city, along with dozens of pitch-black eyes in the sky. Facing the octopus monster's relentless pursuit, he skillfully dodged all of its attacks. Suddenly, it lunged a tentacle toward Han Sung-yoon. A growling voice said, "Arrogant mortal, no matter where you hide, you will die." But in the blink of an eye, he was able to dodge it with ease. Just then, the familiar system notification sound echoed. Skill. True Soul of the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Thought Acceleration A- has been activated. Thoughts have been accelerated. Skill. True Soul of the Supreme Blood Demon Sword. Minor Heart B- has been activated. A magical organ has been created to support the flow of magic. Passive skill. True Blood Demon Sword's Divinity Amplification B+ has been activated. Han Sung-yoon's evasive maneuvers only served to further enrage his opponent. It roared relentlessly. Suddenly, he noticed something and furrowed his brows. That grotesque thing was yet another attack from the octopus monster. With a grim expression, Han Sung-yoon had to fight with all his might just to escape this ordeal. Suddenly, his system was breached, and a system notification rang out instead. Divinity has been absorbed, temporarily sealing passive skill, Divinity Amplification B. Faced with this situation, Han Sung-yoon's brows furrowed in thought. My skill was sealed. Meanwhile, the massive black hole created by the octopus monster continued to widen. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The god of despair, corruption, and madness is smiling. In just a few seconds, the entire city was engulfed in a relentless barrage of attacks. This made it even more difficult for Han Sung-yoon to fend off the attacks from below. He bravely pointed his sword forward, his eyes filled with determination. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Mythology. Battlefield Trial Warrior has been activated. All abilities increased by 47. Just then, a barrage of small orbs shot towards Han Sung-yoon at incredible speed. The Holy Light skill activated forcefully, and he immediately raised his sword high. At this critical moment, the system announced, "You have survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and madness 2 times." This made the octopus monster's eyes widen in shock. It exclaimed, "You're a fool, mortal, but that arrogance of yours will soon be crushed." Once again, to Han Sung-yoon's astonishment, the red system window appeared, announcing, "Divinity has been absorbed," temporarily sealing skill, Holy Light. He instinctively gritted his teeth in frustration. Special buff, Blessing from the One Who Won't Fall, has been activated. All divinity-based attacks will be resisted. Every time the blue system window appeared, his opponent shattered it. This only seemed to excite the octopus monster. It sneered at Han Sung-yoon. Resistance is futile. Even its own system gloated. More divinity than the specified amount has been absorbed through the resistance. And so, he was left to face the enemy's onslaught without any support from his system. The red system couldn't help but mock him. Divinity has been absorbed, temporarily sealing skill, Holy Light. The octopus monster's eyes suddenly flew wide open in terror as it stared at Han Sung-yoon. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. A specified amount? Just then, another tentacle lunged at Han Sung-yoon with lightning speed. The octopus monster began to taunt him. No time for a break. But his skill, Grotto Heaven, has been activated. The limit on what you can destroy has been removed. And it didn't stop there. The red system unexpectedly chimed in too. Passive skill, Divinity Amplification B has been unsealed. Skill, Grotto Heaven has been temporarily sealed. This thrilled Han Sung-yoon, who thought to himself, "My skill is back." Even Ju exclaimed, "Just as I thought." A knowing smile spread across her face as she said, "That's his sacred power." As soon as she spoke, he retorted from across the way, "What I mean is, your ability to seal has a limit." Witnessing this, the octopus monster flew into a rage, muttering, "And what do you think that changes?" Suddenly, the system announced, "Passive skill, True Blood Demon Sword's Divinity Amplification B has been activated." The sword in Han Sung-yoon's hand was already in position. Ju's voice rang out, "I am always prepared." In the blink of an eye, he charged his opponent, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. "Good, keep it up." The octopus monster's tentacles lunged out, only to be forced to retreat again and again. The system continuously provided new updates. Divinity has been absorbed, temporarily sealing. Passive skill, Divinity Amplification. B. Skill, Grotto Heaven has been unsealed. The moment Han Sung-yoon lowered his stance, a powerful light flashed, illuminating the entire area. At this, the system hastily announced, "Skill, Grotto Heaven has been activated. The limit on what you can destroy has been removed." Authority. Immortal Demon Sword Style's unique effect, Twin Chain Strike, has been activated. Sacred Power has been absorbed, raising the authority's power to level 4. Now, only pure determination remained on the faces of Han Sung-yoon and Ju. They both shared the same thought. He was now in a ready stance. With a look of resolve, Han Sung-yoon slowly aimed his sword forward. In an instant, the octopus monster's massive tentacle was sliced in half. As the system notification sounded, he felt a great weight lift from his shoulders. You have survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and madness 3 times. Its severed tentacle quickly dissipated into nothingness. You fool. The hem of Han Sung-yoon's robes fluttered in the wind, and one of his legs seemed to have grown strangely larger. Seeing this, the octopus monster sneered without end. You foolish mortal, I told you to hand over that power quietly. Just as Han Sung-yoon's body dematerialized, the red system delivered a new notification. The god of despair, corruption, and madness has returned a large amount of sacred power to the tower. The god of despair, corruption, and madness has received a limited authority to achieve a mythological status. He kept telling himself that he had to get out of there first. However, something monstrous was already taking over half of Han Sung-yoon's face. Just like that, he collapsed to his knees before the octopus monster. Ju screamed in terror, Han Sung-yoon, your leg. Meanwhile, he was still telling himself, at this level, I don't think I can stop it. But then, just as suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's body returned to normal. The system announced, skill. Last stand has been activated. The fatal wound has been nullified. And with that, he gripped his sword tightly, his expression resolute. You have survived the power of the god of despair, corruption, and madness 4 times. A small clock began to materialize in Han Sung-yoon's mind. Conditions met, you have cleared the first floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth, Apocalypse Dimension. Rewards will now be granted. You are the first challenger to clear the Great Tree Labyrinth on insane difficulty. Completion reward, the Regressor's luxury wristwatch S Plus will be transferred to your inventory. Meanwhile, the octopus monster stared wide-eyed, its taunts never ceasing. The tower is my ally. Once the restrictions of this labyrinth are gone, all over its body, cracks began to slowly appear. You will be ripped to pieces, but immediately after, its body completely shattered. Next time we meet, I will kill you. The sky returned to its clear blue state. Han Sung-yoon stood there with a thoughtful expression, murmuring to himself, the Great Tree Labyrinth is finally over. I'm surprised, even Chu blurted out, I really thought you were going to die. She cleared her throat slightly. Ahem, but you did well until the end. Good job. This caught Han Sung-yoon's attention. He couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. However, that was only possible because I was here, so you should be grateful. At that moment, a stream of thoughts flooded his mind. No matter how I think about it, it's strange. Han Sung-yoon's finger unconsciously pointed forward. It wants my power. He kept scrolling through the system screen, and it called the tower a friend. I want to see it again. Just then, the system announced that the unique power K1547 information scan had been activated, God of Despair, Fallen, and Madness. The first candidate chosen by the tower. They are not classified as challengers and are currently being preserved. Received from the tower, they are all 3 ancient gods, and thus their divine names are at the very top. They currently have an immense craving for the challenger, Han Sung-yoon, which made him wonder. The first candidates chosen by the tower and their ancient gods. This meant that a large hourglass suddenly appeared before Han Sung-yoon's eyes. The system congratulated him again. You have completed the final floor of the Great Tree Labyrinth. The labyrinth's data will be deleted, and you will return to reality. The hourglass quickly began to glow, but it shattered to pieces soon after. Han Sung-yoon stared up at it for a long time. The system's voice rang out once more. System error. Challenger Han Sung-yoon will be transferred to a random location. This made him break into a radiant smile. Absolute Labyrinth Preservation Benefit SSS has been activated. Han Sung-yoon sat there with a thoughtful expression and said casually, I bought this because the cat in the labyrinth's shop recommended it. I hope it works well. As soon as Han Sung-yoon finished speaking, Chu quickly replied, Don't worry, that cat is famous. It's very reliable. Hearing that, he smiled with amusement and said, It's true the price was high, but I still managed to buy a good item. Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. Absolute Labyrinth Preservation Benefit, SSS+. The sound echoed continuously throughout the vast space. All powers obtained in the labyrinth will be combined with the challenger's current data. The potential transcendent myth has accumulated enough divine power. Han Sung-yoon just sat there with a happy look on his face. If that myth is activated, the causality reversal effect will also be activated. When facing an opponent you cannot defeat, causality will be reversed, forming an absolute victory formation. If that myth is activated, the divinity enhancement effect will also be activated. Every time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase by a level. As your divinity increases, you can receive a special reward. Each victory brings you closer to Ascension. After a moment, he spoke slowly. closer to Ascension. I don't understand what that means, but I think I'll find the answer soon enough after fighting. Meanwhile, the hourglass continued to flow. Suddenly, it reversed, and the system announced that integration was complete. All powers obtained in the Labyrinth have been integrated into Challenger Han Sung-yoon's data. He slowly stood up. However, health and mana are exclusive functions of the Labyrinth and will not be applied. Han Sung-yoon's face was now filled with excitement. He kept mumbling. To think that all my stats have surpassed 200. I'm really not human anymore. As soon as Han Sung-yoon finished speaking, Shu chimed in that his stats had increased a lot compared to before. So now if you throw a punch, you could easily destroy a few buildings. Suddenly, the ground began to change, becoming rougher than before. The system's announcement continued. Challenger data integration complete. Before long, the place had turned into a barren, rocky wasteland. The hourglass fell with a thud, startling Han Sung-yoon into jumping back. Challenger Han Sung-yoon will be teleported from a random space to the Earth dimension. He then broke into a brilliant smile and spoke. At this moment, Han Sung-yoon was floating in the void. It's time to go back, and the system quickly replied to him. All equipment has been transferred to your inventory. You can retrieve your equipment from the inventory as soon as you return to the tower. In just a few short seconds, a teleportation gate appeared before Han Sung-yoon. You have returned to Earth. As soon as he stepped through, the system announced, you are in the 18th floor waiting room. At that moment, Chu exclaimed warily, we're finally back in the tower. As soon as she finished, Han Sung-yoon chimed in. Yeah, it took way too long. His words left her stunned. She retorted, even though we made it back safely, you shouldn't let your guard down. Han Sung-yoon. This time, it was his turn to be frozen in place. I don't want to meet the god of despair, fallen, and madness ever again, but we'll definitely run into them again as we climb to the higher floors. Meanwhile, Chu continued enthusiastically, by then, we have to get stronger. Her expression made Han Sung-yoon laugh despite himself. He patted her head comfortingly, don't worry. This casual action from Han Sung-yoon made Chu blush from embarrassment. His deep, warm voice continued, I definitely won't let us die. And we'll both become stronger than the god of despair, fallen, and madness. Chu was now like a little kitten, letting Han Sung-yoon tease her. Next time we see them, we'll make them tremble. At this, she suddenly gritted her teeth in anger. Chu threw a critical punch at him. Her sharp voice rang out continuously. Look at you, daring to pat my head. Faced with this, Han Sung-yoon said loudly in feigned fear. Are you trying to hit me again? But his next words successfully made her behave. You may be small, but you're annoyingly strong. But in reality, Chu's attention was elsewhere. She unconsciously asked, what's with that watch on your wrist? Hearing her question, Han Sung-yoon quickly looked down at the watch, and his slow voice spoke once more. What is it? I think I received it as a reward for the mission in the giant tree labyrinth on the 10th floor. I wonder how it's equipped. Right after, Chu continued to probe. Just a simple wristwatch as a reward for the 10th floor? That's not much of anything. Han Sung-yoon replied calmly. If that's the case, I'll just check its effects. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he saw the lines of information on the system panel. Tattered wristwatch of the SSS Plus regressor. An old wristwatch once used by a regressor chosen by the god of time, capable of random designation. A signature attack within a 50-meter range, then returns to the state before the attack was activated. After use, attack nullification has a 30-minute cooldown. If you lose your life, the world will rewind by 10 minutes. Return from death has a 30-minute cooldown. Even Chu couldn't help but be amazed, blurting out unconsciously, that item is truly absurd. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon held the leather watch up in front of him, his voice faint as he said, attack nullification and return from death. Thinking that a reward related to the gods could be given away, the image of the octopus monster's black eye once again flashed through his mind. If a reward is this difficult to obtain from the god of despair, corruption, and madness, then I'm very curious about his identity. Han Sung-yoon unconsciously looked up at the ceiling with a contemplative expression. Administrator, I have a question. It doesn't matter who it is. Just invite me. Before them now was an unusual silence, with only a thin wisp of smoke there. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say with amusement, perhaps they're not watching. In that case, I'll have to use this. Suddenly, a new notification sound echoed from the system. Privilege B714 activated. Domain teleportation. Han Sung-yoon continuously recalled what had happened in the past. He recounted it casually. Arya gave me this as an apology for not catching the minor god. At that time, Arya had said, hey Han Sung-yoon, you'll be safe with this. Suddenly, the system cut in. You can teleport to an administrator's location from anywhere. If you know the administrator's title, teleportation is unlimited. The scene quickly changed, now showing an exquisite bamboo house with a small waterfall outside. Someone's soft voice suddenly rang out on this beautiful day. The owner of that voice was none other than the White Crane's sword master. She seemed to be feeling extremely blissful. My little joy is sipping a cup of hot tea, sitting under a blanket, and enjoying some snacks. The image of Han Sung-yoon suddenly appeared in the White Crane's sword master's mind, making her break into a radiant smile. These snacks are delicious. They go so well with tea. Next time Han Sung-yoon visits, I'll ask him to enjoy some snacks with me. Suddenly, she looked up with a question. But, is that dust falling from the ceiling? Are there mice in here? Just then, he appeared right in front of the White Crane's sword master, startling her immensely. Instinctively, she let out a shriek that echoed across the blue sky. Han Sung-yoon, what are you doing here? The cup on the table tipped over along with her movement. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but ask curiously, why did it teleport me to this place? As soon as the words left his mouth, the White Crane's sword master let out a blood-curdling scream. Why are you up there? How indecent. The scene quickly changed to a natural spring. Han Sung-yoon stood there dumbfounded, with the 5 clear fingerprints of the White Crane's sword master on his face. Meanwhile, she was still speaking in an aggrieved tone. Goodness, why did you come without giving me any warning? She stood there with an adorable pout. Barging in like that is so rude. At this, he could only stammer softly, I'm sorry. Suddenly, the White Crane's sword master's gaze turned gloomy and her voice grew a few shades colder. Also, it seems you had a wonderful time with the Light Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon felt a chill run down his spine. He explained in a low voice, it's a misunderstanding. Immediately after, the White Crane's sword master returned to her usual demeanor. She spoke nonchalantly. I believe my disciple. Relax. This sight caused Chu to cry out in horror. Heavens, there's no one normal left anymore. The White Crane's sword master suddenly sat down, her voice softening a bit. Anyway, congratulations on conquering the giant tree labyrinth. She reached her hand forward, as if wanting to do something. To me, you are a wonderful contractor. Han Sung-yoon sat there obediently, letting her caress his face, and also a proud disciple. The White Crane's sword master praised him endlessly. You did well. However, he interrupted her. It was thanks to you. The two quickly separated, their distance returning to normal. With your swordsmanship, I was able to escape danger. The reason I become this strong is all thanks to your efforts. The words Han Sung-yoon uttered made the White Crane's sword master blush for a moment. Her cheeks turned pink. I am so happy that you called me your proud disciple. A moment later, she barely managed to move her lips. Thanks. To me, the White Crane's sword master gave a radiant, satisfied smile. She chuckled. I'm so happy to hear you say that. This scene disgusted Chu, who sneered relentlessly. What's so great about this guy that she's acting like this? Suddenly, the White Crane's sword master cleared her throat. Well, you must have come here because you want to know who the first contestant chosen by the tower is, right? Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon couldn't hide his surprise and inquired, how did you know? As soon as the words were out, he received an answer from her. I am always watching how things unfold. It's a relief to know you survived your encounter with that fanatic's incarnation. Faced with these words, he showed no surprise at all. I couldn't tell you at first, but since things have turned out this way, most of the information restrictions have been lifted. About the god of despair, corruption, and madness. An image of a mysterious beast suddenly appeared in Han Sung-yoon's memory. He is like a flawed creation of the tower. He was an early attempt in the process of making someone capable of god-slaying. It possessed sharp teeth and claws, but because of his bottomless greed, he exploited the tower's power to obtain 3 divine titles. Its eyes continuously emitted a strange red light. The problem is, just by obtaining 1 divine title, your mental strength already reaches its limit, and a part of your divinity begins to break down. However, the fanatic obtained all 3 titles, so he had to simultaneously accept an unbearable amount of divine faith. In the end, his mind collapsed. This sparked a new line of thought in Han Sung-yoon's mind, and scumbags like the war god caused this kind of chaos too. His gaze grew more pensive. They are immature, not suited to become gods. Meanwhile, the White Crane's sword master's voice cut through his thoughts. On the other hand, although the fanatic has 3 divine titles, he cannot absorb any more. According to her story, that mysterious creature always radiated a dark energy, and for the price he paid, he no longer has the ability to absorb transcendent power. In other words, he has been abandoned by the tower. He'd flash a twisted grin whenever he was about to do something devious. In the days that followed, he gradually descended into madness and became an enemy of the tower. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon's brows furrowed. A person's divine title represents their divinity. So, for 3 divine titles to combine, the look in the White Crane's sword master's eyes was also filled with concern, which meant his opponent was far stronger, so I would have to be careful. Suddenly, a system warning strictly forbade any further disclosures. Now, only the gentle voice of the White Crane Sword Master echoed in the house. Han Sung-yoon, that is all I can tell you. I just received a warning from the tower. The next second, he slowly stood up and said nonchalantly, well, it can't be helped. I found out everything I was curious about. Hearing this, she couldn't hide her curiosity and asked, what are you planning to do? Han Sung-yoon had already turned to leave, leaving behind only words filled with desperation, arrogance, and madness. Hearing this, the White Crane Sword Master froze on the spot. I need to prepare so that I don't lose to him. He quickly appeared in the city. At that moment, the system announced that you have entered the 18th floor of the Tower of Judgment. Difficulty: hard. The theme of this trial is caution. Time remaining: 30 days. Han Sung-yoon's presence caught the eye of the blue-haired young man. The condition to pass the trial is to protect this world, which is on the brink of collapse caused by a god. The reward for passing the trial is the SS plus rank leather gloves of the usurper. The penalty for failure is death. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Han Sung-yoon to instinctively whip around. He looked towards them and unconsciously muttered. The owner of that voice was none other than Katya. She pointed her sword at him and declared loudly, that's right. Hand over everything you have while we're still feeling merciful. This scene infuriated Han Sung-yoon. However, Chuchu spoke before he could. My, what a hassle. Katya's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stressed her words. You don't get it, do you? Her fury began to manifest as crimson embers on her arm. I am a wish-type Esper. If you dare to resist, I'll show you the meaning of suffering. Only then did Han Sung-yoon finally speak up. A wish-type Esper. The words he uttered left his opponent slightly astonished. The atmosphere quickly sank into a terrifying silence. Han Sung-yoon said coldly, you mean, like this? Katya's eyes filled with rage. She began to chide him. Can't you feel it at all? Immediately after, blazing embers began to appear on her hand. Katya seethed. I'm a manifestation-type Esper. If you keep spacing out, I'm going to show you what real pain feels like. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. A manifestation-type Esper, you say? This left Katya a little stunned. Her eyes widened as much as they could. Han Sung-yoon now stood there with a majestic aura. The atmosphere instantly fell into a terrifying silence. With a sharp gaze, Han Sung-yoon cleared his throat. You mean, like this? In a flash, he manipulated everything around him, sending enormous torrents of power, surging forward like a storm. This spectacle left everyone present in a state of confusion. Suddenly, Katya said, There's another manifestation-type Esper. She gritted her teeth incessantly, anger boiling within her. The next second, Katya aggressively pointed forward and shouted, You're one of the High Force Guild. Immediately after, a fireball quickly appeared in the air. The sight made Han Sung-yoon instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. After a few short seconds, the sphere exploded. It created a powerful shockwave that spread throughout the surrounding areas. Witnessing this scene, the blue-haired guy next to her unconsciously blurted out, Did you get him? However, Katya just yelled angrily, Shut up. Suddenly, a series of new notifications came from the system. At this point, Han Sung-yoon still maintained his calm demeanor. His cold gaze continuously swept forward. Han Sung-yoon's placid expression made his opponent fall into deep thought. Could it be that her attack had no effect? Then, in a blink of an eye, before Katya could even react, the people standing next to her dashed forward. They shouted relentlessly, Let's all go at once. Faced with their aggression, Han Sung-yoon remained incredibly calm. He just mumbled softly, Espers, right? Immediately after, a powerful punch landed on the blue-haired guy's face, catching him completely off guard. Han Sung-yoon's mocking voice continued to echo, But you seem a little weak. As he looked at the utterly terrified people before him, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. How pathetic. Their skills, and even their actual power, are all terrible. Their techniques are too basic. Han Sung-yoon didn't hesitate to charge forward. He continuously landed fatal blows on his opponent's bodies with a furious expression. If they had used deployment-type skills to fight, it would have at least been a little interesting. Right after that, a loud noise echoed through the space, and the blonde-haired man screamed in agony. After it was all over, Han Sung-yoon stood there with a nonchalant look on his face. He mumbled softly, Looks like I used a bit too much force. Looking at the weaklings groaning on the ground, Han Sung-yoon couldn't help but fall into deep thought. You made quite a mess. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. You're right. I'll focus on controlling my strength better next time. His sharp gaze was now fixed ahead, as if Han Sung-yoon was plotting something. On the other side, Katya was hastily unleashing skills at him. She didn't forget to scream, Damn it, this monster. As she finished speaking, a bright red beam of light shot towards Han Sung-yoon at incredible speed. However, he just stood there with a terrifyingly calm expression. With just a gentle wave of his hand, Han Sung-yoon easily dealt with his opponent's deadly blow. His unexpected action left Katia utterly astonished. For a moment, she stood there dumbfounded. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon's hand was also emitting a black smoke. Along with it came a system notification. Across from him, Katia was so terrified that she collapsed to the ground. She kept muttering, "This can't be real, right? My laser cut can slice through almost any enhancement type Esper." She just sat there, looking like a complete failure. Her weak, reproachful voice echoed continuously. "So this is how I'm going to die. Don't worry." Faced with this scene, Han Sung-yoon suddenly made an offer. "As long as you're cooperative, I'll spare your life." Suddenly, the sound of his system notification rang out. He still stood there with a cold expression, not forgetting to emphasize each word. "Isn't this beneficial for both of us?" The words Han Sung-yoon spoke made Katia waver. She unconsciously bit her lower lip, looking at him with a troubled expression. "The choice is yours. This world works in a way where your power manifests randomly when you turn 7 years old. There are 4 types of powers: enhancement, manifestation, transformation, and creation. The transformation and creation types will cause changes to your body. As for enhancement and manifestation, they will grant you immense strength." But then one day, a group calling themselves the Supremacy appeared and began launching continuous terrorist attacks on the city, declaring that ability users should rule the world. Everyone tried to use the power of machines to stop those terrorist attacks, but they only held out for a short time. After the machines created by the Supremacy, called the Faith Spheres, appeared, most of the other machines became unusable. This caused most regions to be defeated, with only a few machines modified by ability users remaining operational. Katia knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with worry. Her voice, filled with sorrow, began to speak. "And that's how this world fell into the hands of the Supremacy. And now, the cities here can barely function." Meanwhile, the others were still listening intently to her explanation. "Now, even finding food is incredibly difficult, so we have to resort to theft to survive." Suddenly, Chu, who was standing beside them, casually chimed in. She pointed towards Han Sung-yoon and said, "So the thing you mentioned before is here." Yeah. This action left the other party stunned. She thought to herself, "What? Why is this brat talking so disrespectfully?" A luxurious ship was now appearing in the sky, along with a familiar sound. Yes, the thing up there is the Faith Sphere. Strangely, every time the people fall into extreme suffering, it grows larger and shines even brighter. The system then announced, "The conditions have been met." Han Sung-yoon's sharp gaze continuously scanned forward. He was still listening to the familiar sound of the system. "You have discovered the source of a growing god. Special quest. The Savior has been initiated. This god has achieved absolute faith and is in a stage of growth. Before the source of faith collection is sealed, the god's source cannot be destroyed, and its growth will continue. Stop the god that is trying to swallow this world and save it. If you complete this special quest, you will receive an additional reward." Hearing these words, Han Sung-yoon was stunned for a moment. The Hero's Grace Authority has activated, temporarily boosting the luck stat. SSS plus rank special skill has been activated. Analysis of Challenger Han Sung-yoon's situation is complete. The special skill, Harvest Faith, has made it possible to acquire faith. In a flash, countless bolts of lightning gathered in Han Sung-yoon's palm. This made him think to himself, "I can feel it." The atmosphere between Han Sung-yoon and Chu gradually sank into a terrifying silence. He was still lost in his own thoughts. The pain, fear, panic, anger, denial, and sorrow of countless people can be harvested for so much faith, gaining power solely through the suffering of countless people, even for someone like me who values efficiency. He suddenly frowned with a look of disgust. "I don't want to get stronger by torturing so many innocent people." Just then, the system announced that the special skill Harvest Faith had been deactivated. Suddenly, Chu spoke up from the side with a serious expression. "Han Sung-yoon, if my guess is correct, then here. Crisis and fear are also a form of faith, and they're using it to grow." Her words made him even more contemplative. "Therefore, we must defeat the god here before they complete their growth phase." A moment later, Han Sung-yoon replied, "So basically, we have to defeat the Supremacy and stop their faith harvesting." Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards Katia and asked, "You're Katia, right? Do you know where they are?" As soon as he finished speaking, she quickly gave Han Sung-yoon an answer. "I don't know their exact location, but I know a middleman who does." Hearing this, he flashed a confident smile. "Well then, you'll have to come with us." However, Chu, standing beside them, couldn't stop comforting Katia. "Don't worry, we'll let you live." Earth 17, set in city. A glass of red wine quickly materialized, along with an astonished voice exclaiming, "Oh, wonderful." The owner of that voice was none other than Raxanto. He stood on a high floor, looking down at the chaotic city, praising it endlessly. This is truly magnificent. He, the supreme leader of the supremacy, will surely love this. A look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. Just by throwing down a single piece of bait, they go into a frenzy, becoming more fearful, wanting only to snatch it for themselves. The image of a man desperately trying to protect the item in his hands flashed through Raxanto's mind. However, that man was quickly and brutally struck down. Thinking of this, Raxanto couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh, truly." Immediately, he burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. This world has truly become so much better," just as he said. With a smug expression, Raxanto kept rambling on about the day the Faith Sphere would complete its mission, which would also be the day he would become the god of a new world and return here. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind Raxanto, along with a powerful flash of light. The one responsible for this was none other than Han Sung-yoon. He stood there with a heroic posture and declared, "For the residents of a middleman for that supremacy group, the security here is pretty lax. Huh." Meanwhile, Katia, standing beside him, had a look of terror on her face. She let out a blood-curdling scream. "How could you just destroy his office like that? I didn't even get a chance to greet him." This made Han Sung-yoon turn to look at her with a blank expression, his voice growing several shades colder. "I don't like guides who talk too much." At that moment, Katia lowered her head with a flustered look, her voice choking up. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet." Her reaction seemed to satisfy him. He praised her. "Good. I want to talk to the middlemen." Their appearance had slightly startled Raxanto. He asked subconsciously, "Who are you?" Hearing his curiosity, Han Sung-yoon calmly replied, "Someone who wants to learn more about the supremacy." His answer enraged the other man. He crushed the wine glass in his hand and snarled, "It's been a long time since I met a lunatic like you." In the blink of an eye, Raxanto transformed into a half-human, half-demon form. He stated, "You look a lot like some psycho trying to play the part of a wannabe hero, but unlike in comic books, there are no heroes here." Laxan stood there arrogantly, his threats unending. Demonization. "Let me put an end to your little hero act right now." Immediately after, Laxan lowered his head and slammed it into the floor. "Then I will offer you as a sacrifice to him, the king of 10,000 demons." Facing this, Han Sung-yoon spoke calmly. "Judging by this appearance, you must be a demon from the demonic realm, right? But your little tricks won't work on me." Even the system quickly popped up with a message. Special ability, Cone 1547. Information scan has been activated. At that moment, as the system notification sounded, Laxan glared at his opponent. His eyes burned with extreme fury. Laxan II is one of the 12 managers of the Supreme Power Syndicate, a transformation-type power user. He can alter his body to become like a demon from the demonic realm. In this transformed state, he can use demonic energy. He is currently on high alert. Han Sung-yoon's hand quickly swiped across the system panel, his sharp, cold eyes still fixed on the man opposite him. He remarked, "I thought I'd get more information, but it seems that's not the case." Suddenly, his opponent replied, "Well, this is a surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Sung-yoon was so stunned he blurted out, "What?" Immediately after, Laxan, too, replied with glee. Who would have thought there was a power wielder this strong? His eyes revealed an unconcealable smugness. "So, how about it? Want to join the Supreme Power Syndicate? Those whose power transcends the limits of humanity should stand at the top of this world." Faced with his opponent's arrogance, Han Sung-yoon didn't hesitate to scoff. "Someone like you dares to call yourself a person who has transcended humanity's limits?" Laxan too didn't even deny it. He replied confidently, "That's right. Think about it. You were born with immense power. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to make me tremble like this." Laxan stood there with a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips, his shrill voice ringing out, "That's why you must join us. And then you can enjoy the privileges our leader provides." Han Sung-yoon subconsciously asked back, "Privileges?" As soon as he spoke, he received an answer. "That's right. If you knew what they were, you'd definitely be interested." Images of the men Laxan had trampled upon flashed through his mind. This made him even more self-satisfied as he said, "We have the privilege of doing whatever we want to the weak. We've basically conquered this world already, so we can do anything we please." Han Sung-yoon's gaze wavered slightly. He glanced at his opponent and questioned, "That's the privilege." Meanwhile, Katia was hiding behind a wall. Her face showed clear shock as she overheard their conversation. "For example, that woman behind you. She opposed the Supreme Power Syndicate." What Laxan said next horrified Han Sung-yoon. For a moment, he stood frozen in place, a stunned look in his eyes. "So, we killed her little sister. It's hard to find food these days, isn't it? We made a deal. Whoever killed that wench's sister first would get food." The memory of filthy hands constantly trying to touch her sister horrified Katia. So they all rushed forward, wanting to strangle the little girl. However, until the very last moment, she chose to protect her sister at all costs. In the chaos, one of them even cut off her arm as she was trying to shield her. But unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, something sharp plunged deep into Katya's sister's chest. The sight sent her into a panic, unable to react. But in the end, it seems her sister was killed anyway. Back in the present, Katya silently lowered her head, her face etched with guilt. Laxin, to continued. She's an example, to show others what happens when they dare to oppose the supreme power syndicate. Only the strong have the right to do such things. All the while, he wore a continuous, smug smile as he concluded, I'm a genius for thinking of something so amusing, aren't I? Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's voice cut in, You're too damn loud. His words momentarily stunned Katya. So, is it fun to trample on those weaker than you? Even Laxentu was taken aback. He repeatedly shouted, What? You can't fight their technology, so you have to hide behind that guild of yours. Now, Han Sung-yoon's eyes turned bone-chillingly cold. He growled, You're awfully arrogant for someone with so little power. You think you're really something, don't you? Immediately, the system announced, Skill. Instantaneous acceleration has been activated. In a flash, Han Sung-yoon shot towards his opponent with incredible speed. He swiftly landed a critical blow on the unsuspecting Laxentu. Han Sung-yoon's cold voice rang out, matching his sharp gaze. Let me play with you for a while. At that very moment, a system notification sounded. You have obtained the achievement, the price of humiliation. Stamina has increased by 1. The scene unfolding before her left, Katya lost in thought. A thought flashed through her mind. He defeated Laxin. To one of the managers of the Supreme Power Syndicate, so easily. A radiant smile slowly began to form on Katya's face. She silently answered her own question. He's our savior. Meanwhile, Laxan too, with his bruised face, was screaming desperately. Wait. However, Han Sung-yoon paid no attention to his words. His powerful blows rained down like a storm. Han Sung-yoon crushed his opponent's horn in an instant. He leaned in close and whispered, Where is the Supreme Power Syndicate's headquarters? After being beaten to a pulp, a terrified Laxin stammered, Wait. But Han Sung-yoon didn't stop. On the contrary, he hit him even harder. When he'd had enough, Han Sung-yoon lifted his opponent's head, glared menacingly at him, and asked, Where is the headquarters of the Supreme Power Syndicate? Speak, now. Laxantu's body was sprawled on the cold ground. He was dragged away by his hair. Unable to do anything, Laxantu could only let out a weak cry. Help. Annoyed by this, he slammed him hard into the ground, instantly creating a large crater. This caused Laxantu to spit up blood. He had no choice but to shout, I'll tell you the location of the headquarters. Then, Han Sung-yoon activated his power and kicked him with immense force. Suddenly, the system's notifications began to chime non-stop. Mythical transcendent power has been activated. Just then, Han Sung-yoon stood there with a cold expression. Powerful streams of magic suddenly erupted from his body. The inverted causality effect has been activated. Every time you defeat a god, your divinity will increase. With each victory, you can draw closer to Ascension. Due to challenger Han Sung-yoon's victory, you are now 0.001% closer to Ascension. Seeing him gain a percentage from such an easy fight, Chu exclaimed in amazement, Your divinity increased just from defeating this little fry. I can't believe you can infinitely increase your divinity just by winning. Another notification appears, you are drawing closer to becoming a transcendent being. Han Sung-yoon smugly clenched his fist and quietly marveled at himself. So this power really can make me a true transcendent being. Chu continued to speak about his future prospects. If you keep this up, you might even surpass the god of despair. He's fallen and gone mad. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon fell into deep thought, saying nothing. After witnessing the entire fight, Katya finally dared to part her lips. She pulled over a large cart and spoke up. I brought all the food from the storeroom. Seeing this, he turned to look at her and praised her endlessly. Well done. Katya then asked in return, Is it okay for me to take all of this? After asking, she immediately answered her own question. I don't even know if I have the right to accept it when I couldn't even protect my own family. If only I were as strong as you and had the power to defeat that broker. Suddenly, Katya's eyes filled with tears and her voice choked up. Then my little sister wouldn't have had to die over food. Hearing this, Han Sung-yoon turned to her and gently spoke to comfort her. I think you deserve more than that. Many people aren't even smart enough to tell me his location like you did. He continued to encourage Katya, Don't underestimate yourself like that. If you can't do it for yourself, then do it for your sister. Han Sung-yoon gave a slight smile and asked her, That's what she would have wanted, right? These words moved Katya to tears. Suddenly, another notification arrived. The seed of hope has begun to bloom. She stammered, trying to say something but couldn't form the words. After a moment, Katya finally managed a complete sentence. She bowed her head low. Thank you so much. As if finding her voice, she continued to thank Han Sung-yeon. I will never forget your kindness. Hearing this, Han Sung-yeon smiled warmly. Unexpectedly, he spoke up, startling Katya slightly. In that case, I'll give you all the food I have. Could you do something for me? Hearing this, she happily replied at once. Yes, just leave it to me. The system notification appeared again. You have obtained the Seed of Hope achievement. At a desolate, ruined area, the 7th District Renansen Food Production Plant, a demon was lying helplessly on the ground, crying out, "Help me." Then, a powerful thrust pierced his back. It was none other than Han Sung-yeon, who was fighting a horde of demons. The only demon still able to speak leaned against a wall and asked weakly, Why? Why don't you join the Supreme Power Federation? Unable to contain his curiosity, he pointed at Han Sung-yeon's face and screamed. When you have so much power? Han Sung-yeon said nothing. Without a word, he sped towards the sitting demon and delivered a slash to his neck, sending blood gushing out. Only after striking did he answer his opponent, because I don't like what you people do. The system suddenly announced a new notification. The exclusive effect blood absorption of the true Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. Absorbing so much blood, Shu exclaimed with delight. It's been so long since I've absorbed this much blood. Through the absorption of a large quantity of blood, the item's rank has increased significantly. Then, numerous system windows suddenly popped up behind Han Sung-yeon. He found himself lost in thought. After defeating members of the Supreme Power Federation, his strength and skills had grown. His status window appeared, displaying very high stats. Status window, Han Sung-yeon, Aura, Ruler. Strength, 285. Stamina, 287. Agility, 284. Magic power, 299. Endurance, 282. Trait, Necromancy A, Unique Authority Skill Combination. Unique Divine Authority, Transcendence, SSS+. Basic Divine Authority, Deification SS+. Divine Power Authority, A, Supreme Blood Technique, C+. Hero's Grace C+. Heart of Stone C, Gaining Trust, C+. Flash, Step B+. Sword Intent Enhancement S+. Ruler of Evil Spirits B+. Heavenly Demon Stats S+. Iron Wings C+. Iron Blood Sword A. Rapid Spell Recovery C+. Path of the Sword King S. God-Slaying Sword Style S+. Faith Security A+. View Skill Details. Han Sung-yeon looked towards the orb and thought to himself, all I need to do now is catch their leader. Chu suddenly spoke up. Han Sung-yeon, do you see that? That orb is getting redder and redder since the first time we saw it. Hearing her, he replied, that means it's almost time for another god to be born. Then the orb cracked, accompanied by a continuous stream of notifications. The origin of a god has absorbed countless beliefs and has completed its development. The god of usurpation is watching you. In the blink of an eye, a large hole cracked open in it, and powerful gusts of wind began to emerge. Chu continued to explain, the god inside the Ascent orb will emerge soon. A god born from an orb is not like one born from possession. It's a true body. The orb had almost completely cracked open, the hole growing larger. Chu continued, a god's body possesses immense power. Hearing this, Han Sung-yeon confidently asserted, I think I can take down a god in my current state. A moment later, the orb suddenly shone brightly, and someone slowly set foot on the ground. He suddenly seemed to realize something. A white-haired man had appeared from within the orb. It was none other than Bakan. He growled, You're the one who caused all this foolishness while I was gathering my power. As soon as he appeared, he angrily raised his hand to cast a spell. It doesn't matter anymore. I've already obtained everything I wanted. Ba can cast his spell, causing everything to sink into the ground. I no longer need this world. Immediately after, debris began to float in the air as a system notification sounded. Farewell. A trial has been issued from the tower. Suddenly, another sound rang out, stunning Han Sung-yeon for a moment. Divinity. Collapse has been activated, causing the collapse of this world. Then, a beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire region. Next, a massive explosion occurred, and a notification appeared. The system announced that because divinity, collapse has been used, a 100-year ice age has begun. The ground was crumbling apart. Dirt flew everywhere as a notification appeared. The collapse cannot be mitigated by any effect. The unique effect, regression, of the regressor's luxury wristwatch has been activated. The watch affected the ground, which was slowly crumbling. A powerful stream of light quickly appeared in the space. Then, the pieces of earth that were flying outward immediately returned to the ground. The watch seemed to be rewinding time as the light flashed. The ground where Han Sung-yoon stood also returned to its original state. That stream of light grew stronger and stronger. He then stared forward in a daze. Han Sung-yoon just stood there, stunned, for a long moment. He was in deep shock, sweating profusely as he exclaimed, "Damn it." Suddenly, another notification appeared. You have obtained the achievement Pseudo-Regression. The skill Resistance to Time Control B+ has been created. This horrified him, and he unconsciously blurted out, "The collapse of the world. How is this possible?" Hearing this, Chu unexpectedly exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" A thought quickly flashed through Han Sung-yoon's mind. It seemed Chu didn't know that time had been reversed after the world's collapse. Chu's confused voice suddenly rang out. "What's with that expression? What happened?" He then stepped back into a fighting stance and said, "There's only one way to stop it." Han Sung-yoon entered a state of red full-body reinforcement and thought to himself, "Before the god is completed, I need to get inside that sphere." Suddenly, a new notification came from the system. The power of Iron Wings has been activated. Seeing this, Chu immediately reminded him, "You're ignoring me again." By this point, Han Sung-yoon was already flying in the air, completely ignoring her presence. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. "I need to get inside the sphere before it gets any redder." Then, the system delivered a new notification. The skill, Combat Concentration, has been activated. The user's concentration has increased tenfold. The effectiveness of the skill Combat Concentration A+ has reached 100%. The skill Combat Concentration A+ has increased by 1. Han Sung-yoon quickly dashed forward as fast as he possibly could. The Power Supreme Blood technique has been activated. He slashed forcefully at the sphere but didn't even create a single crack. The system continuously delivered a series of urgent-sounding notifications. The passive skill, Blood Strengthening C+, of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The passive skill, Innate Talent Strengthening of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The passive skill, Fear Amplification B+, of the True Supreme Blood Demon Sword has been activated. The unique effect, Twin Consecutive Strikes, of the skill, Fairy Demon Sword Style has been activated, absorbing divine power and increasing its strength 5-fold. He relentlessly slashed hard and fast at the sphere. While slashing, Han Sung-yoon chanted the move in his head, "Break." He repeated this over and over, causing pieces of the sphere to fly off. Finally, he used all his strength, thrusting his sword forward while chanting, "Break." Suddenly, the system announced, "The skill Grotto Heaven has been activated." Han Sung-yoon swiftly stabbed forward, creating countless cracks. Light began to seep out from each one. After his relentless assault, the shattered sphere began to fall apart. At the same time, he received a notification. "You have obtained the achievement, Destroyed the Origin of a God." After successfully destroying it, Han Sung-yoon immediately activated a new skill. The Power Supreme Blood technique has been activated. He then leaped down to a new spot to land, simultaneously receiving a notification about the region. "You have entered the land of heavenly usurpation." As his feet touched the ground, Han Sung-yoon sensed something and couldn't help but think to himself, "There's no status window notification, so I must have gotten in here before the growth period was complete." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting entity." It was none other than Ba Ken. He continued, "I should say, it's a pleasure to meet you." Then, a notification appeared for Han Sung-yoon. "The god of usurpation is smiling at you." Ba Ken looked at him, smiled, and said, "A filthy hunting dog, chosen by the tower." He furrowed his brows but didn't respond or react. Ba Ken let out a sneer, seeming very pleased. "I suppose this isn't a pretty sight for a guest, is it? Can't be helped. I always collect whatever I want." Every word from Ba Ken dripped with contempt. "Those are the talents and faith I've plundered from countless others trembling in fear. And the ruined machines are the only hope," in a surrealist style. "Those are my trophies. If you understand," he added, not forgetting to praise himself. "Cool, isn't it? Those books are talents I've plundered from others." Warm light shone on his cold, platinum hair, and the machine parts are symbols of usurped civilizations. After that monologue, he finally asked his first question. "So that means you're the one who ordered the 12 coalition commanders to attack civilians?" Ba Ken laughed boisterously like a madman. "Exactly. Because when they tremble in fear, I can collect their faith. Isn't it thrilling?" Han Sung-yoon's hand tightened around his sword. "So you're that kind of bastard." Ba Ken pushed himself up slowly from his throne. "How hurtful. Perhaps it's because you're a challenger from the tower." He gently posed a question. "You know about me?" "To a certain extent. I know you can kill gods, and your goal is to kill me," he said softly, despite Han Sung-yoon showing no expression, "and that you have the power to turn back time." Ba Ken's conversational tone rang out once more. "There's a fellow called the God of Despair, Fallenness, and Madness. You know him, don't you? His eyes widened, his cheeks flushing a bizarre shade of red. Do you know what crazy thing he told me? He told me that because you have the ability to kill all the gods, we need to dispose of you. The corner of his lip twitched, and his every word sounded unhinged. You know what? For the first time in a long while, I was thrilled by the monster we have to deal with. You are incredibly strong. The expression on Ba Kan's face was like that of a wild beast. I wonder what it would be like if I made you feel fear like those insects down there and then killed you. His hand clenched into a fist. I want to see it. You! Terrified like those weaklings, and then dead. His smile widened even further, revealing his fangs. And in the end, I will kill you and absorb your power. That will make me stronger than any other god. No wonder those commanders were so insane. Han Sung-yoon remained perfectly calm, even when facing such a madman. Really? I was thinking the exact same thing. His entire body was enveloped in a red light. Divinity Theophany has been activated. A powerful, jet-black suit of armor completely covered Han Sung-yoon. I'm also going to make you tremble in fear and then kill you. Arcs of electricity ran along the armor. Your divinities are transcendence, death, immortality, defiance of the divine will, and observation. Now, the two of them face each other, preparing for the coming battle. Ba Kan revealed a look of amusement and said loudly, "You have divinity as well? Excellent." His hand reached out as he began to use his power. Then I should probably show you what I can do, shouldn't I? A skill was quickly activated. Domain of Plunder transfers a certain amount of mana within the domain to its master every second. Against the powerful gust, Han Sung-yoon calmly tightened his grip on his sword. His mana was being siphoned away, gathering into a small orb. Thanks for the mana. In that case, I'll do this. Han Sung-yoon didn't answer, silently observing everything. After a long moment, his hand moved slightly. A sound chimed as the system activated. The punishment skill has been activated. When this skill is active, all stats increase by 7. When this skill is active, your mana will not decrease. A powerful image of the armor's master appeared behind Han Sung-yoon. The dragon's power flows into you, increasing your mana by 100%. This took Ba Kan by surprise. What? I'm not getting any mana? But he wasn't discouraged, confidently casting another spell. Too bad the talent I just showed you has become useless. But don't worry, I have plenty of other tricks. Hundreds of magic circles appeared, demonstrating his immense power. The god of plunder is using a stolen talent. A wave of energy shot straight towards Han Sung-yoon. However, with his agility, he dodged it. Han Sung-yoon gracefully evaded every single attack thrown at him. Finally, his feet scraped against the ground, bringing him to a stop at a safe distance. Han Sung-yoon quickly noticed something strange. This is weird. The way he's fighting, it's like he's testing me. A cold, golden light flashed from his armor. I think he's just probing since we've only just started fighting. A skill was activated. Unique Power K1547 Information Scan has been activated. A shockwave carrying information spread out from Han Sung-yoon's position. Ba Kan became the god of plunder after gathering enough souls, faith, and legends. He can use the unique authorities of plunder, collapse, rule, and prayer. Ba Kan, on the other side, wasn't about to let him rest. However, the unique authority, collapse, is currently on cooldown. A new notification popped up. He is waiting for the right moment to make a choice. Han Sung-yoon's curiosity was piqued. Across the way, Ba Kan faced the thick dust he had kicked up and laughed loudly. Nice. Suddenly, Ba Kan stopped, his eyes widening slightly. As the dust clouds slowly dissipated, Han Sung-yoon calmly activated a skill. Infinite magic absorption has been activated. All magic that touches your body will be converted into mana. From his position, Han Sung-yoon suddenly shot towards his enemy like an arrow. I don't know what he's hiding, but I can't let him use it. He quickly activated another skill. Authority of Sword Intent Enhancement has been powerfully activated. Unique effect. Fairy Demon Sword's Twin Strike has been activated. Han Sung-yoon decisively swung his sword, striking his opponent's leg. Power of the A+ rank Chosen Angel's Wings has been activated. A pair of enormous wings sprouted from his back. Ba Kan grinned, spread his wings, and flew up. In an instant, he had put a huge distance between them. The cold light in Han Sung-yoon's eyes flared once more. Where do you think you're going? A series of gears and clocks appeared. Unique effect. Luxurious wristwatch of the regressor QSS plus attack nullification has been activated. The hands of the clock reversed, and Ba Kan's entire body froze, unable to move. The power of the A+ rank Chosen Angel's Wings has reverted to its pre-activation state due to attack nullification. The cooldown for the unique effect, Luxurious Wristwatch of the regressor QSS plus attack nullification, is 30 minutes. He didn't panic at all, merely facing the situation calmly. Flash Authority has been activated. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon's figure vanished from the ground. The cooldown for this authority is 10 minutes. He reappeared behind Ba Kan like a demon that consumes holy power, instantly moving to an area within your line of sight. Using centrifugal force and his own raw strength, Han Sung-yoon swung his sword in a swift, decisive arc aimed at his neck. But the next sight made him exclaim in surprise. What? He saw that his opponent's arm had been severed, but his leg continued its attack. I'm sure I was aiming for his neck. A powerful blow came straight for his neck. The sheer force of it sent Han Sung-yoon flying straight into the ground. Ba Kan landed gracefully from above and said, "You know, I really don't like close-quarters combat." The arm that had been severed was now regenerating. As if prepared for this, he had completely regrown a new arm in a mere instant. I didn't discard enhancement talents. I collected them. The shattered half of Han Sung-yoon's helmet was slowly regenerating. The weak blood skill has been activated. This made Ba Kan reevaluate Han Sung-yoon. That's surprising. Despite taking that much damage, you're recovering faster than any body enhancement type I've seen. You're the best of them. Ba Kan suddenly raised a hand with a triumphant smile. I've got the basics of how you work now. He bared his white teeth, making his smile even more grotesque. How will you deal with this? He then used a series of skills in rapid succession. Divine Rule has created a new rule within the domain of plunder. Rule 1. All combat within the domain of plunder must be long range. Rule 2. All beings within the domain of plunder lose 90% of their physical abilities. The entire space was dyed a gloomy purple, indicating the change in rules. Rule 3. If you engage in close combat within the domain of plunder, you will randomly transfer one of your talents to the domain's master. Rule 4. Most close combat talents will be sealed within the domain of plunder and cannot be used. Rule 5. You cannot use items within the domain of plunder. Ba Kan let out a gleeful laugh. Neither you nor I can use our physical abilities in here. We have to fight on equal terms. Seeing Han Sung-yoon remain silent, he continued, "Don't be mad. You should be happy about it." After a moment, Han Sung-yoon finally spoke, questioning him. Rules to make us fight on equal terms? He gently lifted the wrist of his sword hand. If that's the case, a red light, accompanied by a cross-shaped symbol, appeared right above Han Sung-yoon's head. Then I hope you still think so when this is over. An immense power enveloped his entire body, signifying the use of a skill. The Holy Light skill has been activated. A pillar of red light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds. The pillar of light was incredibly powerful, reaching the very top of the space in the blink of an eye. Under the powerful attack, the space began to show signs of cracking. The fractures spread wider and wider right before Ba Kan's eyes, and a second later, the domain space collapsed into a massive hole. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe what Han Sung-yoon had done. I said that because I believe you're mistaken about who has the advantage, Han Sung-yoon powerfully declared, along with his Jew. But the pathetic rules of this divine realm won't be broken, because I can just destroy them all. Ba Kan tilted his head back, letting the wind flow through his robes, his smile now holding a hint of wicked charm and amusement. Are you trying to destroy my domain? It's pointless. The large hole that Han Sung-yoon had just shattered was already being repaired. The usurped sanctuary was being reconstructed by the legend of the god who destroys civilizations. Hundreds of components shot upwards, matching his triumphant look. I knew this might happen, so I've gathered all my machinery here. As long as you're standing in my domain, there's nothing you can do. Facing the stubborn enemy, he simply had to activate his skill one more time. If that's how it is, then I'll just keep destroying it until there's nothing left of you. The familiar red light appeared again. The Holy Light skill had been activated. Ba Kan's index finger swung out decisively, filled with amusement. Are you sure you can do that? And what followed was a tug-of-war of techniques and skills between the two, influenced by the invocation. The skill nullification ability from the worn-out wristwatch of the QSS plus-minus returnee was forcibly activated due to the influence of the rule. A temporary regulation has been applied to the skill nullification ability from the worn-out wristwatch of the QSS plus-minus returnee. The watch face had now stopped, controlled by his will due to the influence of the rule. The cooldown time of the skill nullification ability from the worn-out wristwatch of the QSS plus-minus returnee has been temporarily removed. Each time the challenger, Han Sung-yoon, activates the Holy Light skill, the skill will be forcibly nullified by the skill nullification ability. Han Sung-yoon looked up just in time to see the red light vanish. Ba Kan casually spun the watch and asked, surprised, it has the ability to overrule the rules. In other words, I am not bound by the limits set by the rules. This made Ju momentarily worried. You can not only seal other people's items, but you can also forcibly activate their items. Seeing him remain silent, she reminded him, that guy is also bending the rules for himself. His fingers spun lightly, his tone dripping with contempt. It seems you don't have any other long-range attack skills besides Holy Light. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, Then victory must be mine. A series of system notifications rang out. The god of usurpation has used a stolen skill. The god of usurpation, Bakan, has used spell amplification, C+. The god of usurpation, Bakan, has used create golem, D rank. A series of magic circles appear at his feet, and from the ground, a massive stone chain suddenly shot up. It decisively locked onto Sung Yun's sword-wielding wrist. A barrage of sword tips appeared from Bakan's direction. The god of usurpation, Bakan, has used spell-weaving B+. The god of usurpation, Bakan, has used magic acceleration A rank. The god of usurpation has used a stolen skill. A powerful tremor and lightning struck down on his head. The swords he had summoned were poised to pierce right through him. To him, Han Sung-yoon was nothing special now. Let's end this. I will take your life here, and then I'll take your power as well. A wide grin spread across Bakan's face, stretching from ear to ear. I have a feeling it would be very dangerous to let you live. A wall covered in sharp spikes appeared beside him. I'll toss your corpse beneath the sphere, so don't you worry. As the wall closed in, a mocking farewell was heard. Farewell, Hound of the Tower. After it closed, he put his hands on his hips and praised it cheerfully. Looks good. A flash of light sparked at Bakan's fingertip. Now, for the finale. A volley of blasts bombarded the prison holding Han Sung-yoon. The expression on his face grew even more maniacal. I promise I'll take good care of your power, so rest in peace. The scene suddenly shifted to a peaceful place. These are the food supplies, please be careful, a man's voice replied. Thank you, I'll accept them gratefully. The girl gave a bright smile and said softly, I'm not the one providing this. This food is from the Savior. Please send your thanks to the Savior. A notification suddenly popped up and a rumbling sound echoed within the stone cage as the Spread Hope skill activated. Hope in you is spreading rapidly. Devout followers have gathered for the challenger, Han Sung-yoon. Bakan's eyes widened slightly. A white light was slowly enveloping the swords. A moment later, the stone cage was shattered into pieces. The salvation effect has been activated. He was still stunned. What the hell is this? A pale blue aura slowly swirled around him. Thanks to the followers of the adventurer Han Sung-yoon, his holy power is increasing dramatically. His previous memories were now being replayed. Katia watched him packing his things and asked curiously, what kind of mission takes this much time? Sung-yoon just suddenly turned the bag upside down. I'm going to empty it all out. She couldn't help but be amazed at the mountain of food piled up. He turned his head, smiled, and said confidently, I'm giving all of this to you, too. Under her astonished gaze, Han Sung-yoon gently instructed, Katya, there are some things I need you to do for me. This is a commission. The sound of horse hooves echoed dryly on the road. Katya drove a horse-drawn carriage through a desolate place. With the wagon piled high with goods, she calmly moved forward. The horse's hooves clopped twice on the ground and then came to a complete stop. At the same time, she turned to the people and shouted, Everyone, listen up. We will begin distributing food supplies right now. Her words surprised everyone. A benefactor has come to give us food. Come and get it. A faint voice made Katya turn her head. Could it be? An old man leaning on a cane spoke with a trembling voice. Could you spare some food for this old man, too? She gave a radiant smile and replied, Of course. Please send your thanks to the Savior, Han Sung-yoon. And this was the source of his power. The power of faith in Han Sung-yoon continued to rise. At that moment, Han Sung-yoon was walking with Ju on a deserted road. She suddenly called his name, Sung-yoon. Her question was about his recent actions. Are you sure you can just give away food like that? Han Sung-yoon simply replied gently, Don't worry, there's still plenty left. He confidently declared, Throw a sprat to catch a mackerel. Ju looked up and asked quietly, What strange scheme are you planning this time? There was a calculated plan in his deep blue eyes. You'll know if you watch. Let's head to the other places. Suddenly, Sung-yoon raised his voice, shouting, All right, everyone, gather round. Standing before the piles of food, he casually told them that everything was free, so they should please take what they needed. The nourishment skill has been activated. You can grow any food you have previously touched by using mana. Everyone couldn't hide the happiness and astonishment on their faces. It's real meat. Are you really giving this to us, sir? He then gently used his skill to fill the dry well. The water creation skill has been activated. You can create drinking water by touching an empty container with mana. This made the crowd even more ecstatic. It's real water. We can finally drink proper water. They chanted his name in unison, as if he were a saint. Hooray for our savior, Han Sung-yoon. You're amazing, sir. The sound of his name being chanted didn't stop, and this was exactly what he wanted. The power of faith in Han Sung-yoon continued to rise. Back in the present, his armor was regenerating bit by bit. This was beyond Bakan's expectations. What is this powerful divine energy? Just when did you start planning this? Han Sung-yoon didn't answer. He just watched in silence. Regardless, Bakken had to continue with his objective. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I've already arranged everything for you anyway. I'm curious to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. A robot was suddenly summoned right behind Bakken. It seems this is the only way to deal with you. It was assembled from hundreds of different components. The god of usurpation, Bakken, has used SS rank emotion conversion. S rank perfect aim has been used. A rank skill enhancement has been used. S rank absolute attack power has been used. A cold, blue light flashed in the robot's eyes. I'll make you regret not dying from that last blow. A terrifying power radiated from it, filling the space. I will end you with this masterpiece I've created from divine power. With a single command, he made it attack. Die. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon turned his head, his expression dead serious. Just before the robot's fist landed, Han Sung-yoon dodged it. He shot forward like an arrow, quickly getting behind Bakken. The once mocking expression on Bakken's face was now filled with cold menace. Have you forgotten? His voice dripped with mockery. Have you forgotten that I can control your physical strength with my rules? Even so, that couldn't stop Han Sung-yoon. Just a little longer, the system carefully counted down. 5. The cross on Bakken's hand glowed brighter than before. Well, this saves me some time. He casually applied his rule. Rule number 2. Those who step into the sanctuary of usurpation will lose 90% of their strength. Instantly, he felt a drastic change in his body. And then, Han Sung-yoon stumbled and fell to the ground. His pale purple pupils showed a mix of pity and mockery. How meaningless. Han Sung-yoon still tried to plant his sword into the ground to stand up. Just a little longer, the system continued to count down. 4. Bakken and his robot waited for Han Sung-yoon to bring about his own demise. The more stubborn you are, the more power the rule will strip away from you. Stop your useless struggling. Its fist once again flew towards him. Your strength is nearly depleted. Just relax and die. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon released his tight grip on the sword's hilt. Just a little longer. As the system counted down to 3, Han Sung-yoon leaned back, dodging the attack. Bakken was baffled by his strange persistence. Han Sung-yoon had let go of Chu, deciding to use his shield to defend instead. Additional divine power has been used to activate the counter shield. This action only made Bakken mock him relentlessly. Wouldn't it be better to just die quietly? Why do you insist on these futile efforts? And he commanded the robot to attack him once more. If your wish is to die a painful death, then I shall grant it for you. Han Sung-yoon reached out with all his might and caught the fist. Then he swung his arm, shattering the components on its hand. Despite this, the robot relentlessly focused on its mission to pummel Han Sung-yoon. Just a little longer. The system had now counted down to 2. With his shield, he struggled to stay on his feet for just a little longer. Now, it counted down to 1. Bakken's eyes stared intently at the battle as he muttered to himself. The rule should have already diminished his physical abilities by now. A flicker of fear now appeared in his purple pupils. How is he still able to make the attacks miss? A fist crackling with lightning charged forward. Through his perseverance, he was gradually accumulating energy in his fist. Just a little longer. The system has now finished its countdown. 0. Countless decimal numbers filled the sky as lightning surrounded Han Sung-yoon. The salvation effect has been activated. Thanks to the followers of the adventurer Han Sung-yoon, his holy power is increasing dramatically. Both the robot and he were now clashing head-on with their attack power. He could now unleash all the power he had suppressed while countering. After a massive crash, the situation grew even more tense. But as soon as the robot pulled its arm back, the aftershock shattered it from within. This sight made Bakken grit his teeth in frustration. The current number of Han Sung-yoon's loyal followers is 30,000. He took a deep breath and exhaled, trying to steady his breathing. The robot stood with its left arm destroyed, while Han Sung-yoon was kneeling on the ground. A trembling voice escaped Bakken's lips. Why? His eyes widened as if he was asking himself what had just happened. Why aren't you dead yet? This is impossible. The rule should have weakened you. He kept asking himself, how are you still standing? After a flash of rage, Bakken, panting heavily, heard a mocking voice. You're truly disgusting. One of his badly burned hands slowly reached out. If a monster like you had never invaded this world, its people would still be enjoying their lives right now. Han Sung-yoon pointed at him and declared forcefully, invaders like you, who conquer other worlds and rely on rotten religious authority to get stronger, you make me sick. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with a determined glint. I will tear scum like you to pieces. Seeing him exhausted, Bakken sneered, so you finally collapsed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as the slender hand of Chu supported Han Sung-yoon's body. She glanced down at his limp body and spoke softly. Somehow, the selfish child of the past has grown into someone who cares for others. That's why you put me down, isn't it? You were worried that I might break. The gruesome burns were now being healed by Chu. Just looking at your hands, I can tell. Even with a shield, that giant robot was too much for you to handle. Your hands may have regenerated, but you were afraid that I wouldn't. A soft smile graced her beautiful face. Thank you for your kindness. The sword, Chu, now trembled in her hand. And you don't have to worry anymore, because I will help you. In an instant, Chu formed in her hand. She helped Han Sung-yoon grasp the sword, just as you protected me. Together, they fixed a terrifying glare on their enemy. Use the divinity you've collected and finish him in a single blow. Bakken ground his teeth, relentlessly questioning him. Where did you even come from and what are you talking about? What the hell is going on? This was supposed to be over. He summoned a pile of components to regenerate the robot's arm. How troublesome. I will kill you. A stream of energy began to gather into a powerful blast. And I'll send Han Sung-yoon to hell with you. Following a shout from Bakken, a massive beam of light shot forward. Die. Even so, neither of them had any intention of dodging it. Ju's eyes looked up, her whole body shifting slightly, and he acted in unison without a word. A brilliant green sword slash pierced through the surging stream of energy. The effect of holy power of salvation is greatly increasing. That sword slash grew even stronger, destroying the robot and his head, releasing enhanced holy power and a strengthened sword ki. Before he could even react, he was slashed across the neck. The one who's going to die here is you. A powerful declaration from two individuals of overwhelming strength. As Bakken's head was still disintegrating, a notification sounded. Congratulations, you have completed the 18th floor of the trial tower. The item reward will be sent to your inventory. You have received a clear reward of 150,000 points. You have received a clear reward of 10,000 items. You have received a bonus reward for clearing the 18th floor. Force reversal B+. With his last bit of consciousness, he was still in disbelief. Impossible. There's no way I could lose. A yellow point of energy and a thread of mana were connecting his body and head. I need to use my holy power to recover. Han Sung-yoon coldly stepped forward. He plunged a sword into Bakken's chest, activating the special authority gaze of the Grim Reaper, selecting a target and creating a force weak point. Applying death, he roared in anger, his expression twisting. As his head gradually burned away, he screamed furiously, "You bastard! This is cheating!" Bakken's last words were a denial of reality. No, I can't die yet. It's impossible. Even with more than half his head burned away, he still refused to believe reality. It's not supposed to be like this. A beautiful golden light shone throughout the divine domain. Suddenly, the armor on his body vanished, replaced by his everyday clothes. Challenger Han Sung-yoon has successfully defeated a god and has increased his sublimation by 7.4%. You have received a reward for increasing your divinity. The unique effect, Divinity Recovery Speed Boost B+. From now on, Challenger Han Sung-yoon's holy power will recover faster. A faint smile appeared on his lips. It's finally over. Suddenly, Han Sung-yoon called out to her, "Ju." He didn't turn his head, his hoarse voice echoing, "Once again, I received your help. Without you, I wouldn't have won." This statement from Han Sung-yoon made Ju smile confidently. "Thank you very much." She walked to his side, gently offering her opinion. "Of course I'd help. If you died, it would be a huge pain for me." A gentle breeze blew past as Ju spoke with complete confidence. "We're partners, aren't we? I don't give you permission to die." Han Sung-yoon was silent for a moment, and finally, the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. "Thank you for considering me your partner." His eyes, filled with confidence, gazed forward. "But we have something to take care of first, right?" A dense red aura was gradually seeping out from Bakken's corpse. "You have absorbed the soul of the god of usurpation, Bakken. Proficiency has increased by 27%. Proficiency for the soul summoning attribute has reached 100%, but an error has occurred. Proficiency for the soul summoning attribute has reached." Han Sung-yoon's eyes filled with astonishment. Shouldn't have ranked up to S-class. The current notification was covered in a bunch of strange characters. It made him curious about the reason behind it. Is there some other condition I need to fulfill? The system immediately issued a new notification. Because you have not met the required conditions, the rank of the soul summoning attribute will not increase. Until you meet the conditions, the system will lock the proficiency of soul summoning at 99.99%. You can now extract the authority of souls stronger than you. Despite the setback, Han Sung-yoon successfully collected his soul. The special authority, Deploy God's Domain, has been engraved onto your soul. A strong gust of wind blew through his hair. Instantly, 4 orbs symbolizing 4 attributes appeared. You have met the special conditions after absorbing the god of usurpation, Bakken. You may choose one of the divinities from the soul of the god of usurpation, Bakken. The divinities you can obtain are Usurpation, Collapse, Rule, and Activation. Ju's face reflected the light as her soft voice spoke up. What exactly is this power? I can't believe you can obtain divinity just by killing a god. That's amazing. She commented softly. The way you collect divinity is strange, too. Han Sung-yoon's sharp gaze flickered over as he explained. As that ancient god said, this is possible because the tower has chosen me as a candidate. He was now recalling the events from the very beginning. Now that I think about it, back when I chose the transcendence divinity, I somehow also obtained the divinities of death and immortality. The strange memories kept piling up. When I consumed the heavenly demon's sword, my body converted it into holy power, and I received its resist the will of a god. He slowly raised his hand, contemplating how lucky he had been. It's clear the tower had chosen me as a candidate ever since back then. Han Sung-yoon gently lowered his hand, his fingers twitching slightly. He reached out and grasped the purple-pink orb among them, completing his choice. The divinity of rule has been converted into a special ability you can use. Suddenly, her clear voice rang out, Han Sung-yoon. He looked over, replying curtly. What is it? This feeling. I'm a little worried. It looks like this dome is about to collapse. The system provided a rigid explanation. Because the god of usurpation, Baken, has died, this dome will collapse. Chunks of rock began to fall continuously from above. She turned her head towards him to warn him. Let's get out of here. But Han Sung-yoon was smiling meaningfully. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. His hand suddenly rested on Ju's shoulder. In an instant, Han Sung-yoon neatly swept her up into his arms. She immediately said, Han Sung-yoon, I can just transform back. As he dashed off, he smiled and said, Come on, let's have some fun outside. From the outside, the divine domain could be seen crumbling to pieces. The two of them shot out from inside with excitement, finally landing forcefully somewhere in the city. Everyone present there stared with wide, surprised eyes. Ju burst out laughing, seeming to really enjoy the feeling. A successful escape. It feels great to have the wind in my face for a change. A gentle smile crossed Sung-yoon's handsome face. Suddenly, a childish voice rang out, drawing their attention. It's Mr. Han Sung-yoon. Somehow, a crowd had gathered in front of him. Everyone wore expressions of amazement and happiness. Han Sung-yoon is back. Katya pushed her way through the crowd, trying to get to the front. Is Han Sung-yoon really back? Her voice rang out through the crowd. Let me through. Please. She parted the crowd, her face lighting up when she saw Han Sung-yoon. He was safe and sound. Han Sung-yoon looked at Katya with trusting eyes and thanked her sincerely. It's all thanks to your help, Katya. However, she humbly deflected his praise. No, I only helped because you asked me to. The sphere belonging to the divine realm had now vanished. Oh, the sphere is gone, so you don't have to worry anymore. Han Sung-yoon spoke gently, bestowing a new life upon them. From now on, all of you can live peaceful lives. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly. You've saved so many of us. You not only destroyed the Supreme Power Alliance, but you also gave us food when we needed it. Katya's cheeks flushed slightly, a look of pure contentment on her face. Representing everyone, she bowed her head and shouted, Han Sung-yoon, thank you so much for saving us. Instantly, a system notification appeared, surprising Han Sung-yoon. Myth activated, the final salvation. All stats permanently increased by 6 points. She held up a neatly folded set of clothes and happily offered it to him. Would you please accept this? Han Sung-yoon looked at it curiously and asked softly, What's this? Katya replied with great enthusiasm, It's an outfit we made for you. The villagers standing around her shared her excitement. We made it so we could forever remember what you've done for us. Chu glanced at Han Sung-yoon and clapped him on the shoulder. Go on, take it. It's the wish of the people you saved. A confident and pleased smile appeared on her lips. This steam-powered world really does exist. That's how you keep earning followers through your own efforts. And so, encouraged by her words, Han Sung-yoon put on the outfit. People will tell your story for generations to come, and it will become a legend. It will continue to spread, granting you divine power. Confidence and hope filled his body. The legend of the challenger, Han Sung-yoon, will spread far and wide. Current followers, 31,000. In the waiting room of the 79th floor, he was focused on the electronic screens in front of him. As he worked, Han Sung-yoon said, All the useless items have been sold, and the abilities have been purchased. His long, slender fingers swiped lightly across the screen. When he stopped, everything was ready. Chu stood beside him with her hands on her hips and added, It's great that you finished so early. After getting everything ready, she turned to Han Sung-yoon and asked, So, are we going to climb the tower right away? Hearing this, he reminded her, Before we climb the tower, there are the administrators who promised to assign tasks. Han Sung-yoon carefully touched the system screen again. After a few simple actions, he said, Let's check it out. As soon as the system started, a line of text appeared. 4,182 administrators have sent requests. This left Han Sung-yoon completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "What is this?" Chu's eyes widened as she turned to him and remarked, "It seems you've become the center of attention for the administrators." When the screen shifted to a girl with a dark expression, a message appeared. Administrator, Lord of Iron and Blood is wary of other administrators eyeing her contractor. It didn't stop there. It then switched to another girl. Administrator, White Crane Sword Master is emitting killing intent towards the pests following her contractor. After that, his sharp eyes widened slightly. The challenger, Han Sung-yoon, found this situation quite awkward. Seeing this, Chu immediately seemed to remind him. Han Sung-yoon, instead of worrying, "Look at this." When she turned his head to the side, he asked in surprise, "What is it?" A system panel appeared before Han Sung-yoon's eyes. Administrator Lost Heir of the Blood Demon Cult has sent a request for the mission. Blood Succession Ritual. Completion Reward 1. Learn the special ability Spirit Phantom Divine Art SS rank. Completion Reward 2. Receive exclusive access to a secret shop. Success Condition 1. Be recognized as the successor to the Blood Demon Cult's leader in the Blood Succession Ritual. Success Condition 2. Prove your martial arts prowess during the ritual. After reading everything, Chu grew a little curious. She asked, "Spirit Phantom Divine Art. That's not our cult's martial art, but the art of the Shadow Emperor, isn't it? A notorious assassin from the old days." A glint suddenly appeared in her eyes. Chu lowered her voice in surprise. "I can't believe one of my descendants became an administrator of this tower." While she was still marveling at this, Han Sung-yoon didn't take his eyes off the screen. "It's interesting to see our cult in this way." Sensing Chu's interest, he said, "If it piques your interest, let's give it a try." As soon as Han Sung-yoon's finger touched the system screen, a notification instantly appeared. "Mission Blood Succession Ritual has been selected," he said with a challenging expression. "Let's see what happens." The system screen continued to display. The personal trial on the 19th floor will be replaced with the Blood Succession Ritual. Other administrators are restricted from observing this trial. Only a select few permitted administrators may witness you enter the 19th floor of the tower's hard difficulty trial. The theme of this trial is victory. When the trial activated, Han Sung-yoon immediately appeared in a giant arena. Cheers roared in his ears relentlessly. Meanwhile, the system displayed. Trial completion condition. Fulfill all mission conditions within the time limit without missing any. Standing in the middle of the arena, the referee spread her arms wide and announced loudly, "Thank you for the enthusiastic support of all our cult members. The Blood Succession Ritual is the ceremony to select the most suitable successor for the leader of the Blood Demon Cult." As soon as she finished speaking, the system announced the trial's failure condition: death of the challenger or expiration of the time limit. At this point, the referee paused for a beat as if to emphasize her next words. "Let's watch as the successor candidates duel for the very life of the cult." Following her words, the system also presented its rule. There is no penalty for failing the trial. As soon as the referee finished, the cheers erupted again. After a brief introduction to the match, she quickly started it. "Now, let us begin the Blood Succession Ritual." The referee extended a hand toward Han Sung-yoon amidst the cheers. She loudly introduced the lowest-ranked candidate in the Blood Demon Cult, the low-ranked swordsman, Ju-jun. The moment the introduction was over, sounds of ridicule and contempt rose from the stands. The system displayed a notification panel. The ritual begins with the appearance of Ju-jun. A group of people sitting above looked down at his straight back. They were already judging him based solely on the referee's brief introduction. He's just going to tarnish the Blood Succession Ritual. Anyway, it'll be over in a single blow. Behind Han Sung-yoon, mocking shouts echoed relentlessly. "Hey, Jam Dujun, I know you've been trying, but you have no talent. Learn your place, you just keep on losing. Trying so hard without any talent just makes you a fool." Along with his words, you could easily hear sneers filled with pleasure and amusement. Jam Dujun finally appeared at the bloodline rite, but he had no backing, no skills, and absolutely no finesse. After the rite is over, he'll be expelled from the sect. The sword at his hip suddenly flashed with light. At the same time, Chu's promise echoed in his ear. "When I was the leader of the Blood Demon Cult, no one was oppressed. Everyone could train themselves in the Blood Demon Cult without difficulty." At that moment, she was sitting leisurely on a railing, her eyes fixed on Han Sung-yoon with a glass of wine in her hand. "But looking at the situation now, have all my efforts been for nothing? It's truly sad that one of my descendants is like this. I'm truly heartbroken. It's so discouraging." Han Sung-yoon was a bit surprised to hear those words. For a moment, his eyes showed confusion, but that quickly faded, replaced by a look of pure annoyance and frustration. Next, the referee's voice rang out, and facing the low-ranked swordsman Jam Dujun in this rite is. While the referee was making the enthusiastic introduction, A young man with platinum blonde hair strode out the blood dragon swordsman. The moment he appeared, the cheers from the crowd were deafening. Soon smoothly ran a hand through his pure white hair and cut in. Little brother, you still don't know your place, do you? Just blindly charging into everything. His expression was supremely confident, his eyes were cold, and a slight smirk played on his lips. He said to Han Sung-yoon, "Fine, I'll admit your persistence over the past 7 years is something else, but you need to face reality. Your talent is complete trash." The administrator, the lost successor of the blood demon cult, gritted his teeth in anger as he watched. He recalled the memory of Soon saying mockingly, "Still, seeing as you show up to train from dawn every day, I guess I can acknowledge your persistence. What a pity. A pity. What's there to pity? Not knowing your place and acting like that just makes you a fool." As the memory resurfaced, Han Sung-yoon's entire body trembled uncontrollably. In that memory, the malicious words echoed like crashing waves. But the problem is, you've wasted 7 years preparing for this. Every day that passed, he had to endure their merciless criticism. Your talent is truly garbage. That memory caused Han Sung-yoon's eyes to turn ice cold as a powerful aura began to radiate from him. The referee then gave the signal. "We will now begin the match. Anything goes, as long as it proves your strength. This is a pure contest of power, so give it your all." His face darkened, and a chilling stillness settled over Han Sung-yoon. Despite that, Soon's droning voice continued to echo in his ears. "Dujun, you foolish little brother." A hand was raised as the referee shouted, "Ready." Soon confidently drew his sword. He looked him straight in the eye and said, "I'm going to end your foolish charade right now." Immediately after, the referee yelled, "Begin." The instant the word left her mouth, Han Sung-yoon immediately dashed forward with incredible speed, sending Soon flying. A single slash from his sword instantly stained the arena red. The referee was stunned, her gaze fixed on the two with unconcealed astonishment. From the stands, someone quickly realized it. Is that sword chi? How is he able to do that? As the strike landed, Soon fell limply behind Han Sung-yoon. A system notification announced that the sword chi ability had been activated. Only then did he sarcastically repeat Soon's own words back to him. "No skills, trash-tier talent, and a low-rank swordsman. Jam Dujun, you said." Slowly turning around, Han Sung-yoon unleashed a powerful aura. "Let me show you." He shot him a cold glance. At the same time, his body was constantly surrounded by crackling streams of energy. And so, Jam Dujun swept the bloodline right. Soon after, the next match began. A swordsman charged forward, his killing intent overflowing. He raised the large blade in his hands and roared, "Jam Dujun, you insect who doesn't know your place." His furious attack was easily dodged, but the swordsman didn't stop there, continuing to interrogate him. "How dare you aim for the leadership of the blood demon cult?" He charged like a madman, attacking relentlessly while continuing his taunts. "You despicable bastard, I'll finish you right now so you can never even think about it again." Han Sung-yoon's brow furrowed slightly. He casually swung his blade back. Instantly, the two forces clashed, and the surrounding area erupted in a series of explosions, sending dirt and rocks flying. In the face of his opponent's fury, Han Sung-yoon just made a few light sword strokes before speaking with scorn. "Since you dared to look down on others, I thought I'd see how strong you were. But you're too weak, not even worth a second glance. I don't have much time, so let's end this quickly." The words had barely left his lips when, to the swordsman's astonishment, he swung his blade twice to form an X in front of the man's massive body. The giant of a man was instantly defeated, his body gushing crimson blood. A few seconds later, the swordsman collapsed miserably onto the ground. Han Sung-yoon's eyes flashed with boredom as he said coldly, "Next." After that, the other swordsman who took the stage met the same fate. With just his blade, Han Sung-yoon dispatched them one by one. Before they were struck down, every single one of them had the same shocked expression on their face. Match after match went by, all with the same result. The expressions of those in the audience grew increasingly panicked. It happened so many times that even the referee couldn't believe what she was seeing. When the word next was called, she became visibly fearful and anxious. But Han Sung-yoon felt nothing. All that remained were droplets of blood hanging in the air before pathetically falling to the ground. A murderous aura enveloped his body as his icy gaze swept across the arena. Then that familiar sound rang out once more, "Next." In what felt like an instant, the arena floor was stained deep crimson, and the thick, coppery smell of blood filled the massive space. The administrator, the lost successor of the blood demon cult, sends congratulations to the challenger, Han Sung-yoon. When the battles were finally over, the referee's expression had changed completely. She looked at him with a mixture of shock and fear, exclaiming, "That was a truly overwhelming display of power." Right after that, the referee announced loudly, "Jam Dujun has defeated all other successor candidates." Just then, Chu appeared silently and asked with curiosity, Han Sung-yoon, what got you so worked up? Her curious question sent his mind back to the past. Judging by the events so far, the administrator of this trial had probably never stopped training. He was despised and looked down upon in his daily life. Even so, he participated in the bloodline ritual, but in the end, he became an outcast of the blood demon cult. Han Sung-yoon could feel the helplessness in that man's soul. He said, no matter how hard you try, all you get in return is contempt and scorn. That reminded me of the days before I entered the tower, and I grew angry. At this point, Han Sung-yoon slowly lowered his voice to explain, and if this continues, Shu will only suffer more. That's why I want to end this quickly. The sword in his hand glinted again, 2 flashes of light like its eyes. She said softly, it's a shame to witness a blood demon cult so full of injustice. I apologize for that. Those words from Han Sung-yoon seemed to calm her down a bit. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Han Sung-yoon gently reassured her, don't worry, I will restore the blood demon cult that Chu once knew. After finishing his conversation with her, he turned to the referee and said, well then, let's continue. She quickly replied, understood. In a somewhat unstable state of mind, the referee worriedly extended her hand to the side and said, everyone, we have reached the final match. In this final match, the 14th patriarch of the blood demon cult, Jayam Sun-muk, will personally judge the suitability of the candidate for the position of successor. Following her introduction, a pair of steady feet appeared. I have watched all the matches. Facing Han Sung-yoon's suspicious gaze, he questioned, but I feel something is strange. Jam Dujun, who was weak until just yesterday, is now displaying the skills of someone who has reached the state of sword heart. Sun-muk looked at him with a cold gaze, and after a moment, he continued, don't you find that the least bit strange? Those who reach the state of sword heart are so rare you can count them on one hand. This statement surprised Han Sung-yoon a little. His eyes widened as he looked at the man, and right after, the man rushed forward with incredible speed. When he came face to face with Han Sung-yoon, Sun-muk asked bluntly, you're not Jam Dujun, are you? He stared at the man's blade, his eyes glinting with confusion. Immediately after that glance, a spark flashed between their 2 swords. Han Sung-yoon was a bit confused now, a bad feeling rising within his body. Sun-muk continued his assault, raising his blade high. He pointed his other hand at Han Sung-yoon and said, but whether you're Jam Dujun or not doesn't matter. Sun-muk's blades raged continuously across the arena floor. To avoid them, he had to use his own considerable speed. The useless position of patriarch just needs to be passed down to someone stronger. Following that, Han Sung-yoon swung his sword to counter, taking a few steps back. He challenged, seeing how determined you are you saying that if I'm not Jam Dujun, I can't take over as the next patriarch? Droplets of pure blood floated around Han Sung-yoon, and a sinister calculation gleamed in the depths of Sun-muk's eyes. Before me stands someone far superior to that useless piece of trash, Jam Dujun. Is there any need to reconsider? Right after that, Sun-muk swung his sword again. This time, his blade created a frantic circle as it rushed towards him. I think you understand my intentions. Han Sung-yoon hurriedly dodged. While evading, he didn't forget to glance over, observing his opponent's every move. A cold glint flashed in Sun-muk's eyes. He said, I hope you aren't a piece of trash like Jam Dujun. This remark made Han Sung-yoon fall silent for a moment. He glanced at the man, confused. After that, the attacks became chaotic, the arena floor covered in a blinding red color and exaggerated sounds. As he swung his sword, massive shockwaves rushed out like a storm. The sword in his hand spoke angrily in his mind, calling a fellow disciple useless trash. Are my descendants really this terrible? As he dashed across, his gaze suddenly shifted to the side, and Han Sung-yoon frowned slightly. On the opposite side, Sun-muk was continuously brandishing his sword, relentlessly attacking him. Are you questioning yourself like that? You're just like Jam Dujun. To avoid those powerful attacks, Han Sung-yoon had to constantly move his body with agility and flexibility. After dodging every blow, he landed with a sharp, cold look in his eyes. Immediately after, blazing orange streams of energy appeared under Han Sung-yoon's feet. Without a moment's rest, he charged back into the storm. When the 2 blades clashed, 2 flashes of red and blue light erupted, symbolizing 2 opposing forces. As the 2 closed in, the sound of their blades scraping against each other rang out. Han Sung-yoon demanded in a low voice, why do you treat your fellow disciples like trash? As the patriarch, shouldn't you be looking out for them? Sun-muk revealed a grotesque smile and asked in return, as the patriarch, do I need to do that? They're just tools to me, anyway. They bring me no benefit, nor do they interest me. These words caused the fury in his heart to erupt. He uttered a sentence that made him furrow his brows tightly. Why should I look after them? Catching that expression, he immediately spoke, that foolish look on your face. The blades were grinding against each other with great force, sending sparks flying continuously. Han Sung-yoon said with dissatisfaction, "I really can't understand it. That someone as irresponsible as you is the patriarch. It'd be strange if I did understand." As soon as he finished speaking, the man swung his sword forcefully, making him retreat backward quickly. Sun Muk didn't hesitate, staring at Han Sung-yoon and saying, "No, you will understand me. If you were in this position, I think you'd have the same thoughts I do." At this point, the sword in his hand couldn't stop lamenting. "To think my descendant would be the craziest of the crazies. What a headache." A powerful aura emanated from his body. Han Sung-yoon's rage was boiling over. No wonder. With someone like you sitting in the patriarch's seat, the blood demon cult is currently in a state of chaos. In his anger, Han Sung-yoon slammed his blade into the ground and loudly criticized him. "No matter how weak and useless your followers are, as the patriarch, you should at least take care of your own people." At that moment, brilliant red auras appeared around him. They swirled like plumes of smoke, forming countless shapes. With that, Han Sung-yoon declared firmly, "I will defeat you and help this divine blood demon cult rise again." His hand tightened on the sword as he spun it, saying, "As long as I help this divine blood demon cult recover." Han Sung-yoon held the sword in front of him, his darkened face revealing a cold and sharp gaze. "A patriarch like you is unnecessary." At the same time, the system announced that the authority, Blood Heaven, Heart Art, had been activated. In Sun Muk's blazing red eyes, a rare hint of astonishment appeared. He exclaimed, "You've learned this sex martial art? Are you one of its followers?" As his opponent's footsteps slowly drew closer, Sun Muk said quietly, "How interesting. I'm very much looking forward to what comes next." The words had barely left his mouth when a colossal force rushed forward and exploded in an instant. The surrounding space completely vanished, causing the ground to crack relentlessly. Then, a series of system notifications appeared. In a fit of rage, Han Sung-yoon charged toward him with a look of fury in his eyes. Once again, the two torrents of power collided. A deafening explosion erupted in the air. Sun Muk stared at his own blade, a flicker of horror in his eyes. He thought to himself, "What is this? This cold energy?" Facing Sun Muk, Han Sung-yoon used only one hand to suppress that power. He questioned in a cold voice, "Are you sure you're looking forward to what's next?" The system announced again. In a flash, a frigid air enveloped the arena floor. Pure white snowflakes began to fall slowly amidst the tense atmosphere. On Sun Muk's body, sheets of ice began to creep across his grim face. Sun Muk said softly, "Excellent." A hint of amusement appeared on his once calm face. With his face slowly freezing over, he let out a laugh and exclaimed, "Now this is an opponent worthy of me. How amusing." In the stands, the chaotic scene of interweaving blue and red lights was dizzying. Moreover, the chilling cold made their bodies tremble involuntarily. At this point, the battle between the two was nearing its climax, with both pouring all their strength into every strike. For a brief moment, Sun Muk's eyes lit up, and a subtle, knowing smile cleverly formed on his lips. As he charged forward, Han Sung-yoon also caught sight of that smile. The sword in his hand seemed to sense something unusual. It carefully warned Han Sung-yoon, "Something strange. He's the one at a disadvantage. So why is he smiling like that?" Hearing these words, Han Sung-yoon wasn't worried at all. He tightened his grip on the sword and said, "Then I'll just have to wipe that smile off his face." Han Sung-yoon launched himself forward. As his finger pointed directly at Sun Muk, a freezing ice chain shot out. It lunged forward, piercing straight through his abdomen in a perfectly straight line. Waves of bone-chilling cold emanated from the chain. The system appeared again. Immediately after that attack, Han Sung-yoon charged forward once more. The system announced. Suddenly, his gaze froze, a flash of astonishment passing through it. The piercing sound of the system notification rang out again. Along with it, the surrounding space was completely swallowed by a powerful surge of energy. A massive force slammed down onto the arena floor, and the ground instantly exploded. Sun Muk dashed out of the chaotic mess. Having escaped death's grasp, he stared in shock at the explosion. In front of Sun Muk, Han Sung-yoon's swords were pointed directly at him. Seeing this, he too was a bit surprised. He guessed that perhaps due to the combination of invisible sword and divine transcendence, the sword was radiating an enormous amount of divine power. A sense of excitement welled up inside Sun Muk. He smiled, his eyes widening as he asked, "Who in the world are you? Is that a skill that steals other people's techniques?" Enraged, Han Sung-yoon shouted as he charged forward. "There's no need for me to answer that." Not to be outdone, Sun Muk also rushed forward, enveloped in black energy, and said, "Fighting you has made me certain of one thing." A murderous glint flashed in Sun Muk's crimson eyes. He said, "Looking at all those skills, you must have started with a craving for power and achieved it." Han Sung-yoon frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on him as he asked, What is it? As he spoke, the corners of Sun Mook's mouth unconsciously turned up. Along with the magical energy swirling around him, the expression on his face grew even more menacing. Sun Mook glared at him and replied, "While fighting, I could see in your expression. I could truly sense a smile. You're the same as me. Without desire, the will to live disappears." The words that came from his mouth were like a blade twisting in Han Sung-yun's heart. Sun Mook questioned, "If this desire continues, how will you change in the future?" Han Sung-yun's face darkened, his eyes filled with unconcealable anger. "That's not true." Little by little, he moved closer to Han Sung-yun's dark face, as Sun Mook gradually manipulated his mind. "The more you desire, the more easily you'll break. You're just the same. In the future, will you still be able to mock me then?" Having reached his breaking point, he roared in anger, "That's not true." A cold light flashed in Han Sung-yun's eyes, and the atmosphere fell silent. In a few seconds, his blade sliced down gently, and hot, fresh droplets of blood sprayed out. Along with it, a crimson aura billowed through the air. With a look of astonishment, Sun Mook quickly retreated. The air around Han Sung-yun was completely red. As 4 torrents of power rushed towards Sun Mook from all directions, the system announced. Explosions continuously erupted around Han Sung-yun and him. Sun Mook frantically spun around within his circle of defense. As he panicked, a system notification rang in his ear. Instantly, a look of pure shock appeared on his face. The red patches in his irises began to spread, and Sun Mook screamed internally, "This is absurd. Is my power being blocked?" At that moment, the system announced again. Faced with that panicked expression, Han Sung-yun's eyes glared straight at him. He said nonchalantly, "Checkmate." The words had barely left his mouth when 2 notifications appeared. In an instant, Han Sung-yun appeared right behind him. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword and thought to himself, "Right now." The system immediately announced. As Han Sung-yun's blade sliced straight into Sun Mook's back, a series of cold system messages appeared. While dealing with a demon, all holy attacks will be significantly enhanced. Suddenly, he burst into a gleeful laugh. Sun Mook, with his completely white eyes, said, "You think you can defeat me and help this blood demon cult rise again? You'll become just like me." The moment the words left his mouth, Han Sung-yun sliced that wretched body in 2. As droplets of pure blood flew past, his eyes still revealed a seething rage. With that final blow, Sun Mook collapsed before those sharp eyes. As the warm rays of sunlight shone down on his body, Han Sung-yun's gaze began to soften. At the end of that bloody battle, streams of fresh red liquid pooled on the arena floor, and the space suddenly fell silent. At that moment, Sun's malicious words replayed in Han Sung-yun's mind. "You and I are the same kind. Without desire, there's no motivation to live." The memory of that crazed smile he wore before being finished off also came flooding back. It kept repeating in his head, "You will become exactly like me." This made Han Sung-yun's face tense, his brow furrowed in anger. A moment later, he shouted at the referee behind the earthen mound, "Hey, get out here and make the call already." She stepped out with a professional smile and a hint of fear in her heart, replying, "Ah, yes, of course, it's time to make the call." Amidst the deafening silence, the referee announced clearly, "The winner of this Bloodkin tournament is Sir Jamduan. Please give him a round of applause." Just then, Han Sung-yun's glowing red blade slammed into the ground, startling the referee. He frowned at her and said in a low voice, "That's enough. I am the new master now, so I will say a few words." Before the anxious eyes in the stands, his voice boomed with anger. "Look at you worthless fools who look down on others. I'd love to give you all a beating, but out of respect for my relationship with the 7 blood demons, I will hold back." Han Sung-yun's gaze hardened, and his voice grew colder. "From now on, I will set a new rule for the blood demon cult." The referee beside him was also surprised by Han Sung-yun's words. "Do not look down on others. Focus only on training yourselves to develop the blood demon cult." Maintaining a resolute expression, he scanned the crowd and threatened, "Anyone who does not comply will face death." With the imposing air of the master, Han Sung-yun growled, "If you heard me, then answer." Instantly, the entire arena roared, "Yes, we will remember." Then, the system announced, "Challenge complete. The reward for the Bloodkin tournament is the SS rank special ability, Ghost God Arts. The reward for the Bloodkin challenge is the E rank special authority, a secret shop." After giving his instructions, Han Sung-yun gently pulled his blade from the ground as a question echoed in his mind. "You think you and I are the same kind?" Han Sung-yun sneered, his mouth showing a mix of anger and contempt as he cursed inwardly. "You think I'll become like you?" Filled with fiery determination, he left the arena, affirming to himself, "I am nothing like you." The scene changes to the 20th floor waiting room, where Han Sung-yun and Chu are sitting and adjusting the system. Suddenly, in that small space, She spoke unexpectedly. Thank you, Han Sung-yoon. Thank you for reminding me that I must rebuild the blood demon cult as it once was. She lowered her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of embarrassment. I feel bad, but it seems you're still worried about what Sun Muk said. I'm truly sorry. At that, his expression was a little dazed. Chu continued, but don't overthink it. You are not like him. At least, not in my eyes. At this point, a radiant smile appeared on her face, and her every word soothed his soul. Han Sung-yoon is Han Sung-yoon. It is precisely because you are Han Sung-yoon that you were able to help me. Right after that smile, the system announced. Manager, the iron-blooded overlord is watching you. Manager, the white crane sword saint is watching you. He also smiled happily and repeated her words. Han Sung-yoon is Han Sung-yoon. That's right. Now that his mind was clear, he lowered his voice and said, Thank you for comforting me. I can't let myself get held back by such ridiculous thoughts. Han Sung-yoon's eyes looked much more relieved, and his fingers moved more nimbly on the system screen. Time to check the rewards and equipment, and then move on. As his finger paused on the screen, a random thought popped into his head. It seems like the ghost god arts I just received will come in handy someday. Pulling his finger back, the expression on Han Sung-yoon's face turned serious again. He thought to himself, I've already raised my stats thanks to the secret shop from the Bloodkin Challenge. Thinking this, he let out a faint smile. Han Sung-yoon said to her, I heard that when you reach the 20th floor, the communities of all the dynasties in the tower will merge. Those who reach the 20th floor have all passed difficult trials, so at least there probably won't be any low-level conversations. After a few more operations, the system screen displayed a notification. Join the official Challenger community. Hard difficulty. 20th floor community, Channel C, 1721418750000. Along with that, chat messages appeared. Future 71st Aura Swordsman, Ares, says, This is supposed to be the official tower climbing community, but it's full of stupid insects. The Trinity Magic Sword is the strongest in all of Murim. Yeah, and you're just an insect under my boot. Free Life of Manhwa, Sect of Murim. What the hell are these idiots talking about? Han Sung-yoon immediately tapped the screen to close it all. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. His mind was in a bit of a turmoil. He said hastily, I really wish I hadn't seen any of that. Chu curled her lip and cursed outright. How despicable. Then she turned to look at him and said, It seems you're done preparing. Shall we head into the next trial right away? Han Sung-yoon opened his screen, tapped through a series of system menus, and replied, No, the 20th floor trial this time is a unified trial, so it could be very dangerous. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification popped up. The 20th floor trial is not an individual trial, but a unified trial and cannot be substituted. At this moment, a strange object appeared in his hand. Han Sung-yoon explained, To prepare for any unexpected situations while I wait for my deification skill to cool down, I plan to absorb the holy power stored in the Light Sword Emperor's transmission necklace. Information about it was quickly updated by the system. Plus, 5-rank transmission necklace. Increases attack speed by 10%. A treasure bestowed upon Challenger Han Sung-yoon by the Light Sword Emperor to grant harmonized holy power. When Challenger Han Sung-yoon uses it, the special effect Preserve Holy Power can be activated. Chu was a bit astonished, and she shouted in alarm, Wait a minute. Are you really planning to absorb harmonized holy power? With the necklace in his hand, Han Sung-yoon replied calmly, That's right. I think I'm strong enough to absorb it now. A system notification appeared. Thanks to Preserve Holy Power, you can now absorb and possess the harmonized holy power stored in the item. Following that, a bright red screen appeared. Warning. Recklessly absorbing divine holy power may cause your mind to be corrupted by the will of the Light Sword Emperor. Chu clutched the hem of her dress, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, Han Sung-yoon, do we really need this sacred power called harmony? He stared at the pendant and replied, It's to deal with the fanatics who are threatening us. We have to. We can't wait any longer to obtain the sacred power of harmony. At this, Chu lowered her head and asked softly, Isn't there any other way? Han Sung-yoon exclaimed in surprise, What? In response to his curious gaze, Chu explained the system's warning. Your spirit could be corrupted. Her small hand gently held him back. Chu said worriedly, Just like that zealot's mind disintegrated, you could also risk having your own sense of self destroyed while absorbing the sacred power of harmony. She kept her head lowered, her long dark hair hiding her inner turmoil. So, Han Sung-yoon, can you please think this through again? This is my plea. His gaze wavered slightly. Han Sung-yoon began to speak hesitantly, but seeing him still hesitating, Chu shouted, What if you get corrupted by the will of the Light Sword Emperor? What would you do in that situation? Her large, round eyes squeezed shut as a powerful emotion surged within her. If your sense of self vanishes. Chu's voice dropped, I'm worried you'll disappear. I don't want to be alone in the sword again. This made Han Sung-yoon freeze. A familiar feeling washed over him, and an urgent, desperate voice echoed in his mind. Han Sung-yoon, run. Hurry. No, we go together. If we die together. I don't want to be alone anymore. Back then, with his small and fragile body, all he could do was collapse before a monster of immense power. At this thought, Han Sung-yoon gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice soft. Chu, you said it yourself once. If I'm going to die, I need your permission first. He looked at her with a resolute gaze, his every word meant to soothe her emotions.